Zhang Yin unexpectedly found himself on a post-apocalyptic planet, wholly unprepared and shockingly transformed into a zombie. Yet, fate seemed to open a window for him, inadvertently bound himself to a zombie evolution system. From that moment onward, as a zombie, Zhang Yin gradually began to emerge in this perilous, dystopian world. He incessantly evolved, ultimately becoming a terrifying zombie king, feared by all, commanding a tide of billions of corpses that surged forth, shaking the very foundations of the world. As Zhang Yin gazed at the seemingly endless wave of corpses surrounding him, a smug smile crept upon his lips. As a zombie king, is it not reasonable for my horde to be somewhat larger? When that overwhelming, thunderous tide of the undead unleashed a deafening roar and launched a fierce assault on the human survivor base. The occupants within stood frozen, utterly astonished by the spectacle before them. Am I dreaming? Or have I truly crossed over? Zhang Yin exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he surveyed his surroundings. The genesis of this bizarre turn of events can be traced back to Zhang Yin lying in bed, engrossed in short videos. At that time, he was clutching his latest iPhone 14 Pro Max, purchased for a hefty 500 yuan at the train station. Adorned with what was purportedly Steve Jobs' autograph, though its authenticity was uncertain, it appeared remarkably convincing. While he was lost in the realm of short videos, a segment discussing the employment dilemmas faced by university graduates caught his attention. An expert suggested that college students might pay to gain work experience, a notion that left Zhang Yin chuckling, even jesting about hiring the expert to work for him at a daily wage of 10,000. Just then, a wave of drowsiness enveloped him, and he succumbed to sleep with his phone in hand. However, he thought he heard a deep voice beckoning him, asking if he wished to save the world and embark on an extraordinary life like a superhero. In a state of half-consciousness, he unwittingly acquiesced. Immediately, a blinding light enveloped him, warm and comforting. Yet, Zhang Yin soon sensed something was amiss. Did he just wet the bed? However, the light vanished abruptly, and he found himself in an unfamiliar environment. Zhang Yin stood on a bustling street, surrounded by throngs of people, vehicles traversing to and fro, and the vibrant life of the marketplace. The mall's air conditioning hummed, and music flowed melodiously. A gentle breeze wafted in the tantalizing aroma of nearby eateries, making his mouth water. At a roadside stall, a man was selling watermelons, animatedly conversing with two younger companions. Everything felt so vividly real that Zhang Yin questioned whether he was indeed dreaming. To ascertain the truth, he pinched himself sharply, the searing pain on his cheek confirming that this was no dream. He realized he had truly crossed over. However, adhering to the conventions of such tales, as a traveler, he ought to possess a system as his guiding force. Yet, as seconds ticked by, the system remained conspicuously absent. Growing increasingly anxious, Zhang Yin began to shout for the system, attempting to draw its attention. However, his actions attracted the curious, bewildered, and even derisive gazes of those around him, some regarding him as a lunatic. At that moment, the sun in the sky suddenly erupted with blinding red light, casting its glow upon Zhang Yin and the surrounding crowd. A wave of excruciating pain surged through him, as if countless insects were burrowing into his skull, nearly causing him to faint. Simultaneously, the crowd erupted into heart-wrenching wails, with car alarms blaring in a cacophony of chaos. Zhang Yin's heart brimmed with despair and confusion. Why did others experience traversals that led to cultivation, wealth, or extraordinary abilities, while he was thrust into such a brutal predicament immediately upon crossing over? Had he truly become the unluckiest traveler in history? Amidst the blinding red light and the anguished cries of those around him, Zhang Yin's vision faded to black, and he teetered on the brink of unconsciousness. Chapter 2. I transformed into a zombie at that moment, just as an unbearable pain surged through my head, threatening to plunge me into unconsciousness. I cried out, "Wow, system, if you don't show up soon, I'm going to kick the bucket." Zhang Yin, still clinging to a glimmer of hope regarding the system, felt that dying like this would be utterly frustrating, especially since less than 2.5 hours had passed since his transmigration. Suddenly, a voice, one he had longed to hear, echoed in his ears. "Ding, congratulations, host. You have acquired the zombie evolution system. Binding process commencing. 10, 30, 60, 99. System binding successful. Official activation commencing. As the system's voice faded, Zhang Nian, his head spinning, struggled to rise. HY head. Slowly, he opened his eyes and gazed through the shop's glass, catching a glimpse of his current visage. A lifeless face, skin devoid of color, paler than the corpse of the old man who had died 3 days ago at the east end of the village. His eyes, red and bloodshot, appeared particularly unsettling. Zhang Nian stared wide-eyed at the mirror, utterly incredulous, his heart shaken. What on earth is happening? I've actually mutated into a zombie. No way. Is this for real? Am I no longer human? Arg! Upon realizing he had transformed into a zombie, Zhang Nian discovered he had lost his ability to speak, only able to emit terrifying growls. Astonished, he examined his appearance, incredulous that he had indeed become a zombie with self-awareness. No less, and bound to the zombie evolution system. This was beyond exhilarating. What was promised to be a superhero transformation had instead turned him into a mere zombie. Arg! Another growl escaped his lips as Zhang Nian, in a moment of excitement, forgot he was now an ordinary zombie, incapable of speech. How disheartening! If only he could speak, he could lure humans to him with his voice. But alas, he could not. Then, a critical thought struck him. Walking like a zombie was awkward and uncomfortable. After stumbling several times, he finally managed to walk somewhat normally, albeit looking quite peculiar, as if he had consumed some dubious liquor. Fortunately, with practice, Zhang Nian soon mastered the art of walking. It was no small feat. Thankfully, he possessed extraordinary talent. Otherwise, he might have had to crawl like a spider. If that happened, he could easily be trampled by some careless zombie. As the sun bathed the streets in crimson light, the once bustling thoroughfare lay in ruins, distant skyscrapers ablaze, billowing thick black smoke. Cars lay wrecked, forming a scene reminiscent of hell itself, akin to something out of an apocalyptic film. Fortunately, most of those who had pointed fingers at him had also transformed into zombies. And Zhang Nian breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a great weight lift from his heart. It was for the best that these people were dead. Now, no one would know what he had just looked like. Surveying the chaotic street, he saw people frantically fleeing. The uninfected were being overwhelmed and devoured by the transformed zombies, blood splattered everywhere, exuding a pungent, metallic scent. The sun? A red sun? This? Who the hell bit me? A madman. A madman is biting me. Someone, please help. Save me. Mom. Mom. What was happening to these people? Had they all gone mad? Where was the spirit to help? No one was answering the phone. He had to run. Amidst the crimson glow, the uninfected humans screamed in terror, mixed with the cries of children, their ears filled with shrieks and wails. Calamity had descended. Arg! A few individuals, utterly shattered, collapsed to the ground in tears, only to be swiftly pounced upon by zombies, torn apart. At that moment, the system's voice suddenly re-emerged, presenting a page visible only to Zhang Nian. Ding. Host information updated. Host. Zhang Nian level. Ordinary zombie skills. Claws. Infection evolution points. 0-10. How is the system's level determined? What are the skills for? And what is this evolution point? Observing the system page, Zhang Nian felt like a curious child, asking the system in his mind. Claws. Upon activation, your hands transform into claw-like appendages, becoming sharp. Infection. An essential skill for every zombie. Inflicting a scratch or bite will turn the victim into one of your kind, currently effective only on ordinary humans. Zombie levels are categorized as follows. Ordinary zombie, first stage, zombie, second stage, zombie, third stage, zombie, fourth stage, zombie lord, fifth stage, zombie lord, sixth stage, zombie lord, seventh stage, zombie king, eighth stage, zombie king, ninth stage, zombie king. The 10th stage, however, is beyond your current comprehension. It transcends all levels, akin to a deity. Humans are divided into awakened ones and abilities users, also categorized from 1 to 10 stages. The distinction lies in that awakened ones release skills, while abilities users unleash their powers. As for the specific differences between skills and powers, you'll come to understand them in due time. Mutated beasts also range from 1 to 10 stages. When zombies and mutated beasts reach the 4th stage Lord or 4th stage Beast King, they can unleash their respective beast tides and zombie tides. Once the host's evolution points are maxed out, you can advance by infecting or devouring the cores within the bodies of higher-tier creatures. Note: killing ordinary zombies does not yield evolution points, but but consuming the cores of higher-tier zombies does. Both ordinary zombies and ordinary mutated beasts can naturally evolve over time, though the process is relatively slow. Ordinary humans evolve at an even slower rate but can progress through training or breaking their physical limits. Upon reaching a certain tier, both zombies and mutated beasts can attain intelligence, with higher levels corresponding to greater intellect. With each tier advancement, attributes such as constitution, strength, defense, speed, and perception will significantly increase. Additionally, there is a chance to awaken skills and powers. All three factions, mutated beasts, humans, and zombies, can devour cores to advance, and cores among the same kind can also be consumed. Listening to the system's response, Zhang Nian, who had just attempted to exploit a bug, realized that the remaining humans were almost all hiding, leaving him to search slowly. If only killing ordinary zombies could yield evolution points, his progress would skyrocket. Although he hadn't managed to exploit a bug, it wasn't a major issue. Now that he was bound to the system and possessed self-awareness, he was destined to become the mightiest zombie king. System, I have another question. Is it possible for my body to revert to its human form? Or what is the ultimate form of a zombie? Zhang Yin inquired, his curiosity piqued, mainly because the current appearance of an ordinary zombie felt quite uncomfortable. Especially since he had just learned to walk. Ding. Once you progress, you will regain your bodily functions. Furthermore, upon reaching the 10th stage, theoretically, you can choose not to remain a zombie. The power of a 10th stage is something you cannot currently comprehend. To evolve into a 10th stage zombie king means to become the supreme ruler of this planet. Oh yeah, that's fantastic. Is the 10th stage really that powerful? Currently, he was just an ordinary zombie. With 10 more levels to ascend to reach 10th stage, it seemed his path to evolution would be long and arduous, but that was fine. With the golden finger system at his disposal, he would undoubtedly evolve into the strongest zombie king. Zhang Yin felt a surge of excitement within, eagerly anticipating the start of his evolution. A 10th stage zombie king? The ruler of the planet? How imposing that sounded. Chapter 3. Frenzied evolution. At this moment, the streets were devoid of any living souls. Those who hadn't escaped had either been transformed into zombies or had met a gruesome fate. Some corpses were so mangled they could not even be recognized as zombies, their appearance utterly horrific. Had Zhang Yin not become a zombie himself, witnessing such a scene would have surely made him lose last night's meal. Yet, as a zombie, this sight only filled him with exhilaration. Where could they be hiding? Observing his surroundings, he noticed that the glass doors of nearby shops were tightly shut, their windows drawn with curtains. The entrances barricaded from within. Evolution points are coming my way. Zhang Yin rubbed his withered hands together with glee. Looking at the tightly closed doors and drawn curtains, this precaution might provide temporary safety for those zombies lacking self-awareness. However, as their food supplies dwindled, they would soon face danger when they ventured out in search of sustenance, and there would be plenty of wandering zombies on the streets. Yet, for him, this situation was merely an invitation to feast. With that thought, he selected a shop, approached the entrance, and kicked the door with all his might. However, the door remained intact, quite sturdy, likely due to the numerous barricades inside. But this would not deter Zhang Yin. Perfect, let us put my skills to the test. The hand morphed directly into a claw, and with a sharp, piercing sound, it scraped against the wall, leaving a deep gash in its wake. The claw then lunged towards the glass door. With a resounding crash, the glass shattered into countless fragments, while the curtains inside were ruthlessly torn apart, and the miscellaneous items that blocked the door were shoved aside. The middle-aged shopkeeper, hiding within, clutched a kitchen knife and stared in stunned disbelief at the zombie that had burst through the door. Clad only in a pair of shorts, zombie? The shopkeeper had no time to ponder further as the creature approached him. Zhang Yin, observing the rushing shopkeeper, felt an uncontrollable surge of primal desire for flesh and blood. The shopkeeper brandished his knife and shouted, "I'll fight you. Die, monster. You'll know the might of your grandfather." As Zhang Yin watched the enraged shopkeeper charge at him, a crimson light flickered in his eyes. His hand, now transformed into a sharp claw, slashed towards the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper let out a pained wail. Zhang Yin acted purely on instinct, effortlessly severing the shopkeeper's knife in two with a single swipe, and then swiftly ending the shopkeeper's life. The shopkeeper emitted only two pitiful moans before collapsing to the ground, never to rise again. The broken knife clattered to the floor, split in halves. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing an infected human. Evolution value 110. Gazing at the blood-soaked body of the shopkeeper, Zhang Yin found it hard to believe that he had truly taken a life. While he felt a rush of exhilaration upon hearing the system's announcement, the reality of the situation left him somewhat unsettled. He glanced through the glass to see his reflection, revealing an ugly zombie. Smeared with the shopkeeper's fresh blood, Zhang Yin pondered his current predicament. Having transformed into a zombie and committed murder, he had firmly placed himself on the opposite side of humanity. If he did not evolve quickly, he might face a fate far worse than that of the shopkeeper when confronted by higher-tier humans. The thought of aiding humanity was too daunting. Would they ever accept a zombie as one of their own? If he allied with them, how would they treat him? He remembered the adage, "Those not of my kind must have different hearts." Moreover, amidst the apocalypse, humanity could sometimes be more terrifying than zombies. Human nature is inscrutable, especially in these dire times. Zhang Yin struggled to accept this harsh truth. Just as he prepared to leave, he suddenly heard movement from inside the room. Stealthily, he approached the door, gripping the handle and slowly turning it, straining to discern the source of the noise. Suddenly, a faint sound emanated from within the wardrobe, alongside the presence of human life. Zhang Yin felt his desire for flesh and blood surge uncontrollably once more. The glint of ferocity emerged in his eyes. Inside the wardrobe, a middle-aged woman and a young woman in her 20s were hiding, likely family to the man outside. The daughter, having just returned home from university for the holidays, whispered anxiously to her mother, "Mom, that it's quiet outside now. Dada, he wouldn't have gotten into trouble, would he?" The mother, unable to quell her own worries for her husband, still clung to the hope that he was safe. Softly chastising her daughter for her fearful words, Don't speak such nonsense. Your father will be fine. Absolutely fine." At that moment, the wardrobe door was suddenly flung open with force. "Ha, found you. I didn't go far. And you thought you could talk behind my back, didn't you?" Zhang Yin's deep crimson eyes glimmered with excitement as he looked inside. Yet, the meaning behind Zhang Yin's words was only clear to him. The two within the wardrobe heard only the terrifying roar of a zombie, followed by their own desperate screams. Roar. Zhang Yin observed the two humans within the wardrobe, paralyzed with fear, and his insatiable craving for flesh could no longer be contained. As he regained his composure, he gazed at the scene, his emotions complex. "Is this really all my doing? Then I must take it one step at a time." Congratulations to the host for killing 2 infected humans. Evolution value 310. Splendid. Must continue striving. Just 7 more to advance, and I shall take another step towards becoming a tiered zombie. The system's encouraging voice resounded. Zhang Yin remained silent, yet internally began to accept his identity as a zombie. Since he had already transformed, he would strive to become the strongest zombie king. Ambition ignited within him as he stepped outside, spotting a pair of eyes peeking out from a nearby dumpster. Observing the surroundings, the owner of those eyes was Zhao Zihao, a high school student with an innocent appearance who happened to be out with friends on a Sunday. When the apocalypse struck, he had pushed a classmate towards the zombies, sacrificing them for his own survival, then cleverly hidden himself in the dumpster, where the stench temporarily shielded him from the undead. Zhao Zihao recalled the gruesome fate of his classmate and felt no remorse. Had he not pushed that student, it would have been him facing death. Better them than me now. Although the dumpster was not filled with much refuse, it still emitted a foul odor, yet he dared not make a sound. Pinching his nose as he waited, hearing the surrounding silence, he decided to peek out and assess the situation. Zhang Yin stealthily approached the dumpster and forcefully lifted the slightly ajar lid. Roar. Who the hell? Zhao Zihao, taken aback by the roaring zombie, barely had time to react before Zhang Yin's familiar claw struck. Seizing his throat, it would not be long before Zhao Zihao succumbed to the infection. Yet, unlike Zhang Yin, he would lack self-awareness, becoming merely a mindless beast. Unless he could advance and attain a new lease on life, the one reborn would not be him, but the zombie. Evolution value increased by 1. Another 1. Keep pushing forward and ascend to the pinnacle of the undead. Become the mightiest zombie king. Just think, isn't it a bit thrilling? The system's commendation echoed again. At this moment, Zhang Yin finally embraced the reality of his existence in this chaotic world as a zombie. The strongest zombie king was on his way. After accepting his fate, Zhang Yin continued his search for new targets, arriving at the shop's entrance and immediately launching a straightforward assault, crashing through the door. A cacophony of banging ensued, accompanied by terrified shouts. "Damn you, zombie, die! Hey, which son of a gun dares to ambush me?" Unbeknownst to him, as Zhang Yin's head poked through the entrance, a person inside seized a stool and began wildly swinging it at him, leaving Zhang Yin momentarily dazed. The sound of the blows echoed was just the result of the stool striking his head. "I let my guard down. Didn't he dodge? A stool hit my face. Though I can't feel pain, it's still so humiliating." Roar. "How dare you ambush me?" Zhang Yin, regaining his composure, was filled with rage and swiftly dealt with the individual who had dared to attack him, not allowing even the slightest chance for transformation. "Damn it, my head's nearly smashed to bits. Why couldn't you just let me infect you instead of attacking?" He glared at his head, now oozing dark blood, making his already fearsome visage even more terrifying. Was it slightly flattened? Zhang Yin grumbled. Ugh, how unlucky that he glanced at his status information, realizing he needed just 4 more points to advance. He set off in search of evolution value. Would he be able to repair his head upon leveling up? Otherwise, how could he navigate the zombie realm with a flattened head? Would he be ridiculed by other intelligent zombies for years on end? As he pondered, he approached a delivery truck and suddenly heard faint sounds emanating from within. A sinister smile crept across his face. More evolution value awaited. Sensing life inside, Zhang Yin reached out and clawed at the truck's metal door, producing an excruciatingly grating sound. Inside, a couple trembled at the dreadful noise, akin to the tolling of death's bell. "Honey, what's that sound outside? Dear. Don't worry, I'm here." The man, though terrified, forced himself to maintain composure for his wife. Finally, Zhang Yin broke through the door. The man charged forward and embraced Zhang Yin tightly. "Oh? What is this? You think that by hugging me, I'll spare you?" Zhang Yin mused darkly. "Wife, run," the man shouted to his wife. "Honey? Wah?" Tears streamed down the woman's face as she witnessed her husband sacrifice himself to give her a chance to escape. Zhang Yin overheard their exchange and thought, "You want to run? Not a chance, but I can't speak yet, so I'll just think it. None of you will escape. How else can I evolve? Die. Holding on so tightly is only hindering my progress." Zhang Yin gazed at the man who held him tightly, his sharp claws effortlessly ending the man's life. As the man collapsed to the ground, his hand still clutched Zhang Yin's foot, but consciousness began to fade into oblivion. How bothersome! Zhang Yin kicked him aside and hurriedly chased after the fleeing woman. The terrified woman trembled uncontrollably, unable to run swiftly, and was soon caught up by Zhang Yin. With a piercing scream of agony, the woman fell silent. After dealing with the man, Zhang Yin began to wander through the desolate streets, resembling the ordinary zombies that roamed them. After wandering for a while and finding no humans, he continued searching within the shops, skillfully entering one. "Hello? Is anyone there?" Zhang Yin politely inquired, but the occupants could not comprehend his words. All they heard was the terrifying roar of a zombie. "No, don't come any closer." Inside, a couple was paralyzed with fear at the sound of Zhang Yin breaking in, a refined and handsome young man, seemingly engaged in cosplay, donned a flowing robe that billowed dramatically as he moved, exuding the aura of an ancient scholar. However, he committed an act that starkly contradicted his appearance. "Jia, I'm sorry." As the zombie approached, he ruthlessly pushed his girlfriend toward Zhang Yin and turned to flee. Yet, the only exit was blocked by Zhang Yin, and the windows were too high, secured by anti-theft bars. He could not escape. Clearly, he chose life over love, hoping to extend his existence by a mere 2.5 minutes. Though it likely wouldn't even last that long, Zhang Yin sneered to himself. What a fool. Abandoning his partner. "I certainly won't let you escape." He cast the woman aside and swiftly lunged at the young man, who was frantically dismantling the anti-theft bars. The young man, bewildered, lay on the ground, confused as to why this zombie ignored his girlfriend, instead lunging at him. "No, please, no." The girl, known as Jia, possessed a devilishly alluring figure, her long, wavy golden hair shimmering radiantly, and her long legs clad in a short, pale yellow mini-skirt accentuating her perfection. She was undeniably attractive, guaranteed to turn heads on the street. She couldn't fathom that her loving boyfriend would push her toward a zombie in such a perilous moment. They had discussed marriage just yesterday, and he was supposed to accompany her home to meet her parents. Why? Overwhelmed by shock and betrayal, she muttered incessantly. After Zhang Nian dealt with the young man, his blood-red eyes unexpectedly turned to the girl, who remained frozen in place, in no escape. How convenient. What use is her beauty to me? Will it enhance my evolution value? Forget it. I shall play the benefactor and reunite them. Surely, the road to the underworld will be bustling. Truly, I am a good soul. No, a good zombie. Declaring to reunite them, I shall not let a single one escape. Roar! Zhang Nian let out a terrifying zombie growl and lunged at the girl. Finally, after eliminating both, his evolution value was maxed out. He was ready to evolve. Disclaimer. All content is purely fictional. Dear readers, please do not take it seriously. Chapter 4. The past is no more. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successful advancement. You have acquired a system map within a 100-meter radius. Host information updated. Host. Zhang Nian level. First stage zombie skills. Sharp claws. Infection. Map evolution value. 0.50 after the advancement. His once flat head regained its roundness, and he acquired a system map. His physical constitution had significantly improved, and his complexion resembled that of a gravely ill elder, somewhat human yet entirely different. The life of a zombie, its natural evolutionary speed, and more, far surpass humanity. Zombies are the true masters of this planet, and the era of humans has long passed. Let me bring their reign to an end. Showing them who the real ruler of this world is, the age of zombies is about to dawn. After his advancement, Zhang Nian was filled with ambition, setting his sights on transforming the entire planet into a zombie realm. Post-evolution, his movements became more agile, and he felt surprisingly invigorated, exuding the presence of a superior zombie, instilling fear in lesser beings. It felt exhilarating, though he wondered what form he would take at the 10th stage. The enhanced body felt remarkably powerful, and Zhang Nian grew increasingly eager for his 10th stage transformation. Huh? Is that it for the advancement? Zhang Nian snapped back to reality, observing the rather ordinary ascension ceremony. Reflecting on the upgrade processes of other transmigrators, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Hey, system, could you make this advancement process a bit more grandiose for me? He added. I won't ask for much. Just some thunderous roars and perhaps a mythical beast soaring above me would suffice. System, are you there? Did you hear my request? A little response would be nice. If not, a golden glow around me would do. Zhang Nian internally complained. Pfft, have some self-respect. Thunderous roars? Need I strike you down with lightning? A mythical beast circling above? What about its excrement? You want a golden glow? Do you think you're ascending to become the zombie king? Are you not afraid of humans bombing you into oblivion? The system's voice retorted sharply, leaving Zhang Nian momentarily stunned. System, you can talk back. This is quite advanced, he mused. That mythical beast's excrement could work. When will I get it? No, you won't. This system is regrettably bound to such a shameless host. If you want excrement, go find it in the restroom yourself. After that, the system fell silent, unresponsive to his calls. Fine, if you won't provide it, why shout so loudly? I'm not like Lao Ba. I refused to go to the restroom. For the probability of a human bombardment, it was minuscule. The higher-ups were likely in disarray. Zhang Nian muttered to himself, suddenly realizing he could now speak. I can talk now. Although his voice was somewhat hoarse, he was finally able to articulate words. Previously, he could only emit growls, which had been quite an adjustment. Utilizing the new system features, he opened the map and discovered it covered a considerable area, including the entirety of Linjiang City. Though it was a flat map, he could see he was currently in Linjiang City, which comprised 4 districts: Jixi District, Yishui District, Linjiang District, and Pingshui District. Currently, the flat map only displayed the Linjiang District. Moreover, only within a 100-meter radius did it reveal a clear perspective, showing human locations distinctly. He appeared as a blood among zombies, while humans were red dots and mutated beasts were green. A perspective map. This will make things easier. Zhang Nian grinned wickedly. With the map, he began to infect the concealed individuals hidden within nearby shops. Some were particularly well hidden, but with the map, he unearthed them all. There were also humans attempting to attack him, but thanks to the map, he avoided any incidents of having his head smashed. After a flurry of activity, he checked his evolution value, 2150, still not halfway. This was rather slow. He wondered if there were any large shopping malls or schools nearby, as there should be plenty of people inside. Zhang Nian swiftly dispatched numerous humans within a short time, yet his evolution value remained disappointingly low, causing him anxiety that he remembered places like supermarkets, where many humans were likely hiding. Supermarket, let me search for one. He found it. Locking onto a large supermarket on the map, he thought his zombie appearance resembled that of an elderly man. He could find some clothes to disguise himself as a survivor and infiltrate from within. Hee, I must be the cleverest zombie around. Arriving at a nearby clothing store, the other zombies sensed his first-stage zombie aura and cowered in fear, unwilling to obstruct his path. Observing the various garments scattered chaotically on the floor, some still stained with blood, he lamented the waste of such beautiful clothing. After rummaging through the store, he quickly selected an outfit, a golden coat that covered him well, accompanied by a mask and a cap. Finally, he was no longer just a zombie in shorts. Glancing at his reflection in a broken mirror, if he crouched to tie his shoelaces, he could easily be mistaken for a large golden retriever. In front of the mirror, he mused, not bad at all. Zhang Nian felt quite pleased with himself. He also discovered a new ability. He could command a small number of ordinary zombies. Roughly around 10, likely a specialized ability acquired from advancing to a superior zombie. Then Zhang Nian hastily ran outside, eager to test the extent of his dominion over the undead. Exuding the aura of a superior zombie, he commanded, "Submit to my control." A fierce roar escaped his lips. The surrounding ordinary zombies, sensing the oppressive presence of a high-ranking undead, began to converge towards Zhang Nian, seemingly drawn by an uncontrollable force. In no time, a throng of grotesque, blood-eyed zombies surrounded him, their demeanor reflecting a basic instinct of submission towards Zhang Nian. Observing the multitude around him, Zhang Nian wondered, is this truly my limit? To his surprise, he realized he could command up to 20 or 30 ordinary zombies, nearly all within his grasp. Quite impressive, an idea sparked in his mind. He could infiltrate the survivors' camp, stealthily infecting them, and subsequently dominate those transformed into zombies, blocking the remaining humans from escaping. Surely, the survivor gathering point must be teeming with individuals. Elevating to the second tier should be a mere formality. He marveled at his own cleverness, pondering how his brilliance would leave the other zombies in awe. After a moment of self-admiration, Zhang Nian consulted his map and ambled towards the supermarket. The once bustling and lively streets now lay desolate and in disarray, the stench of blood thick in the air. Groups of zombies roamed, searching for human scent. The sun had regained its hue, yet human civilization lay in tatters, severely impacted by the calamity. The ordinary zombies along the route sensed his presence and gave him a wide berth. Though a few reckless ones dared to approach, can't they discern between the strong and the weak? He growled in disbelief. With a fierce roar directed at a particularly foolish zombie, he sent it scurrying away in terror. How dare it disregard him? He swiftly pursued, delivering a couple of stinging slaps to instill some sense into it. The ordinary zombie, caught off guard, did not dare retaliate. With a sigh of relief, he felt his spirits lift. Chapter 5. The humans hiding inside the supermarket. Is this the place? After navigating through the chaotic streets and the wandering hordes of zombies, Zhang Nian finally arrived at the supermarket's entrance. He pushed against the door, only to find it immovable, blocked. It seemed the entrance was securely barricaded from within, impenetrable to ordinary zombies unless they launched a coordinated assault. Outside, several grotesque zombies prowled, emitting chilling growls as they sought human flesh. Upon glimpsing Zhang Nian, they sensed his similarity and, recognizing he was not human, paid him little heed, continuing their aimless wandering. Zhang Nian refrained from releasing his superior zombie aura, instead contemplating quietly near the entrance. Although the supermarket doors were tightly sealed, a few tiny gaps allowed for observation of the outside world, likely utilized by the humans within to monitor the situation. To prevent the occupants from spotting the surrounding zombies and refusing him entry. He knew he must first assert his control over them. Otherwise, the humans would not be fooled, noticing that the zombies were not attacking him. Submit. All of you, disperse and leave me be. Go entertain yourselves elsewhere. And do not interfere with my plans. Zhang Yin harnessed his newly acquired abilities as a superior zombie to command the surrounding undead to vacate the area, ensuring his strategy was foolproof. He then assumed the guise of a survivor, knocking on the door and calling out, "Is anyone there? Please, open the door, I'm not infected. I'm starving." His pitiful cries soon reached the ears of those inside, who were hesitant and unsure of how to respond. "Someone outside seems to be in distress. Should we let them in?" One voice suggested. "Indeed, I heard it too. Should we open the door? What if they're infected? Who will ensure our safety then? We could all perish." A woman retorted fiercely, adamant that they should not open the door under the current circumstances. "How can you lack compassion? Didn't the teachers at school teach you anything? We're all stuck here. One more person means one more ally." Others in the crowd chimed in, unwilling to back down. "I asked that person your father or mother? Why are you so eager to let them in?" The woman's venomous voice resurfaced. "How dare you speak to me like that? Do you want to fight? How did your teachers raise you? Bullying a woman? Have you no shame?" As tensions escalated, it seemed a confrontation was imminent. Concerned that their argument might attract the zombies, someone intervened. "Enough. Let us not create a ruckus. What if we draw the undead here?" Reluctantly, the two combatants fell silent, realizing the gravity of the situation. "Now that we've calmed down, I propose unity in this critical moment. We must support one another to survive. I believe the military will come to our aid. They won't abandon us. Let us wait a bit and see if the person outside has been infected." "Let us all remain calm," suggested a robust man, attempting to quell the discord. "With zombies lurking outside, we cannot afford to take chances. More people means more strength." After a brief pause, a pair of eyes peeked through a small gap in the supermarket, observing Zhang Yin's surroundings. Noting that no zombies were paying attention and that Zhang Yin appeared uninfected, the door was finally opened from within. "Quick, come in." Zhang Yin felt a wave of excitement wash over him. At last, he could enter. Had he not been a zombie, he might have met a dire fate waiting outside. As he stepped inside, the sturdy man who had opened the door swiftly closed it behind him and secured it with heavy objects. "I truly appreciate your kindness. There are still good people in this world," Zhang Yin remarked, approaching the group within. However, the crowd recoiled in fear as he approached. "Stop, don't come any closer. Are you certain you aren't infected? Keep your distance." Realizing he had been mistaken for an elderly human, the woman's scornful voice rang out again. "What are you doing here? Haven't you lived long enough?" The sturdy man reassured the crowd. "Everyone, let us not be so hostile. Just take a moment to breathe. The old man has waited outside for quite some time. If he were infected, he would have turned by now. Do you see him resembling a zombie?" Zhang Yin's heart raced. Would they truly discover his secret? He shot a warning glance at the man, thinking, "You better not expose me, or I'll be the first to eliminate you." Fortunately, the others merely cast a cursory glance at him. Failing to scrutinize closely, the sturdy man, oblivious to Zhang Yin's anxious demeanor, continued, "There's plenty of food inside. Let us be respectful and united. Elder, are you hungry? Food is over there. Help yourself." Thank you, young man," Zhang Yin replied, moving towards the indicated direction while subtly surveying for potential escape routes. He had no intention of eating. As a zombie, human food held no allure for him. Instead, humans were his true delicacy. Once he confirmed that everyone was within the supermarket, he settled into a corner, awaiting nightfall to transform them all into his evolution points. This plan was undoubtedly a lucrative endeavor. Moreover, that woman who just now not only dared to prevent my entrance, but also spoke to me in such a manner. Tonight, she shall come to understand the depths of her cruelty. As for the man who had opened the door for me earlier, though he spoke rather excessively, I shall allow him to depart in peace." Zhang Yin pondered within. The apocalypse has only just begun, and humanity has yet to reveal its more brutal and selfish nature. Order is just beginning to unravel, and the inhabitants here cling to the fantasy of a military rescue, hoping for the restoration of the world's order. Alas, such a notion is utterly impossible. Given the current capabilities of humanity, surviving this calamity will be exceedingly difficult. They remain unaware that zombies can indeed evolve. Furthermore, there exists a zombie like me, endowed with a system, rendering humanity devoid of any chance of victory. The best possible outcome would simply be to maintain a territory and propagate. However, this outcome does not account for my presence. Now that I have emerged among the zombies, the fate of humanity remains uncertain. Just like the robust man who had opened the door for me, individuals with such kindness will inevitably vanish as the apocalypse endures. Such honest souls, if they do not adapt, will succumb to what is colloquially termed as blackening, and they will hardly survive in the future world of despair. Chapter 6. Indulge in the feast soon. Nightfall gradually descended, unveiling a tapestry of stars and a bright moon. The resplendent moon hung in the sky like a solitary vessel adrift upon an endless ocean. Linjiang City was soon enveloped in darkness. Due to the sun's bizarre crimson eruption, the world plunged into darkness, with power outages and the absence of mobile signals striking humanity a severe blow, compounded by the rise of various mutated species. The entire Linjiang City, devoid of electricity, became exceptionally dark at night, aptly described as a realm where one could not see one's hand in front of one's face. The eerie night, accompanied by the chilling howls of zombies from outside, was enough to send shivers down one's spine. However, for the moment, safety prevailed within the supermarket. As for why, it was merely temporary safety. Despite the supermarket still brimming with food, the relentless evolution and strengthening of the zombies outside would eventually breach this sanctuary. By nightfall, only candles could be lit, but thankfully, being a supermarket, candles were plentiful, alleviating concerns about illumination. As for Zhang Nian, being a zombie, I could see clearly regardless of whether candles were lit. This darkness posed no challenge to me, as long as I did not become overly excited and allow the red glow in my eyes to show. Everyone had dined within the supermarket, and the food supply remained ample. Observing Zhang Nian's calm demeanor, devoid of fear, the group began to engage in conversation. "Greetings, everyone. My name is Luo Zhong. You may call me Brother Luo," began the robust man who had initially opened the door for me. "Hello, I am passerby A. Hello, I am passerby C. After everyone introduced themselves, discussions commenced regarding the current state of the world. I truly do not understand the nature of this calamity. At home, it is just my father, unsure if we have any food left." A man clad in black voiced his concerns. "What on earth is happening? Why have so many monsters suddenly appeared? Do you think that the sun has mutated? The sun mutated? Then why are we unharmed? Because I consumed a golden crystal. What nonsense is that? This person is delusional. Ignore him." The survivors within whispered in hushed tones, none comprehending why the world had so suddenly transformed. Just then, a gentle knocking resonated from outside the supermarket. As someone sought entry, although the knocking was faint, everyone inside clearly heard it. The soft knocking continued, accompanied by a man's voice. "Is anyone there? Please, open the door. I wish to come in and find some food. I have money. I can pay you." This man was one of the survivors who had been hiding in his car, too frightened to make a sound. By nightfall, his hunger had become unbearable, prompting him to stealthily approach the nearby supermarket to seek sustenance. Upon reaching the entrance, he discovered the door was barricaded, concluding that survivors must be inside. Zhang Nian glanced at the map and noticed that zombies had already detected the presence of this human and were approaching. Zhang Nian swiftly commanded the zombies to disperse. It was not out of a sudden moral awakening. Rather, these zombies represented potential evolution points. If those zombies were allowed to approach, how could I evolve? Additionally, the humans within the supermarket were merely ordinary individuals, incapable of sensing my commanding presence over the zombies. Another one. Should we still open the door? Perhaps we should refrain. It is late at night. What if zombies burst in? If he is able to knock at the door, the area should be relatively safe, right? As the group debated whether to open the door, Zhang Nian simply walked over and opened it, letting the man inside before promptly shutting the door to prevent anyone from escaping. "Thank you. I am not infected. Please rest assured I am merely famished." The man expressed his gratitude to Zhang Nian while scanning for food with his eyes. Is this old man not in his right mind? What if he attracts the zombies? "Hey, are you even listening to me? You old fool." It was the same woman who had earlier opposed my entrance. Hurling insults, Zhang Nian chose to ignore her. After all, she would undoubtedly not survive the night. After a while, a young man approached to engage in conversation. During the introductions, he seemed quite talkative, appearing to be in his early 20s. This young man leaned in, displaying considerably more politeness than the earlier woman, firing off a barrage of questions like a machine gun. "Sir, how did you manage to navigate through the horde of zombies outside? What is the situation out there? Did you hear any news about the military before arriving?" At this moment, Zhang Nian was calculating the time. noting that someone dared to come closer to him. Since he wished to embark on this journey sooner, I would oblige. However, before taking action, I would play the part of a good person and answer his questions, especially given his respectful demeanor. Well, I simply walked over. Zombies do not bite me. It is not safe outside, so do not venture out. Zhang Yin spoke the truth. After all, I was a zombie, and a superior one at that. Ordinary zombies would not dare confront me. Indeed, the outside was unsafe, but the greatest danger was not out there. As for the military, even if they existed, you likely would not encounter them. At this moment, Zhang Yin no longer concealed his true nature, revealing a voice that was grating and a pair of crimson eyes. Sir, what jest is this? And what is wrong with your voice? Have you something lodged in your throat? The young man who had approached Zhang Yin felt a chill run down his spine. Gradually realizing something was amiss, help! Just as he thought to scream, Zhang Yin had already revealed his claws and urged him to silence. Since the time for action had come, I needed to swiftly seek another target. As Zhang Yin struck with haste, the crowd within the supermarket quickly sensed the disturbance. Ah, a zombie. There is a zombie. That old man is a zombie. Run, flee. As Zhang Yin's identity as a zombie was unveiled, chaos erupted within the supermarket, and the terrified crowd scattered in all directions. Quick, escape. A zombie has infiltrated. What the hell? That old man is a zombie. You fools. I told you not to open the door. Ah, no, do not bite me. The besieged crowd began to frantically plead for help, but at that moment, everyone was merely a clay Buddha crossing a river, struggling to save themselves. Zhang Yin swiftly began to infect, commanding the newly transformed zombies to block all exits and prevent anyone from escaping. Everyone, do not panic. Let us confront this zombie together. Some attempted to resist, brandishing weapons as they charged at Zhang Yin. However, Zhang Yin was now an evolved zombie. How could he be vanquished by these ordinary humans? The banquet belonging to Zhang Yin had commenced, and this wave of evolution points would undoubtedly surge. Why is this happening? A zombie. He is actually a zombie. The man who called himself Brother Luo could not comprehend until his dying breath that Zhang Yin was, in fact, a zombie. I promise to let you depart peacefully. Remember this in your next life. Do not speak so much, Zhang Yin remarked, before exerting force to transform him into evolution points. Why is there a zombie in the supermarket? Damn it, had I known, I would not have entered. The man who had just entered had barely escaped one danger only to fall into another. Fortunately, he had enjoyed a hearty meal before departing and would not be hungry on his journey ahead. Observing the chaos within the supermarket, it was evident that the turmoil had nearly subsided. Those who had been conversing moments ago had all been assimilated into zombies, rising to wander aimlessly within the supermarket. Zhang Yin's gaze fixated on the crowd of newly transformed zombies, quickly spotting the woman who had initially obstructed his entrance, now transformed into one of them. She had been under the watchful gaze of Zhang Yin, and it seemed to make her somewhat uneasy. Her body conveyed a sense of fear, rooted in place, too frightened to move. After all, Zhang Yin was, indeed, a class-level zombie. Transformed into a zombie? How fortunate for you. Otherwise, if you fell into my hands. The fact that Zhang Yin had already turned into a zombie rendered any trouble he might have caused her unnecessary. Once he evolved into the strongest zombie king, all these zombies would serve as his minions. Wow, the host has quite the ambitious outlook. It is indeed essential. Roar. After completing all that in the supermarket, Zhang Yin let out an exhilarating roar exclusive to zombies. The air thick with the scent of blood. Ding. Host's evolution value is now full. Zhang Yin looked on, finally feeling that his evolution was sufficient, as the system chimed in with a notification. Hearing the system's alert, a wicked smile spread across Zhang Yin's face as he murmured, "Excellent, it is once again time for an upgrade. All content is purely fictional. Dear readers, please do not take it seriously." Chapter 7. An evolution value delivered to my door. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your level has risen to a second-tier zombie, gaining a new skill. Skin hardening, upon use, significantly enhances bodily defense. The reconnaissance range around the map has increased to 1 kilometer. Evolution value 0-200. After advancing to the second tier, his physique became even more vibrant and robust, to the extent that one would hardly recognize him as a zombie unless they looked closely. Of course, ordinary humans could not discern his true nature. Only those who had awakened as class-level awakeners or possessed special abilities could sense that Zhang Yin was a zombie through his aura. Even if the power disparity was vast, the weaker party could still detect the presence of a stronger one, though they would not be able to gauge the latter's level, except, of course, for zombies skilled in disguise. System, how much evolution value do I gain from infecting ordinary humans? Zhang Yin pondered and inquired within his mind. Ordinary humans now provide only 0.1 evolution value, devouring first-tier beings grants 50 points, while second-tier creature cores yield 100 points. Hold on, there seems to be a flaw. I suddenly realized something. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Zhang Yin became aware of another issue. Please, host, speak your mind. Zhang Yin posed his freshly conceived question. Didn't you mention before that zombies and mutated beasts could naturally evolve? So why haven't I? Those evolution values of yours, of course, were consumed by me to replenish my own body. The system's teasing voice echoed back. What nonsense, you're replenishing your own body with my evolution values. Zhang Yin silently shouted in his mind. Host, you foolish creature, did you truly believe that? Do you think your skills come from thin air? You haven't completed a single task, and I'm supposed to just grant you power? You want the system to run without any effort, yet expect it to work without compensation. Wait a moment. You never mentioned there were tasks. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Zhang Yin immediately inquired. Well, I might have forgotten to send you tasks. Do you believe that? The system's voice sounded somewhat weak. Damn you. This system is truly a scam. Zhang Yin found himself utterly speechless. He had never encountered such an unreliable system before. Hey, how can that be my fault? You could have asked, couldn't you? It's not my fault, humph. All right, the task is coming right up. As compensation, completing this task will earn you an additional reward. That should suffice, right? TCH, that's more like it. Upon hearing about the extra reward, Zhang Yin ceased his pursuit of the system. Ding, main system task released. Destroy a survivor base 01 and transform it into a paradise for zombies. A main task? There wouldn't be side tasks as well, would there? It felt somewhat like a game. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. A week had passed since the apocalypse began, and the humans hiding in their homes had nearly exhausted their food supplies. They had to venture outside to search for resources. He no longer needed to search himself. He could simply lie in wait at the supermarket, and the survivor teams seeking food would deliver themselves right to him. However, the evolution value provided by ordinary humans was far too meager. At present, his evolution value stood at merely 3.6200, which felt exceedingly slow. He needed to devise a plan, as the system had indicated that humans were now beginning to establish survivor bases. With this in mind, he rummaged through the supermarket and found a broadcasting system. Crackling. Zhang Yin fiddled with the supermarket's broadcasting equipment. This is the newly established survivor base in the outskirts of Linjiang City. Under our formidable military strength, all zombies in this area have been completely exterminated. We have successfully constructed a survivor base here. Survivors from Linjiang City, please gather here. Zombies dare not approach this place. As we possess overwhelming military power, your safety will be thoroughly ensured here. Do not fear zombies or mutated beasts. We are fully capable of protecting the populace. What are you waiting for? The Linjiang survivor base is your trustworthy sanctuary. Upon hearing this announcement, Zhang Yin realized that his evolution value and task rewards had just arrived, and they had even revealed their location. He opened the map to check the approximate location of the base. But for safety's sake, he decided it would be best to disguise himself and scout out their firepower, to ascertain the validity of the claims made in the broadcast. Without delay, he needed to set off. A survivor base? There should be quite a few humans inside, right? Zhang Yin mused inwardly. Just as he prepared to take action, he heard sounds from outside. It seemed another meal was being delivered to his doorstep. In recent days, he had dealt with numerous survivor teams seeking food, all of whom were mere ordinary humans, hardly his match. Even with the evolution value being scant, it still counted as evolution value. A strange smile crept across Zhang Yin's lips. Outside the supermarket, another survivor team had arrived. Teacher Li died. Are we really going in? I feel like something is off inside. What if there are zombies in there? Why don't we just skip it and join the nearby survivor base instead? I've heard they are assisting survivors, and their leader has awakened mysterious powers. One bespectacled man, clutching a baseball bat, spoke fearfully. Yes, wouldn't he going to the survivor base be safer than returning to the academy? Why should we care about the survival of others in the academy? Besides, The principal is no saint. He has previously cut our wages, and now he hypocritically commands us to go out and gather supplies as he sits comfortably, reaping the benefits. The other 5 individuals echoed his sentiments, making a total of 7, 2 women and 5 men. Since that's the case, we want to go back. The food in the academy will only dwindle, and it's not very safe there either. But even if we do go to the survivor base, we still need to fill our stomachs first. We can't just come here empty-handed, can we? I've been starving for days. That old principal has hidden the food so well that during meal times, we only get biscuits. I even caught a glimpse of him sneaking meat jerky in his office. Besides, we have weapons. Why should we fear zombies? Didn't I just take care of a few of them? If there are zombies inside, leave them to me. I can take one down with a single swing. The one speaking was a physical education teacher named Li Liang'an, who waved the baseball bat in his hand to bolster his own bravado. He thought to himself that such a heroic display would surely earn him the admiration of the music teacher, whom he had brought along specifically for this purpose. He envisioned her witnessing the cruelty of the apocalypse and seeking his protection, which would allow him to play cards with her later. The more he thought about the music teacher's beautiful face, the more excited he became. Even if she disagreed, he could always resort to force. With the apocalypse having erupted for over a week, human nature had begun to warp. Stop hesitating. My stomach feels like it's about to collapse. Let us move quickly, Li Liang'an urged the group toward the supermarket. Having not eaten a proper meal in days. Well, all right, let us hurry. I have a feeling this place isn't very safe. Lean, monkey-like man in the group spoke up. We'll grab the supplies and leave. We should encounter no danger. Yes, I've also gone days without a proper meal. The consensus among the group was nearly reached. Just as they were about to enter, the music teacher's trembling voice broke the silence. Teacher Li, what is that glowing red thing behind you? Note: all content is purely fictional. Dear readers, please do not believe it. Chapter 8. First Tier Awakeners. The physical education teacher, hearing this voice, reacted swiftly, spotting a zombie rushing towards him at high speed. There was no time to evade. He swung the baseball bat directly at Zhang Yan's head. You damned fool. Another one attempting to strike my brilliantly intelligent head. I am the most cunning zombie in this vicinity. Do you even comprehend the value of that title? Zhang Yan cast an infuriated glance at the individual, whose head had only recently recovered, and who now sought to attack him. Step aside for now. I shall deal with you shortly. With a swift motion, he inflicted a deep gash upon the arm of the human wielding a baseball bat. Crimson blood gushing forth from the wound, causing the bat to slip from his grasp. Hist! Zhang Yan's claw had severely injured his arm, and with a powerful kick, he sent him crashing against the wall. Intending to address him later, Teacher Li, how are you? Are you all right? The remaining teachers, witnessing the dire condition of their physical education instructor, turned pale with dread. They did not flee, not out of loyalty, but because Zhang Yan had just commanded the zombies to encircle them. He advanced slowly, intending to toy with their fraying mental fortitude. Each step he took eroding their psychological defenses. One of the teachers, upon seeing the approaching zombie, collapsed in terror, a pool of foul-smelling yellow liquid seeping from between his legs. Observing their comical plight only fueled Zhang Yan's desire to laugh, eliciting a series of low growls. Akin to that of the undead. It was at this moment that Zhang Yan sensed an energy fluctuation emanating from a first-tier being behind him. Is that the aura of a first-tier creature? Turning around, he discovered that Li Liang'an's arm had nearly healed, the wound closing up rapidly, and the energy emanating from him confirmed he was indeed a first-tier entity. Not only had Li Liang'an survived, but he had also transcended his physical limits to successfully advance. Awash with newfound strength, he marveled at the sudden transformation of his body. Is this such formidable power? Am I truly awakening like the heroes in the movies? Li Liang'an was a strength-type first-tier awakener, though the apocalyptic chaos was still unfamiliar to him. Nevertheless, the sensation of power surging within him was exhilarating. Monsters, the tables have turned. Prepare to meet your demise. Li Liang'an could distinctly feel the energy from the first-tier crystal core within him. It was akin to a cinematic awakening. After boldly declaring his intent to seek vengeance against Zhang Yan, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Wait, something feels strange. Having awakened, Li Liang'an was now attuned to the fluctuations of energy. He sensed that the zombie before him exuded a power that seemed to surpass his own. It was as if in a game, where the zombie's level was undeniably higher than his own. Damn it, I've bluffed my way into realizing I can't win. I must flee, though it felt embarrassing. If he did not escape, his life would surely end here. As for the teachers who had accompanied him, they were ensnared by a zombie far stronger than himself, and their chances of survival were slim. Li Liang'an's mind raced. He had just ascended to a formidable force in this new world and yearned for a life above all others. He couldn't afford to perish here, not when he could avoid a confrontation with this zombie. I'll take my leave without disturbing you, he thought, ready to make his exit, unwilling to engage in prolonged conflict with Zhang Nian. Zhang Nian, however, sensed Li Liang'an's intention and had no intention of allowing him to escape. I never said you could leave. Observing the newly awakened first-tier human attempting to flee, Zhang Nian saw a golden opportunity for experience points and swiftly obstructed Li Liang'an's path, in no matter which direction he attempted to evade towards. Zhang Nian was always there to block him. After all, he was a second-tier entity, possessing superior physique, strength, speed, defense, and perception. Damn it, my hunch was correct. This zombie is indeed far more powerful than me. It seems I must fight today. If that were the case, he would test the newfound strength he had just acquired. Realizing he could not escape, Li Liang'an activated his awakening skill, Power Enhancement, a rather ordinary ability. Oh? Is this what comes with advancement? What a pleasant surprise. The evolution points provided by a first-tier awakener are not something an ordinary human can compare to. Then let me entertain you for a while. Surround the remaining humans. Do not let them escape, lest you lose all meaning of existence. Zhang Nian looked at the newly ascended Li Liang'an with excitement. First-tier awakeners possessed crystal cores within them. Roar! The surrounding ordinary zombies trembled in fear, responding with their own growls, intimidated by the aura of a second-tier zombie. Power Enhancement, Sky-Breaking Fist. Li Liang'an roared as he charged forward, intent on vanquishing Zhang Nian. He concentrated all his strength into a single punch, propelling it towards Zhang Nian. Observing Li Liang'an's clumsy attack, Zhang Nian felt a twinge of disdain. How foolish to challenge a second-tier being so soon after ascending, especially while still in a weakened state. Such recklessness was akin to courting death. Li Liang'an undoubtedly possessed talent, or he wouldn't have broken through his physical limits, but he lacked combat experience. Come on, die! Zhang Nian swiftly unleashed his claws, aiming for Li Liang'an's recently healed arm. Ah! Li Liang'an let out a soul-wrenching scream as his arm, which had only just mended, was brutally injured once more, rendering it temporarily immobile. You roared so loudly. I thought you were formidable. Is this all you are capable of? Zhang Nian approached him, disappointment etched on his face. Heh, zombie, you fell for it. Take this. Seizing the moment, Li Liang'an, emboldened by the taunts, unleashed another skill with his free hand, channeling all his strength into a punch aimed at Zhang Nian. Releasing a cloud of smoke, is it over? Did he perish? Li Liang'an gazed into the smoke, a flicker of hope igniting within him. If he could eliminate this zombie, he would retain his status as an awakener and wield such immense power. What could possibly stop him? Just as he began to fantasize, suddenly, a claw shot forth from the smoke, directly targeting him. You thought you could be strong. Even given the opportunity, you were useless. Now it is my turn. With that, Zhang Nian stepped forward, extracting the newly formed crystal core from within Li Liang'an's body. Li Liang'an screamed in agony as the intense pain surged through him. The extraction of the crystal core silenced his cries abruptly. So this is a crystal core. So it looks like this. Quite beautiful indeed. Zhang Nian examined the pearlescent white crystal core, no larger than a fingernail. Feeling the energy contained within, he had intended to test his skill. Skin hardened, to assess the extent of his defensive capabilities, deliberately exposing a weakness to lure Li Liang'an into a false sense of security. After activating the skill, Zhang Nian discovered that Li Liang'an's charged punch had barely inflicted any damage upon him, indicating a significant increase in his defense post-activation. After extracting the crystal core, the newly ascended Li Liang'an was left incapacitated, robbed of any chance to engage in a game of poker with the music teacher he had longed to see. Zhang Nian swallowed the crystal core, watching as his evolution points surged by 50. His total evolution points now stood at 58.6200. Delightful. This is absolutely exhilarating. Defeating a first-tier awakener yields more evolution points than lounging around for days on end. Imagine if more of them were to come my way? Zhang Nian's eyes sparkled as he glanced at the remaining 6 humans, akin to treasures filled with evolution points. Hey, any of you want to ascend? Hurry up, move it. Time waits for no one. What if you awaken and end up turning the tables on me? The onlookers, terrified at the sight of the talking zombie approaching them and witnessing the extraction of Teacher Li's crystal core, were paralyzed with fear, scarcely daring to breathe. Moments earlier, they had thought hope was restored upon witnessing Teacher Li's burst of power, only to realize he was but a silver-haired, waxen figure, impressive in appearance yet utterly ineffective. I don't want to die. No, please don't kill me. I haven't bathed in days. The foul-smelling yellow liquid trickling down their legs underscored the collapse of their mental defenses. Why had no one chosen to ascend? Might it require them to be injured first? Yes, that must be it. My clever mind has deduced this. I'm now among the most astute of the zombie clan. Zhang Yin, seeing their silence, recalled the method he had just conceived. He began to inflict minor wounds upon their hands, testing whether he could spark another awakening, as it had seemed to work with the previous human. Don't come any closer. After a while, aside from two still moaning in pain, the others had succumbed to unconsciousness. Zhang Yin felt a twinge of disappointment. Useless, every last one of you. Not a single one capable of ascending. Alas, I had anticipated a grand spectacle. It appears my method is infallible. The fault lies with these humans, utterly lacking in potential. Zhang Yin stubbornly refused to acknowledge that his method might be flawed, still clinging to the belief that these humans were simply incapable of surpassing their limits. Truly, some souls were destined to remain nameless extras, forever deprived of the opportunity to break free from the shackles of life. All the rewards have been bestowed upon you, yet look at your pitiful accomplishments. With so few humans, how can you ever hope to grow strong alongside me? With a wave of his hand towards the zombies behind, they would naturally understand his intent. The surrounding zombies had long been envious. But faced with the aura of the second-tier zombies, they dared not move, waiting respectfully for Zhang Yin to issue his commands. However, they were oblivious to Zhang Yin's words. With a single command from Zhang Yin, they became agitated, their twisted forms advancing toward the remaining humans, quickly pouncing upon them. Ding! Side quest activated. Clear Linjiang Academy, reward. 100 evolution points. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Zhang Yin's mind. Orange Cat's warm reminder. The content of this book is entirely fictional. Please do not take it seriously. Chapter 9. Enlisting the Left and Right Guardians. The ability to trigger a side quest was not in vain. Their demise had not been for naught, as it had at least provided some value. Opening the map, he quickly located Linjiang Academy. Confirming its position, he commanded the zombies to march in that direction. Now that he had ascended to a second-tier zombie, he could command a significantly greater number of zombies, capable of leading over 100 ordinary zombies. A formidable horde of zombies set forth down the street towards the academy. Resembling an entire battalion from afar, Zhang Yin led the way, colliding with nearly abandoned cars and tearing off a door, subsequently snapping off a branch from a nearby tree. Using the car door as a shield in front of him, he brandished the branch wildly, providing his own sound effects. Swish, swish, swish. Surely, this ensemble is utterly cool, right? Only the 5-star faux generals of the Bai Gui Yuan could rival me. After just a few steps, he pondered. It was only fair to acknowledge that he was now a second-tier zombie, even if there was a 5-tier gap between him and the 7th-tier zombie king. However, a 7th-tier zombie king zombie, and a 2nd-tier zombie also zombie. Thus, it could be concluded that he was equivalent to a zombie king. Zhang Yin's mind raced, attempting to deceive himself, if he was now essentially akin to a zombie king. It was quite reasonable for him to seek a mode of transportation. Let me find something. Zhang Yin opened the map and was momentarily dazzled. He led his horde to a furniture store, where the zombies inside, having sensed the presence of a 2nd-tier zombie, cowered in the corners, trembling in fear. Yes, this is perfect. Let me select my esteemed chariot, one that befits my 2nd-tier zombie status. Stopping at the entrance of the shop, he began to peruse. This wooden piece is far too rigid. No good. This one is soft, but far too unsightly. Also no good. This one has an indescribable vibe, but it simply does not match my temperament. This one has no flaws, but it is a bit small. Still not suitable. After much deliberation, he finally found something to his satisfaction. A vintage European-style white sofa, quite nice to sit upon, and it would suffice as his chariot. You too, come here. Yes, you too. You are fortunate. I shall appoint you as my left and right guardians. From now on, you shall enjoy the finest luxuries alongside me. Do you understand? Zhang Yin coaxed the two zombies like an eldritch charlatan. The two zombies, with their vacant stares, nodded thoughtfully, unaware that they were destined to become the pillars of a burgeoning empire in the near future. He called over another zombie to use as a step stool, climbing atop it as the newly appointed guardians lifted him up, elevating his stature. Ha ha ha, now we are truly rising in prestige. Onward to Linjiang Academy. Zhang Yin waved the branch forward to direct the march. Having discarded the car door back in the furniture store, the branch was far more effective. The horde moved forward, though somewhat disorganized. They exuded a palpable sense of intimidation, particularly the zombies seated upon the sofa. There was no fear of beheading. The apocalypse had only just begun, and humanity could not possibly react so swiftly. They were likely still reeling from the onset of this sudden calamity. The transformation of humans into zombies was entirely random. Being a soldier did not exempt one from this fate. The human authorities were probably at a loss, scrambling to consolidate their forces. In such a small city, there would be no rescue forthcoming in the short term. Furthermore, as a second-tier zombie, his reaction speed had significantly improved, allowing him to evade any genuine threats. The horde soon arrived at the academy's entrance, effortlessly tearing down the gate. Within the academy's open grounds, there were few wandering zombies left, as most had already been eliminated. Zhang Yin dismounted from the sofa and consulted the map to locate where the remaining humans were hiding. Thanks to the upgraded map, the locations of hiding humans were clearly visible. Since the task was to clear Linjiang Academy, he needed to eliminate the scattered students first. Entering the dormitory building, he broke down the door, revealing students who had already transformed into zombies scattered throughout. Approaching the indicated dormitory, he smashed open the door, and the emaciated students, famished and weak, could muster little resistance against the encroaching zombies. The guardians swiftly infected them, offering them a release from their hunger-induced suffering. Continuing to the other dormitories, he opened doors one after another. The reason he had chosen these two as his guardians was that he sensed they were on the cusp of advancing. They would soon become his elite guards. The students inside were left to the guardians, and with each dorm he entered, the students emitted cries of despair. After considerable time had passed, the guardians were finally ready to ascend. They stepped into the open space in front of the dormitory building and began their transformation simultaneously. Roar. Feeling their bodies grow stronger, they eventually let out a roar, their bodies resonating with the energy of the first tier. Though their ascension was not yet complete. System, why does it take them so long to advance while the previous first-tier human ascended so quickly? Filled with questions, he inquired of the system. Because they naturally ascend once they reach the required evolution value. Whereas the previous human broke through their limits only when faced with life-threatening circumstances, if you had not eliminated him, his path to advancement would have been significantly more arduous. He might have forever remained at the first tier, and even then, not be particularly powerful. Of course, there are some exceptionally gifted individuals. For those rare talents, breaking through life-threatening limits has an impact, but it is not overly significant. Moreover, the rarer the skills and abilities, the more they indicate a strong talent, making it easier for them to ascend in critical moments. The system explained. Then why can I ascend directly? Am I weak, and is my path to advancement difficult? Difficult? Not at all, and you are certainly not weak. The reason you can ascend directly is that this system is assisting you. As long as your evolution value is full, you can ascend immediately without the need for accumulation. However, for other beings, the time required to advance from a lower tier increases as they progress to higher tiers. Additionally, they must enter seclusion before ascending, and there is no guarantee of a 100% success rate, with a possibility of failure. Listening to the system, Zhang Yin suddenly felt enlightened. Roar. After a chorus of zombie roars, the two finally succeeded in their ascension simultaneously, both emerging as ability zombies. As were awakened earth-based abilities, while AU manifested fire-based powers. Thank you, great and noble king, for granting us new life. We shall follow in your footsteps, offering our utmost loyalty. They simultaneously half-kneeled, expressing their gratitude. Ding! Congratulations, host, for recruiting subordinates, achieving 100 loyalty from the left and right guardians. Ding! Congratulations, host, for your first successful recruitment of 2 subordinates, earning the skill Frenzy. Frenzy. Upon use, all physical attributes double for 1 hour. But in the hour following its expiration, all physical metrics will be halved. Hearing the system's notifications, he realized he now had 2 loyal subordinates. As for the other zombies, there were no notifications of enhancement, likely because they had all been controlled by his second-tier aura. Nevertheless, having recruited 2 devoted subordinates and obtained a new skill was an enormous windfall. Chapter 10. Inspecting the body. In light of this, I shall bestow upon you names. You shall henceforth be known as a Yu, and you shall be a Zhua. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Nian pointed at the zombie standing to his right, then turned to the one on his left. We are eternally grateful to the great king for granting us names. They replied earnestly, believing their leader must see them as his right and left arms. Observing them address him in this manner, Zhang Nian gradually lost himself in the title of king, his spirits soaring. Having secured 2 loyal subordinates and gained a new skill, he felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Once the students trapped within the dormitory building were resolved, only the several hundred individuals hiding in the cafeteria remained. Without delay, the group hastened towards the cafeteria. Inside, a few security guards, having been bribed by the dean, were maintaining order, while a balding dean, feigning sincerity, delivered a speech to the students. The reason these guards were easily swayed was that they were distant relatives of the dean. Although they were merely security personnel, their salaries were anything but meager. Regrettably, he announced, 7 teachers had ventured out to procure supplies for everyone but had yet to return, if I am not mistaken. It is likely that the teachers have met with misfortune. Our food supplies are dwindling. In an effort to conserve rations, I must reduce everyone's food allowance. To ensure our survival until the army arrives. We will now only be able to have 1 meal a day. Furthermore, to prevent the complete depletion of our provisions, I am reluctantly organizing expeditions for food. Do not fret. Participation will be voluntary. Any student willing to venture out in search of food will keep 30%. No, 30% of what they bring back will be theirs. The remaining 70% will be distributed among everyone. Additionally, those who set out to find food will each receive 3 sausages and 2 biscuits before departure. So, who among you is willing to volunteer? The more who join, the more food we can gather. As these words echoed, the dean stood on the platform, listening to the murmurs of the students. Venture outside. The world beyond is teeming with zombies. Seeking food is akin to courting death. Even the teachers have not returned. Whoever wishes to go may do so. I certainly will not. Will the army truly come to our rescue? I am so frightened. I miss my mother. Yet, the prospect of receiving 3 sausages and biscuits is tempting. I am so hungry. Why must we risk our lives only to keep a mere 30% of the food we find? Could we not simply eat our fill and return? All right, everyone, take your time to discuss. While I check on our remaining supplies, the dean, while instructing the guards to maintain order, glanced over at a group of attractive female students. It had been quite an eventful few days, and they were all remarkably appealing. Spotting a particularly lovely girl, he called out, "You there, the young lady with the fair complexion, come here. You appear unwell. Allow me to check if you are ill." The girl, namely Xiaohan, was indeed quite beautiful and regarded as the class flower. She felt a flicker of happiness, for this was not the first time the dean had summoned a female student for a checkup. Previously, she had witnessed those called in by him returning with satisfied expressions. Their faces flushed and remnants of milk on their lips, some even sneaking out sausages. She had pondered sneaking into the cafeteria office herself, but the dean always locked the door upon exiting, with guards watching closely, making it impossible for her to enter. Now that she had been called, she hurriedly followed him inside the office. Once inside, the balding dean promptly locked the door behind them, then approached the somewhat bashful Li Xiaohan, placing a hand on her shoulder and guiding her to sit. "Now, dear student, sit, relax, and allow me to check your clothing and ensure your health, Dean. I am quite healthy." "I am not unwell," Li Xiaohan replied nervously. "Let me examine you thoroughly. How else can we ascertain your health? Do not resist. Serve me well, and after we finish, I shall reward you with instant noodles. And if you behave, there may be sausages as well." The dean's predatory nature surfaced entirely as he spoke, his hands exploring the young girl's form. Initially inclined to resist, the thought of food dulled her protests. Chapter 11. The intrusion. Half an hour later, the ordeal in the office concluded. Satisfied with Li Xiaohan's compliance, the dean adjusted his trousers and opened a safe filled with delectable treats. all his hidden treasures. Excellent. Rest assured, you will receive an additional reward. He handed her a bag of instant noodles and 2 sausages before hastily locking the safe again. To avoid detection, he instructed her to consume the food inside and not to make any noise upon her exit. At that moment, Li Xiaohan lay on the office desk, tears streaming from her eyes, her body aching. She had partaken of the drink the dean had provided. Now she comprehended why those girls emerged with rosy cheeks. She looked at her food with newfound appreciation, realizing it was a price paid with her body. She devoured the instant noodles, not even sparing the crumbs that fell to the floor. After satisfying her hunger, she followed the dean back outside, her cheeks flushed as she slipped into the crowd. Everyone, quiet down. What have you decided? Which brave souls will venture out in search of food? The dean inquired, casting his gaze over the assembly. To his delight, over 40 students stepped forward, their expressions resolute and courageous. Wonderful. What brave warriors we have. These are the role models we must emulate. Let us applaud them. As the dean observed the courageous students, he continued to speak passionately, leading the applause, the others, numbly clapping along. Were relieved not to have to search for food themselves while still reaping the benefits. A few claps were a small price to pay. Yet, anxiety lingered in the air, for no one knew how much food could be secured or how many would return. What if it were their turn next? Come, let us offer our brave heroes a hearty meal to ensure they depart with full stomachs. The dean, beaming with satisfaction, gestured for the guards to bring forth the promised food. At that moment, Zhang Nian had arrived at the cafeteria entrance, having drawn nearly all the zombies from the surrounding area, effectively sealing off the cafeteria. Hearing the applause from within, he wondered what commotion was taking place. Finally, it's all set. Yet, the noise within was lively. What could they be celebrating? I shall trap you like fish in a barrel. With his companions, Azua and Au, and a few remaining small zombies, he approached the barricaded door and unleashed his skill. Open. With a few resounding crashes, Zhang Nian broke down the door, leading the horde of zombies into the cafeteria. What is that commotion? The dean, still preoccupied with handing out food to the brave students, looked up in confusion at the sudden, raucous noise outside. Surely, it could not be the teachers returning with supplies? Yet, that seemed improbable given the vigor with which they were applauding. Roars of the ordinary zombies echoed as they saw so many humans inside, unable to contain their primal hunger. Zombies. The cafeteria's occupants instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. Oh no, zombies are breaking in. Where did all these zombies come from? There's no time. We must flee. Panic erupted within the cafeteria as the dean, realizing the imminent danger, abandoned any thoughts of how the zombies had entered and hastily leapt from the table, intent on retreating to his office for supplies before escaping through the window. Roar, ouch, my old bones. Before the dean could fully descend, a zombie wielding a tree branch tackled him to the ground, snapping the branch in the process. This particular zombie was Zhang Nian, whose choice to target the dean stemmed from the latter's conspicuous position. Help! Help! Security! I'm over here! The dean cried out in terror upon realizing he had been subdued. However, in the current chaos, the guards were preoccupied with their own survival and could not come to his aid. Why are you screaming? You'd be better off dead. Zhang Nian swiftly dispatched the dean, losing his first makeshift weapon in the process. Zombies, all zombies. Everyone has turned into zombies. Please, don't bite me, no. Oh my god. No. Inside, the zombies feasted like ravenous beasts, their roars mingling in a cacophony of ecstatic howls. For them, this was a feast of a lifetime. The din of zombies continued unabated in the cafeteria. Finally escaped. Some clever individuals took advantage of the chaos to slip outside, gazing up at the sky, their breaths coming in ragged gasps. Roar! The zombies lurking outside, upon finally spotting someone emerging from the refuge, were filled with an exhilarating frenzy, swiftly converging into a surrounding mass and lunging towards the solitary figure who had dared to escape. How could there be so many zombies outside? No. After much effort to flee from the cafeteria, encountering an even greater horde of zombies outside plunged him into utter despair. Chapter 12. First level ability user. After a considerable duration, the wails within the cafeteria had finally ceased, leaving behind an overwhelmingly potent stench of blood. Most of the individuals inside had succumbed to infection. Some had been so grievously bitten that they lost their chance to transform into zombies. The heroes, who had just intended to venture out in search of sustenance, were now zombies, still clutching their food, some of them having barely taken a few bites. Beep, congratulations, host, on completing the side mission. You are rewarded with 100 evolution points, the ones you cherish most. The system's voice resonated in his mind. 100 evolution points, you say? What might the reward for the main quest entail? He recalled that the system had mentioned additional rewards for completing the main quest. What could it be? The thought filled him with a flicker of anticipation. Hi. Zhang Nian observed his evolution points, adding those accumulated over the past few days through natural evolution, along with the rewards from the recent side mission. As a second-tier zombie, he had infected 50% of those in the cafeteria, bringing his evolution points to a total of 170,200. Gather. Cease the advance, turn right, and proceed at a run. Hey, those lagging behind, hurry up. Anyone who falls behind will find themselves strung up on the city wall. What are you lot staring at? Move along. Through the map, he noticed a survivor squad consisting of 8 individuals, likely searching for supplies, gradually making their way toward his stronghold, the supermarket. Were they not delivering a meal right to his door? Zhang Nian planned to lead his group in a detour to intercept them. Typically, he wouldn't be so enthusiastic about ordinary survivors, but one of them on the map was a first-level ability user. He was merely 30 points shy of leveling up himself. Just moments ago, he had been pondering where to acquire evolution points, and now they had seemingly presented themselves. He prepared to lead his team in a roundabout way to cut them off. After a series of crackling sounds, a young man's voice filled with envy rang out. Wow, Brother Wang, you are truly amazing. If only I could be that strong. The man referred to as Brother Wang chuckled. His name was Wang Jie, barely in his 20s. The crackling sounds were the manifestations of his unleashed abilities. He had awakened a particularly potent lightning-based power, and should he develop it further, he would undoubtedly become a formidable adversary. When the apocalypse erupted, he had been an unemployed drifter, trapped in his rented room with scant food supplies. After days of starvation, he resolved that rather than perish from hunger, he would charge forth and fight. Thus, he armed himself, wrapping vital parts of his body in thick cloth, secured with adhesive tape to fend off zombie bites, and wielded a bone cleaver, bursting through the door. The zombies in the corridor, hearing the commotion, rushed towards him. Come on, monsters! With a fierce roar, he dispatched one zombie with a single strike, but after days of hunger, his strength was waning. Just then, something extraordinary occurred. Wang Jie suddenly felt an overwhelming surge of energy, transforming him into a first-level ability user. However, at that moment, Wang Jie was unaware of his newfound status. He merely sensed an affinity with the power of lightning. With his newfound abilities, he conjured a whip of lightning and unleashed a series of electrifying strikes upon the zombies. This technique was one he had previously learned from the television, showcased by Master Ma, and he found it quite effective. 1 whip, 2 whips, 3 whips in no time. The corridor was littered with the corpses of zombies, and he could hardly believe it was he who had eliminated them. Feeling the power coursing through him, he was instantly filled with confidence, subsequently rescuing others trapped in the rental units. Having saved dozens, he desired to save even more, not out of altruism, but because his newfound power had ignited a vast ambition within him. He had heard the broadcasts announcing the establishment of survivor bases and contemplated, since he possessed power, why not establish one for himself? To become the leader. As he rescued individuals, their tearful gratitude and reverence only fueled his satisfaction, deepening his admiration for power. Moreover, a few attractive young women cast him flirtatious glances, causing the long single Wang Jie to feel quite restless. There was little he could do but indulge in some escapades with them. He arranged for them all to stay in a relatively safe area. And naturally, Wang Jie emerged as the leader. He then informed them of his plans to seek supplies. The individuals he had rescued had witnessed his prowess in vanquishing zombies, and thus, they harbored no fear of the undead. Eagerly clamoring to accompany him, Wang Jie selected 7 individuals, instructing the others to guard their temporary refuge with the weapons he had procured. The chosen youths felt elated, for accompanying Wang Jie on a supply run promised to satiate their own ravenous hunger. Having gone days without food, after setting out promptly, they chose the nearest supermarket to replenish their supplies. Just as Wang Jie had dispatched the approaching zombies and taken a couple of steps, an unsettling sense of foreboding washed over him. Was it merely a figment of his imagination? He was now a first-level ability user. Had he not effortlessly dispatched the zombies along the way? Surely, it was just his imagination. After becoming a first-level ability user and engaging in previous battles, he had nearly grasped the mechanics of ability levels, though he remained unaware of the distinctions between awakened individuals and ability users. Chapter 13. Crisis? Wang Jie's talent yet, the further he ventured, the more he sensed something amiss, and Wang Jie's sense of crisis intensified. Wait, we cannot proceed any further. Something feels off. We should seek supplies elsewhere. Wang Jie abruptly halted everyone, his tone grave. What's wrong, boss? Why are we stopping? The supermarket is just ahead. I'm about to starve. One short young man queried, his belly rumbling with discontent. Shut up, Alu. We were all saved by the boss. Do you think he would deceive us? Follow the boss. Another youth retorted as they began to retreat cautiously. Though some expressed confusion, they did not question Wang Jie further. Their admiration for him was profound. As they rounded a corner, their path was obstructed, revealing a figure draped in curtains standing in the middle of the road, flanked by a horde of zombies. Step aside. Who are you? Why are you blocking my way? Wang Jie demanded, addressing the obstruction in an authoritative tone. Ha ha ha, I am not human, and as for why I block your path, it is, of course, for the crystal core within you. Do you think I am here to treat you to a meal? Zhang Nian replied with a smile. Upon hearing Zhang Nian's words, Wang Jie and his group attempted to change direction, only to discover that all alternate paths were likewise blocked by zombies. Boss, we're surrounded from behind too. What should we do? At this moment, Wang Jie realized that the figure before him was not human, but rather a second-tier zombie. Though outwardly indistinguishable from humanity, the aura was unmistakable, and he sensed that this zombie was even stronger than himself. Based on his previous experiences, he deduced that he was currently a first-level user. And since this zombie exuded a more potent aura, it must be a second tier. There would be no escape. Consequently, the two zombies blocking the other two paths must undoubtedly be first tier. He had previously dealt with only ordinary zombies and had yet to confront a first-tier zombie. Wang Jie found himself encircled, with two first-tier zombies and one second-tier zombie suddenly approaching him. What was he to do? As he observed the zombies gradually closing in, Wang Jie's instincts told him that this second-tier zombie seemed to be the leader of the horde. If he could eliminate this second-tier foe, the remaining zombies would surely scatter in disarray. It was time to take a gamble. Resolute, he clenched his hands, summoning a blade of blue lightning, and unleashed a slash directed at Zhang Nian. He leaped into the air, aiming the blade at Zhang Nian's head, betting that his head was his weak point. Zhang Nian, seeing the blade's energy hurtling towards him, activated his skin-hardening ability to withstand the attack with minimal pain. The enhancement from this skill provided commendable defense, though his body tingled slightly, akin to the sensation of an electric shock from a hot pot. He then charged forward with his claws aimed at Wang Jie. In the air, they exchanged blows, energy rippling in waves around them. Upon landing, Wang Jie thrust his blade into the ground, panting. Although his lightning abilities dealt significant damage, his first-tier status placed him at a disadvantage. Zhang Nian swung his claws, targeting Wang Jie's head, prompting Wang Jie to struggle to parry the attack with his blade. What was happening? This was not good. A sudden scream escaped Wang Jie. Not from Zhang Nian's assault, but from the ambush by his two aides, who had dispatched the other humans. Azua ensnared Wang Jie's feet with earth-based abilities, while Au hurled a fireball at him. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Nian lunged, raking his claws across Wang Jie's face before delivering a powerful kick that sent him sprawling across the ground for several meters. Wang Jie lay there, bloodied, his face marred and ghastly, feeling the severity of his injuries and struggling to rise. Was this the power of a second-tier zombie? Indeed, it was formidable. Was he truly going to perish here today? No, he could not succumb. He had scarcely begun to enjoy the newfound power he had just acquired. He aspired to be a leader, the strongest of humanity, and to establish his own survivor base. He could not die. He still had a chance to turn the tide's power. He needed even greater strength. Wang Jie resolutely thought, yearning to wield his blade and unleash another wave of energy, yet Zhang Nian's foot came crashing down upon his hand. Zhang Nian grasped Wang Jie by the throat, lifting him and delivering a punch that sent him crashing several meters away. Coughing, Wang Jie's head struck the ground heavily, blood spilling from his mouth. He attempted to gather the power of lightning once more, but his aides interrupted him, lifting him up to extract his crystal core for their king. Unexpectedly, Wang Jie's body erupted with lightning, repelling Azua and Au. Just as he fell, his indomitable will to survive ignited his body, breaking through the limits of first-tier status and successfully advancing to the second tier. He unleashed a tumultuous energy, shaking off his attackers. Observing the surge of power emanating from Wang Jie, Zhang Nian realized he had advanced in the heat of battle. Although his aura was still unstable and chaotic, he was now indeed a second-tier being. "Step back. I will handle this," Zhang Nian commanded his aides, exchanging a knowing glance with them. They immediately complied, retreating. Zhang Nian was not disappointed. Wang Jie had indeed leveled up. As he observed Wang Jie's lightning abilities, he recalled the system's words and deduced that such powers must be rare. With lightning skills, this human's talent was quite impressive. Thus, he decided against hastily eliminating him, wanting to see if he could advance to second tier and, after defeating him, claim a second-tier crystal core. Zhang Nian was confident in his abilities. He still had a trump card skill he had yet to utilize. Meanwhile, Wang Jie, now nearly healed post-advancement, faced the second-tier zombie ready for a duel. Feeling a surge of confidence, powered even stronger power than before. If he could defeat this equally tiered zombie, he could secure his life. Moreover, if he could kill him and absorb his crystal core, his strength would escalate further. He envisioned a larger survivor base, where awakened individuals would seek to ally with him, serving under his command. With newfound ambition, he gathered his second-tier strength and struck at Zhang Nian with his lightning blade. He entered a state of frenzy. Upon activation, he felt a surge of dual enhancements, his body transforming into a more terrifying visage, resembling a zombie version of a werewolf. His hands morphed into sharp claws as he charged at Wang Jie. Azua, witnessing Wang Jie's leap, ensnared him with earth tendrils, while Au aimed a fiery explosive projectile at Wang Jie's head. After a familiar exchange of blows, Wang Jie collapsed again. Those insidious first-tier zombies, another ambush. Even in death, he would drag them down with him. Lying on the ground, Wang Jie howled in fury. Just as he attempted to rise, Zhang Nian, in his frenzied state, struck him down with overwhelming force, rendering him incapable of standing. Zhang Nian approached mockingly. "What a fool! Will you never learn to look behind you? Let me extract your final value." Without waiting for Wang Jie's response, he plunged his hand into Wang Jie's chest, extracting his crystal core. Ultimately, he was too weak as Wang Jie's final breath escaped him. He uttered his last words, Zhang Nian gazing into his unblinking eyes. "You are not weak. You managed to forcibly break through to second tier." A curious thought sparked in Zhang Nian's mind. He commanded a common zombie to bite Wang Jie, testing whether a class-lost human could transform into a zombie. Approximately 10 minutes later, Wang Jie's body astonishingly stood upright. He had been infected, transforming into a common zombie. His hollow chest had healed, and a crystal core reformed within, albeit a first-tier one system. "What is happening?" Zhang Nian pondered, perplexed. Class-lost beings, having lost the ability to resist zombie virus infection, become zombies upon infection. Due to his prior impressive talent, he can restore to first tier upon transformation. He is no longer the original Wang Jie, but a member of your zombie faction. You may understand that Wang Jie has been usurped. Of course, not all class-lost beings can maintain their level upon extraction and subsequent infection. It depends on their talent prior to infection. The system's explanation cleared his confusion. Observing Wang Jie, now a trembling zombie in the presence of his second-tier energy fluctuations, and clutching the second-tier crystal core he had just extracted, Zhang Nian suddenly felt a wave of weakness wash over him. His frenzy had ended. Assessing his current condition, it was not ideal. He realized he must be cautious when utilizing this skill in the future, seeking a safe place to wait out the weakness. Yet, for now, he was secure. Zhang Nian resolved to consume the crystal core and advance to third tier, then attempt to subjugate Wang Jie. After all, he had managed to break through in a perilous moment, and the system had noted his considerable talent. If he could bind him to his service, he would gain a formidable ally. Chapter 14. Attack of the Third-Tier Mutant Beast. As Zhang Nian devoured the second-tier crystal core, His evolution points soared to maximum capacity. Even the weakness from his frenzy dissipated. He felt invigorated, able to sprint 10 flights of stairs without fatigue, feeling splendid. Roaring, he instantaneously advanced to third tier, a wave of exhilaration coursing through him. His new body felt even stronger than before, and his appearance transformed. To anyone of a lower tier, he would appear indistinguishable from a human, provided they lacked the skills or abilities to perceive the truth. Now, his physique resembled that of a human, yet upon closer inspection, he exhibited many distinct features, towering and imposing. However, amongst beings of equal tier, it was evident he was a zombie. They could sense the energy fluctuations effortlessly. As the energy signatures of mutated beasts, humans, and zombies differed, easily identifiable unless one possessed exceptional camouflage abilities. Congratulations, host, on evolving into a third-tier zombie. Reward, passive skill, muscle regeneration, map detection range expanded to 10 kilometers. Muscle regeneration. When the host sustains injuries, it continuously repairs until fully healed. Host status updated. Host, Zhang Yin level, third-tier zombie system tools. Map passive skills, infection, muscle regeneration active skills, claws, skin hardening, frenzy evolution points, 3,800 now. The evolution points gained from infecting ordinary humans had dwindled. It seemed he could only rely on consuming crystal cores for advancement henceforth. Zhang Yin contemplated the system's notifications. After ascending to third tier, his aura became increasingly terrifying, causing the nearby ordinary zombies to tremble in fear. Approaching Wang Jie, I gazed upon him, recognizing that in a certain sense, he too had experienced a rebirth, albeit as a creature of the undead. Submit to me, I proclaimed, exuding a third-tier aura as I addressed him. As Wang Jie, now a first-tier zombie, trembled on the edge of despair. He rasped, I willingly submit to the great zombie king. That is more like it. Ding, congratulations, host, on successfully subjugating another follower, gaining Wang Jie's 100 loyalty. Reward, system tool, scan. Ding, acquired new system tool, scan. Use on living beings to obtain biological information. Hearing Wang Jie refer to me as the Zombie King brought a wave of satisfaction to my heart. All right, rise. System, does this mean that every time I subjugate a follower, I can randomly acquire a skill or something else? Of course not. Ah, well then. Glancing at Wang Jie, who had transformed into a zombie, I spoke. Since you have become one of my kind, it is no longer fitting to call you by your human name. Henceforth, you shall be known as Anan. I then called to my loyal subordinates, Azua, Ayu, come and meet your new colleague. Yes, my lord. Azua and Ayu exchanged wary glances at Anan, fearing he might usurp their positions. Thank you, my lord, for bestowing upon me a name. I shall faithfully follow in your footsteps, Anan said, disregarding the looks from Azua and Ayu as he respectfully addressed me. Zhang Yin. Now, let us return. We have been away for quite some time. Azua, Ayu, where have you taken my throne? Hurry and bring it back. Coming right up. Before long, Azua and Ayu returned, struggling to carry a tattered sofa. My lord, it seems your throne was affected by the residual energy from your battle, and it is transformed into this, Azua explained, scratching his head. My lord, would you like us to prepare a new one? Ayu inquired cautiously. Forget it. My current power has rendered such a lowly seat beneath my notice. We will search for a suitable one once we conquer the survivor base, I replied. Having elevated to the third tier, I discovered I could command thousands of zombies. Our army had grown exponentially. My presence had become even more imposing as I strolled leisurely, gesturing as if directing the tides of destiny. Observers might mistake us for a demolition crew. Suddenly, my voice rang out in alarmed, oh no, quick, march at full speed. Thieves have invaded our lair. Through the map, I spotted a mutated beast in the supermarket, an astonishing third-tier creature. Our home had been compromised during our absence. Panic surged through me. How could a mutated beast advance so swiftly? I had to reclaim our territory. I could not allow it to overshadow my authority in front of my newly acquired subordinates. Move faster, or I shall hang you all from the city walls when I return to find my home lost. I led my undead army to the entrance of our lair, peering inside. Why was it so quiet? To my surprise, there were no signs of a large mutated beast. What is that sound? I heard a series of meows, revealing a normal-sized orange cat leisurely enjoying a sausage. Strangely, the wandering zombies in the supermarket dared not approach it. What on earth? I mused, observing the peculiar orange cat. Glancing back at the map and then at the cat savoring its snack, I could scarcely believe that a faint energy signature of a third-tier mutated beast emanated from this little creature. Could it be? This adorable feline, blissfully unconcerned by the zombies surrounding it, continued to indulge in its meal. After finishing the sausage, the orange cat trotted over to me and meowed, leaping into my arms. "Careful, my lord," Azua and Ayu warned, sensing a formidable pressure radiating from the cat, mistaking it for a potential threat. "Wait, retreat. It seems it harbors no ill will toward me. In fact, I feel an unusual affinity for it." I reassured them, sensing that the orange cat posed no danger. "Proceed cautiously, my lord," they replied, stepping back while keeping a vigilant eye on the small feline. "Come here, let me pet you." I scooped up the orange cat, gently stroking its plump belly, which felt remarkably smooth, eliciting a soothing purr from it. A sense of warmth enveloped me at the sight of this cat. How strange, the orange cat, with its vibrant fur, amber eyes and round belly, was irresistibly cute. Who would suspect it was, in fact, a third-tier mutated beast? Its disguise was impeccable. "System, scan this cat," I mentally instructed the system. Ding! Scan results as follows. Species: level, third tier, passive, self-heal, skill, devour, evolution points. Warning, system error, unable to continue scanning. Warning, system, are you still there? What is happening? Are you malfunctioning? I inquired anxiously. Why was the scan displaying only a few words? Why were there so many question marks? Could my golden finger be malfunctioning due to this orange cat? Was this system a substandard product? Who manufactured it? The quality seems rather poor. How could it break so easily? How do I fix this? Am I supposed to thump it like an old television? But this system has no physical form. How can I do that? I'm anxiously waiting for a solution. Unbeknownst to me, as I voiced my concerns, a beleaguered youth typing on his phone in front of a space heater sneezed. "Anan, come here and scan this." Ding. System reboot successful. Scanning initiated. Results as follows. Species: zombie level, first tier zombie passive, thunder energy ability, thunder system evolution points, 16,200 system. You back to normal? Were you malfunctioning just now? I was worried about how to fix you, and you resolved it yourself? Program error, unable to respond. And don't you dare compare me to such outdated products. Seriously? Being broken by a mutated beast makes you superior to an old television? Host, I can hear your disparaging remarks. Well then, let us scan the orange cat again, shall we? Predictably, the result was a string of question marks followed by the familiar warning message. Warning, system error, unable to respond. Initiating reboot. As I listened to the system's voice, my curiosity about the orange cat intensified. Where did this creature come from? It seemed to be somehow involved in the system's malfunctions. This little cat had somehow caused the system to reboot twice. The orange cat, completely unconcerned with my astonished gaze, continued to purr contentedly. I wondered if it was aware of being scanned, as it meowed. Meow. Translation: not my concern. I stroked the orange cat, which kept purring with delight. For reasons I couldn't fathom, I felt an inexplicable fondness for this little creature. How peculiar. Why all these odd occurrences? Never mind. Since it's not an enemy, there's no need for excessive worry. I had finally ascended to the third tier. It was time to pursue my main quest. Without hesitation, I declared, gather the troops. Apologies, I misread the line. Assemble the army. Prepare to attack the survivor base in Linjiang. I settled onto the sofa that Azua and you had just moved from the furniture store. Petting the cat while issuing commands, the horde of zombies began to converge towards this location in an imposing manner. Chapter 16. The Gathering of the Zombie Tide. After more than half a day, nearly 10,000 ordinary zombies had amassed, reaching the current limit of their numbers. To mobilize a tide of over 10,000, one must attain the rank of a fourth-tier zombie lord. Only with the power of such a leader can one command a horde of that magnitude. Zhang Nian stood atop a makeshift platform constructed by Azua using his special abilities, gazing down at the nearly 10,000 zombies below, brimming with enthusiasm. Attention. Rest. Quiet down. Allow me to speak a few words. Stop swaying about. Zhang Nian looked exasperatedly at the ordinary zombies below, noting that none were of the first tier. They possessed no intelligence and could not comprehend his words. Regardless, he felt an urge to address them, as not doing so would leave him feeling unwell. Comrades, greetings. Your efforts are appreciated. It is time to expand our territory. Whoever can infiltrate the human survivor base and retrieve the leader's crystal core for me shall be bestowed the title of General of the Western Campaign. Did you all hear that? Very well, I hereby appoint Anan as the vanguard to lead us forward. Let us commence. After delivering his speech from above, Zhang Nian descended without concern for whether they understood him. It appeared that not a single word had registered with them. As for Anan's title of vanguard, it was merely a nominal position. Being at the first tier, he had few zombies to heed his command, and Zhang Nian would still need to guide them from behind. Stay here and guard the home. I shall return shortly, Zhang Nian said, gently stroking the sleeping orange cat lying on the ground. Meow, it mewed in response before shifting to a different position to continue its slumber. Zhang Nian wished to take it along, but it did not heed his call. It had not submitted to him, and he could not force it as long as he carried it out of the supermarket. It would simply lay down at the entrance and fall asleep once more. Moreover, he found himself unable to lift it. He exerted all his strength, yet it remained utterly unmoved. Realizing he could do nothing about it, he resigned himself to leaving it behind as a guardian. Let us go. After assembling the zombie tide, he opened the map, directing his gaze towards the southern outskirts of Linjiang City, flanked by his loyal aides and Anan, with countless ordinary zombies trailing behind. The air was thick with an overwhelming sense of dread, as the terrifying roars of zombies echoed along the way. Meanwhile, at the outermost edge of the survivor base, a patrol squad was on duty, each member armed with a gun, though ammunition was scarce. Captain, when do you think we'll ascend to become awakened ones? One of them inquired. I heard that the second squad managed to ambush and eliminate a first-tier zombie last time, and their captain extracted a white crystal core from its remains. Somehow, he used it and immediately evolved into an awakened one. Now he is in the awakened one's barracks and no longer has to patrol this place. His life is quite luxurious now. They even received special clearance. So the entire squad doesn't have to patrol these dangerous areas anymore. When will our squad have such good fortune to produce an awakened one, so we can also escape this duty? One teammate expressed a mix of envy and resentment towards their captain. The captain, a middle-aged man known for his composure, had been chosen for his steadiness. He harbored no grand ambitions for advancement, content to survive in this apocalyptic world. Besides, they were much stronger than the ordinary citizens within the base, and patrolling provided them with a relatively ample supply of food. Enough. Howsy, do you really think everyone is that lucky? What if we encounter a first-tier creature we cannot defeat? Have you forgotten the fate of the first squad? The captain chastised, recalling the unfortunate incident. Howsy remembered the first squad's fate. During their patrol, they had been ambushed by a first-tier mutated beast. By the time reinforcements arrived, the entire squad of 10 was reduced to nothing but a pool of blood. Reflecting on that tragedy, he replied, Captain, I was merely speaking. Rather than becoming an awakened one, I value my life more. I wish to continue patrolling and gather more supplies to enjoy some time at Yunxian Tower with a few ladies. Gathering supplies? You'd be better off nourishing yourself. Look at your frail frame. You resemble a malnourished stray dog. Can you even manage? The captain jested. Yunxian Tower, while sounding grand, was not a respectable establishment. It was filled with women who, either out of laziness or desperate circumstances, sold their bodies to survive, and some were even abducted and trafficked there. The base leader was aware of this situation, but in this apocalypse, there was little regulation. Captain, if you say that, then, Howsy began but was interrupted by another team member. Captain, Howsy, wait, do you feel something unusual? A sense of unease swept over the patrol member. Upon hearing this, the captain immediately heightened his alertness. Scanning the surroundings. What noise? Wait, what is that dense mass ahead? Hand me the binoculars. Yes, Captain. A teammate hurriedly handed him a pair of binoculars, which every patrol squad had been issued. The captain peered through them, and cold sweat began to bead on his forehead, his hands trembling. Oh no! Run! It's a zombie tide, and it seems to be heading towards the base. Quickly! Report back to headquarters using the radio. He shouted at his team. Okay. Hello, calling the base patrol headquarters. A large number of zombies have been spotted gathering at the base's perimeter. The exact number is uncertain, but it's estimated to be nearly 10,000. And a zombie tide has formed. They are advancing towards the base. Please respond. Over, his teammate frantically reported while sprinting back towards the base. Captain, something is coming up fast from behind. One of the team members exclaimed, glancing back in terror as a swift figure charged toward them. Quick, open fire! The captain yelled as he drew his weapon. The creature moved too quickly for the binoculars to catch. However, they could see it was undoubtedly an enemy rushing towards them. Bang, bang, bang! The crew fired at the approaching figure, but it had no effect whatsoever. Within moments, it was upon them, revealing itself to be a zombie. Rescue team, we need assistance. We have encountered a high-tier zombie. Requesting. The figure charging towards them was none other than Zhang Yan. Upon arriving, he spotted several humans and, fearing they would send word of his presence, rushed over but realized it was too late. Roar. Zhang Yan let out a furious zombie growl and swiftly dispatched the one who had called for help. Turning his gaze towards the remaining humans, it's coming. One team member screamed in terror. Open fire! Shoot him! The remaining humans, gripped by fear, aimed their weapons at Zhang Yan, but their efforts caused no harm. The bullets could not penetrate the zombie's skin, only deepening their terror. The bullets don't affect him. Chapter 17. Each with their own agenda. Roar, die! Zhang Yan bellowed, easily eliminating those humans who were paralyzed by his defensive prowess. It seemed that bullets no longer posed a threat to him. Zhang Yan realized that when the bullets struck him earlier, he had merely felt a slight itch, devoid of any pain. Observing the humans he had just dispatched, their bodies began to tremble, the sound of cracking bones echoing in the air. Since they had already reported his presence, his whereabouts were now known, and it appeared that the humans within the base were preparing for battle. Hello, Team 3. What's your status? The rescue team has been dispatched and will arrive shortly. Please hold on. Please respond. The static-filled voice of the radio echoed from the ground. With a swift motion, Zhang Yan crushed the radio beneath his foot, glancing at the map to assess his surroundings. Where was this so-called rescue team? There was not a soul in sight. Even the squads that had previously been far from him were now scrambling towards the base in a panic. It was all a ruse. At that moment, the zombie tide closed in behind him. Continue forward. Seize the survivor base, Zhang Yan commanded. Although his presence had been detected, he remained confident in his ability to conquer the survivor base. Meanwhile, within the base, the leader had already received the news and convened an emergency meeting. Among those present was the head of the patrol division, who had just spoken. Indeed, he had notified the rescue team and alerted the closest squads to assist Team 3 in their retreat. However, upon hearing of the zombie tide, who would dare venture out? Thus, none had departed, instead returning to the base almost immediately, declaring that Team 3 had tragically perished. The nearby squads had not even attempted to assist, as they too sensed the impending tide and hurriedly retreated into the base. To go out now would be to risk their own lives. It has been a hard-fought struggle to survive until now. And I have no intention of succumbing to death. As for the unfortunate squad that was attacked, perhaps it is simply a matter of fate. In the conference room, an emergency meeting was convened. The leader, exuding the gravitas of high office, occupied the seat of honor, flanked by the second-in-command, who bore a similarly solemn expression. Both emanated an aura of formidable power, not to be underestimated. Minister Lin and Minister Wang of Intelligence. Please share the information you have gathered with everyone, the leader addressed them. Yes, leader. Minister Lin rose, his demeanor unwavering as he conveyed the altered intelligence. According to reports from our patrolling squad on the front lines, there are currently nearly hundreds of thousands of corpses approaching our base, led by what appears to be a high-level zombie. The squad that relayed this message has all perished. The leader's expression remained unchanged as he listened to the modified report. Indeed, what Minister Lin has stated is entirely accurate, Minister Wang of Intelligence concurred. Their audacity to misreport military intelligence stemmed from their allegiance to the second-in-command, who aimed to exaggerate the threat of the undead tide to bolster his own reputation within the base. Seizing this opportunity, he planned to eliminate both the tide and the leader, thereby usurping power for himself. Rest assured, leader, our base's defense department will undoubtedly withstand this impending wave of corpses. Minister Wu from the Defense Department chimed in, also aligned with the second-in-command. Indeed, leader, with the second-in-command at the helm, we shall surely defuse this crisis. Those loyal to the second-in-command echoed this sentiment. The leader's followers remained silent, their eyes fixed on him, seeking his guidance. Upon hearing their words, the leader turned to the silent second dash in dash command. In that case, I entrust you to lead the aforementioned individuals to repel this tide. I shall await news of your triumph. Yes, leader. I shall take my leave now, the second in command replied with a smile. The leader watched him depart, a cold chuckle escaping his lips. This fool truly believes I am unaware of his schemes. I had already prepared to deal with him. But the undead tide's arrival presents a perfect opportunity for him to expend his forces. Once he is weakened, I shall eliminate him alongside the tide. At that moment, we will consume their cores and those of the zombies, elevating our own strength, and there shall be no dissenting voices against me. The leader declared darkly. Chapter 18. A scheme of mine unlike the treachery and intrigue among human survivors. Zhang Nian's zombie army had arrived at a distance not far from the base. Surveying the human fortifications that included heavy machine guns and RPG rocket launchers. How many hits could his third-tier body withstand from an RPG? This posed quite a dilemma. The tide of corpses has temporarily halted. Azuo, Ayu, Ainin, gather around for a meeting. Zhang Nian instructed his 3 subordinates. The human base's firepower was formidable, making a direct assault too costly in terms of casualties. Collaborating with his subordinates might yield a brilliant idea. After all, as the saying goes, 3 cobblers with their wits combined can rival Zhuge Liang. We could launch a night raid, taking advantage of the poor visibility to mount a surprise attack. Ayu proposed after some deliberation. That's a decent idea. What about you two? Zhang Yin responded, intrigued by Ayu's suggestion and eager to hear from Ainin and Azuo. I think Ayu's plan is solid, but I have a more refined version. We can keep them on edge at night, preventing them from resting properly. Then, we can strike a decisive blow when they are utterly fatigued. Azuo chimed in, presenting his enhanced strategy. Quite good, Ainin. What are your thoughts? Zhang Yin expressed his satisfaction. The ideas were commendable. Although their strength was average, they displayed considerable intellect. I propose that we encircle them and gradually deplete their resources. They will inevitably send out scouts for supplies. And we can intercept them, forcing them to abandon their positional advantage and engage us directly, Ainin suggested, offering a different perspective. Excellent. All of you possess the makings of a zombie king. I have decided to implement both plans. Azuo, Ayu, you will keep them occupied day and night, maintaining a safe distance. When the opportune moment arises, we shall launch a full-scale assault on the human base. Ainin's plan shall serve as a contingency. Should our primary attack fail, we shall regroup and implement a siege. Zhang Yin proclaimed, impressed by the ingenuity of his subordinates. Understood, the 3 zombies responded respectfully, promptly setting the plan into motion. Zhang Yin remained at the center of the undead tide. Observing the situation at the survivor base in Linjiang City, on the walls of the base, the humans, armed with heavy weaponry, stood vigilant, their eyes locked onto the advancing horde. Stay alert. The zombies are charging. We must hold our ground, shouted an officer from atop the walls. The sight of the dark mass of zombies below instilled great fear in the hearts of the defenders. Su, Brother Su, can we really hold them off? A soldier clutching a rifle stammered, glancing nervously at his older companion. Clearly, the looming threat of the horde had shaken him deeply, quickening his heartbeat. What are you afraid of? Is your weapon a mere stick? Look at you. Even if the zombies breach our defenses, we still have the leader. He is a second tier awakened. Dispatching these zombies will be child's play. Su dismissively replied to the trembling youth in the current survivor base. Second tier awakened individuals were regarded as the strongest, far superior to ordinary folk. The machinations of the higher-ups were lost on the lower-ranking soldiers, who remained blissfully unaware of the underlying tensions between the leader and the second-in-command. Tensions that would have erupted into conflict had it not been for the imminent threat of the undead tide. They are coming. Prepare the machine guns, the officer commanded. Yes, the soldiers atop the walls appeared tense, clearly unaccustomed to facing such a formidable horde. They gripped their weapons tightly, swallowing hard. Why are the zombies retreating? What is happening? The tide is retreating. What is going on? As the zombies that were about to enter firing range suddenly began to withdraw, confusion reigned among the defenders. They are back. The tide of corpses returns. Yet, just as they began to relax, the horde surged forward once more, plunging the defenders into a state of heightened tension. The tide is retreating again. Just like before, The horde fell back after reaching a certain distance, leaving the humans on the walls perplexed, unable to retaliate effectively due to the insufficient range of their bullets. What on earth are these zombies doing? Azuo and Ayu orchestrated this dance every half-hour. By nightfall, the city defense forces were left on edge, afraid to sleep deeply. Several times, they thought the horde was about to charge, only to discover that the zombies had retreated once more. Damn it, what kind of game are these zombies playing? Can't they let us sleep? This is utterly disgusting. Exhaustion set in as they wondered how long this charade would continue. I can't take it anymore. Shouldn't we charge out and take out this horde? Are you out of your mind? You'd be walking to your own doom. Who knows what traps the zombies might have set? The soldiers, unable to sleep, cursed the zombies below, their fatigue overwhelming them. They could only steal brief moments of rest, remaining vigilant against the threat of attack. After all, no one knew when the zombies would strike. Moreover, the undead showed no signs of fatigue, continuing their deceptive tactics without relent. The human defenders found themselves powerless. They could not simply rush out to confront the horde. Without the advantage of their fortifications, they might not prevail, and incurring heavy losses would leave them vulnerable for future assaults. Thus, maintaining their defenses was deemed the most prudent course of action. Meanwhile, within the survivor base, the second-in-command grew increasingly anxious. Can someone tell me what on earth is going on with this horde of zombies? The leader has begun to inquire about the results, questioning why this horde of zombies has not launched an attack. If the leader discovers that I have misrepresented the military situation, it would be disastrous. The deputy leader, filled with irritation, interrogates those under his command. Well, not a single person can provide an answer. Although we encountered zombie tides when the base was first established, we have never faced such a peculiar situation. They are feigning attacks. Have the zombies evolved to be this cunning? It is indeed perplexing. Could it be that intelligent zombies have emerged? The group feels somewhat disheartened. This horde of zombies neither attacks nor retreats, merely serving to vex us, the deputy leader scolds. Alas, this is truly unfortunate. Increase vigilance. I refuse to believe that this group of zombies will refrain from attacking indefinitely. Surely, they cannot be here merely for a leisurely marathon? Leave the explanation to me. You all must keep a close watch on the zombies' movements, the deputy leader states with a hint of resignation. Understood. The others respond before returning to their respective duties. Chapter 19. The Assault, a battle of offense and defense. Thus, the zombie tide persisted for several days, coming and going, and the guards at the base could no longer endure. Their eyelids were nearly glued shut, as if ensnared by powerful adhesive. They exhibited distinct dark circles under their eyes, appearing utterly devoid of energy. At this juncture, the only option was to take turns defending. Though this would inevitably diminish their defensive capabilities, however, the paramount concern at present was rest. How could one confront the zombie tide in such a state of drowsiness? If they were caught off guard and the zombies breached their defenses, it could spell disaster. After several days of enduring the ebb and flow of the zombie tide, Zhang Nian observed, from a distance, the drowsy soldiers slumped against the city wall, their eyelids barely cracked open. Feeling that the moment had arrived, he resolved to lead the zombie horde in a full-scale assault. As night descended, Zhang Nian prepared to launch a surprise attack with the entire horde, blending in among the zombies alongside Azua and the others. Ready to strike against the drowsy soldiers atop the wall, roar. The horde let out a deafening howl from a distance, inching closer to the base, but the humans within had long grown accustomed to it. They merely turned their heads and continued their slumber, displaying little reaction. Su Gu, wake up quickly, the zombies are charging again. A frail young man frantically shook Su Gu, who merely groaned. Ah, why the panic? This isn't their first time. Perhaps they'll turn back again in a moment. I haven't slept in days. Let me take a nap. Su Gu reluctantly cracked open his eyelids, stifling a yawn. But Su Gu? Didn't the commander instruct us to remain vigilant? The young man hesitantly queried once more. Oh, are you daft? Just look for yourself. Where's the commander? He's comfortably asleep. Meanwhile, we poor souls are left here on guard, barely holding on. This horde has been coming and going for days. Do you see any signs of an imminent attack? Before long, they'll turn around again. There's no need to fret, I won't say more. If you wish to stand guard, you can endure a bit longer. I simply can't hold on any longer. I'm going to sleep. Su Gu concluded impatiently, turning away to rest against the city wall once more. Before long, Su Degu succumbed to slumber, utterly exhausted from the past few days. But the frail young man glanced around at the other soldiers still on duty, all appearing lethargic and drowsy. Since Su Degu had said so, the zombies likely wouldn't attack this time, so I'll just lie down for a moment. Having thought this, the young man too succumbed to sleep, having endured for several days and now feeling particularly fatigued. As for the scheduled shift changes, these soldiers hardly knew anything about them. It was likely only the commanders who managed to swap out, along with a few soldiers who had inexplicably managed to do so. At that moment, there were even individuals resorting to underhanded tactics for their own gain, illustrating the extent of corruption within this survivor base. Comrades, charge forth. The time to achieve greatness has arrived. Woo-hoo at this moment. Zhang Nian led the zombie horde, poised to reach the gate beneath the city wall. If they could breach this heavy gate, victory in this battle would be assured. Zhua, you three follow me up the wall and open the gate from the inside. Zhang Nian declared before leaping onto the city wall, beginning his ascent. The third-tier zombies moved with remarkable speed, scaling the several-meter-high wall with ease. The soldiers dozing atop the wall soon heard the commotion around them and sensed something amiss. One soldier, groggily opening his eyes, murmured, what's that sound?" Upon realizing the source of the noise, he hastily shouted, "Not good. It's the zombie horde. Everyone wake up. Don't sleep." The awakened soldier's warning, however, was abruptly cut short as Zhang Nian swiftly dispatched him. Zhang Nian coldly declared, "Die. What are you shouting about?" He then proceeded to eliminate the other soldiers who had awakened. "Zombies have breached the wall. Sound the alarm bell, quickly. Zombies are here. Don't sleep. Retaliate. Hurry. Counterattack." The alarm bells rang out, plunging the city into chaos, for the tolling of the bells signified that the zombies had commenced their assault. Atop the wall, due to Zhang Nian's surprise attack, most of the defending soldiers had been killed, with only a few managing to flee. "Open the gate." Zhang Nian, disregarding the fleeing soldiers, hastily approached the gate and swung it open from the inside. Roar! The external horde of zombies, sensing the presence of humans, erupted into frenzied roars, beginning to surge through the gate that Zhang Nian had opened to invade the city and slaughter the survivors within. The city's forces were caught completely off guard by the sudden incursion of zombies. Unable to muster any effective counterforce amidst the ensuing panic, "Calm down. Quickly organize effective defenses. Do not allow the zombies to enter the inner city," the deputy leader, in a fit of rage, commanded. "What on earth are the city defense troops doing? How could they allow the zombies to breach our defenses? Damn it. Wait, what is that?" Ah! The deputy leader's eyes widened in horror as he seemingly glimpsed something terrifying, letting out a shriek before falling silent. Bang, bang, bang! Several explosions erupted as Zhang Nian discarded the heated RPG in his hand, launching a few rounds toward the deputy leader, who told him to shout so loudly. Most importantly, Zhang Nian sensed the energy fluctuations of a second tier being emanating from him. Concluding that this individual was likely a leader, he thought, as the saying goes, capture the king before the thief. I must eliminate him first. Delightful. Indeed, RPGs are a man's best friend. Zhang Nian pondered with some concern. I just hope that guy isn't dead. I wouldn't want the crystal core to be destroyed. He decided to check on the situation. Rushing over to where the deputy leader had fallen, he found the man's body mangled and bloodied from the RPG blast, his life hanging in the balance. What a tragic sight. Let me see if my precious crystal core has been harmed. Zhang Nian reached into the man's chest, and after a moment, he successfully retrieved a white second-tier crystal. Gazing at the second-tier crystal in his hand, Zhang Nian felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thank goodness, the crystal is intact. I was worried it might have been destroyed. Zhang Nian exclaimed joyfully. Who? Before Zhang Nian could fully relish his good fortune, he suddenly sensed someone approaching from behind. Before he could turn around, familiar sounds echoed behind him. Bang, bang, bang. Several RPGs detonated behind Zhang Nian, mirroring the earlier explosion that had taken out the deputy leader. Chapter 20. The Fall of Anan? Unaware of the impending danger, Zhang Nian was sent flying by the explosions, crashing heavily to the ground, causing the crystal core to slip from his grasp. Not good, quickly support the king. The king is injured. Azua, feeling a surge of urgency upon sensing the king's distress, quickly conveyed this to a Yu and Anan. They swiftly dealt with the enemies before them and dashed toward Zhang Nian. Just as they were about to reach him, They were suddenly intercepted. Oh, where do you think you're going? Your opponents are us. The awakened ones from the leader's side blocked Azua and the others. Their numbers doubled that of Anand's group. Quickly, eliminate them. The king needs our support, Azua, seething with rage, declared, eager to tear apart the humans before them. Roar, with an enraged cry, the zombie leader charged forward to engage the awakened humans in combat. I initially thought you would engage that fool in a mutually destructive battle, but I never anticipated you to be so clever, wielding weapons even. Have the zombies' intelligence risen to such heights? I wonder if devouring your crystal core will grant me even greater power. The leader mused, picking up the crystal that had fallen to the ground and addressing the prostrate Zhang Nian. You can still stand? Then allow me to give you another taste. Seeing Zhang Nian attempt to rise, the leader fired another RPG at him. Damn it, does this guy carry a backup plan? Hardened skin. Zhang Nian muttered a curse under his breath, activating his skin-hardening ability. The RPG struck him, creating a substantial crater in the ground around him. He swiftly regained his footing. Damn it! The leader, witnessing Zhang Nian rise again, realized his RPG had run out of rockets. Is this the power of a third tier? Let's see if I can try it too. With that, the leader unleashed his awakening skill, Level Up, temporarily elevating his current level by 1 tier. The leader emanated an aura of the third tier, albeit inferior to a true third tier, merely a pseudo-third tier at best. Ha ha ha, is this the strength of the third tier? If I devour your crystal core, I shall possess this power permanently. The leader, feeling a sudden surge of power within him, laughed heartily and charged at Zhang Nian. Zhang Nian stood up once more, his passive skill, muscle regeneration, rapidly mending his wounds. As he observed the approaching leader, he thought, damn, I have always been the one to ambush others. Yet today I am the one being ambushed. This is perfect, Berserk. He activated his Berserk skill, his hands transforming into claw-like appendages as he lunged at the leader, a fierce clash between true men. The leader realized this zombie was not conforming to the previous scenario. Something is amiss. Why is it so strong? It shouldn't be in such a weak state, even if it isn't utterly feeble. It shouldn't he possess such formidable strength? Could it be that those few rockets malfunctioned? Zhang Nian, clad in skin hardening and berserk, found it easy to contend with a mere pseudo-third tier. It seems that without critical injuries, one doesn't know how to fight. Die. His claws swiftly inflicted wounds upon the leader, and with a powerful strike, he slammed him into the ground. The leader emitted a painful scream, clearly impacted by Zhang Nian's blow. Come out! Zhang Nian approached the leader, seizing him by the throat and yanking him from the earth, only to toss him into a nearby building, causing a second-tier crystal core to fall from him. Heh? Zhang Nian sneered as he stood over the leader, delivering a forceful kick that left a deep crater in the ground beneath him. With a splutter, the leader coughed up blood, severely wounded. Impossible. You have sustained such grave injuries. How can you still possess such combat prowess? I am also a third tier. Why are you so much stronger than me? The leader, unable to rise from the ground, uttered in disbelief. Do you even deserve to be called a third tier? How laughable! Zhang Nian mocked the leader. He picked up the crystal core from the ground, then gripped the leader's throat, lifting him up. Let me see. With his other hand, he delved into the leader's crystal core location and extracted the core from within. Oh? What's this? Observing the 2 crystal cores in his hand, Zhang Nian noted one was second tier, while the other was surprisingly a pseudo-third tier. Roar. He then turned his gaze to the corpse of the base leader, moving swiftly to infect him and turn him into a zombie. Exiting the premises, he found Azua and the others still engaged in combat with the awakened beings inside the base. The human awakened ones, facing the 3 zombies before them, fought desperately, clearly distressed, as they defended against the 2-to-1 odds. Fortunately, they managed to keep the 3 zombies at bay, hoping the leader would swiftly eliminate the zombies inside. Zhang Nian, armed with an RPG, targeted the human awakened ones and launched a rocket at each of them. The human awakened cried out in agony before falling silent, leaving behind a puddle of sludge and a first-tier crystal core. My king, we arrived too late to your aid. Please punish us. Azua and the others knelt before him in apology. Observing their injuries, he noticed that Azua and Au each had lost half an arm, still dripping black blood, while Anand fared worse, his skull half missing, exposing his brain, and his internal aura was chaotic. The two awakened beings who had fought Anan were among the strongest. Although Anan was a first tier, he was merely a first tier. An ordinary zombie would have perished from such wounds. It was evident Anan would not survive much longer. Is my subordinate really going to die like this? Chapter 21. No serious harm. Seeing the dire state of his subordinates, Zhang Yan's heart ached with fury. Damn it, Zhang Yan exclaimed. System, scan Anan. Ding, scanning results as follows. Species, zombie level, first tier zombie passive, lightning energy ability, lightning type evolution value, 106-200 status, life-threatening, immediate treatment required. He hurriedly scanned Azwa and Au, both in critical condition. System, what do I do? One of my trusted aides is on the brink of death, and the other two are severely injured. How can I save them? They are all loyal subordinates. Desperately, he inquired within. This is simple. It just depends on whether you are willing to do it. The solution is to give your subordinates the crystal cores in your possession, allowing them to evolve. The system replied lazily. Will evolving in their current state pose any danger? Zhang Yan expressed concern. You need not worry. Remember, humans evolved when they were on the brink of life and death before. Moreover, devouring the crystal core can also heal bodily injuries, albeit not significantly. The primary purpose of the core is for evolution. After evolving, their injuries will naturally heal. Get up, take this, hurry and devour the crystal cores to evolve and heal your wounds. Zhang Yan hastily distributed the cores to them, fearing his beloved subordinates might perish. Azwa and Au each received 2 first-tier crystal cores, while Anan was given a second-tier core. Yes, my king, they replied in unison and began the evolution process. The surrounding zombies continued to wildly tear at the crowd, with humans wailing in despair. What the hell? Why do I feel a bit weak? At that moment, Zhang Yan sensed something amiss within his body. It turned out his berserk state had ended, leaving him in a weakened condition, but fortunately, muscle regeneration was working to repair his injuries. It was merely the end of berserk. He had thought it was ... Zhang Yan commanded a portion of the surrounding zombies to maintain a guard, preventing any humans from sneaking in. Although the human defenses had been breached, caution was necessary. If a human slipped through a crack and launched a few rockets, it would be disastrous. Finally, after a considerable time, a faint aura of second-tier zombies began to emerge, albeit somewhat unstable. Watching his 3 subordinates evolve, Zhang Yan felt a twinge of worry, but there was nothing he could do to assist them at this moment. All he could do was command the ordinary zombies to fortify the perimeter. Roar. After a while, amidst a cacophony of roars, Azwa was the first to successfully evolve, radiating a stable aura of a second-tier zombie. Shortly after, Au also began his evolution and successfully transformed without incident. My king, it is our weakness that has failed to protect your safety, allowing you to sustain such serious injuries. I feel unworthy of the position of left protector. Azwa, having completed his evolution, knelt before Zhang Yan. I feel the same. Au also knelt, echoing his sentiments. Azwa's rapid speech had left Au unsure of what to add. Zhang Yan, having witnessed their desperate attempts to break through and save him, reassured them, enough of this talk. I have seen your efforts. You are indisputably my left and right protectors. As for my injuries, they have nothing to do with you. I was merely too reckless. Zhang Yan encouraged the kneeling guardians, saying, You've boarded my ship. Do you think I would allow you to leave? How could I let you resign? Just as Azwa and Au wished to say more, they were tenderly interrupted by Zhang Yan. Enough. Rise now. You are my left and right protectors. In the future, do not speak of resigning. Yes, my king. After rising, the 2 stood respectfully behind him. The 3 then turned their attention to Anan, who was still in the process of evolving. System, when will Anan successfully evolve? Will there be any unforeseen circumstances? Anan is evolving slowly due to his severe injuries and may take a little longer. If all goes well, perhaps .it should be fine. System, you? Hearing the system's unreliable response, Zhang Yan was about to voice his concerns when he suddenly sensed a faint aura of a second-tier zombie. It was Anan. Anan had begun to evolve, though his aura was somewhat unstable. Roar. After a furious roar, Anan's aura stabilized, and he successfully evolved. His wounds completely healed. My king. Enough, do not speak. I know what you wish to convey. Let us proceed. After this will be our domain. Zhang Yan interrupted. My king. This base has inflicted such serious wounds upon you. Should we not raise the city? Anan proclaimed angrily. Zhang Nian, upon hearing Anan's ruthless suggestion, realized that the massacre he proposed was not merely about eliminating the populace, but about tearing them apart to the point where even the undead would be unable to rise again. Foolishness, Anan, do not allow your anger to cloud your judgment. Our true objective is to assimilate everyone here, transforming them into our foundational strength to further bolster our power. Do you understand? Otherwise, what was the point of our arduous invasion? Are we to claim this dilapidated base? Or shall you charge ahead to confront the human forces during the next wave of the undead? Zhang Nian chastised Anan, emphasizing that infecting and converting them into allies was far more advantageous than venting one's rage. Indeed, my lord, I see my error. Anan acknowledged, taking Zhang Nian's words to heart. In essence, it was about consolidating every ounce of power to enhance their influence. As long as you comprehend, let us proceed and take a look. With that, Zhang Nian strolled deeper into the base, where the stench of blood thickened with each step. Inside, a portion of their armed forces had been vanquished, while a small fraction managed to escape. System, will their escape hinder my mission? Zhang Nian inquired with concern. No. Then it is of little consequence. A cold smile crept across Zhang Nian's face as he muttered to himself, flee, insects. This planet will inevitably fall under my dominion. And at that time, we shall see where you can run. Chapter 22. Collecting crystal cores, Zhang Nian arrived at the section of the base where ordinary humans resided, surrounded by zombies feasting on the hapless populace. Their cries of anguish echoing through the air. A handful of individuals fought back, but they were quickly consumed by the tide of the undead. Help! The zombies have breached the base point, one desperate voice lamented. Liars, all liars. What powerful army! What endless food! All deceit. Ha 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 ha. Some had already succumbed to despair. Zombies, I will fight you to the end. Let us die together. A frail human brandished a grenade and charged into the horde. A deafening explosion followed, and he perished alongside the surrounding zombies, his sacrifice akin to a pebble cast into the ocean, creating but a ripple. Observing the disheveled humans, filthy and emaciated, it was evident they suffered from severe malnutrition. They fought desperately to escape, yet the encircling zombies rendered any hope of escape futile. Others emulated the actions of the frail man, scavenging for weapons to launch suicidal attacks against the undead. My lord, should we intervene? Anan cautiously inquired. No, let us observe if any awakeners emerged. In doing so, we can also generate some first-tier combatants for my zombie army. Currently, our forces consist solely of ordinary zombies, and should we intervene, the evolution points gained would be minimal compared to allowing the ordinary zombies to act. We shall wait for the awakened ones to appear, then seize their crystal cores for consumption, which will yield far greater evolution points than slaying mere humans, Zhang Nian confidently replied. There are thousands of humans here. Surely, some awakeners will arise. This is a prime opportunity for high-quality evolution points. At that moment, Zhang Nian recalled the pseudo-third-tier crystal core he had recently acquired. Pseudo-third-tiered. What distinguishes it from a genuine third-tier crystal core? He extracted the pseudo-third-tier crystal core, sensing the energy within was inferior to that of a true third-tier core. However, he pondered how much evolution value could be gained from its consumption. Let us find out, he decided, consuming the pseudo-third-tier crystal core without further hesitation. Ugh, it nearly choked me. After the consumption, the system's voice resonated. Ding! Congratulations, host, on consuming a pseudo-third-tier crystal core. Gained 300 evolution points. Evolution points, 300 evolution points. Not too shabby. That's nearly half of what I require. Zhang Nian mused, resting a hand on his forehead. Meanwhile, among the encircled survivors, a voice of exhilaration emerged. Power! Such formidable power! I too possess extraordinary abilities. From this moment on, I am also an awakener. Laughter erupted. Zombies, I shall eradicate you all. Yet before he could finish, one among them, who had been observing, unleashed a fireball from behind. A fire. Where did this fire come from? Caught off guard, he was incinerated, leaving only a charred corpse behind. Foolish wretch, remarked the observer, casually retrieving the first-tier crystal core from the ground. This scenario was not an isolated incident. Many believe that awakening their powers would grant them the strength to resist the zombie horde, akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. Anan and the others eagerly harvested the crystal cores from these desperate humans on the brink of death. Although these individuals had awakened powers, they were still no match for the zombies. Naturally, some were more astute. Upon realizing that even with their newfound abilities they could not prevail, especially after witnessing the fate of a particularly arrogant awakener, they instinctively sought to flee. Among them was Su Wenfu, who had just awakened wind-based powers. Observing that others had fallen to the might of the zombies, he seized the opportunity to unleash his abilities, soaring towards the base's exit with remarkable speed. Quickly, I am almost free. Ha ha ha. Once I escape, I too shall be a revered awakener, and none shall dare to bully me. Food, women, status, whatever I desire shall be mine. As he sprinted towards freedom, he fantasized about his future as an awakener. Suddenly, a thunderous crash resonated as a bolt of lightning struck him mid-flight, paralyzing him instantly. What just happened? Who ambushed me? I was so close to escaping. No, I cannot die. I mustn't. Ignoring the identity of his assailant, Su Wenfu struggled to rise, intent on using his powers to flee. However, he would not be granted such an opportunity. Another bolt of lightning erupted from the sky, delivering a final blow that charred his body blackened, exuding the scent of cooked flesh, rendering him fatally wounded. Yet, his will to survive remained strong. No, do not kill me, I beg you. I can pledge my loyalty. I surrender. I cannot die yet. Anan approached Su Wenfu, disregarding his pleas, and swiftly ended his suffering, extracting his crystal core. Rather than accept your loyalty, I believe my lord would prefer your crystal core. Chapter 23. The Fall of the Survivor Base within the base. A gruesome feast for the zombies unfolded. Initially, the emergence of awakeners had bolstered the humans' confidence, but as one after another fell, even those who attempted to escape were snuffed out, leading to a growing sense of despair. Note, we cannot fall yet. Boom. As the last human awakener collapsed, no one remained to resist the horde. Die. You monsters, perish. A ragged human, driven mad, detonated a grenade amidst the zombies. The explosion claimed a multitude of the undead. Yet the inevitable downfall of the survivor base remained unchanged. We'll fight you to the end. With the passage of time, the final ordinary human detonated their grenade in a futile act of defiance. The base was now irrevocably transformed into a haven for the undead, with the humans having been slaughtered to the last. At long last, it was over. After some time, in a dilapidated conference room within the base, Anan reported, "My lord, the tally is complete. We have collected a total of 66 first-tier crystal cores and 2 second-tier cores. Our horde has gained 56 first-tier zombies, and one has evolved into a second-tier zombie, bringing our total of ordinary zombies to approximately 15,000. Kneeling before Zhang Yin, he presented the findings. The aides then entered, carrying boxes filled with the crystal cores, opening them to reveal their contents. Excellent, Anan, Azuo, Ayu. Each of you shall receive 20 first-tier crystal cores as your reward." Zhang Yin declared with a beaming smile. "Yes, my lord." The three responded with utmost reverence. Zhang Yin did not hoard the numerous cores, distributing 20 to each of them while retaining the remainder for himself. "Ding, congratulations, host, on completing the main quest. You have been rewarded with gravity-based powers, and a special reward of upgraded passive infection ability, enabling the throwing of infection bombs for mass infection. The evolution points from the infection are attributed to the host. Gravity-based powers, capable of altering the weight of objects and living beings, specific abilities to be discovered by the host. Quest rewards, powers?" Hearing the system's announcement, Zhang Yin was filled with elation. This was truly remarkable. He had transformed from a mere warrior into a mage. Gazing at the concise introduction to my newfound abilities, I ponder whether I must unearth them on my own. Very well. Finally, I possess a unique power that alleviates the need for constant close combat with my adversaries. As a leader, one should not be perpetually engaged in melee. True leaders typically resolve conflicts from a distance with a single, decisive skill, do they not? Furthermore, this additional reward seems quite decent. I need not individually infect ordinary humans anymore. I can simply launch infection projectiles, albeit they are only effective against regular humans and have a limited range. Nevertheless, it is better than nothing. I shall first experiment with my abilities. Stepping outside, I surveyed my surroundings and spotted a tree, deciding to test my powers on it. Change the gravity. Make it lighter, I commanded. Directing my weightlessness ability at the tree, in an instant, the tree became remarkably light, and with a gentle breath, it ascended into the air like a balloon. Astonishingly, it truly soared, however, as it ascended beyond my control. It swiftly reverted to its original weight and plummeted back to the ground with a thunderous crash. Oh no! It's coming down on me. With a resounding thud, the tree crashed onto Zhang Nian. Yet miraculously, he emerged unscathed, while the sturdy tree split in half. Thank heavens for my high defensive capabilities as a third-tier zombie. Had I still been an ordinary zombie, I would surely have met my demise. Wait, does this world even have a deity of death? I dismissed such thoughts and proceeded with my experiments. I glanced at a large rock on the ground and unleashed my ability to increase its weight. Instantly, the stone pressed downward, compacting the soil beneath it. Upon attempting to shift the rock, I found it astonishingly heavy, its weight akin to that of a fully loaded truck. Wow, this power is incredible, I exclaimed in delight, expressing my adoration for the system. Please do grant me more mainline tasks in the future. Ugh, how repulsive, the system replied disdainfully. Ignoring its scorn, I began issuing commands. Anan, from now on, this shall be our new stronghold. Seek out a flag and hoist it at the highest point of our base. This is our territory now. Azwa, gather all the weapons used by humans. Eu, summon the evolved zombies. Wong, gathering the first-tier zombies is manageable. But I'm uncertain about summoning that second-tier one. You expressed concern. Do not worry. Just proceed with the summoning. It will come, I assured him confidently. Hearing my unwavering conviction, Au respectfully replied, Understood. Azwa and the others quickly set off to fulfill my commands. Meanwhile, my experiments were far from over. I concentrated and conjured another green infection projectile in my pale hand, eager to test my newly upgraded passive infection skill. With a swift motion, I launched it, and upon colliding with an object, it erupted, releasing the scent of corpse poison that spread rapidly, albeit with a limited range. Although it did not inflict damage on the object it struck, the poison could swiftly convert ordinary humans into zombies. I awaited Anan and the others, eager to see the results. Chapter 24. Evolution, Zombie Lord. My confidence stemmed from my impending ascension to a Lord-level zombie. After all, what zombie would dare defy me then? Furthermore, evolved zombies possess intelligence that rivals humans, as evidenced by Anan and the others during our previous strategizing sessions. They had all come to me of their own accord, well aware that Au is my right-hand man. Why would they hesitate to approach? Thus, I had no cause for concern. After they departed, I observed the crystal cores in my hand, ready to begin my consumption. 6 first-tier crystal cores combined with 2 second-tier ones should suffice. I mused that if they did not, it would be rather awkward. I would have to ask Anan for more, which would be rather embarrassing for a king like myself. Never mind, I decided to consume them and see what transpired. Without hesitation, I devoured every crystal core in my grasp. In an instant, I felt my evolutionary value surge dramatically, and soon enough, it reached its zenith. I had done it. I had attained Lord-level status upon reaching sufficient evolutionary value. The terrifying aura of a fourth-tier zombie lord radiated around me, sending shockwaves through the vicinity. The system's mechanical voice soon echoed, Beep. Evolutionary value is full. Congratulations, host, on your ascension to fourth-tier zombie lord. Reward. The scouting range of the system map has been enhanced to 20 kilometers. Beep. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the fourth-tier zombie lord's exclusive passive skill, Domination. Domination. The Lord Zombie possesses absolute authority over zombies of lower tiers. There is no upper limit to ordinary zombies, as their numbers are solely determined by the host's strength. The Zombie Lord can communicate mentally with all zombies within their territory. Please explore this ability further. Host. Host status updated. Host. Zhang Nian level. 4th tier Zombie Lord system tools. Map. Scanner abilities. Gravity manipulation passive skills. Infection. Muscle regeneration. Domination active skills. Claws. Skin harden. Berserk evolutionary value. 10,2500. Note. Currently, ordinary humans provide 0.005 points of evolutionary value. The system automatically disregards decimal points. Beep. Mainline task issued. Transform Lingjiang City into a realm of zombies. Eliminate all humans and mutated beasts within Lingjiang City. 01. Since my arrival in this world, I have progressed from an ordinary zombie to my current status, continuously accumulating evolutionary value until finally evolving into a Lord-level zombie. Haha, I laughed triumphantly, reveling in my newfound strength. The corporeal form of a Lord-level zombie surpassed that of any previous tier. My capabilities in all aspects had vastly improved. Just then, Anan returned, having completed his tasks. Wong, I have raised the flag as you instructed. Anan reported. Kneeling respectfully, I beheld a grand flag fluttering above, emblazoned with the words Zombie Empire. Though it served merely as a decorative symbol, it conveyed our intent. Wong, the human weapons have been organized, with an estimated 100 firearms. 10 RPGs and dozens of rockets, Azwa added promptly. What do you call this? It's as if the enemy furnished us with weapons, I mused. Very well, gather everything and store it safely. When you have time, teach those first-tier zombies how to use them. I envision the moment when humans behold a horde of zombies armed with rifles and cannons charging toward them. The mere thought was amusing. Wong, I have brought 56 first-tier zombies, and 1 second-tier zombie is also present. AU reported. However, I noticed a peculiar expression on AU's somewhat gaunt face. Turning my gaze to the assembled zombies, I could sense their trepidation as they trembled in the presence of my 4th-tier lordly aura. Particularly the 2nd-tier zombie, who was now filled with dread. Just moments ago, while AU summoned him, he had been contemplating his recent ascension to a tier of his own. You are no longer that 3rd-tier fellow? Now we are of the same rank. What gives you the right to command me at will? He had no intention of confronting AU, but he was reluctant to be dragged along like this. Suddenly, the overwhelming aura of a 4th-tier zombie lord enveloped him, and panic coursed through him. No way! That 3rd-tier guy has evolved. Oh no, I must hurry. If I arrive late and anger him, he might devour my crystal core as if it were candy. After all my effort to evolve into a 2nd-tier zombie, I cannot afford to die so pathetically. With this thought, he hurriedly flashed a sycophantic smile at AU, fearing that AU might report him. AU, oblivious to the 2nd-tier zombie's internal turmoil, merely stared at him for a moment before proceeding, thinking the zombie appeared rather simple-minded. I must keep my distance from this one. What if I catch his infection? AU deliberately maintained a gap as they walked back. The 2nd-tier zombie was unnerved, wondering, why is he keeping his distance? Could it be that my slow reactions displeased him? If he reports me, I won't be able to bear the consequences. AU, please do not stay so far away from me. Thus, AU brought him before Zhang Yin. Observing the trembling 2nd-tier zombie who was grinning awkwardly, I questioned, what is this creature? Has it evolved without advancing its intellect? I shall deal with it later. I thought to myself. I chose to ignore him for the moment, granting him a brief respite. What a fright! Thankfully, with this charming smile, I have evaded this crisis. I am undoubtedly the cleverest zombie in existence. The 2nd-tier zombie mused, relieved to have escaped danger. Had I known of his thoughts, I would have given him a piece of my mind. Who do you think you are to claim that title? I am the true genius of the zombie realm. Looking at the 1st-tier zombies around me, I felt elated. These were my future pillars of strength. They would undoubtedly excel in battle by my side. From now on, you shall follow me. I promise you a life of luxury and abundance. You are now following me. In the future, when the zombie empire is established, you will become the esteemed elders of the undead. The founding fathers, do you understand? Zhang Yin has activated his persuasion mode. In truth, he need not explain so much to this group of 1st-tier zombies, as the 4th-tier zombie lord can directly command them. And resistance would be quite difficult. The 1st-tier zombies nodded rapidly in response, though whether they truly comprehended his words remained uncertain. Very well, if you understand, you may leave for now. Take a stroll around the lair. Understood. I will notify you should anything arise. After Zhang Yin arranged these 1st-tier zombies, he turned his attention to the sole 2nd-tier zombie. Upon meeting Zhang Yin's gaze, the 2nd-tier zombie immediately flashed what it believed to be its most charming smile. What is this zombie? Why does it always grin at me in such a lewd manner? Did it knock its head during advancement? Regardless, the necessary formalities must be observed. You shall follow me from now on. And I assure you, your future will be bright. There will certainly be a place for you in the zombie empire. What do you say? Are you interested? Yes, 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 from now on, you shall be my leader. The 2nd-tier zombie replied with evident joy, its eyes sparkling with wisdom. Oh dear, does it hold me in such high regard? Not only does it spare my life, but also promises me a position of authority. How splendid! If I refuse, it would be quite rude. Ding! Congratulations. Host has gained a new subordinate with 100 loyalty. What? I have subdued it this easily. I had thought this zombie was too foolish to understand my words. I was prepared to extract its core, yet unexpectedly, it has submitted to me. This is rather awkward. Leader, why are you sharpening your claws? The second-tier zombie inquired with curiosity. You need not concern yourself with it. It's quite normal to sharpen one's claws when they grow, is it not? Zhang Yin replied, slightly embarrassed, as he retracted his claws. Yes, perfectly normal. The zombie maintained its sycophantic smile. Very well, since you will be accompanying me, I shall bestow upon you a name. You shall be called Axie, Zhang Yin declared after a moment of contemplation. Yes, thank you, great king, for naming me. Axie beamed with a smile reminiscent of a blooming flower. Zhang Yin maintained a calm demeanor and said, you may leave now, I will call for you if needed. Yes, great king, he. Chapter 25. Seeking Orange Cat. After Axie departed, it pondered how much its leader valued it, vowing to strive diligently to become an elder of the zombie empire. Once Axie had left, Zhang Yin scanned the evolution values of Anin and the others, system scanning. The results were quickly displayed. Azu, evolution value 41,800, Ayu, evolution value 39,800, Anin, evolution value 46,800. You should consume the cores now. 21st tier cores will suffice for your advancement to the 3rd tier. This place is safe with Axie around. So rest assured. Zhang Yin encouraged them. King, where are you going? Azu asked anxiously, sensing Zhang Yin's intention to leave. Rest assured, I am merely going to our old lair to fetch Orange Cat. You focus on your advancement. I will inform Axie shortly, Zhang Yin replied as he made his way outside. Zhang Yin feared that Orange Cat might still be hiding in the supermarket or had already fled, which could take several days to rectify. Hence his prior notice. Axie, can he be relied upon? Ayu thought of the second-tier zombie with the lewd smile, feeling somewhat doubtful. However, it was ultimately Zhang Yin's decision. Orange Cat, that orange feline. Yes, King, we will succeed in our advancement and not disappoint you. Axie, come here. Zhang Yin utilized his newly acquired mental communication ability from leveling up to the 4th tier to summon Axie. Not long after, Axie dashed over. Leader, do you have any instructions? Axie inquired respectfully. I am stepping out for a while. The Guardians and General Anin will prepare for advancement inside. Your task is to lead the remaining 1st-tier zombies in ensuring their protection. Do not let your guard down. Understood? Zhang Yin stated seriously. Axie thought to himself, I have just joined, and the leader has already summoned me for such an important protective task. Moreover, he has entrusted me with leading these 1st-tier zombies. How magnificent! These are no ordinary zombies. Yes, leader. I will ensure the task is completed, Axie responded excitedly. Is this not quite normal? Zhang Yin observed Axie's demeanor, noting that he did not appear to be lacking in intellect. What was that earlier behavior then? Perhaps his cognitive advancement is delayed, and he is only just now catching up. Very well, I shall take my leave and do your part. Becoming an elder of the zombie empire is not a dream. Zhang Yin departed while painting a bright future for Axie. Yes. Axie watched the leader leave with reverence, and soon all the 1st-tier zombies received Zhang Yin's instructions and gathered around. Axie pointed at the tiered zombies and assigned tasks. You few, patrol over there, and you few, go that way, and you stand guard at the entrance. Protect this place fiercely, understood? Not a single fly is to enter. 3-tiered zombies are advancing inside, so patrol diligently. Understood? Otherwise, when the leader returns, you will regret it. Yes, leader. All the 1st-tier zombies responded in low voices. Do not call me leader. Address me as Elder Axie. Axie proclaimed arrogantly with a smile. At that moment, a zombie muttered quietly, I did not hear the leader say you were appointed as an elder. I am not an elder yet, but I will be soon, Axie retorted instantly. Axie then realized and angrily shouted, Huh? Who was mumbling? I heard that. Step forward. Axie pointed at a tiered zombie and struck. Is it you? You seem to be looking for a beating. The targeted zombie felt wronged, as it was not the one who had been mumbling. It was not me. The leader did not say that, though. Stop hitting me, for goodness sake. I told you it wasn't me. Oh dear. You dare to fight back? How dare you defy me? Chapter 26. causing trouble after Zhang Yin exited the base. He made his way towards the old lair near the city. The moment the apocalyptic red light erupted, the earth trembled, rivers changed course, and the heavens turned dark. A terrifying disaster descended upon this place. The towering walls that once provided shelter crumbled in an instant, leaving the city in ruins. Amidst the desolation, remnants of several dilapidated buildings stood abandoned, devoid of life. The once bustling streets had become desolate and crumbling. Teeming with wandering zombies, and a few wild first-tier zombies were also spotted. As he traveled, Zhang Yin noticed on the map that a small number of humans were hiding in the crumbling houses. But he refrained from intervening this time, not out of mercy. The evolutionary value provided by ordinary humans was negligible to him. Only a substantial number of ordinary humans could yield a barely acceptable evolutionary value. Now, observing these few humans, he was too lazy to take action. His next objective was to turn the entire Linjiang city into a zombie city. These humans could not survive much longer. Did they genuinely believe hiding would ensure their safety? Soon, he arrived at the old lair. According to the map, Orange Cat was inside the supermarket. Zhang Yin called out, "Orange Cat, come on, we're moving to a new home. Where are you?" Meow. Suddenly, Zhang Yin was startled by a meow from behind him. Turning around, he saw the familiar Orange Cat, having no idea when it had stealthily appeared behind him. The orange feline leaped into his arms, and he embraced it. "You little rascal, your ability is quite peculiar. When it's time to work, you lie still, but as soon as I mention moving to a new home, you leap right up. You are indeed clever. Wow, your belly is round from eating well." He patted Orange Cat's belly. "Let's go. It's time to head back." Zhang Yin decided to carry it and see if it would comply this time. He simply carried it out, and Orange Cat showed no resistance, unlike his previous experiences that took considerable time. "Meow, all right. You little one who only knows how to eat and not work. Let's go." With that, he carried Orange Cat back to the base, taking a different route. The aura of a mutated beast? As Zhang Yin walked, he suddenly detected the fluctuations of a mutated beast, specifically one that was in the process of advancing. System. Open the map. He glanced at the map and discovered a second-tier mutated beast attempting to advance to the third tier. Had it not encountered him, it would have succeeded in its advancement, but alas, fate had other plans, providing him with the perfect opportunity to utilize his newly acquired abilities. As he walked, he decided to stir up some trouble for it. Zhang Yin, cradling Orange Cat, concealed his own zombie aura. As Zhang Yin hastily approached the location of the mutated beasts indicated on the map, he discovered that it was within a dilapidated zoo overgrown with weeds. He sensed neither zombies nor humans in the vicinity, likely eradicated by these mutated creatures. A multitude of mutated beasts had taken residence here, guarding a higher-tier mutated beast undergoing its evolution. Seeking a vantage point that was not easily detectable, Zhang Yin surveyed the nearby high-rise buildings. After some searching, he identified a suitable position. "Meow Shu, kitty, I have a delightful performance for you. Heh, just watch," Zhang Yin whispered to the Orange Cat as he approached a nearby crumbling high-rise. Observing the mutated beasts below, he noticed a cheetah in the midst of its evolution. Gravity, he directed a heavy gravitational force towards the cheetah's head. Suddenly, the cheetah felt an unexpected weight bearing down on its head, which grew increasingly cumbersome. "What is happening? Why is my head so heavy all of a sudden?" The cheetah pondered, bewildered. "No, this is a critical moment for my evolution. I must endure." The cheetah strained to hold on. In an instant, it realized that the weight was not limited to its head but was now affecting its entire body. With a pained roar, the cheetah, struggling to maintain its evolution, was abruptly interrupted. The intense gravitational force caused the ground beneath it to yield, creating a large crater. The cheetah emitted a series of agonizing cries, unable to rise as its bones fractured under the relentless weight. The interruption during its evolution and the internal injuries it sustained were significant. Nearby, the other mutated beasts watched in horror as their leader collapsed, their frantic roars echoing in response. Suddenly, all the surrounding mutated beasts found themselves pinned to the ground, unable to move, joining in a chorus of anguished howls. This masterful display was orchestrated by Zhang Yin from his high perch. Thus, my extraordinary ability reveals itself as a vast area of effect skill. I had thought it could only target a single entity. I had no idea the range was so extensive. All right, enough playing with you. Zhang Yin muttered, abruptly maximizing the gravitational force. With a final, anguished scream, the mutated beasts below were crushed under the overwhelming weight. Some bursting apart into pieces. The evolving cheetah met its demise as well. Zhang Yin descended from the high-rise and entered the zoo, surveying the devastation he had wrought. What a tragedy, he lamented as he approached the lifeless cheetah and collected its crystal core. Suddenly, the orange cat reached out a paw towards the crystal core, meowing insistently. "This? Do you wish to eat this?" Zhang Yin inquired, watching as the cat eagerly accepted the core, swallowing it whole. Meow, the orange cat then curled up in his arms and promptly fell asleep. "Ah, you truly do eat and then sleep," Zhang Yin sighed, shaking his head in resignation. "Well, the experiment is complete. I shall take you home now." As he left the zoo, cradling the orange cat, he arrived at the base entrance, where he felt the powerful presence of 3 third-tier zombies surge forth. Impressive. It appeared that all 3 had successfully evolved. His judgment had proven astute. He had chosen capable subordinates, each possessing the potential of a zombie king. As he walked towards the human survivor base, though survivor was no longer an apt descriptor, as it had been entirely overrun by Zhang Yin's horde of zombies, transforming into a gathering place for the undead. The air was thick with the stench of decay. Devoid of any living beings, an eerily terrifying sight. Walking along, the surrounding zombies respectfully parted to make way for him. He was now the most formidable zombie in the area, their king. Just as he entered, he heard the voice of Axie. "Boss, you've returned." Axie greeted him with reverence. "My king, we have not disappointed your expectations. We have all successfully evolved. We are ready to clear a path for you, becoming your sharpest blade," Anan declared. "And us too." A left and a right chimed in, having completed their lines after Anan. Zhang Yin felt a sense of pride as he regarded his subordinates. It seemed they were not lacking in intelligence. "All right, everyone, please rise. Anan, you and the others come inside to prepare for a meeting. Axie, gather all the first-tier zombies and bring them here for our discussion. It is time to address our main objectives." "Yes, boss," Axie responded respectfully, elated that he had been accepted as part of the team. Zhang Yin had trusted him since his defection. After all, given his 100 loyalty score, this will be your new home. "Feel free to play here, but don't wander off," Zhang Yin said as he set the orange cat down. Meow. Soon, a multitude of zombies gathered. The sheer number was overwhelming, making the meeting room feel cramped. With not enough seats to accommodate everyone, it seemed a renovation of the meeting room was in order. As he surveyed the assembled zombies, he speculated that among them, there must be a few with earth or wood abilities, ideal for free construction labor that required no wages. "Ah, a right has earth abilities, if I recall correctly," he thought to himself. After the meeting, he would need to discuss this with him. Otherwise, it would be quite uncomfortable in such tight quarters. "All right, everyone quiet down. I will now outline our strategic objectives," Zhang Yin declared solemnly. He produced the map he had found within the base and gestured with his hand as he detailed the upcoming plan. To eradicate all humans hiding in Linjiang City, as well as the rampaging mutated beasts, we will transform Linjiang City entirely into our territory. Did everyone hear that? Axie, you and Anan take half of the first-tier zombies and half of the regular zombies to systematically eliminate all humans hiding in Linjiang City. A left and a right. Take the remaining half and comprehensively eradicate the mutated beasts wreaking havoc in Linjiang City. I will await your good news at the base if you encounter any foes you cannot defeat. Remember to communicate with me telepathically. After traversing this realm for so long, I have either been evolving or on the path to evolution. Now, I can finally take a moment to rest, right? All right, prepare yourselves, and we shall commence our operation. Meeting adjourned. A left. Wait a moment. If anyone possesses wood or earth abilities, please remain temporarily. The rest can step outside to assemble. Zhang Yin called out to a left and the others. "Yes," came the unified response from the zombies. Aside from those specifically mentioned, the remaining zombies exited, leaving a dozen or so uncertain ones behind. My king, is there something you wish to discuss? A left inquired. "Indeed, but it is a minor matter. Have you not noticed that the meeting room is rather cramped? Therefore, I have decided to demolish it and construct a new one. The reason I asked you to stay is to assist in expanding the meeting room. Using your abilities should expedite the process," Zhang Yin explained, gesturing as he spoke. "Your wish is my command," a left replied, promptly leading the Earth-type zombies to dismantle the meeting room and initiate reconstruction. The Wood-type zombies joined in as well, and in no time, the structure expanded rapidly, becoming larger and more spacious than before. Wow, is it really possible to build so swiftly with abilities? This is astonishing. Just then, the orange cat re-entered, rubbing against his leg. Dio, you want a new home too? A left? Please build a new cat den for the orange cat as well, Zhang Nian instructed. Yes, my king. A left quickly constructed a new cat den, completing the task in no time. The speed of their work was utterly astounding. Once the mission concludes, I must have a left and the others renovate the entire base. This new accommodation is far superior to these dilapidated quarters. Little did A left and the others know that Zhang Nian had already planned a significant project for them upon their return. Well, unless there's anything else, you may go assemble. A left. Who would have thought that even as a zombie, I'd still be tasked with construction? TT. Chapter 28. Leisurely, why have you come? Zhang Nian found a chair and reclined, relishing the sensation. This feels delightful. Finally, he could take a moment to rest. After navigating through this world for so long, either infecting others or being on the verge of infection, he could finally afford a break, especially with capable subordinates at his side. However, after lying there for a while, he sensed something was amiss. System, how strange. Why am I not feeling tired? Why would you even utter such nonsense? You are a zombie. Why would you feel tired? If you do feel fatigued, it could mean one of two things. What possibilities? The first scenario is that your crystal core has been extracted, which would certainly make you feel weary. In that case, not only would you feel tired, but you would also be on the brink of death. Understand? In your terms, that means you're about to meet the Grim Reaper. The second possibility is that you have been affected by dream manipulation or hypnotic abilities, which would cause you to feel drowsy. Is that so? Upon my traversal, I find myself bereft of the three great joys of life. Zhang Nian gazed at his own alertness with a hint of melancholy. How delightful it would be to indulge in a restful slumber at this hour. But do you not still have the other two? Oh? The system, piqued by Zhang Nian's lament, inquired with a touch of curiosity. I would not divulge that. However, Zhang Nian was reluctant to share his personal secrets with the system, which seemed a tad. If you choose not to speak, then so be it. System, could you enlighten me as to why I have found myself in this place? And why have you chosen to bind yourself to me? Zhang Nian voiced the doubts that had long lingered in his heart. Well, System, allow me to speculate before you respond. Is it not my personal charm that captivated you, making you eager to bind yourself to me? Zhang Nian was exceedingly confident in his supposition, convinced that his allure had drawn the system in. Pfft. Ha ha. Host, your charm. For instance, parading around in mere undergarments and facing social demise. Ah, ha ha. System. How did you know? In an instant, Zhang Nian recalled the embarrassing incident, wishing he could vanish into the ground. Furthermore, binding you has left me somewhat disillusioned. System, kindly speak to me with respect. Very well, I shall assist the host in reminiscing about that mortifying episode. No! Zhang Nian felt a mix of indignation and embarrassment, wondering why the system had access to his past misfortunes before their binding. Ahem, I must recount. While Zhang Nian continued to spar verbally with the system, it became evident that he was gradually losing ground, as this persistent system clung to his past indiscretions. Meanwhile, Anan and the others had gathered, confronted by a seemingly endless horde of ordinary zombies. Regardless of how well they had concealed themselves, the humans were dragged out into the open. Within a certain supermarket in Linjiang City, the entrance was barricaded securely from within, sheltering perhaps hundreds of humans. The leader within was reveling in a feast with his underlings. Ugh, what is this? Truly unpalatable. The leader, while dining, spat out the food he had just chewed. They indulged in their extravagant meal within the supermarket, while those outside could only catch a whiff of the aroma, their stomachs growling in hunger, yet they dared not voice their discontent. For the leader of this refuge, named Luo Zhe, was an ability user. Previously, a few disgruntled individuals had complained about their hunger, claiming that Luo Zhe's actions were unfair, hoarding so much food for himself. Upon hearing this, Luo Zhe merely laughed coldly, swiftly incapacitating the dissenters, and then, before all, he tossed them out to feed the zombies. Their harrowing screams echoed throughout the refuge. Leader, Your wisdom and might are unparalleled. We have crafted our own little sanctuary here, luring others to join us. We are living like emperors, one sycophant respectfully addressed Luo Zhe, the supermarket's leader. Just as the sycophant finished his words, a sharp slap rang out. How dare you speak like that? What do you mean by saying I lured them in? Do you wish to be fed to the zombies? Luo Zhe's hand struck the sycophant with formidable force, leaving him dazed and bleeding. Lord, spare me, I see my error now. After being struck, the sycophant knelt before Luo Zhe, utterly submissive, and even dealt himself a couple of slaps. These were no mere gestures. They were real blows, resounding with a sharp crack. Lord, it is entirely my fault. I spoke without thinking. Please forgive me, spare me. I beg you. Humph, to hell with you. Luo Zhe coldly dismissed his pleas, stepping over to deliver a kick to the crumpled sycophant. Lord, spare me, spare me. The sycophant writhed in pain on the ground, incessantly begging for mercy. This, the foolish second dog. The surrounding sycophants, witnessing the near-death experience, realized that the second dog had erred. If he couldn't speak properly, he should have remained silent. They hastened to intervene. If second dog were to be killed, would they not be next? Lord, please forgive second dog. He is loyal to you. He simply lacks eloquence and means no harm. Please, spare him. Another sycophant urgently tried to pull Luo Zhe back. Upon seeing someone grasping him, Luo Zhe glared fiercely at the sycophant who dared to intervene, ready to retaliate. The sycophant who had pulled Luo Zhe quickly shifted the topic, saying, Lord, calm your temper. Just the other day, 2 exceptionally alluring beauties arrived. They are precisely your type, Lord. Allow me a moment, and I shall dress them up and bring them in to alleviate your tension. Upon hearing this, Luo Zhe's desire was ignited, and his attention was successfully diverted. This time, I will let you off, but should there be a next time, you shall be fed to the zombies. What are you waiting for? Hurry and bring those 2 beauties to me. Luo Zhe spoke with a hint of irritation. Yes, yes, Lord, rest assured. The sycophant replied hurriedly, making his way outside. Luo Zhe suddenly called him back, his tone menacing. Return. You must understand. If those 2 beauties do not please me, you both shall prepare to be fed to the zombies. The sycophant nodded fervently, assuring, Yes, yes, Lord, I will be right back. As he hastily dragged second dog away. And you lot, get out of my sight. Luo Zhe commanded the remaining sycophants. Yes, yes, Lord, we will leave immediately. The remaining sycophants hurriedly fled the room, fearing they too would be cast out to meet the same fate. Before long, the sycophant who had intervened returned with the 2 beauties in tow. Luo Zhe took a glance and found them quite appealing. Fitting his aesthetic perfectly, the sycophant, witnessing Luo Zhe's satisfaction, knew he was safe from being fed to the zombies. Lord, enjoy yourselves. I shall take my leave, and I shall close the door for you. The sycophant said, ingratiatingly, quite satisfactory, you shall be spared this time. Yes, yes, thank you, Lord, the sycophant replied, steeling himself. What are you still doing here? Get lost? Shoo! Luo Zhe shooed him away. Then, he commenced his morning exercises. This section omits 200 words, A bed full of spring dreams compressing the galaxy. Chapter 29. Breach. The bewildered Luo Zhe. After expelling the others, Luo Zhe began playing cards inside, the noise resounding loudly enough to be heard from afar. Luo Zhe's performance in the game was akin to a dragon released. His opponents were left in disarray. The individual who had previously intervened dared not linger by the door. Second dog, are you all right? How do you feel now? After stepping outside, the person who had spoken up hurried to check on second dog's injuries. Brotherly, I am truly grateful for your help. I have suffered only minor injuries. Had you not intervened, I would have likely been dragged out to feed the zombies. Second dog expressed his gratitude to Brother It is good that you are fine. Remember, if you can't speak, refrain from doing so, understand? The Lord's temper is growing increasingly volatile. We must exercise utmost caution. Brotherly conversed with second dog. Enough, second dog, there is no need for thanks. Perhaps next time, I shall be the one needing your plea for mercy. Brotherly said with a tinge of melancholy, for Luo Zhe's temperament was indeed becoming more unpredictable, and while it was second dog today, who could say who would be next? Brotherly, I no longer wish to stay here. At any moment, I could be fed to the zombies. I want to escape and seek the survivor base. Before second dog could finish, he was interrupted by Brotherly. Silence. Second dog. Have you lost your mind? If the Lord were to hear that, you would truly be courting death. Should you attempt to flee and fail, being caught by the Lord would make death seem a luxury. Moreover, here we at least have food and drink. If you venture out to seek the survivor base, not only must you contend with the dangers along the way, including zombies and mutated beasts, but whether you can survive to reach it is already a question. Can you guarantee that life in the survivor base will be any better? Second dog. I advise you once more, stop dreaming. This is the apocalypse. Next time, be more astute, when the Lord's favor, and we shall have all we desire. Brother Lee earnestly counseled second dog Lidage, understand. After hearing this, Ergo's hope was completely shattered. Lidage's words held a semblance of truth. All right, do not dwell on it any longer. You should focus on recuperating here. Just as Lidage finished speaking and prepared to leave, a commotion arose from outside the supermarket's barricaded entrance. Ergo, did you not hear that there seems to be some noise outside? The burly man, referred to as Lidage by Ergo, suddenly perceived the sounds from beyond the door. Noise? Before Ergo could listen carefully, a thunderous crash erupted at the supermarket entrance, and the seemingly impregnable door was instantly shattered. What the hell? What was that noise? Are they not afraid of attracting the zombies? Who's the fool? Looking for death. The humans hiding inside were startled by the sudden sound, their mouths spewing expletives. After a cloud of smoke cleared, they beheld an overwhelming mass of zombies outside. A horrific scene had descended. The ordinary people in this refuge, witnessing the multitude of zombies surrounding them, felt utterly hopeless, realizing escape was impossible. Zombies. The zombies have broken in. How could there be so many zombies? No, don't come any closer. Run. Someone, help me, save me. Help. They're charging in. Die. Zombies. I don't want to die yet. In stark contrast to the despair of the humans within the supermarket, the zombies were in a frenzy of excitement. Roar. Upon catching sight of so many humans, the zombies could no longer contain their thirst for flesh, howling as they lunged towards the crowd. Zombies, get away. Get away. You bastards, let me go. Instantly, the crowd erupted into chaos, a cacophony of cries, curses, and the excited roars of zombies blending together. Bang. The sound of the room's door being violently forced open echoed through the air. The stench of blood began to waft out, particularly pungent. What the hell is going on outside? Don't they know I'm busy here? Are they tired of living? Luoze cursed as he kicked the door open. Emerging from within, just as he was in the midst of something crucial, a loud noise startled him back, softened. Then came a chorus of cries that irritated him to no end, leaving him with no desire to continue. He was determined to see who dared to provoke him. Today, I want to see who is so impatient. What in the world is happening? Why are there so many zombies? Luoze looked bewildered at the horde of zombies pouring into the supermarket. Damn it, daring to interrupt my business. No matter what you are, you all must die. Luoze's face was filled with fury, clearly angrier for being interrupted. Fueled with power, he prepared to unleash his abilities. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck towards him with alarming speed. Bang! Luoze had no idea when this attack was aimed at him. He was directly hit, losing all combat effectiveness and collapsing to the ground in agony. Ah! It hurts. Even the zombies can use abilities. I clearly awakened my powers too. Luoze lay on the ground, writhing in pain, unable to comprehend why there was such a vast disparity in strength between himself and the zombie before him. Anan approached him directly, producing his crystal nucleus, looking down on Luoze's body with disdain. A mere human ability user, so weak. How could you even be compared to me? Anan had eliminated the strongest among them, and thus began a feast for the ordinary zombies. The desperate humans rose to resist, yet how could an ant shake a great tree? Their resistance was utterly futile. Anan, are you done over there? Axie's voice called out. He had just cleared a nearby residential building and came looking for Anan. It's done. With an unexpected gain, Anan said, toying with the crystal nucleus in his hand. If we're done, let us hurry to the next street. I want to complete the mission quickly and await the boss to promote me to general, Axie urged. At this moment, the supermarket was filled entirely with zombies, devoid of any living humans. All right, then let us depart. Anan began to leave, heading towards the next street. Chapter 30. The pitiful mutant rat king. Unlike Anan, Azuo and Au were dealing with humans who mostly lacked weapons. with merely a few first or second-tier individuals and hardly any second-tier awakeners. Meanwhile, the two were confronting mutated beasts, many of which possessed considerable attacking power. There were quite a number of first-tier mutated beasts, and a fair amount of second-tier ones as well. These mutated beasts were either transformed from pets or stray dogs within the city, some from insects, and others had emerged from the nearby mountains. Unexpectedly, there was even a third-tier rat king in the city. It had fled from the nearby mountains, where it was too weak and had been driven into the city by stronger mutated beasts. Had it not been for its adeptness at fleeing, it would have perished long ago. Upon arriving in the city, its strength increased due to the relative weakness of the mutated beasts here, allowing it to ascend to the third tier and wreak havoc. The Rat King was substantial in size, nearly akin to a small car, accompanied by a multitude of mutated rats. This mutated Rat King was several times larger than ordinary mutated rats. At this moment, the Rat King had begun combat with Azuo and Au, while ordinary mutated rats faced off against the common zombies. It was a battle of equals, with ordinary zombies clashing against ordinary mutated beasts, and the mutated beasts holding their ground relatively well, given the similar numbers. However, in terms of leaders, the mutated beasts only had one third-tier Rat King to contend with two third-tier opponents, making it quite challenging. Not long ago, it had sensed the presence of a fourth-tier Lord-level zombie in the city, and it had no intention of remaining there. However, it wanted to accumulate strength before returning to the mountains to establish its own territory. So it hesitated to retreat, clinging to the hope of not being discovered too soon. It did not expect Azuo and Au to arrive so quickly. Point 2 Zombie Kings. We really need not continue this fight. I believe we can negotiate. The mutated Rat King, recognizing its dire disadvantage, sought to initiate talks, as it clearly could not overpower them. You let me and my subordinates leave, and from henceforth, I shall never set foot here again. I will cede this territory to you. What say you? Observing the current situation, the Rat King attempted to negotiate. Who the hell wants to negotiate with you? If you wish to leave, leave your crystal nucleus behind. And I might consider letting your subordinates go. Azuo mocked while attacking, as his goal was precisely that crystal from the rat. How could he entertain negotiations? Damn it, these two seem to have made up their minds about me. No, I cannot die here. I have only just ascended to the third tier and have not lived enough yet. I must return to the mountains and re-establish my dominion as Rat King. The Rat King thought angrily. It was determined to make a significant sacrifice. Had it known that staying here would yield such losses, it would have left long ago. It had no choice but to resort to its trump card. The Rat King resolutely gathered the ordinary mutated beasts around itself, leaving a small portion to continue the distraction. Meanwhile, it began to swiftly dig a tunnel to escape, utilizing the bodies of the ordinary mutated beasts to shield itself from attacks. Not good. This guy is trying to flee, Au shouted to Azuo upon realizing the Rat King's intent. Farewell, you two damned pests. I will return. At that moment, the Rat King's escape tunnel had been fully excavated, and Azuo and Au's attacks were being hindered by the surrounding ordinary mutated beasts. It was too late to stop the escape. Seeing no way to keep the Rat King, Azuo quickly devised a plan and spoke to Au. Au, we cannot let it escape so easily. Otherwise, we will have no way to explain ourselves to the king. I have a plan. Set fire to its tunnel to incinerate its rat fur. You want to come back? Just don't let me catch you. All right, Au rushed towards the large hole, which, after the Rat King's entrance, was now teeming with ordinary mutated rats frantically burrowing inside, a vast swarm, akin to an ant colony, only with rats instead of ants. What's the hurry? Let me add some warmth. Au smirked, then cast a great fire spell into the hole. The fire had just spread inside when anguished howls from the ordinary mutated beasts erupted, accompanied by the foul scent of roasted flesh. Damn zombies, I will avenge this grievance one day. So many of my subordinates are dead. I don't know when I will gather such numbers again. Damn it! The Rat King gazed upon the few subordinates that had managed to escape with him, reduced to but 2 or 3 small cats. He recalled those comrades who were blocked at the cave's entrance, fleeing while harboring a sense of indignation. What is that scent? Is that the aroma of roasted meat? It seems rather warm. Suddenly, the Rat King noticed a blaze erupting behind him. This is bad. Those cursed zombies have set fire to the place. While the flames would not spell the end for the Rat King, they would certainly cause him discomfort. singeing his fur to some degree. Yet, his subordinates, who had followed him, could not withstand the inferno. These were his only loyal followers, his future capital for survival, and now, it was all gone. With a thunderous roar, flames engulfed the entire cave, the intense heat and conflagration swiftly claiming the lives of the mutated rats still attempting to escape. Their dying screams mingling with the sound of charred bodies, the Rat King, consumed by greed, had truly lost everything this time. Reduced to a solitary commander, with his fur nearly singed away, he watched as each of his subordinates perished. His heart ached as if bleeding, nearly driven mad with rage. This vendetta shall not go unpunished. Just wait. I will exact my revenge for this grievance. Though such thoughts echoed within, they remained mere fantasies. For even the leader of the opposing force had not shown his face. He had been driven away by 2 little minions, and he still wished to retaliate. Outside, Azua, upon seeing the Rat King scurry inside, promptly blocked the cave entrance with stones. How infuriating to let this great rat escape. If only I could have extracted its core to present to the king. Surely, he would have been delighted. Azua lamented as he watched the large rat flee. Well, although it has escaped, it will surely suffer. My fire was no trifling matter. Let us first deal with the remaining small fry, you comforted Azua. Indeed, since their leader has fled, let us collect some interest from these little rats, Azua replied, and began to eliminate the remaining mutated rats that were trapped outside and could not burrow in. At that moment, the mutated rats left outside were utterly disoriented, their ranks in disarray without the Rat King's command. Leader, I haven't boarded yet. Don't leave us behind. Take us with you. Chapter 31. Domination. The zombie territory. The remaining mutated rats, due to the Rat King's flight, were swiftly dispatched. The scene was strewn with the corpses of mutated rats, the stench of blood mingling grotesquely with the aroma of roasted flesh. A considerable number of mutated rat bodies could pile up into a small hill. As Azua and the zombies extracted the cores from the class-mutated rats, Azua examined the freshly harvested pile of cores in his hands, although it was regrettable to lose a 3rd-tier Rat King. Surely this abundance of 1st-tier cores and a few 2nd-tier ones would suffice. Well then, let us not dwell on it. Let us continue our luck and see if we can find another fool who hasn't been scared off by the king's presence. If we were to find another 3rd-tier beast, wouldn't that allow us to report back triumphantly? Ayu remarked optimistically. Indeed, we must hurry. Otherwise, they may all escape soon, Azua responded. Onward. Azua and Ayu, accompanied by a horde of zombies, continued their search for 3rd-tier mutated beasts. After a thorough search, it was unfortunate that due to their delay with the large rat, all other 3rd-tier mutated beasts had fled from Linjiang City, leaving only a few 2nd-tier mutated beasts still in flight. Due to their sluggishness, they were swiftly captured and dealt with by Azua and his companions. With no 3rd-tier beasts to capture, they had no choice but to gather more 2nd-tier mutated beast cores to report back. Thus, the 2nd-tier mutated beasts in the city faced dire misfortune. Initially targeted by Azua and his group for the 3rd-tier beasts, they were now the focus of their attention. The 2nd-tier mutated beasts, running alone, were easily subdued, while those fleeing in groups were encircled and dealt with. As a result, aside from the few that had initially escaped, nearly all the remaining 2nd-tier mutated beasts within the city were intercepted by Azua and his team. Meanwhile, Anan and Ashi had nearly cleared out the humans. Those hiding in residential buildings were amicably dealt with by Ashi. Those concealed in supermarkets, malls, schools, and hospitals were eliminated by Anan. Given that Ashi was only 2nd-tier, the majority hiding in residential buildings were ordinary people. Even if there were a few 1st-tier awakeners, they were hardly a match for Ashi, who would not engage in one-on-one combat. Even in a duel, they could not compete with the Xi in places like supermarkets and malls. Most were 1st-tier awakeners, with only a scant few being 2nd-tier. Even a 2nd-tier Anan could easily overpower them, often killing them in an instant. Thus, under careful planning, Anan and his group carved their way from the south gate to the east of Penglai, or rather, from the south of Linjiang City to the north, their eyes unblinking. While Zhang Nian reclined in a chair contemplating the life of the undead, Anan and his companions had already cleared the humans and mutated beasts from Linjiang City. The entire city resembled a freshly plowed field, remarkably clean, devoid of any traces of mutated beasts or humans. Only the joyful roars of over 200,000 zombies remained, transforming Linjiang City into a veritable zombie haven. Just as Zhang Nian lay in his chair, resolved to embrace a lackadaisical existence, he suddenly heard a notification from the system, instantly lifting his spirits. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the side quest. Linjiang City has now been completely transformed into a zombie paradise. Quest rewards are as follows: activation of the system shop function, expanded map range, and acquisition of territory buffs. System shop, use cores to exchange for shop-specific currency. The system guarantees quality. Prices are fair and reasonable. No deceit involved. System map updated, unlocking a comprehensive flat map of Linjiang City. Territory buff activation. Select a location as the host's territory. All zombies within the territory can be freely commanded, and the natural evolution speed of zombies within the territory is slightly accelerated, along with a slight enhancement of their basic attributes. Moreover, the host can clearly observe all conditions within the territory on the map. Note: the slight enhancement effect of zombies only applies within the territory. Effects dissipate outside the territory. Zhang Nian rose from his chair. The system's notification indicated that Anan and his companions had completed their mission and would soon return with good news. Listening to the task completion notification and seeing such abundant rewards, he first explored the newly launched system shop, which had a vast array of offerings. It even sold human weapons, a variety of them. Should I arm my zombie army with human weaponry? It would surely be thrilling to see zombies charging with human arms. However, ordinary zombies probably wouldn't know how to use them. There were also power fruits, which increased strength by 30 when consumed, and defense fruits, which boosted defense similarly. Stealth fruits concealed one's level, while invisibility fruits granted the ability to become invisible. Even gear was available for purchase. However, these items seemed rather extravagant and would likely cost a fortune. System: if I purchase something, how will it be delivered? Does it simply appear, or is it shipped to my home? If it's delivered, will I need to pay for shipping? Zhang Nian inquired curiously. Of course. It simply appears. Do you think it will be delivered to your home? Have you been drinking? The system's voice responded. Upon hearing this, Zhang Nian discovered they even sold alcohol. How astonishing. Speaking of which, having turned into a zombie, would I still get drunk? I'm so curious to try. Following this, he perused the shop and realized it truly had everything. However, he currently lacked cores. He couldn't exchange anything. The core from that previous leopard had been consumed by Cheng Miao Miao. He could only gaze longingly at the images and descriptions. How frustrating. I wonder if the exchange rate for cores will indeed be as fair and reasonable as stated. After examining the newly updated system map, he found that the entire Linjiang City was now displayed in a comprehensive format, revealing areas such as Linjiang District, Jixi District, Yishui District, and Pingshui District, with 3 regions unlocked. Only one territory buff remained to be activated. Ding! Please select a region to designate as the host's territory. Zhang Nian looked around and, of course, chose Linjiang City, being right here. Was there any other option? He confirmed his selection directly. Ding! Congratulations, host, for designating Linjiang City as the territory buff area. The territory effects are now operational. Activation successful. Zhang Nian felt the changes, though they were minimal. Perhaps the benefits were too slight for him to notice. He glanced at the map and found that Linjiang City had transformed into a fully scoutable area, akin to a grand perspective. After reviewing all the updates, he grew increasingly eager about the system shop, as it contained truly fantastic items. By the way, why are Anan and the others taking so long? Why haven't they returned yet? I'm on the verge of losing my patience. I'm still waiting to go shopping. Zhang Nian, with a hint of a London accent, uttered a phrase in English. Chapter 32. Rest. As soon as Zhang Nian's words fell, he sensed the presence of Anan and the others returning. Truly a case of speak of the devil, and he shall appear. No, as the leader, he couldn't welcome them while lounging on this chair. Zhang Nian quickly pondered in his mind, hurriedly rose from the recliner, and swiftly arranged his appearance, instantly transforming into a figure of solemn authority. His expression resembled that of someone who had been wronged financially, making it hard to associate with the anxious demeanor he had just exhibited. I do look quite dashing when I adopt a serious expression. What do you think, system? As long as you're happy, that's what matters. After Anan reunited with Azuo and the others, they packed all the crystal cores into a box. Although the quantity was not exceptionally large, they felt it was necessary to contain them for the sake of ceremony. upon seeing so many crystal cores. Axie's eyes sparkled with excitement, thinking how wonderful it would be if he had acquired them all by himself. Surely, such a feat would please the boss and earn him a promotion. Axie, why are you grinning like an idiot? Let us go. We mustn't keep the king waiting, Anan remarked, patting the dazed Axie on the shoulder. Axie snapped back to reality and hurriedly replied, "Oh, right." The four of them made their way toward Zhang Yin's location in the base, ready to report their recent accomplishments. Upon entering, they saw Zhang Yin seated on the newly established throne, appearing calm and dignified, though internally brimming with excitement. He could hardly wait to exchange the crystal cores and go shopping. The items in the system store were simply irresistible. However, acting nonchalant in front of his subordinates was imperative. Standing before Zhang Yin, Azuo looked at him with admiration and spoke, "My king, we have successfully eliminated all the mutated beasts and humans in Linjiang City. Now, the entire city belongs to our zombie clan." After pausing for a moment, he continued enthusiastically, "We have acquired a total of over 200 first-tier crystal cores, more than 20 second-tier ones, and dozens of newly advanced first-tier zombies. Along with 3 newly advanced second-tier zombies." Azuo, unable to contain his excitement, exclaimed, "My king, our strength has greatly increased this time." Hearing about such substantial rewards, Zhang Yin replied with enthusiasm, "Excellent. Please take some time to recuperate. I will allocate the crystal cores fairly." "Yes." Azuo and the others responded respectfully as they stepped back. "Oh my. So many. Let me see how the system's exchange rate works," Zhang Yin said, his excitement palpable. He picked up a first-tier crystal core and silently recited the exchange command in his mind. Ding. Exchange successful. Acquired 10 gold coins. Only 10 points for a first-tier core. Let us try this second-tier one instead. Zhang Yin thought as he picked up a second-tier core and began the exchange again. Ding. Exchange successful. Acquired 50 gold coins. What? 50 points for a second-tier core? Zhang Yin was taken aback, then browsed through the system shop. System, this is quite exorbitant. A single gun costs 10 gold coins? The bullets are so cheap, and this power fruit costs 50 points. Its effect lasts only 3 hours. And these pieces of equipment, each one priced astronomically. Zhang Yin lamented internally, expressing his grievances to the system. Looking at these outrageous prices, it was truly absurd. The numbers had several nines following them, and even if he exchanged all the crystal cores brought by Anan, he wouldn't be able to afford a single piece of equipment, let alone other items. The products from the system are guaranteed to be of premium quality. What do you mean by exorbitant? My prices are perfectly reasonable. I advise you to refrain from making unfounded remarks. You can choose not to buy. I am not forcing you, am I? The items were incredibly tempting, making his heart flutter with desire. System, given my handsome face, could you perhaps offer me a discount? I would rather not hear a no, if you understand, Zhang Yin insisted, attempting to leverage his looks for a price cut, adopting a somewhat firm tone. Hey, what does that mean, system? If you want to give a discount, then that's fine. But this seems a bit excessive, Zhang Yin expressed his frustration. After all, his looks were among the finest in the entire zombie clan. Although he had transformed into a zombie who could discern his true nature just by looking at him, Zhang Yin remained confident in his appearance, especially considering how unattractive ordinary zombies were. While I cannot provide you with a direct discount, there will be occasional items available at a 10 discount. A 10 discount cabinet. What is that? Upon hearing about the discount, Zhang Yin instantly became intrigued. The discount cabinet will randomly feature items available at a 10 discount at unpredictable intervals. Any item may be sold there. This function is quite interesting. It seems the system isn't entirely unreasonable after all. After understanding this, Zhang Yin thought to himself. While he was unable to secure a discount, the discount cabinet sounded promising. Humph, my prices are the most reasonable. After exiting the system shop and gazing at the crystal cores in the box, he realized he needed to allocate them wisely. Even though he could easily take them all for himself and Anan, and the others wouldn't object. After all, their loyalty was unwavering. Zhang Yin prided himself on being a good leader, so he wouldn't be greedy. Chapter 33. Allocation. Zhang Yin contemplated how to distribute the cores, deciding that it would be reasonable for him to take half as the leader. Although he had merely lounged in the chair, he was the strongest zombie in Linjiang City. After taking his share, he would then distribute the rest among Anan and the others, leaving a small portion for the newly advanced second-tier zombies as a token of encouragement. Though it wouldn't be much, at least they would receive something. Unfortunately, there were no first-tier cores left to distribute to the first-tier zombies. There were simply too many of them and too few resources. Sigh, it seems like a considerable amount of loot, yet it dwindles so quickly. Zhang Nian thought in exasperation. How shameless. Why don't you mention that you're taking half for yourself? Hearing the system's commentary, Zhang Nian retorted indignantly, System, is there a possibility you could lower the prices in the shop? That way, I wouldn't need to take so much. The items were all so costly that they made his eyes long for them. Well, let us just pretend I didn't say anything. When it came time to allocate the crystal cores, Zhang Yin took the larger share while Anan and the others received lesser portions. With the remaining second-tier zombies getting a taste of the spoils. Here are your rewards. Take them and train hard. Slacking off, understood? Zhang Yin said, distributing the cores while feeling somewhat gratified. Anan and the others pledged their loyalty, saying, yes, my king. We will not let your expectations down and will follow in your footsteps. Good, keep up the good work. Here are your rewards. Don't think they're too little. As long as you all strive hard, there will be more crystal cores and rewards waiting for you. Zhang Yin told the newly advanced second-tier zombies while handing them several first-tier cores. Yes, my king, the newly advanced zombies exclaimed excitedly. They had not anticipated receiving anything, and though it was little, it was certainly something. Now, all of you strive to evolve. Once our zombie kingdom is established, you will all be founding heroes, Zhang Yin continued, painting a grand vision for them. Having completed his motivational speech, he ignited their enthusiasm for contributing to the zombie empire, making it impossible to hold them back. Next, he instructed the zombies with metal, earth, and wood abilities to remain behind, led by Azuo, to reinforce and renovate their lair, while the others would each perform their respective duties. Azuo, how do we go about this renovation? Azuo inquired, scratching his head in confusion. Hold on a moment, Zhang Yin replied. System, I wish to purchase a renovation blueprint tailored for our current base. Zhang Yin communicated with the system internally. Understood, base scanning is complete, and the renovation blueprint has been generated. Price, 300 system gold coins. Would you like to confirm the purchase? Zhang Yin felt a bit awkward upon hearing the price. Wow, that seems a bit steep. Does your system support payment after use? I could exchange some crystal cores for you later. Products from the system are guaranteed to be of premium quality. This blueprint is the optimal solution generated based on your current base. It is undoubtedly worth the price. Rest assured, dear customer, we do support payment after use. Please complete the payment promptly. Confirm purchase. Upon hearing that the system allowed payment after use, he immediately confirmed the transaction. Ding! Item has been generated. Holding the blueprint in his hands, Zhang Yin thought, not bad, this is quite user-friendly. I can pay after using it. Here is the blueprint. I appreciate your hard work for the safety of our lair. Zhang Yin, feeling a pang of reluctance, handed over the blueprints he had just exchanged from the system to Azuo. In turn, Azuo, clutching the blueprints, felt an even greater admiration for himself. He had not anticipated that Wang Lian possessed such vast knowledge. How extraordinary Wang truly was, Azuo mused in his heart. Without further ado, Zhang Yin instructed, you may commence your work. Upon returning to the grand hall, he settled into a reclining chair after using the crystals from the box to settle his debts with the system. He pondered the consequences of failing to repay, fearing that the system shop might blacklist him, which would be disastrous. Just as Zhang Yin reclined, he was interrupted. Report, Your Majesty, the orange cat is. A small zombie hurried towards him. What is it? What has happened? What is wrong with the orange cat? Zhang Yin glanced at the flustered zombie, recognizing it as one of those he had previously instructed to care for the orange cat. Your Majesty, this matter is somewhat. You should come and see for yourself, the zombie said, fidgeting nervously. Hearing the first-tier zombie's words, Zhang Yin quickly rose. He feared something had befallen the orange cat and promptly checked its location on the map before hurrying in that direction. Chapter 34. From where? He swiftly made his way to the orange cat's little nest, where the surrounding zombies looked on in confusion at the scene. Meow, meow, meow. There was the orange cat at the entrance of its cozy abode. Its rear raised in discomfort as it mewed pitifully, seemingly unable to relieve itself. The sight of the orange cat was quite comical. What is the matter with the orange cat? Zhang Yin inquired, furrowing his brow at the surrounding zombies. Well, boss, the orange cat was just fine, but it seemed to need to . and then it just couldn't get it out. And now it's like this. The nearby zombies scratched their heads in confusion. Observing the orange cat's peculiar posture and evident distress, Zhang Yin found himself at a loss for a solution. As he was no veterinarian, he needed to think of a quick remedy, but what could he do? Perhaps he should check the system shop. Surely there must be something there to address the orange cat's predicament. Let me search for a special remedy for constipation, Cat Edition. Just as Zhang Yin entered the system shop and began searching for a remedy, he heard a triumphant meow. The orange cat had finally managed to relieve itself, but what it produced was not feces. It sparkled in the sunlight. After doing its business, the orange cat sauntered off leisurely. What was this? A crystal core. Zhang Yin approached the spot where the orange cat had been and discovered that what had come out was indeed a crystal core. System, scan this, he commanded, gazing at the crystal core on the ground. Ding! A robust third-tier crystal core has been detected. Hearing the system's announcement, Zhang Yin felt as if he had stumbled upon a treasure and quickly bent to pick up the crystal core. Disregarding its origins, can it truly be a crystal core system? Exchange this crystal core for system coins. Ding! Exchange successful. Acquired 150 system coins. Wow! The orange cat can actually lay a hymn, produce crystal cores, and it's a third-tier one. How astonishing! Zhang Yin's curiosity about the orange cat deepened. What species could it possibly be? He resolved to investigate further. He located the orange cat, which was preparing to nap on the rooftop. Come here. Kitty, don't squirm now, let me take a look. It seems no different from an ordinary cat. He lifted it up, examining it from all angles, finding no distinction from a typical feline. A tangle of thoughts swirled in Zhang Yin's mind. All right, Kitty, you're fine. Meow. He gently set the orange cat down, realizing he could discern nothing further, nor could he utilize the system scan, which had a tendency to malfunction. He cradled the orange cat from the rooftop and returned to his comfortable recliner. Stroking its soft fur while contemplating, he decided to untangle the threads of mystery surrounding the orange cat. He recalled first encountering it at the supermarket, where a scan had caused the system to reboot. The scan had revealed many question marks, even failing to identify its species. Could it be that the orange cat was not merely a mutated beast? Despite being a third-tier mutated beast, it behaved just like an ordinary kitten. Incapable of speech, only mewing. Typically, mutated beasts could speak upon reaching the first tier. Was it possible that the orange cat was mute? Meow. The orange cat in his arms seemed to understand Zhang Yin's thoughts. Letting out a meow to indicate it was not mute. Don't be upset. I know you're not mute. Zhang Yin reassured the orange cat, continuing his line of thought. When he had intended to take it to attack the survivor base, it had seemed to know his intentions and remained still. He felt an inexplicable bond with it. Could it be connected to his arrival in this world? Or was it also a traveler from another realm? Now, it was even producing crystal cores, and not just any, but third-tier ones. Zhang Yin was filled with questions. Watching the orange cat comfortably dozing off in his arms, he realized he had made no discoveries himself and was nearly burning out his CPU with overthinking. This was quite vexing as Zhang Yin lost himself in thought. A peculiar idea struck him. System. I have a sudden thought. Is it possible that the orange cat is actually my true golden finger? And you, system, are merely a supplementary feature. Perhaps my binding to you has displeased the orange cat, which is why it was uncooperative last time. Upon considering this, he accused, you have deceived me, system. Go to hell. Host, has your brain turned into a gymnastics team? System, could you exhibit a modicum of decorum? Humph. If I had a physical form, I would have given you a good slap. You are truly a laugh. I have endured you for long enough. Chapter 35. Luo Mingli. At the same time, while Zhang Yin was engaged in a verbal spar with the system, a slender young woman accompanied by several guards was making her way from the neighboring city towards Linjiang City. Miss, why are we traveling such a long distance to this place? One of the guards inquired cautiously while hurrying along, sensing the area was less than secure. The girl, referred to as the young lady, possessed remarkable beauty. Her delicate, fair skin shimmered with an ivory glow, resembling a lotus flower emerging from the water, her pure, captivating eyes tightly shut in modesty. Though she appeared to be around 20 years old, one should not underestimate her formidable power, as she exuded the terrifying aura of a fourth-tier ability user. Her starry eyes sparkled with vitality, embodying the essence of a youthful maiden, and her voice rang out melodiously, reminiscent of chirping birds. Find someone. Before the apocalypse erupted, she was the legitimate daughter of the prominent Luo family in Mingshui City, the sole treasure of the current head of the Luo clan. On the very day the apocalypse broke out, she suddenly realized she had been reborn. She no longer belonged to the present timeline. She hailed from 15 years after the apocalypse. 15 years after the apocalypse, survivors displayed their myriad flaws, and order had disintegrated. The strong rose to power. Luo Mingli, having established her own survivor-based city, was also a 7th-tier dual attributability user. Furthermore, she held a title that belied her striking beauty, the enigmatic Freezer. She wielded 2 abilities, one being a particularly rare spatial ability, and the other, though less uncommon, was an ice ability. In her timeline, humanity, initially caught off guard by the apocalypse, quickly regrouped to launch a counteroffensive. They formed a Human Hope Alliance, uniting all survivor bases to wage a counterattack. Though the advance was not without challenges, they had the upper hand in battles against zombies, engaging in back-and-forth skirmishes with the higher-tier undead, while the lower-tier zombies posed little threat to humans. Despite the numerical advantage of the zombies, the human forces wielding an abundance of firearms rendered them exceptionally effective against the lower-tiered undead. An ordinary human with an automatic rifle could easily take down a first-tier zombie. Thus, in the early stages of the conflict, the zombie faction suffered heavy losses, with territories continually reclaimed by humanity. The situation with mutated beasts was not much different, as initially, humans held their ground, but the sheer numbers of mutated beasts posed a considerable challenge. Ordinary mutated beasts exhibit a notable resilience to thermal weaponry, particularly those adept in defense. Bullets merely bounce off their formidable defenses. Even those less proficient in defense cannot be easily vanquished, sustaining only injuries rather than death. Consequently, humanity has adopted a defensive strategy against these creatures, refraining from aggressive engagements as long as this strategy is maintained, prioritizing the eradication of the zombie faction. Eventually, the mutated beast will find themselves isolated and overwhelmed. The existential crisis facing human civilization may very well be resolved in the not-so-distant future. Furthermore, the various base cities have united to establish safe zones, ensuring a fundamental level of protection for ordinary citizens. However, just as the tides of war appeared to favor humanity, and the zombie faction was forced into an unavoidable confrontation with the Human Alliance, an unforeseen calamity struck. Internal discord erupted within the Coalition of Hope, escalating from minor disputes to a full-blown rupture of the treaties among the base cities, leading to fierce conflicts, driven by inequitable distribution of interests. The Human Alliance descended into infighting, transforming the once safe zones into perilous battlegrounds. The devastation was extensive, resembling a hellish inferno. Military forces from various bases began to clash within the safe zones, resulting in countless ordinary survivors suffering grievous losses and voicing their despair. The internal strife among humans led to the disintegration of the Alliance, as leaders of survivor-based cities cast aside their pretenses, revealing their ambitions and waging wars against their own kind. With infighting intensifying, various base cities unleashed their full military might against one another, each seeking to annihilate the other and seize control of their rivals' resources and population. Consequently, leaders hastily recalled their armed forces that were still engaged at the front lines against the zombies. Upon receiving this news, the Supreme Commander of the Coalition of Hope, a 5th-tier awakened being, was momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend the reality of the situation. How could this be true? He erupted in fury. What were the imbeciles in the upper echelons of the Alliance thinking? With the zombie faction on the brink of total defeat, why would they order a complete withdrawal of troops at such a critical juncture? Were their minds filled with excrement? Or was it possible that traitors had fabricated this news to mislead them? The Supreme Commander raged against the foolishness of the Alliance's leadership within his tent, doubting that such a decision could originate from them. He even suspected that the zombies might have orchestrated this false message to stall their offensive. Report to the Marshal. We have received the latest news. Shortly thereafter, his subordinate delivered even graver tidings. Conflicts had erupted among the various human base cities, and the Alliance was in disarray. The coalition had dissipated, and it was conceivable that the two sides would become enemies on the battlefield henceforth. What? The Supreme Commander spat a mouthful of blood upon hearing this news, collapsing weakly to the ground. Quick, help the Marshal up. Yes. The soldiers hastily lifted the Marshal. He stood still for a moment, collecting his thoughts as he processed this thunderous revelation. Nearly 70% of the coalition's military forces had begun to retreat to their respective base cities to safeguard their territories. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the Supreme Commander quickly reacted, ordering, "No, we must not retreat. We cannot afford to give the zombies a moment to breathe. They are evolving far too rapidly. If we fail to eliminate their living forces here, once they fully evolve into their ultimate forms, humanity will face extinction. No, there is still hope. Quickly, keep this news under wraps. Tomorrow, we will engage in a decisive battle against the zombies." The Marshal glared at his unperturbed deputy and barked, "What are you still doing standing there? Move, General." While you were momentarily distracted, the commanders of the coalition have already received the news. Nearly 70% of the forces have retreated. The Grant Leader has also sent word, urging you to return and secure the safety of the base city. The Grant Leader advised you to prioritize the situation with the zombies later. This is an opportune moment to return and secure greater benefits for the base city. Moreover, the Grant Leader praised your performance in the battle against the zombies, promising to appoint you as the deputy leader of the base upon your return. The deputy's voice faltered as he spoke. Chapter 36, Side Story, Past Life 1. How perplexing. Cough. The Supreme Commander, upon hearing this news, spat another mouthful of blood, his chest constricted by an overwhelming fury. The hope of human civilization has been severed by these petty individuals fixated on trivial gains. How lamentable, if we retreat today. Humanity will have no hope of reclaiming our homeland. Ha ha ha. The Marshal lay on his bed, laughing heartily despite his weakened state, completely disregarding the promised rewards from the Grand Leader. The deputy, though seemingly exalted, was merely a pawn in the Grand Leader's quest to reclaim military power. The other subordinates listened in silence, realizing they were powerless to influence the leader's decisions. Why had the remaining 30% not retreated? The old general spoke with a tinge of sorrow. "General, the remaining 20% are our own forces, and I have no idea about the remaining 10%. Before the subordinate could finish, an intruder burst in, quickly reprimanding him. Then the newcomer's voice rang out, "General, for the continuation of human civilization, we vow not to retreat. General, let us confront the zombies in a decisive battle." The newcomer was Xue Shan, the highest-ranking officer of the remaining 10% of the troops, who, at under 30 years of age, commanded the army, showcasing his abilities. He had also sensed that while the zombies were retreating, they seemed to grow stronger with each encounter. If their living forces were not obliterated, humanity would likely not stand a chance against the zombie faction in the future. The old general was taken aback by the unexpected insight, but before he could respond, the deputy interrupted. "Report. The Grand Leader urges you to withdraw the troops immediately and has temporarily stripped you of your command. He insists that you lead the entire army in retreat, back to defend the base city." The deputy's heart raced with apprehension. "Oh? What do you propose to do?" the old general inquired, though he was already prepared to take decisive action against the deputy. In these tumultuous times, no instability could be tolerated. Not even from a deputy with whom he had fought for many years. Xue Shan overheard the deputy's words and maintained a composed demeanor, yet he too was ready to act. If the deputy were to align himself with the Grand Leader's intentions, he would likely not see the dawn of the next day. "General, I am willing to share the defense line's fate. I refuse to retreat," the deputy suddenly exclaimed with fervor. The unexpected loyalty of the deputy was a rare glimmer of hope amidst the chaos. "Very well. Let us take advantage of the fact that the zombies remain unaware of our plans. We must quickly regroup and prepare for a decisive battle. Let us strive to secure some final opportunities for humanity." The old general's voice trailed off as he felt a sense of despair wash over him. The chance to eradicate the zombie faction lay within reach, yet it slipped away due to the internal strife among human leaders. Thus, the remaining 30% of the troops steeled themselves for inevitable sacrifice, while the two messengers sent by the Grand Leader were detained. "Su Liang, are you plotting rebellion? Your command has been revoked. Do you dare defy the Grand Leader's orders?" Another messenger shouted angrily. The Su Liang in question was the old general, while Li Sun was the deputy. The old general ignored the messenger's threats, but Li Sun, incensed, struck the messenger twice. "Rebellion? You dare strike me? Do you know who I am? The Grand Leader is my uncle. You are finished. I will certainly report your conduct to the leader for daring to strike a messenger." The messenger continued to boast, oblivious to the shifting tides. He acted as if he were still in the survivor base, leveraging his connection to the Grand Leader to intimidate others. The other messenger, having sensed the growing tension, remained silent. "You bastard, you are the one being struck." Li Sun, increasingly irritated, delivered a couple of blows to the messenger's vital points, resulting in the latter's immediate demise. You have rebelled." The messenger, even in death, could not fathom that he had anticipated a simple task. Delivering news of their withdrawal would lead to such dire consequences. He believed he was akin to an imperial envoy from ancient times, expecting to be treated with reverence. Given his status as the Grand Leader's nephew, he presumed everyone would regard him with utmost respect. Unforeseen, yet met with demise here. Dead. The remaining courier, witnessing the slaughter of the leader's beloved nephew, was struck with the grim realization that they must surely be plotting treason. Would he be next? As this thought crossed his mind, his legs buckled, trembling. "Please, spare my life. I am merely a messenger. Do not kill me, I implore you." Li Sun, contemplating a decisive end to this last remaining messenger, was halted by the old general, who shook his head in disapproval, unwilling to eliminate the only courier left. The old general approached the messenger and spoke. "At dawn tomorrow, I shall grant you your freedom. When you return to the Great Leader, convey this message. It is not I who has rebelled, but they have betrayed all of humanity. As for myself and all the soldiers, we stand untainted in our loyalty to mankind." The messenger, somewhat bewildered by the old general's words, grasped that he was spared. And with a sense of relief, he hastily affirmed, Yes, thank you, General, for your mercy. I shall personally deliver your words to the Great Leader." "Take him away," commanded the general. "Yes, move quickly." The soldiers, still reeling from the fright, bound the messenger tightly. "Military gentlemen, there's no need to tie me up so tightly. I want to run away." The soldier delivered a swift kick to his backside, admonishing, "Stop your blathering." Chapter 37. Side story, past life 2 over on Xue Shen's side. Another messenger arrived to inquire about the delay in retreating the troops. "General, why have you not ordered a withdrawal?" Do not heed the old general's foolishness. The situation at our base is dire. When I left, our base was already besieged by heavily armed forces from other bases. The leader is in urgent need of your return. You know well how much he trusts you. He has elevated you from a mere lowly soldier to this esteemed position and entrusted the entire army to your command. Why then do you defy his orders?" The messenger Wang urged, his anxiety palpable as he struggled to comprehend Xue Shen's obstinacy. In this pivotal moment for humanity, the orders of a commander in the field are paramount. Yet, I can never forget the Great Leader's kindness. In the next life, I shall repay him. Messenger Wang, please return." Xue Shen replied resolutely. "General, are you truly unwilling to go back?" Wang questioned, a glimmer of hope in his voice. Wishing fervently for Xue Shen to retreat and safeguard the base city. "No. I shall follow the old general and confront the zombies head-on, to prolong humanity's existence." Xue Shen remained steadfast. Seeing that further persuasion was futile, Wang, resigned to his fate, shook his head and departed. He chose not to return to his survivor base, as the situation there was dire upon his exit. With no army to bring back, he would be walking into death. He could only seek refuge in another survivor base. After all, as a second-tier ability user, he would be welcomed anywhere. He could not fathom what kind of enchantment the old general had cast upon Xue Shen. The zombies were currently suffering losses. What danger could possibly lie ahead? Surely, it could not be the end of humanity. How could it be so severe? Alas, possessing great strength yet lacking in common sense. In this chaotic world, he resolved to seek out a powerful survivor base anew. Little did he know, the old general's words would indeed come to fruition. That night, the old general gathered all the soldiers for a final address. The old general, alongside his deputy Li Sun and Xue Shen, stood before them. "Brave soldiers, you have proven yourselves worthy. The foolish decisions of humanity's leaders will lead us to our doom. Those who sit in comfort and luxury in the rear know not that the zombies are growing stronger. Surely, you have felt this in your battles. If we fail to eradicate the zombies now, granting them a moment to breathe, they will only grow more powerful. When those inept fools in the rear confront the resurgent zombies, it will signal our extinction. The zombies will not spare us. Soldiers, for the survival of humanity, for our future, for the hope of human civilization, I implore you. I have resolved to engage in a decisive battle against the zombies tomorrow, to extend a flicker of life for human civilization. Thus, the old general and Xue Xin led all the soldiers into a fierce confrontation with the zombies. Humanity, already outnumbered, faced a dire situation. Roaring with fervor, the countless zombies charged forth, unafraid of death as they fought to defend their kind. The human army, too, embraced a spirit of sacrifice. Their eyes resolute and prepared for the impending conflict, the battle erupted. The clash was brutal, with the disparity in numbers proving devastating for the human forces. Old General, I shall take my leave first. To hell with you, zombies. Deputy Li Sun, a fourth-tier fire ability user, unleashed a self-destructive skill, engulfing himself in flames to perish alongside a fourth-tier zombie. Before long, Xue Xin's voice echoed, General, I too can no longer endure that. I shall join my brother Li Sun. The fourth-tier awakened Xue Xin used a life-burning skill to severely wound a fourth-tier zombie lord, sacrificing himself in the process. Alas, in the end. The old general was overwhelmed and killed by several zombies of equal rank, yet he managed to take down a fifth-tier zombie lord in a final act of defiance, injuring several fourth-tier zombie lords in the process. The old general fell, his heart filled with regret. The army he led was annihilated, with no survivors. Yet the zombies were also gravely wounded, forced to retreat and recuperate. The old general truly extended a brief flicker of life for humanity. Regrettably, humanity did not cherish this gift and instead descended further into internal strife. The old general's spirit could not find peace. Chapter 38. Side Story. Past Life 3 Scoundrel. That old rascal. Did he truly say such things to you? The great leader of the base city confronted the messenger who had just returned. His fury palpable. The atmosphere in the grand hall was frigid, suffused with the terrifying aura of the leader's wrath. Great leader. The old general indeed spoke thus to his subordinate. The messenger stammered, walking on eggshells as he felt the oppressive energy emanating from the leader. What did you say? The great leader, momentarily stunned, could hardly believe it, before erupting in a furious rage. Treachery. This is treason. Infuriating, traitor. His face contorted with rage, he bellowed, because of that old fool's betrayal, our military strength has been severely diminished. How am I to contend with those other factions now? And why have you returned alone? Where is my nephew? Why has he not returned? Where is he? The leader demanded, his voice seething with anger. Although his nephew was somewhat incompetent, he was still family. Your nephew, he. The messenger stuttered, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Speak. What has happened to my nephew? The great leader's fury escalated as he lifted the messenger by the collar. Great leader. Your nephew, he was killed by the traitorous Deputy Li Sun. The messenger quaked as he delivered the grim news. What, then why have you returned? Why did you not perish alongside him? The great leader could not comprehend the loss of his nephew, and he erupted in rage. The messenger stammered, paralyzed by fear. Useless fool. Get out of my sight. The leader's fury intensified, veins throbbing on his forehead as he pointed toward the exit. Great leader, please calm your anger. The messenger trembled as he retreated. Once the messenger had departed, the great leader began issuing commands. Someone, gather intelligence on Su Liang, that traitor. I will personally execute him. The great leader's fury reached its zenith. The death of his nephew was but a secondary grievance. The primary concern lay in Su Liang's betrayal, which had severely weakened the strength of his survivor base city. Before long, news arrived. Great leader. We have news regarding Su Liang's forces. They did not retreat from the front lines, but engaged in a grand battle against the zombies, perishing entirely without a single survivor. Soldiers reported promptly. That old fool, how fortunate he is. Had he fallen into my hands, I would have made him wish for death. What could he possibly be thinking? Are they not merely a trivial horde of zombies? How formidable can their gasping be? We can swiftly drive them to the brink of extinction now, and we will undoubtedly do so in the future. The great leader was filled with indignation and confusion at the thought of Su Liang's betrayal. The reason for the treachery was such an absurd one, not for power nor for personal dominion. The great leader paid no heed to the words of the old general, even looking down upon them with disdain. Yet, he could never foresee that many years hence, the old general's words would ring true, as the zombies of that time would completely overturn humanity's prior understanding of them, ushering in a truly terrifying and dark era. Meanwhile, at the survivor base city of Shueishan, due to his prolonged absence, the base city soon found itself unable to withstand the external assault due to insufficient manpower. The great leader within could not resist capture. "Old fool, I have long found you displeasing. Perish!" The enemy commander ruthlessly snapped the great leader's neck and extracted the crystal core, discarding the corpse carelessly aside. The enemy leader delivered a victorious speech, proclaiming, "Our territory has expanded. When our base becomes the strongest, let us see who dares defy my commands. I am the mightiest among humanity." He then kicked the lifeless body of the great leader, reveling in his triumph that "I will claim your territory, your populace, and all your resources, ha ha ha." Following this, humanity plunged into a protracted civil war, with cannon fire erupting between various base cities, leading to relentless conflicts. Countless awakened and ordinary humans perished, yet the leaders within the base cities remained indifferent. As long as they could obtain what they desired, the sacrifice of countless lives was deemed worthwhile. The high-ranking officials issuing war orders sat comfortably in their sheltered quarters, indulging in exquisite food and fine wine, surrounded by an array of beautiful companions, lost in their own bliss. Meanwhile, the soldiers engaged in battle were merely a pitiful group of ordinary people, wielding weapons against another band of unfortunate souls. During this internecine strife, the weaker survivor base cities were gradually devoured, leading them towards extinction. Ultimately, only 36 survivor bases remained, all of which coincidentally ceased their internal conflicts, having acquired the benefits they sought. Continuing the fight held no purpose. Among these 36 bases was the survivor base of Luoyu, ranked 26th in strength. However, the situation for Luoyu was dire. He had sustained severe injuries from a prior ambush while attempting to consume another survivor base, and at the brink of death, entrusted the leadership to Luo Mingli. During Luoyu's reign, the others in the base dared not harbor any ambitions, for his prestige was exceedingly high. Yet now, Luoyu had perished. He had handed his position to that little girl of his. A weak ruler inevitably leads to chaos. Following Luoyu's death, the subordinates began to harbor their own thoughts. Some wished to split the survivor base city, while others sought to eliminate Luo Mingli to seize power for themselves, each with ulterior motives. In this precarious situation, one misstep could lead to utter ruin. Yet, Luo Mingli did not betray her father's expectations. She promptly employed ruthless measures to quell all rebellious intentions, and it was then that they realized her strength was not inferior to that of her father. She was, in fact, a newly advanced 5th-tier dual-element ability user. Thus, with power and cunning comparable to her father's, she eradicated all those with treacherous designs within the base. She firmly secured her position as the base leader and employed special tactics to transform the entire base into her personal domain. Those who feigned loyalty either mysteriously vanished or met tragic ends outside, their bodies consumed by zombies. Time flowed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, under Luo Mingli's diligent efforts, the overall strength of the base rose to 3rd place among all survivor bases. Luo Mingli painstakingly grew into a 7th-tier ability user, and tales circulated among the bases of her terrifying moniker, the Odd Freezer, which belied her stunning beauty. Her unique spatial abilities combined with formidable ice powers rendered her an extraordinarily fearsome dual-element user. Chapter 39. Side Story, Past Life 4. In the desolate habitat of the zombie clan, amidst the crumbling city, only a few precarious skyscrapers remained to tell of its former glory. The magnificent ruins lay scattered in the dust, a testament to the annihilation of all that once thrived beneath their shelter. The eerie silence following the chaos was terrifying. Massive rubble formed a barren wasteland, devoid of its former brilliance and splendor, leaving nothing but emptiness. These ruins are but traces of time's relentless passage, remnants of history's journey, both accidental and inevitable, simply marks of yesterday. The mountains crumbled, and the earth quaked, as the once tranquil and prosperous city succumbed to the ravages of time. Countless zombies congregated in the ravaged city, occasionally emitting guttural roars. Within the zombie clan's territory, in a chamber reminiscent of a human conference room, sat the most powerful ruler of the zombie clan, listening to a 4th-tier zombie lord report on the outcomes of their recent skirmish with humanity. Great Zombie King, due to the disparity in our frontline fighting capabilities, our ordinary zombies suffered heavy losses, and the depletion of low-tier zombies was considerable. The mid to high-tier combatants also lagged behind humanity, albeit the losses were still manageable compared to the lower-tier zombies. After the fourth-tier lord finished his report, he took a seat. The current zombie king, his expression devoid of emotion, responded, a crushing defeat. This was a thorough and utter failure. However, this cannot be blamed on you all. Humanity still possesses a vast arsenal of firearms. We are simply no match for them. But do not worry. We have received word that the final clash of this battle led to internal strife among humans, which allowed us to seize a victory. This internal discord will undoubtedly persist for some time, presenting us with an opportunity. Our natural evolution rate far exceeds that of humanity. If we are granted more time to grow, we shall exact vengeance for our near extinction. In the forthcoming period, we shall consolidate our forces and lie low, feigning weakness while humanity is preoccupied with its internal conflicts. I believe the time for our revenge will not be far off. Following this battle, the zombie clan began to lie in wait, rarely showing themselves during humanity's infighting, causing humans to underestimate them further. As time flowed like a river. During this interval, regardless of how humanity provoked the borders of the zombie clan and hunted the unfortunate ordinary zombies that wandered out, or even crossed borders to slay some higher-tier zombies, the zombie clan remained utterly still. They merely dispatched higher-tier zombies to the borders for protection, refraining from striking against humanity, only driving them away. Little did they know that the higher-tier zombies were rapidly evolving, surpassing human imagination. 13 years after the apocalypse began, Luo Mingli had thoroughly purged the disloyal high-ranking officials within the base, ensuring no one could defy her commands. At this moment, she was in the Great Hall, attending to the administrative affairs of the base city. Suddenly, a hurried set of footsteps echoed in her ears, reporting to the great leader, urgent news has arrived. A guard entered, bowing respectfully. Oh, please, do share, Luo Mingli replied with a melodious voice. The guard respectfully stated, yes, we have received the latest updates from various bases. Some bases near the zombie territory have come under a full-scale assault from the zombies. Among them, the relatively weak Yangchuan base, ranked 31 SD, has been breached. Other survivor bases, such as Ningxing, are struggling to hold on and have sent out requests for aid to nearby stronger bases like Qingyang. Upon hearing this news, Luo Mingli's beautiful eyes revealed a hint of astonishment. What? The zombies, who were utterly defeated and had been lying low for years, are now making a move. They have even annihilated the Yangchuan survivor base city? This is simply hard to believe. The zombies, on the brink of extinction, have forced those individuals to seek assistance. It is worth noting that while the internal strife has ceased, relations between the various base cities remain tense. With frequent minor skirmishes, contemplating this news, Luo Mingli began to ponder. I understand now. Continue to send scouts to gather information, monitor the movements of the zombie clan, and inform all our subbases to be on high alert against the zombies. Dismissed? Luo Mingli commanded from her seat. Yes. The messenger bowed respectfully and withdrew. The zombie clan, having suffered a severe blow from the old general years ago, had only now fully recovered and grown exceptionally strong. No longer comparable to the zombies of years past. Listening to the news of the zombies' resurgence, capable of launching multiple fronts and even eliminating one of the survivor bases, compelling others to seek help, Luo Mingli sensed something amiss and commenced preparations for battle. Shortly thereafter, further updates arrived. The scouts dispatch returned with the latest news. Great leader, we have more urgent news. The bases that sought aid have not received any assistance. Moreover, the several base cities, including Qingyang, that received the distress signal were contemplating the opportunity to annex the besieged cities. They were unprepared for the relentless assault of the zombies, which, after breaching the defenses of Ningxing's base cities, showed no signs of respite. In a flash, they struck Qingyang and the other cities, catching Qingyang's defenses entirely off guard. Within less than a week, Qingyang fell, and its leader met a tragic fate. Upon hearing the news, Luo Mingli fell into a prolonged silence, her delicate fingers idly playing with her fragrant hair. It was astonishing that the 14th-ranked Qingyang base city had also succumbed. The leader of Qingyang was a formidable human nearing the threshold of the 7th tier. Not only Luo Mingli but all survivor base cities received this grim news. Due to the zombie swift maneuvers, only 24 out of 36 survivor base cities remained, with 12 having fallen for various reasons. Additionally, the previously stable mutated beasts began to stir. Fortunately, the foremost survivor base city, known as the Radiant Survivor City, was stationed nearby and successfully held off the mutated beasts from breaching their defenses. Consequently, The leaders of humanity's upper echelons, led by the Radiant Arbiter, sought to set aside their grievances and reconstitute the Human Hope Alliance, determined to eradicate the zombie menace once and for all. At this juncture, the leaders of the various bases understood that fighting alone would only lead to their own demise, and they had no choice but to agree to form a coalition to confront this crisis together. Soon, the leader of the Radiant Survivor City, titled the Radiant Arbiter, designated a location at the foot of the Yuheng Mountain Range to convene discussions for the reformation of the Human Alliance. The higher-tier mutated beasts within the Yuheng Mountain Range had long been eradicated, leaving only a few lower-tier beasts trembling within. Luo Mingli also received an invitation to attend and set out with her team. Various factions made their way to the agreed-upon location. Shortly after, Luo Mingli arrived, finding the setting already prepared in an open-air arrangement. Some individuals had yet to arrive, and those present were waiting, taking their seats in accordance with their respective strengths. Without hesitation, Luo Mingli took the third position, and the others refrained from protest, recognizing her superiority. Before everyone had gathered, discussions began, with some expressing disdain for the zombies, considering that since the undead had not attacked their survivor base, they were rather dismissive of the imminent threat. They reasoned that the fallen base cities must have been too weak, scoffing at the notion that a once faltering zombie faction could pose such a danger. Especially deriding the leader of Qingyang as inept, they were incredulous that he had met his demise. How audacious of the zombies to launch an offensive. This time, they must be exterminated. Merely a pack of cowardly curs. Relying solely on their numerical superiority, they had previously shrunk back into their shells after being defeated by us. Had we not been preoccupied with other matters, we could have wiped them out entirely. Do not boast so brazenly. The leader of Qingyang was no weakling. Have you not noticed that the zombies this time seem stronger than before? It matters not. I shall take action. Ha ha ha, who dares to boast so? Step forward and let me see what you're made of. Are you deliberately seeking trouble? The Radiant Arbiter seated at the head table listened to the discussions below, seemingly unfazed by the zombies. Little did he expect that the current human leadership harbored such a mindset. Could humanity truly repel the zombies this time? Even if they managed to push them back, what then? Did humanity still hold hope of reclaiming their homeland and restoring their former glory? At that moment, someone noticed the presence of the Radiant Arbiter, who had remained silent. Why could I not perceive the essence of the Radiant Arbiter? Could it be true, as the rumors suggested, that he had advanced to the 8th tier of abilities? Chapter 40. Side Story. Previous Life 5. Hearing someone exclaim, the discussions came to a halt as everyone began to sense the essence of the Radiant Arbiter, only to find it truly inscrutable. What? An 8th tier ability user. The Radiant Arbiter has advanced to the 8th tier. I have already attained the 7th tier, yet I cannot comprehend the essence of the Radiant Arbiter. How formidable. The Radiant Arbiter felt the scrutiny of the crowd as they scanned his essence and let out a cold snort. Irked by the presence of these inept individuals, soon, the essence of an 8th tier ability user permeated the entire area. Indeed an essence of an 8th tier powerhouse. Such a strong aura. Radiant Arbiter, please retract your divine presence. Everyone felt an immense pressure. Clearly, this direct scanning of another's essence was quite impolite, and the Radiant Arbiter had his limits. That moment, a blade of thunder, imbued with deadly intent, surged toward the Radiant Arbiter. The Radiant Arbiter effortlessly countered it with a shield of light. Is it merely that you advanced to the 8th tier a few days before me that you feel so arrogant? A defiant voice echoed. The attack had originated from none other than Wang Jie, the leader of the Linjiang base, ranked 2nd in strength, known as the Thunder Python. Indeed, it was Wang Jie from Linjiang City. Had it not been for Zhang Yan's intervention, Wang Jie would have undoubtedly become a 7th tier ability user in his own right, ranking 2nd among humanity's powerhouses. However, Wang Jie had always been overshadowed by the Radiant Arbiter, relegated to the position of perennial 2nd, which fueled his resentment. Witnessing the Radiant Arbiter's ascension to the 8th tier, while he himself was still striving for advancement, ignited his irritation. The Radiant Arbiter regarded the Thunder Python as provocation and unleashed his pressure upon Wang Jie. Well, such a terrifying aura, at last, it has ceased. Thunder Python Wang Jie, who stands superior, him or the current Radiant Arbiter? As the pressure lifted, the others collectively exhaled, simultaneously anticipating who among the two was stronger. Thunder Python, We are all human powerhouses. On this critical day, I do not wish to bicker with you. Do not overstep your bounds. The Radiant Arbiter spoke gravely. The 8th-tier Radiant Arbiter, facing the incessant provocations of the 7th-tier Wang Jie, felt a simmering anger welling within, yet he restrained himself from exploding. However, the expression on the Radiant Arbiter's face resembled one who had just consumed something exceedingly bitter, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. What does it matter if you think you're impressive just because you advanced to the 8th tier a few days before me? Do not think that your status gives you the right to flaunt it. Listen closely. My name is Wang Jie, the future strongest among humanity. Ha ha ha. The Radiant Arbiter's forbearance only fueled Wang Jie's arrogance further, leading him to recklessly upend the table before him. He cast a disdainful glance at the Radiant Arbiter, continuing to hurl insults, even resorting to dog-like taunts. Seeking death, the Radiant Arbiter, pushed to his limit by Wang Jie's provocations, could no longer contain his pent-up rage, which erupted forth like an unstoppable force. A terrifying essence surged from the Radiant Arbiter, seemingly insurmountable. Humph, I shall see just how strong you are now. All the thunder of the world bends to my will. Who dares to stand in my way? Upon hearing the Radiant Arbiter's declaration, Wang Jie became even more enraged and immediately launched his attack. The sky darkened with ominous clouds, and thunder roared. The crackling lightning enveloped the area, wreaking havoc upon the earth with a deafening sound. How did these two come to blows so readily? However, with the Radiant Arbiter having advanced to the 8th tier, it seemed that Thunder Python was destined to suffer. We should not concern ourselves with this. We must evacuate immediately. Otherwise, we shall be the first to suffer the consequences. The onlookers, witnessing the impending clash between the Radiant Arbiter and Wang Jie, hurriedly activated their defenses and retreated from the area, hoping to avoid becoming collateral damage in this divine confrontation. The thunder intensified, amplifying Wang Jie's momentum as he conjured a blade of lightning, surrounded by a cacophony of thunder, and charged toward the Radiant Arbiter. Humph, still as tempestuous as ever. I had intended to let this slide today, but it seems I must teach you a lesson. Setting sun's afterglow with that, the Radiant Arbiter unleashed his abilities, and an extraordinary phenomenon erupted in the sky. Resembling a second sun that dispelled the raging lightning, the sun then barreled toward Wang Jie. What? How could he be this powerful? But I am no pushover either. Lightning amplification. Wang Jie, witnessing his own lightning being dispersed, hurriedly summoned all his strength to resist. Struggling against the Radiant Arbiter's sun, Wang Jie soon realized that he was no match for the Radiant Arbiter. He summoned all his power to fend off the Radiant Arbiter's attack. But after a brief struggle, he was ultimately overwhelmed by the sun's might and was sent crashing to the ground. Then, with a resounding boom, a massive crater formed, with Wang Jie lying at its center, slowly laboring to rise. Had the Radiant Arbiter not tempered his strength at the last moment, Wang Jie would undoubtedly have been far more gravely injured than he currently was, with the power of the 7th tier. Wang Jie bravely withstands the onslaught of an 8th tier attack, proving himself to be truly reckless, fitting of his title, the Thunder Python. The bright judge continues to illuminate Wang Jie with a blinding light, as if the Buddha himself were present to guide Wang Jie towards salvation. Thunder Python, do you yield or not? I yield. Your strength has far surpassed mine. I am no match for you. Wang Jie has clearly recognized the chasm that separates him from the bright judge. Understanding that the bright judge has restrained his power in the final moments, if he were to remain defiant in such circumstances, it would be folly rather than mere recklessness. Has the strength of the bright judge truly become this terrifying? Initially, Wang Jie believed that with the strength of the Thunder Python, he could withstand the newly ascended bright judge and only suffer minor setbacks, but he did not expect that the Thunder Python would be utterly outmatched by the bright judge. Will we be perpetually oppressed by the bright base in the time to come? No, I must strive to break through as soon as possible. Otherwise, we will inevitably be consumed by the bright survivor's base. The balance has been shattered. As the two engaged in combat, the remaining leaders arrived at the scene, witnessing the power of the bright judge. Yet each was calculating their own strategies. It was common for stronger survivor bases to absorb weaker ones. But such occurrences had become rare since the cessation of internal conflict. However, the bright judge's ascension has disrupted this delicate equilibrium, prompting each to ponder their own responses. The bright judge's display of power serves as a warning. though it remains uncertain how long it can be sustained, as he likely intends to eliminate a few more. During the subsequent meeting, everyone behaved submissively. No one dared to oppose the Bright Judge, all astonished by his might, having not anticipated his premature ascension to the 8th tier. The Bright Judge's cold gaze swept across the assembly, confirming that all were present. Now that we are all gathered, let us commence the discussions for today. He strode forward and took his seat at the head of the table, unabashedly emanating the formidable aura of an 8th tier ability user, intimidating all present. Chapter 41. Side Story. Past Life 6. Upon realizing the might of the Bright Judge, even the most temperamental leaders turned into docile beings, fearful of provoking his wrath. After all, no one wished to be on the receiving end of the Bright Judge's wrath. Not even the Thunder Python himself. Everyone took their seats. Wang Jie, having briefly recovered from his injuries, was assisted into position by his subordinates, remaining silent. I trust everyone is aware of today's objective? The strength of the zombies has grown increasingly formidable, and several survivor bases have already fallen. Thus, we must today reconstitute the Human Hope Alliance. All bases must unite in offense and defense to safeguard the remaining territories. We shall not allow the previous mistakes to repeat. Does anyone wish to add anything? The Bright Judge's piercing gaze scanned the crowd, seeking any dissenting opinions. After hearing the plan, a perplexed voice arose. Bright Judge? Why must we adopt a defensive stance rather than taking the initiative as we did before? The Bright Judge scoffed. The optimal moment for offense has long since passed. Our best course of action now is to defend humanity's last bastion. Why do you say that? I believe our current strength surpasses what it was back then. We could completely collapse the zombies. A voice rose in contradiction, asserting that the zombies were merely a pack of lost souls, surviving solely due to the reluctance of others to expend resources to eradicate them. Even a cornered rabbit will bite. No one wishes to engage in a futile battle against the nearly defeated zombie horde, as the cost may far outweigh the gains. Foolish. Do you think that only our strength has progressed over these years? I possess footage from the time those bases fell. See for yourselves how powerful the zombies have become. The Bright Judge, regarding these self-righteous human leaders, could not fathom their delusions about the zombies' current state. Without waiting for their reactions, he produced an item displaying footage of the fall of the Qingyang base leader. Assault.as. The assembly's gaze fell upon the screen. They saw Assault besieged by a multitude of 6th-tier zombie lords, though he desperately broke through to become a 7th-tier awakener at the brink of death. Just as he stood to retaliate, the 6th-tier zombie lords began to retreat en masse, only to be replaced by a swarm of 7th-tier zombie kings. What? Assault, confronted by such overwhelming numbers, was momentarily at a loss, and the situation left him no time to ponder. The onslaught of 7th-tier zombie kings commenced, and despair washed over him as he realized he was no match for them. Before long, he was overwhelmed and fell into a state of near death, ultimately perishing. The footage also revealed scenes of lower-tier zombies in combat, showing that conventional weaponry inflicted minimal damage upon them, with a single tier of zombies capable of overpowering several humans of the same tier. The leaders were left in shock, gasping as they absorbed the implications of this evidence. If this footage were authentic, then the current zombies were indeed terrifying. Once the footage concluded, the Bright Judge spoke in a subdued tone. Now do you understand why we must adopt a defensive posture? The zombies of today are no longer the same as before. The old general's decision was correct. He sacrificed his life to buy us precious time. And what have we accomplished during that time? Each of you understands fully, don't you? The optimal moment to eradicate the zombies has passed. Our current task is to protect humanity's last stronghold. Let us fight to defend the remnants of our kind. The Bright Judge's fervent words aim to inspire all present to muster their full strength in facing this crisis, urging them to abandon any hesitations. Is this a zombie? How can it be this strong? One individual exclaimed in astonishment. Is this real? Bright Judge, you aren't trying to deceive us with fabricated footage, are you? Although the footage did not showcase 8th-tier zombie kings, the sheer number of 7th-tier zombie kings cast a shadow of dread over the assembly. Hearing this, the Bright Judge scoffed. Deceive you? It won't be long before your subordinates report back with similar information. Must you wait for that moment to believe? He then reverted back to the topic at hand, declaring, I am resolved to re-establish the Human Hope Alliance, with each base dispatching their strongest forces to defend humanity's last territory. I will assume the role of the Supreme Commander of the Alliance and the Grand Marshal. Who is in favor and who is against? The bright judge pounded the table with authority, his gaze challenging the assembly. His demeanor suggested that their agreement was not optional. They would comply, whether they wished to or not. As soon as the bright judge's declaration fell from his lips, dissent immediately arose from below. Bright judge, we cannot yet verify the authenticity of the footage you provided. Is it wise to make such a hasty decision? A voice articulated, albeit indirectly, the sentiment that they should not blindly follow his lead, suggesting that decisions should be made collaboratively, rather than unilaterally. You wish to be the Grand Marshal. What role do we play then, mere subordinates? We are all leaders in our respective bases. How could we possibly submit to you? While your strength is indeed formidable, it cannot be the sole basis for authority. We cannot be so easily undermined. Let us revert to our previous methods, where decisions are reached through discussion and voting. The title of Grand Marshal is not one to be taken lightly. Do not presume that your strength grants you the right to be so brazen. Chapter 42. Side Story, Past Life 7. As the individual words hung in the air, the bright judge's icy response was chilling. So, you have considerable objections to my authority. Without warning, he clenched his fist and struck forth with lethal intent. In an instant, boom. The speaker, caught completely off guard, was sent sprawling by a single blow, crashing to the ground, lifeless. Leader, are you all right? His subordinate rushed to assist, only to discover that he had already breathed his last. A mere waste who couldn't even ascend to the 7th tier dares to voice his opinions here? The bright judge's motive for such action was straightforward. The current situation necessitated a display of force to swiftly restore order, lest things spiral into further chaos. Witnessing this, the assembly rose in alarm. Once again reminded of the bright judge's formidable power, having just witnessed a 6th-tier awakener felled by a single strike. Now, I shall reiterate. I demand that you dispatch the most formidable living forces from the base to defend the final stronghold of humanity. And I shall assume the role of the Supreme Commander, the Grand Marshal. Who among you agrees, and who disagrees? The Arbiter of Light repeated his words with a calm detachment, as if the recently deceased leader had no bearing on him whatsoever. The assembly fell into a profound silence, their minds echoing with the Arbiter's decree, caught in a dilemma. They were reluctant to relinquish their military strength, yet they did not wish to see the Arbiter wield unchecked authority. After all, even if they could safeguard humanity's last territory, lacking power would leave them at the Arbiter's mercy. Yet, under the current circumstances, it seemed nearly impossible to survive without surrendering their authority. Faced with the newly ascended 8th-tier Arbiter of Light, none dared to engage him in combat, primarily because the Arbiter was indeed a formidable warrior. At that moment, the silence of the meeting was shattered by a voice declaring, I agree. The recently chastened Lei Meng was the first to speak, reasoning that if the zombies truly resembled the horrors depicted, any internal strife would extinguish humanity's last glimmers of hope. Without hope, what significance remained in vying for the title of humanity's strongest? I concur, chimed in Luo Mingli, who, though not fully apprised of the dire situation outside, recognized that unity among all human survivors was paramount. I too agree. Sigh. Fine. I agree. Murmured others hesitantly. As they observed the second and third members of the assembly acquiescing, they felt compelled to follow suit, lest they appear to invite trouble, especially with the body that had just been ejected still cooling. Very well, since we are all in accord, I shall now disclose the locations where your troops are to be stationed. Upon your return, swiftly establish your forces in the designated areas, and you must personally oversee the defense against high-tier zombies to prevent any breaches in our lines. Subsequently, he produced a map, outlining the military placements, declaring, for humanity, and for our own survival, we must be on high alert. Lei Meng, you shall station your troops at Linjiang Base. Guy Dongjia, you will establish your forces at Mingshui Base. And their strategies to repel the zombies were commendable, yet they overlooked the threat posed by mutated beasts. Given that these creatures exhibited little desire to assault the base, preferring the concealment of mountains and forests, no specific precautions were taken against them. The human coalition, thanks to timely deployments, had fortified their defenses, momentarily withstanding the relentless onslaught of the zombies. Just as humanity reveled in this reprieve, an inexplicable alliance formed between the mutated beasts and the zombies. A veritable tide of beasts surged from all directions toward humanity, severing communication between all stationed forces. 3 8th-tier zombie kings and 2 8th-tier mutated beast kings besieged the Arbiter of Light. plunging humanity into a life-or-death crisis, severing their connection to their strongest champion. The combined onslaught of the zombie and beast tides shattered what humans had presumed to be impregnable defenses. Leader, we are surrounded. All our dispatched brothers seeking aid have gone silent, murmured Luo Mingli's aide, head bowed. Are we truly on the brink of extinction? Luo Mingli pondered in despair. Report, leader, our defenses have been breached, a battered soldier rushed in to convey. Gi Dongja, let us confront the zombies. We must take a piece of them with us, even in death, declared the 7th-tier Earth elemental user, Pancher, standing alongside Luo Mingli. After a moment of contemplation, she decisively commanded, gather all forces and charge toward a single point. We shall fight the zombies, with unwavering determination. Luo Mingli issued her orders. Ha ha ha, splendid. Pancher laughed heartily. They commenced rallying all their troops for a united assault. The zombies, realizing the shift, hastened to encircle them. Each faced 3 zombies of equal rank. Before long, Pancher's anguished scream pierced the air. Giant rock fist. With a final, desperate strike, Pancher delivered his ultimate blow to a zombie, but ultimately succumbed to exhaustion. His abilities were rather mediocre. To withstand 3 zombies for so long was commendable in itself. With Pancher's fall, 6 zombies converged upon Luo Mingli. I shall take you with me. Even in death, she declared, gritting her silver teeth, igniting her crystal core to unleash her most formidable move. In an instant, she drew the 6 zombies into her dimensional space, preparing for a final stand. Time flowed swiftly, and the dimensional space neared its conclusion. Within that realm, Luo Mingli vanquished one 7th-tier zombie and severely injured 2 others. However, having burned her crystal core, her time was short, even if she miraculously survived. The 2 severely wounded 7th-tier zombies would not let her escape. Am I to fall as well? Has humanity truly failed to endure this calamity? She wondered. Suddenly, a light appeared before her just as her core's energy waned and her consciousness began to fade. After an indeterminate period, a voice reached her ears. Am I dead? Why does this voice sound so familiar? The warm rays of the sun graced her face, accompanied by a somewhat familiar voice. Miss, rise, breakfast awaits. Upon hearing the call, she opened her eyes. Chapter 43. Rebirth. Before she could fully awaken, the sun, which had been pleasantly warm, inexplicably erupted in blinding crimson light. The servant outside, who had been knocking, let out a panicked cry. This scene felt all too familiar to her, and she quickly realized that she had been reborn. Moreover, she had returned to the very day the apocalypse erupted. Memories of the tragedies of her past life flooded back. Humanity had been on the brink of victory. Even if they could not conquer the mutated beasts, they could still defeat the zombies. If they reclaimed the territories overrun by zombies in the city, dealing with the mutated beasts would merely be a matter of time. Yet, this golden opportunity was squandered due to internal strife, leading humanity to weaken while the zombies and mutated beasts grew stronger. Ultimately, humanity reaped the bitter fruits of their own discord, inching closer to annihilation. To prevent history from repeating, fate had bestowed a great task upon her. She reignited her confidence. Having been granted a second chance, she was determined to alter humanity's fate, shouldering the monumental responsibility of saving humanity. Additionally, she could leverage her memories to seek out fortuitous encounters that would empower her swiftly. I can do this. I must. Thus, she rapidly ascended in power, utilizing her past life's experiences to secure opportunities that would bolster her strength. In this life, her father would fight alongside her. In her previous existence, he had perished as a 4th-tier ability user. Though his abilities were modest, achieving the 4th tier was commendable. In this life, she began to employ the opportunities from her memories to enhance both her and her father's power. Tragically, her mother had died during childbirth, leading her father to dote on her excessively. Consequently, she swiftly ascended to become a 4th-tier ability user, just as in her previous life, possessing dual abilities. Furthermore, before the apocalypse, the entire Mingshui city was under the dominion of the Luo family, akin to tyrants, suppressing other families to the point they could hardly raise their heads. Whenever the Luo family stamped their feet, the entire Mingshui city trembled. Together with her father, they rapidly restored Mingshui city from its apocalyptic state and swiftly established a survivor base. Thanks to her father, Luo Yu, still being alive in this life, he took on the role of base leader, while Luo Mingli served as deputy leader. As Luo Yu had only one child, Luo Mingli was his beloved treasure, and he cherished her deeply, thereby avoiding any power struggles typically seen between fathers and sons or brothers. With the Luo family's prestige and strength, Luo Mingli effortlessly established the Mingshui City Survivor Base, with the entire base loyal to the Luo family. Had it not been for the apocalypse severing connections with other districts of Mingshui City, the Luo family could have expanded their dominion even further. Mingshui City comprises 4 districts: Minghua City, Mingyan City, Mingyuan City, and Mingshui City. Although she had successfully established a well-armed survivor base, these efforts alone were insufficient to save humanity. To ensure absolute security, she began to search for the formidable individuals from her previous life while they were still unprepared, seeking to recruit them as her subordinates. Consequently, she remembered a particularly powerful individual residing nearby. Known as Lei Mang or Wang Jie, she hastened to Linjiang to seek out Wang Jie, aspiring to recruit him under her command, confident in her status as a 4th-tier dual ability user. Given that the zombies were not yet formidable at the onset of the apocalypse, she felt no fear. Thus, she embarked on her journey to Linjiang City. At the outset, she had no intention of arriving with a retinue. She believed she could manage on her own without any significant peril. However, upon hearing that his precious daughter intended to venture out, her father resolutely opposed the idea. Ultimately, out of concern for the safety of his beloved 4th-tier daughter, he considered deploying half of the military forces within the base city to protect her. She was deeply moved by her father's actions, yet felt it was excessive. After much persuasion, she managed to take with her the 8 most formidable 2nd-tier guards currently stationed at the base. Now, let us return to the beginning of Chapter 35. Only her closest guards referred to her as Miss, for those who addressed her in such a manner were loyal retainers of the Luo family, akin to family soldiers before the apocalypse erupted. The people within the base referred to her as the deputy leader, and the 8 guards she commanded were all 2nd-tier awakeners. Finally, they approached the outskirts of Linjiang City, and throughout their journey, they did not conceal their presence, instilling fear in the surrounding zombies. Hence, they encountered no foolish zombies or mutated beasts seeking trouble along the way. "Miss, what are we searching for after traveling so far?" one of the guards inquired, perplexed. A lightning-type ability user, Luo Mingli replied with a clear and melodious voice. "Ah?" The guard was even more bewildered but chose not to press further. As a mere guard, there was no need for him to pry into her intentions. Luo Mingli offered no further explanation. Soon, they reached the outskirts of Linjiang City and cautiously ventured deeper within. As Luo Mingli progressed further, she sensed that something was amiss. She released her aura, causing the surrounding zombies to shy away. To her astonishment, she realized that there was no trace of human presence whatsoever. Even the scent of mutated beasts was absent. The only thing she could sense was the presence of zombies. Confusion filled her heart, and she chose not to linger any longer. Instead, guided by her memories from her previous life, she intended to locate the survivor base where Wang Jie resided. Had Zhang Nian not traversed time, under normal circumstances, the leader of that base would still perish, albeit at the hands of Wang Jie. Moreover, after killing him, Wang Jie would seize his base and establish an even stronger stronghold. Just as she prepared to head towards the survivor base, she suddenly spotted a large pit nearby. Why was there a pit here? She had never been to Linjiang in her previous life, so she was not entirely certain. She led her companions to the entrance of this unusually large pit. Not knowing where it might lead, she noticed faint footprints of mutated beasts near the entrance. Peering into the pit, she observed traces of fire, accompanied by the acrid scent of charred flesh. Gazing at the pit, her mind was flooded with mysteries. She was eager to discover what lay within and where it led. As a 4th-tier ability user, she felt no fear of potential danger. Thus, she cautiously entered the pit with her guards, where remnants of fire were scattered throughout, along with the charred remains of what appeared to be mutated rats. Reduced to blackened husks as they ventured deeper, the carcasses of the mutated rats became increasingly abundant, and the burnt odor intensified, becoming suffocating. She sensed no living beings within the cave. After walking for a while, they finally reached the cave's exit. However, this exit was obstructed by a large boulder. Theo resolved the mystery in her heart. She swiftly waved her hands, tapping into her power, and directed her focus towards the boulder. Space slicing. In an instant, she cleaved the stone into countless small fragments. Outside the cave, the azure sky was visible, and she leaped out effortlessly, Followed closely by her guards, they soon discovered themselves amidst the city, surrounded by a multitude of zombies rushing towards them. Her guards braced themselves. With an air of calmness, Luo Mingli seemed unperturbed by the approaching zombies. She deftly waved her hands once more. Suddenly, the bodies of the charging zombies were sliced into neat cubes. Her guards, witnessing the prowess of their miss, were filled with admiration and reverence. Their young mistress, not only breathtakingly beautiful but also possessing unfathomable strength. Furthermore, she had played a pivotal role in the establishment of the Ming Shui survivor base, purging all zombies and mutated beasts from within Ming Shui City. She paid no heed to the adoring gazes of her guards, instead attuning herself to the surrounding energies. Meanwhile, Zhang Yin, reclining in her chair, pondered the origins of the orange cat. Suddenly, she sensed the presence of a fourth-tier human ability user. Just moments ago, Zhang Yin had not consulted the map. Had it not been for Luo Mingli and her group suddenly appearing in the city, emanating their aura, she might have remained oblivious to their presence. Realizing that a fourth-tier human had suddenly infiltrated her territory, Zhang Yin's immediate reaction was, "What the hell? Are they here to encroach upon my territory?" With that thought, she swiftly opened the map to verify the enemy's location. Upon examining the map, she promptly identified the position of Luo Mingli's group. The map indicated 1 4th-tier and 8 2nd-tier humans located near a cave. Gazing at the cave, a flicker of memory ignited within her. She recalled hearing from Azua that the cave was a remnant left behind after a battle with a 3rd-tier giant rat. Hadn't you blocked the entrance previously? Observing the now-opened entrance, she scrutinized the humans gathered outside. Zhang Yin stroked her chin in contemplation, swiftly activating her recently scorched CPU. Could it be? Were these individuals summoned by the giant rat? Chapter 44. The Time Traveler versus the Reborn. Zhang Yin continued to search the map but found no trace of the giant rat. These humans were not allies of its. However, while searching for the giant rat, she noticed that they had eradicated the surrounding zombies. The blue dots surrounding the red dots vanished in an instant. Zhang Yin's anger surged. Damn it! They silently invaded my territory and immediately began slaughtering my subordinates. Those they killed were the future of the zombie race. All units, assemble. Intruders are causing a ruckus in our territory. All ordinary zombies, retreat from the city at once. All first-tier and higher zombies, mobilize. Surround those humans in the city. Zhang Yin clenched her fists, gritting her teeth as she communicated her orders telepathically. The telepathic communication had been introduced in Chapter 24. The ordinary zombies that were killed, having yet to attain intelligence, could not utilize this ability. Only those who advanced to first tier would gain sentience. The subordinates, currently consuming crystal cores, also received the command and felt their king's fury. They hurried to encircle the area designated by their king. While the ordinary zombies in that vicinity swiftly began their retreat, she, having previously been a second-tier zombie, began to advance after consuming a crystal core, thus remained at the base to continue her evolution. After issuing her orders, Zhang Yin was the first to rise and head towards the location of the intruders. How dare they cause trouble on her territory? She would not let them escape unscathed. Luo Mingli sensed her surroundings and found the situation unchanged from before. There was still no trace of human presence, nor any scent of mutated beasts, only the stench of zombies. It was as if the entire Lingjiang city had transformed into a paradise for the undead. Observing the situation around her, a sudden realization struck, filling her with a sense of urgency. She quickly exclaimed, "This place is not safe. We must withdraw." The prevalence of zombie presence indicated that at least one zombie of her tier was commanding the area, and she had unwittingly entered the domain of a Lord-level zombie. She could not comprehend why the situation deviated from her memories. In her previous life, such circumstances had never arisen. Was this the butterfly effect of her rebirth? But why would her reincarnation impact Lingjiang City? Suddenly, as Luo Mingli and her guards prepared to retreat from the cave, they felt their bodies become weightless. They inexplicably floated out of the cave's entrance. Just as they emerged, a sudden heaviness descended upon them, pinning them to the ground, rendering them immobile. "Where do you think you're going?" Zhang Yin's voice resonated as she arrived at the scene, her deep crimson eyes emanating a somber tone. The peculiar changes in their bodies were orchestrated by Zhang Yin, a fourth-tier zombie lord. Luo Mingli too sensed Zhang Yin's aura. Indeed, her assumptions had proven correct. A fourth-tier zombie lord had emerged here. Yet, she was puzzled. Why would a fourth-tier zombie lord appear during this time frame? This was not supposed to occur according to her memories. Panic began to creep into her mind as she recalled that at this juncture, a fourth-tier zombie lord should not exist. What could be the reason for such a phenomenon? Suddenly, a thought struck her. No, there was another possibility. The enemy, like herself, was also a reborn individual, and furthermore, a reborn entity on the side of the zombies. If she could be reborn, why couldn't others? In a bid to validate her suspicions, Luo Mingli strained against the gravitational pull, lifting her gaze to meet the deep crimson eyes of Zhang Yan. Attempting to discern the latter's countenance, at that moment, a cry erupted from her accompanying guards. "Ah, young lady, we cannot hold on any longer." No. Before they could finish their words, they were violently torn apart, their low levels rendering them incapable of withstanding the intense pressure emanating from Zhang Yan, resulting in their internal destruction. Zhang Yan scrutinized the fourth-tier human who had intruded upon her territory while glancing at the map to ensure no other humans were en route to provide assistance. There were no reinforcements. A solitary human team had infiltrated. The entire Linjiang City region was devoid of any other life forms. Only zombies roamed. This indicated that the current human had no allies. Moreover, should she eliminate this human, she would acquire a fourth-tier crystal core. Yet, why was there a fourth-tier human present now? And how had they managed to trespass into her domain? Regardless of the reasons, a fourth-tier crystal core was a prize that had been delivered right to her doorstep. System, scan that woman. Let me uncover her true identity for daring to disrupt my territory. With that thought, her heart surged with excitement. As the saying goes, know your enemy and know yourself, and you can fight 100 battles without danger. She quickly initiated the scan to unveil the human's secrets. Ding, scan successful. Results are as follows. Name, Luo Mingli. Level, 4th tier dual element ability user. Abilities, dual element, spatial, ice. Identity, reborn, child of destiny. What? A big catch has arrived. A golden fish. Zhang Yan was equally taken aback by the displayed data, particularly the revelation of her identity as a reborn individual. This made perfect sense. Otherwise, how could a human evolve so swiftly? System, what is the situation regarding this reborn individual? Provide a detailed analysis of her identity. Zhang Yan inquired with a smirk. Ding, detailed analysis complete. Luo Mingli, a human reborn, hailing from 15 years after the cataclysm of the future. Due to peculiar circumstances, she has been reincarnated in the present, bearing the monumental responsibility of saving humanity, imbued with immense fortune. Essentially, the protagonist's halo. Of course, in her future apocalyptic timeline, you are not present. This means she originates from a different parallel world. While the individuals may appear similar, the events that transpire are entirely distinct. The system's voice resonated. System, why did she reincarnate? Is there a reason related to my own crossing? Zhang Yan shook her head, seeking clarification. This I cannot ascertain. It appears she does not belong to this parallel timeline. A different parallel timeline? What on earth? At that moment, a cacophony of thunder and other disturbances echoed around them. Anan had arrived in haste, accompanied by an elite zombie army. Your Majesty, all our elite forces have assembled. Anan knelt before Zhang Yan, interrupting her contemplation. Retreat a bit. This human is 4th tier. Surround her to prevent her escape. And I will handle her, be cautious. Zhang Yan calmly instructed, waving her hand. Yes, Your Majesty. Anan and the others began to withdraw, encircling the area tightly. This human's level was too high for them to confront, especially with the added effect of being a child of destiny. Zombie King Jia? Luo Mingli caught sight of the scene and recognized Anan's appearance. This zombie was none other than Wang Jia. It was implausible for there to be such a striking resemblance, especially considering they both possessed lightning abilities. She could also sense the unmistakable aura of a zombie. The second strongest human from her previous life had been infected and turned into a zombie in this life? How could this happen? Although some opportunities from her memories differed from her last life, why was there such a significant deviation this time? The second strongest human, the lightning python Wang Jia, had inexplicably transformed into a zombie. Her expression was one of disbelief, her shocked gaze lingering long after, as she became increasingly convinced of her own deductions. This zombie was undoubtedly a reborn individual as well. Otherwise, how could he have infected the human powerhouse? She couldn't help but wonder about the current status of the first human powerhouse, The Light Judge, praying silently that no harm had befallen him. The Light Judge had appeared so infrequently in battle that no one truly comprehended his might. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been besieged by numerous zombies of the same tier. Only those who had witnessed the Light Judge's strength could fathom his terror, far surpassing Wang Jie's earlier provocation. That time, Wang Jie had clearly gone easy. Otherwise, he would not have submitted so readily and been the first to agree to relinquish his forces. With these thoughts, she resolutely made her choice. Her earlier carelessness had led to her encirclement. Only by vanquishing the zombie before her could she eliminate this unstable factor. Moreover, it was imperative to alter humanity's fate in this life. With that in mind, she resolved to eradicate this seemingly reborn zombie. She was prepared to stake everything in an instant. She unleashed all her power, taking advantage of Zhang Yin's distraction with the system data to leap back and break free from the gravitational constraints. Spatial power. Swiftly, she waved her hands, employing spatial slicing towards Zhang Yin, shattering the surrounding structures in the process. I will block. Zhang Yin, alerted by the commotion, reacted swiftly, placing her hands before her as she activated her skin hardening to withstand the assault. She successfully absorbed the impact, while her passive skill, muscle regeneration, began to mend her injuries. I asked that, snowflakes? Yet it wasn't over. Zhang Yin noticed the temperature plummeting drastically around her, and oddly, snowflakes began to fall from the sky, freezing her body in frost and hindering her speed. Suddenly, a spatial box, identical in size to herself, emerged from the ground, ensnaring her. At that moment, countless ice spikes converged from the sky, hurtling towards her, trapped within this glass-like enclosure. She had no means to evade the impending attack. What to do? Should she take the hit? Just as the ice spikes were about to reach her, a strategy dawned on her. Heavenly forces, heed my call. Suddenly, the ice spikes aimed at Zhang Yin began to ascend into the sky as she harnessed her abilities to alter their gravity. Observing Zhang Yin's success, Luo Mengli was astonished that her opponent could manipulate the gravity of her skills, indicating that she was not to be underestimated. She needed to intensify her offensive, hoping to eliminate this zombie right here. Just as Luo Mengli's skill fell short, a spatial teleportation occurred beside her, and she vanished, trying to escape. You must be unaware of my high-tech gadgets. Let me check the map to see where you can hide. Zhang Yin swiftly opened the map, searching for her location. As long as she remained within Linjiang City, Zhang Yin would undoubtedly locate her. There, behind me? How sneaky! She had teleported right behind her. With a spatial blade coalescing in her hand, she aimed to strike at Zhang Yin. In response, Zhang Yin unleashed her claws towards Luo Mengli, who was preparing to defend herself with one hand while quickly extending the other towards Zhang Yin, unleashing her spatial slicing. After releasing her ability, she promptly utilized spatial teleportation to maintain her distance. Zhang Yin was struck, a sharp pain akin to being cut by a blade coursing through her. Hiss, system, why am I feeling pain? And why am I a warrior fighting against a highly agile mage? After experiencing the pain, Zhang Yin inquired of the system. Ding, the sensation of pain is only absent in ordinary zombies. Once you advance to a higher tier zombie, the sensation will return to normal. As for this 4th tier ability user, her explosive state cannot be sustained for long. In your terms, host, let her showcase her prowess for a while. She will soon run out of energy. Just hold on a bit longer and don't let her escape, and then you can deal with her. However, host, be cautious during this defensive phase. She possesses the blessing of destiny, which amplifies her strength considerably. This enhances her already formidable spatial abilities, complemented by an ice element. So that's how it is. I shall refrain from attacking and focus on defense until she exhausts her energy. Isn't it just a child of destiny buff? Let me see just how impressive it truly is. With the system's warning in mind, Zhang Yin remained vigilant. She instantly resolved to fully activate her skin hardening and muscle regeneration, adopting a defensive stance while continually employing her gravitational abilities to weigh her down, ensuring she wouldn't slip away. Luo Mengli fervently unleashed her abilities, bombarding the zombie before her, creating a massive crater in the vicinity of Zhang Yin. Dazzling array of skills rained down upon Zhang Yin. However, Zhang Yin remained steadfast in her defense. Despite the pain, she had no intention of counterattacking. Her thoughts were straightforward. Just you wait, little girl. Once you run out of energy, let us see how I deal with you. The child of destiny will not break through my defenses. After her frenzied assault, Luo Mingli sensed her energy reserves dwindling. Although the zombie before her had sustained some injuries, she realized she could not defeat it in her current state. Moreover, she felt her body growing increasingly heavy, as if the organs within her were enduring immense pressure. Transmitting. Luo Mingli was not in a favorable state either. She swiftly ceased her bombardment, clasped her hands together, and opened a spatial portal in an attempt to retreat. Zhang Nian, witnessing this little girl who had been assaulting him for so long now trying to flee, immediately concentrated all gravitational force onto her slender legs. Come down. Where do you think you're running to? No chance of escape. Just as Luo Mingli was about to dive into the spatial portal, she felt an abrupt heaviness in her legs, as if hundreds of pounds of iron were shackling her, causing her to plummet straight to the ground. Thud. After crashing to the ground, she coughed up a mouthful of blood, her complexion turning pale. Once she fell, Zhang Nian swiftly redistributed the gravitational force throughout her internal organs. With her remaining powers diminishing, she could no longer withstand the pressure as she had before, resulting in her spitting blood. Zhang Nian's crimson eyes gleamed with excitement as he watched Luo Mingli fall and bleed. Finally, it's my turn. Berserk. Activate Berserk. Instantly, he felt an infusion of power surging through him, rendering him even more formidable and seemingly invincible. Raising his claw, he lunged toward Luo Mingli. She, gathering an ice shield for defense, realized that she could only resort to her sole remaining trump card in this dire situation. Observing the ice shield beginning to crack, she understood this was her only chance. In that critical moment, with a determined gaze, she seized the opportunity and, at the instant the shield shattered, unleashed all her remaining abilities. Now, just as Zhang Nian was about to strike her, she unleashed Spatial Exile. Chapter 45. Unknown Spatial Exile. Just as Zhang Nian prepared to attack Luo Mingli, he suddenly felt as if he had stepped into a quagmire. Huh? What is this? He wondered, astonished to realize that his body seemed to be ensnared. Observing his surroundings, he discovered a dark crimson vortex forming beside him. The moment the crimson vortex appeared, Zhang Nian sensed something was amiss. A strong sense of danger surged through him. In this predicament, he desperately sought to extricate himself. Damn it, let me go, quickly. The force of this vortex was more potent than anything he had encountered since his arrival. Furious, he declared, I refuse to believe I can't break free. Activating his berserk mode, he charged wildly toward the edge of the dark crimson vortex. Yet, it was ultimately futile. His body continued to descend toward the vortex. Hey, why am I still falling? Could it be? Did my illegal crossing get detected? Am I being sent back? The dark crimson vortex began to engulf Zhang Nian, and with each step he sank deeper, his heart racing with panic. He had never faced such a situation during his time here. The unknown was indeed the most terrifying aspect. Although his body, now consumed by the vortex, did not experience much discomfort or pain, the feeling of being unable to control his own body was exceedingly unsettling. It felt as though he had stepped into a swamp. With the power and strength he currently possessed, even in berserk mode, he could not fully resist the vortex's peculiar ability to devour. The dark crimson vortex continued to consume him, and his fear and uncertainty enveloped him. Zhang Nian thought of the system. System, what is happening to me? Do you know where this vortex leads? In the midst of danger, Zhang Nian inquired of the system within his mind. Stop overthinking. There's no way you will be sent back. The vortex beside you is merely a skill released by that human girl. You are currently within a spatial vortex, but it is highly unstable and lacks a designated target for transfer. Moreover, the chaotic currents within the vortex could transport you anywhere. However, the cost of releasing it is substantial. It will instantly deplete the release's entire energy reserve, leaving the caster as an ordinary person for a brief period. And should the skill fail to hit a target, the caster faces grave peril. However, if the caster does successfully hit a target, they too will be transported and will not regain their powers. Hearing the system's response, Zhang Nian felt a wave of relief wash over him. So, this skill was indeed released by that human girl. He had feared he would be sent back after all the effort he had invested in establishing his domain here. Now, he had no desire to return, not even a little. Moreover, he learned that using this skill would also greatly affect the caster. It turned out that after employing this technique, Luo Mengli would also be transported by the vortex, and for a brief time afterward, she would be rendered an ordinary person. This revelation eased his frustration. She would also be taken away, and without her powers, she would undoubtedly be at a greater disadvantage than he was. Even in his berserk state. Sure enough, devoid of her powers, Luo Mengli could not resist the vortex's formidable pull and was the first to be swallowed by the dark crimson vortex, not knowing where she would be transported. Damn it, why can't I get out? Zhang Yin continued to struggle, not realizing that the more he fought, the more he was ensnared, akin to being trapped in a swamp. Desperately, he grasped at his surroundings. Help! Someone! Quickly! The king is about to be sucked away. Zhang Yin remained undeterred, thinking that the greater the numbers, the stronger the force. In a frenzy, he called out to the nearby zombies to come to his aid and pull him free. All the zombies assigned to encircle him heard Zhang Yin's cries. Oh no, the king is in danger. The elite zombies responsible for the encirclement rushed toward him. Upon arrival, they saw the dark crimson vortex consuming their leader, who was desperately clinging to a utility pole. Your Majesty, we're here to help. Anan and the others dashed toward Zhang Yin, gripping his arm fiercely in an attempt to pull him free. Quick, save the king. Get him out of that monster. Other zombies joined in, frantically tugging at Zhang Yin, witnessing their king on the verge of being devoured. The scene was somewhat comical, a swarm of zombies pulling at Zhang Yin like they were uprooting a vegetable. Some yanking on his arms, others clutching his head, trying to pull him free. As Zhang Yin felt himself being almost extricated, he excitedly shouted, come on, put in some effort. I'm almost out, as the saying goes. Training soldiers for 1,000 days to use them in a moment, whether or not he could escape relied entirely on them. Ouch, who's tugging at my hair? Let go. Can't you see? He exclaimed, annoyed, if you ruin my shiny black hair. I swear I'll get you back. Thanks to the numbers, Zhang Yin's body was on the brink of being fully pulled free from the dark crimson vortex. The vortex, however, seemed displeased. Oh, so you're feeling strong now? If I let you out, wouldn't I lose face? Let me show you something. Suddenly, the vortex's suction intensified exponentially. Just as Zhang Yin was about to be fully extracted, he felt the devouring force of the vortex surge to unprecedented levels. If Anan and the others did not let go, they could very well be sucked in alongside him, risking all he had fought for. Anan, everyone, let go. I can't hold on much longer. I've been played. It seems this thing is determined to take me away today. Everyone, stop and listen to me. Anan, Azuo, Ayu, and Axi, during my absence, lay low in Lingjiang City, focusing on defense, and protect the territory I have established. I promise I will return. Zhang Yin felt the vortex's grip tightening, akin to an emperor imparting his final wishes. Yes, Your Majesty. As he spoke, Anan and the others instantly released their grip, and Zhang Yin was completely engulfed by the dark crimson vortex, leaving him uncertain of where he would be transported. Chapter 46. Where am I being thrown? Fully consumed by the spatial vortex, Zhang Yin gazed at the surreal environment around him, hesitant to move. The surrounding atmosphere resembled a spatial tunnel, akin to a dream. Ethereal yet fraught with peril. System, what should I do next? Zhang Yin cautiously inquired, knowing that the system must have insight into the current situation. Do you see the walls that resemble flowing water? Just find a spot to collide with, and you can exit, though I cannot guarantee where you will end up. It is entirely plausible that one might find oneself amidst the lair of mutated beasts, or even within the vastness of the ocean, and there exists a chance of encountering them in the very heart of human habitation. Of course, one might also stumble upon them in seemingly secure locations. In essence, the possibilities are myriad. System, what would happen if I remained trapped in here indefinitely? The uncertainty in the system's response filled Zhang Yin with trepidation, as he certainly did not wish to find himself in any of the aforementioned locales. If you persist in remaining here, under favorable circumstances, your body will gradually succumb to the corrosive effects of the dimensional barriers surrounding you, ultimately dissipating into this void. Conversely, should fortune not be on your side, you may soon face a chaotic rift in space, and if luck favors you, you might survive, only to be transported to an unknown realm. However, should fate be unkind, your demise would be inevitable. Goodness, is it truly that dire? Zhang Yin exclaimed, I must escape at once. I refuse to perish here. The gravity of the system's words propelled him to make a decisive choice. Dying in such a manner would be utterly disgraceful, a blemish upon the honor of a traveler through time and space. Yet, which direction should he take to exit? Whatever, I shall simply move forward. He resolved to leave this wretched place post-haste, unwilling to fall victim to the chaotic rift. After some contemplation, he set his sights on a direction and plunged forward, only to be met once again with the familiar sensation of darkness enveloping him. Why must the light be extinguished once more? After a brief interval, Zhang Nian emerged from the swirling vortex of space. Upon his arrival, he found himself tumbling through a fissure in the fabric of reality, landing unceremoniously upon a thicket of thorns. Fortunately, his enhanced physical fortitude rendered him unbothered by the prickling foliage. Where had he been unceremoniously deposited? Upon regaining his bearings, he scanned his surroundings with utmost caution. It appeared he had landed in a primordial forest, where the underbrush was sparse and towering ancient trees reached towards the heavens. The branches intertwined overhead, their lush green leaves forming a canopy that obscured the azure sky. A magnificent camphor tree loomed before him, its bark a deep emerald hue, with gnarled branches twisting like serpents. As a gentle breeze swept through, the leaves rustled softly, reminiscent of a dragon's sigh. Such exquisite scenery would be worthy of admiration were it not for the apocalyptic context that enveloped him. Yet, this was not the time for contemplation. He needed to ascertain his location. Consulting the system's map, he discovered that it had not updated to reflect his current position. Only a small area around him was visible. Thankfully, he still had access to a map, albeit a limited one. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that he was indeed deep within a primordial forest. Fortunately, his luck seemed to hold. Surrounding him were merely a few scattered low-level mutated beasts, the strongest among them being a mere second-tier creature. The environment indicated he was deep within the heart of this ancient woodland, suggesting a multitude of mutated beasts resided here. The number of mutated creatures in this dense forest likely rivaled that of a zombie horde, perhaps even surpassing the forces he had encountered in Linjiang City. His newly established faction would stand no chance here. Zhang Nian shuddered at the thought of the perilous situation he found himself in. The map revealed no signs of zombies or humans, and he sensed no lingering traces of their presence. Only the mutated beasts were palpable. Despite his internal worries, he hoped that the forest was temporarily devoid of any mutated beast kings that might detect his presence. Even if they were nearby, surely they would not notice him immediately. Right? In the midst of his cautious assessment of the surroundings, a sudden wave of weakness washed over him. His berserk state had expired. His strength had diminished slightly, and he needed to find a place to hide and recover. What a predicament this was! Reflecting on his recent experiences, he lamented the territory he had just secured. Having scarcely enjoyed it when he was inexplicably thrust into this terrifying primordial forest, he wondered where the human who had accompanied him had been transported. Had she met an unfortunate fate? He hoped not. He distinctly remembered seeing her identity upon scanning. She was not only a reincarnator but also the child of fortune. With such a designation, the world's fate would surely favor her. Unlike his own miserable circumstance. Blast it, the more I ponder, the angrier I become, he thought, feeling a pang of jealousy. Seeing her better off than I am is more painful than death itself. Resolving to set such thoughts aside, Zhang Nian knew he had to find a way to conceal his presence until he regained his strength. Should a few fourth-tier mutated beast kings appear in the forest, he would be in grave danger. No one could ascertain how many beast kings lurked within this primordial forest. Before the apocalypse, the number of animals had been staggering. Now, with time having passed since the outbreak, all creatures had transformed into mutated beasts, engaging in a frenzy of survival and evolution. Here, the number of mutated beasts was boundless, and the opportunity for evolution would be abundant. In such an environment, it was inevitable that numerous mutated beast kings would arise, evolving at a far quicker pace than Zhang Nian could muster while assaulting survivor strongholds. Chapter 47. The Huazhong mountain range. Zhang Nian's condition was far from ideal. He had just endured a one-sided battle. To compound matters, the end of his berserk state left him vulnerable in the depths of this primordial forest, where he had to tread carefully to ensure his safety. He needed to find a place to conceal himself and recuperate. Stealthily, Zhang Nian searched for a hiding spot, using the map to navigate around the mutated beasts to avoid drawing their attention. Though he had yet to encounter any high-tier mutated beasts, he knew that provoking a small one could attract its parents, leading to dire consequences. He had no desire to engage with the kings of mutated beasts at this juncture. With utmost caution, he traversed the primordial forest until he finally discovered a small cave. Dimly lit, but not intimidating to him as a fourth-tier zombie lord. The map indicated no presence of mutated beast within, suggesting it was a temporary haven. With resolve, Zhang Nian entered the cave, swiftly sealing the entrance behind him. The sense of security washed over him as he found a large rock to rest upon. He attempted to establish a connection with Linjiang City through his mental communication. But to his dismay, there was no response. Upon reviewing the skill description, he realized it was only effective within his territory. Given his current location, he could not reach out. Sighing heavily, Zhang Nian resigned himself to waiting patiently for the weakness to pass before venturing out to assess his surroundings. His passive skills were gradually restoring his health. As long as time permitted, he would soon regain his peak condition. During this recuperation, the system delivered a rare piece of good news. A voice echoed in Zhang Nian's mind. Ding! The system map has been successfully updated. Please check promptly. At last, a piece of promising news, Zhang Nian exclaimed with joy, eager to discover his current location. He hastily opened the map and learned that he was situated within the Huazhong mountain range. The map displayed only a flat representation of the mountains, leaving him uncertain as to which direction his stronghold lay. If he ventured the wrong way, traversing the rugged terrain would be for naught. Moreover, as a solitary zombie, he felt utterly out of place among the surrounding creatures. System, which way to Linjiang City? How do I return? Zhang Nian pressed, his tone insistent. How would I know? Why not capture a human and inquire? The system replied nonchalantly. Capture a human? Are you jesting? There are no humans here. Only mutated beasts. Zhang Nian retorted, exasperated. The mountains were teeming with mutated creatures. It was ludicrous to think there would be any humans present. If there were, they would undoubtedly possess formidable combat prowess, as anyone daring to enter such a perilous primordial forest could not possibly be weak. At least a fourth-tier powerhouse would be required. Frustrated, Zhang Nian decided that consulting the system was futile. He would rely on himself instead. System, open the map and provide a detailed analysis of the Huazhong mountain range, he commanded, determined to glean any useful information from the map. Ding! The Central Mountain Range is one of the 5 major mountain ranges of Huagua and currently serves as one of the richest habitats for mutated beasts. The other mountain ranges include the South China Mountain Range, East China Mountain Range, West China Mountain Range, and North China Mountain Range, which are distributed throughout the southeastern, northeastern, northwestern, and central regions of Huagua.ic. After listening to the system's explanation, Zhang Nian realized his approximate location. Yet he was still unaware of the whereabouts of Linjiang City, which caused him considerable distress. More importantly, he found himself in one of the 5 habitats teeming with mutated beasts. This meant that his current situation was exceedingly perilous. If he did not hasten to escape, he would inevitably meet his demise here. Even if his strength were to recover shortly, facing a tide of mutated beasts as numerous as the stars, and perhaps encountering several beast kings, would be overwhelming. Even a mere assault from ordinary mutated beasts could exhaust him, not to mention the additional threat of high-level mutated beasts or even those of equal rank. The mutated beast kings, having evolved through relentless battles, possessed formidable combat prowess. Weaker mutated beasts would have long since perished in this primordial forest, serving as mere fodder for more ferocious variants. He needed to devise a plan, or else he would surely meet his end. Zhang Nian calmed himself and swiftly pondered his strategies within the cave. Chapter 48. Silver Feather Eagle King. In such circumstances, there were truly no viable solutions available. He could either choose a direction based on instinct and charge forward without pause, which was inherently perilous. The mutated beast kings, sensing an intruder in their territory, would undoubtedly rally their respective hordes to intercept and protect their domain. Such an action ought to be avoided unless absolutely necessary, lest his chances of escape dwindle to nothing. Wait! A flash of insight struck Zhang Nian, and he suddenly recalled something. He could rely on his instincts to sense the general vicinity of his territory. After all, he was a Lord-level zombie. There must be some connection, however tenuous, between him and his domain. Let me give it a try to validate his hypothesis. Zhang Nian stood upon a stone with a glimmer of hope. Then, In a manner reminiscent of a monk meditating, he crossed his legs beneath him, quieted his mind, and attuned himself to the general direction of his territory. Time and again he attempted, and time and again he failed. Yet Zhang Nian remained undeterred. If only he could perceive the faintest fluctuation, he would be able to ascertain the approximate location of Linjiang City. Still nothing. Countless failures did not deter Zhang Nian. He could not ascertain how much time passed, but eventually, his perseverance bore fruit, perhaps aided by the favor of the heavens. Suddenly, he sensed a familiar faint fluctuation. Though ephemeral, he reacted swiftly and captured the direction of this subtle wave. I found it! I finally found it! Ha ha ha! Elated, Zhang Nian patted his colorless thigh, relieved that he was a zombie. Otherwise, his legs would surely have gone numb from sitting for so long. Based on the location indicated by this faint fluctuation, Linjiang City seemed to lie to his south. Woohoo! Zhang Nian danced with excitement in the cave. The sense of weakness had dissipated, and his injuries had mostly healed. It was time to venture out. Zhang Nian rose from the stone and approached the blocked cave entrance. With a firm fist, he gathered his strength and struck the boulder obstructing the cave's mouth. Bang! With a violent sound, the boulder crumbled like tofu. Shattered by Zhang Nian's punch, the commotion was rather loud. He needed to leave this place quickly. Fearing that the noise from the boulder's collapse might attract enemies, Zhang Nian leapt into the air, intending to traverse the next leg of his journey above ground. For clarification, after reaching the 4th tier, one gains the ability to ascend. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Nian vanished into the sky. As he ascended, his field of view expanded, and he sped southward while observing the environment and terrain of the central mountain range. The entire mountain range undulated like a vast ocean, its peaks and valleys forming a harmonious yet solitary landscape. Of course, what he beheld was merely a fraction of the central mountain range. Such exquisite scenery, he vowed to conquer this land and transform it into his own garden retreat. As he flew, Zhang Nian marveled at the beauty around him, oblivious to the impending danger. While he navigated cautiously through the air, a sudden, piercing cry resonated from a nearby valley, reverberating with a soul-shattering intensity. Not good. Zhang Nian felt a surge of alarm and heightened his vigilance, for within that sound lay a palpable sense of murderous intent directed at him. His instincts proved correct. A colossal silver hawk was charging towards him from the valley. What a massive eagle! Scanning. Zhang Nian hurriedly activated his scanning ability to gather information on the enormous eagle approaching from the valley. As the adage goes, knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in every battle. Understanding the foe's origins would enable him to quickly formulate a counter-strategy. The results of the scan revealed that it was a 4th-tier wind-type Silver Feather Eagle King, true to its name. The Silver Feather Eagle King was immensely proud, reigning as the sovereign of the skies, adorned with radiant silver plumage. The eagle soared majestically above, glaring at the intruder trespassing in its domain with evident displeasure. Suddenly, the Silver Feather Eagle King emitted another resounding roar. Zhang Nian noticed that its wings had grown exceedingly heavy, causing its speed to diminish. The gravity was intensifying. Zhang Nian activated his abilities to augment the weight of the Silver Feather Eagle King's wings. While he swiftly descended and dodged its attack, he was at a disadvantage in the air and did not wish to engage. Thus, he opted to descend, hoping to evade it, the arrogant Silver Feather Eagle King. Witnessing this diminutive creature evade its assault through some mysterious means, became even more enraged. Its silver wings swiftly gathered into a swirling vortex, forming a powerful gale. The tornado grew larger as it emitted a deafening roar. The tempest descended like a ferocious dragon, barreling towards Zhang Nian. Oh no, a tornado! Zhang Nian sprinted downward while observing the spiraling tempest, which erupted with explosive sounds as it rushed toward him. Damn, there was no escape. Hardened skin, as the dragon-like vortex bore down upon him, he realized fleeing was futile. He could only brace himself for the onslaught. His defenses surged significantly. A violent storm erupted from the tip of his blade, surging toward Zhang Nian, resembling an enormous dragon shimmering with golden ripples, roaring furiously as it approached. Chapter 49. Can you dodge this strike? Gravity. To avoid being swept away by the tornado, Zhang Nian employed his abilities to increase his weight. Feeling as though countless iron balls had latched onto his feet, anchoring him firmly as he slowly descended amidst the powerful currents of the dragon-like whirlwind. The cerulean wind blades within the tornado possessed formidable lethality. Despite his hardened skin, he sustained some injuries. Finally, he landed on the ground, as the roaring tornado drew in everything around it, uprooting massive trees and sweeping colossal boulders into its vortex. Zhang Yan struggled to resist amidst the tempest. System, I too desire such a magnificent ability. Look at what you've bestowed upon me, utterly inadequate in comparison. With wind blades striking him and the threat of flying debris, Zhang Yan continued to bicker with the system. System? Question mark. If you're incapable, don't blame the road for being uneven. If you can't utilize it, don't blame me. Who else would wield auxiliary powers against combat abilities? Can you refrain from blaming me every time? Zhang Yan was disinclined to listen to these explanations. Regardless, the inadequacy of the system was to blame for his predicament. Climb. What the heck? So my abilities are auxiliary and only truly potent when paired with dual powers. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Now I find myself in quite the predicament hearing the system's words. Zhang Yan's mouth twitched. He realized that while his ability to clear enemies was quite convenient, it was markedly weaker against foes of equal rank. Previously, during his battle with Lua Mingli, he had been thoroughly outmatched, as his abilities only served to inconvenience her, were it not for his own resilience. Any other fourth-tier zombie lord would have perished long ago, especially against ice-type abilities, which were notoriously lethal. No, he could not remain idle here. If his skin hardening ended and he was unable to escape, he would truly meet his doom. A plan had to be devised. Zhang Yan, bracing against the wind blades within the tornado, pondered intently. Eureka! In a flash, an audacious idea struck him. He would lighten his weight, allowing the tornado to sweep him up, and then at the right moment, he would wait once more. Why not let the tornado hurl me away like a meteor being launched? Although I am uncertain of the success of this approach, it is certainly preferable to being trapped within, enduring the onslaught of wind blades. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yan unleashed his supernatural abilities, only to be met with an unexpected outcome, as soon as he lightened the gravity around him. A painful scream erupted from his lips. Ah, what a blunder! The moment Zhang Yan altered the gravity, he realized that the reality was far from his expectations. His body was swept up by the tornado, spinning like laundry in a washer, colliding with stones and trees, not to mention countless other objects. The velocity of the rotation was so intense that it felt as if his brain would scatter. Oh, this is utterly unbearable. Enveloped within the tornado conjured by the Silver Feather Eagle King, he was completely disoriented, unsure of which direction to flee. Never mind, I shall just choose a direction at random. If this spinning continues, my mind will surely unravel. The obscured orientation rendered him incapable of discerning where he would be propelled. Gravity. In an instant, Zhang Yan intensified the gravitational pull on his body, attempting to escape. Whoosh! In that fleeting moment, Zhang Yan shot forth like a brilliant meteor, tracing a perfect arc through the sky, reminiscent of the Milky Way. Once flung away, he quickly adjusted his position, assessing the trajectory of his flight. At last, I am free. Let me gauge my current location. What the hell? To my dismay, I found myself hurtling directly toward the Silver Feather Eagle King, the very entity controlling the tornado. With its sharp eagle eyes, the Silver Feather Eagle King observed an unknown object approaching rapidly. At this moment, it was too late for it to evade. Thus, this presented an opportunity for Zhang Yan. Damn it, since fate has led me to you, I shall confront you head-on. Zhang Yan resolved to fight fiercely, a fierce light igniting in his eyes as his hands morphed into razor-sharp claws. Entering a state of frenzy, his gaze sharpened. You cannot evade this strike. In this instant, Zhang Yan perceived that the Silver Feather Eagle King was unable to dodge his assault. Whether or not he could slay the beast depended entirely on this charged attack. Chapter 50. Lamentation. Zhang Yan, like a ferocious cannonball, aimed his sharp claws directly at the heart of the Silver Feather Eagle King. Seizing its wing, he leaped onto its back. Zhang Yan exclaimed with exhilaration. At last, it is my turn. With swift motions, he raised his claws, slicing into the Silver Feather Eagle King as if he were a butcher carving meat. Roar! The Silver Feather Eagle King, struck sharply at its heart, let out a piercing cry of agony. The howling tornado abruptly ceased, and the debris swept into the sky began to plummet to the barren ground below, creating a cacophony of sound. The ground now resembled a chaotic battlefield. A disordered mess. The Silver Feather Eagle King, spinning at high speed, attempted to shake Zhang Yin off. However, Zhang Yin clung on fiercely, his claws digging deep into its flesh, creating a bloody scene. Die! Zhang Yin's claws, now enhanced by his frenzy, relentlessly assaulted the Silver Feather Eagle King. Roar! The creature writhed in pain, attempting a death roll reminiscent of a crocodile while desperately trying to fly and spin. You think you can rid yourself of me? One hand held on tightly, while the other began to slash at the Silver Feather Eagle King's wing. Having finally gained a foothold on its body, there was no way he would allow himself to be thrown off. Such close proximity to this behemoth was a rare opportunity. Should the Silver Feather Eagle King succeed in tossing him aside, it would never grant him another chance. Roar! The Silver Feather Eagle King, now in excruciating pain, emitted a series of mournful cries. With its wings injured, its speed diminished significantly, and it began to descend. You can't hold on any longer, can you? Let me add to your troubles. Once you hit the ground, it will be time for you to meet your end. Zhang Yin, witnessing the faltering Silver Feather Eagle King, felt a surge of elation. This creature was finally on the verge of collapse. However, the descent must not be too comfortable. Gravity. He directly harnessed his powers to amplify the weight of the Silver Feather Eagle King, while simultaneously unleashing a flurry of attacks on its other wing. The creature, increasingly battered, found its body becoming heavier under Zhang Yin's influence, ultimately unable to sustain itself. Yet, the Silver Feather Eagle King remained proud. Knowing it was doomed, it would not allow this detestable foe to escape unscathed. Roar! Emitting a fierce cry, the Silver Feather Eagle King summoned its remaining strength, propelling itself toward the distant mountains at breakneck speed. It's seeking a mutual demise. Zhang Yin, recognizing the impending danger of the Silver Feather Eagle King's desperate maneuver, felt a sense of foreboding. I refuse to perish alongside you. He quickened his claw strikes, simultaneously augmenting his own gravity while increasing that of the Silver Feather Eagle King. Roar! In a moment of dire consequence, the severely injured Silver Feather Eagle King could no longer endure. After releasing a tremendous, mournful wail, it succumbed to unconsciousness. With a significant distance still remaining to the mountain, its massive body began to plunge toward the ground. Bang! The fallen Silver Feather Eagle King produced a resounding crash, its colossal form shattering numerous sturdy trees. Zhang Yin, emerging unscathed, leaped down from the Silver Feather Eagle King's body, dusted off his hands, and strode toward its heart. Phew, long last. I have dealt with this formidable beast. It was no easy feat. Why? Oh why? Could you not simply remain in your lair, laying eggs and minding your own business? I was merely passing by, yet you insisted on attacking me. Has this cost you your life? Allow me to show you mercy and end your suffering. With that, Zhang Yin plunged a claw into the heart of the Silver Feather Eagle King. Found it. Within the corpse of the Silver Feather Eagle King, he retrieved what he sought, extracting it with a swift motion. The severely wounded and unconscious Silver Feather Eagle King met its demise upon the extraction of the crystal core, leaving behind a massive carcass, a fourth-tier crystal core, pulsating with potent energy. Zhang Yin gazed with satisfaction at the crystal core in his hand, feeling the essence of fourth-tier energy emanate from it. A faint smile gracing his lips, holding the substantial light green fourth-tier wind crystal core, Zhang Yin reflected. This truly is a lucrative haul. Although I sustained injuries, the reward is a crystal core from a fourth-tier mutated beast king. The returns and sacrifices are indeed proportional. However, this is not the time to admire the crystal core. I must not linger here, for this is the lair of the Silver Feather Eagle King. I must make my swift exit. Time to leave. Clutching the large crystal core with satisfaction, Zhang Yin fled the scene, leaving behind the massive carcass of the Silver Feather Eagle King. Just moments after Zhang Yin departed, a pair of eerie green eyes emerged from the distant forest floor, rapidly approaching the corpse of the Silver Feather Eagle King, producing a rustling sound. The Silver Feather Eagle King is dead? It seems that the zombie has triumphed. It turned out to be a large snake trapped at the third tier. It had just heard the Silver Feather Eagle King's cries for help. The mournful wails were a plea for assistance. Yet, The Silver Feather Eagle King typically forbade other mutated beasts from encroaching upon its territory. Any that dared approach were either chased away or devoured. This large snake, often hunted near the Silver Feather Eagle King's domain, was not that it lacked fear of the Silver Feather Eagle King, but rather that it had witnessed the fate of an unfortunate creature that ventured too close. Being swallowed whole by the Silver Feather Eagle King, however, that unfortunate creature's demise had inadvertently granted this snake knowledge of the general area where the Silver Feather Eagle King would emerge to drive away intruders. It dared not approach the location of that creature's death, fearing the Silver Feather Eagle King's wrath. Being consumed would be akin to savoring spicy snacks. While Zhang Yan battled the Silver Feather Eagle King, the snake had hidden nearby, waiting for prey to fall into its grasp. Perhaps it had heard the Silver Feather Eagle King's cries for help, curious about the cause of such distress from the proud ruler of the skies. It mustered its courage and cautiously slithered toward the Silver Feather Eagle King's territory, carefully skirting the edges, prepared to flee at a moment's notice. After a while, observing that all was quiet, it surmised that the Silver Feather Eagle King had likely encountered a formidable opponent. Another cry for help echoed. T chose not to intervene, opting instead to conceal itself, witnessing the Silver Feather Eagle King embroiled in battle with a zombie in that instant. A glimmer of greed shone in its eyes. It sensed an opportunity to evolve to the fourth tier. It resolved to wait and see if the two adversaries could inflict mutual destruction, allowing it to swoop in like a mantis stalking a cicada. After all, these were two fourth-tier beings, and this snake had been stuck at the third tier for far too long that it remained in quiet anticipation, observing intently as the Silver Feather Eagle King plummeted. And Zhang Yan descended to extract the crystal core. It watched every moment, vigilant and unyielding. However, the outcome did not unfold as it had hoped. Ultimately, Zhang Yan proved to be the superior force. The Silver-Feathered Eagle King was vanquished, its crystal core extracted and subsequently destroyed, while the zombie appeared to be grievously injured. However, it remained cautious and did not venture forth to attack Zhang Yan, fearing that the zombie might retaliate fiercely. After all, Zhang Yan was a formidable fourth-tier entity. No matter how wounded, it was still a creature of that caliber. The creature was merely a third-tier mutated snake of mediocre talent, and had it possessed superior abilities, it would not have languished at the third tier for so long. Were it not for this opportunity, it might have waited an eternity to evolve into a fourth-tier beast king. Furthermore, once a being ascends to the fourth tier, a qualitative transformation occurs, and it dared not gamble on what formidable techniques the fourth-tier zombie might still possess. It was indeed a prudent approach. Once Zhang Yan departed, it was finally its turn. Gazing at the corpse of the Silver-Feathered Eagle King, it flicked its serpent tongue, and a glimmer of greed sparked in its gem-like eyes. Although the crystal core of the Silver-Feathered Eagle King had been removed, consuming the remains would still confer immense benefits upon this third-tier mutated snake. Moreover, devouring it would ensure its evolution into a fourth-tier entity was a foregone conclusion. Rustling softly, it slithered toward the corpse of the Silver-Feathered Eagle King, flicking its tongue as a bright green light flickered in its eyes, greedily beginning to consume. Soon after, it planned to hide away and digest the energy absorbed, thus evolving into a fourth-tier mutated Snake King. Chapter 51. Concealment. I hide after retrieving the crystal core from the Silver-Feathered Eagle King. Zhang Yan fled with it in hand, entirely oblivious to the lurking third-tier giant snake, which fortuitously benefited from the situation. If Zhang Yan were to discover this, it would surely be infuriated. After all, it had labored hard to achieve its gains, only to have them snatched away by this wretched longworm, elatedly clutching the crystal core of the Silver-Feathered Eagle King. Zhang Yan flew low through the woods, concealing its presence. According to the map, it found a cave and hurriedly blocked the entrance upon entering. Setting the crystal core down, a familiar wave of weakness washed over it. This frenzy skill was indeed useful, but if not for the accompanying side effects, it would be deemed perfect. System. How am I supposed to swallow such a large crystal core? Zhang Yan scratched its head, frowning at the core, which was roughly the size of a wash basin. Previously, the largest core it had consumed was only the size of an apple. It had managed to swallow that with some effort. But this cord was far too large. Haha, if you can't swallow it, you can exchange it for shop currency. The system's voice held a teasing tone. Absolutely not. Zhang Yan was determined. This crystal core was clearly capable of providing a significant boost to its evolution points. Hearing the system's intention to claim its precious treasure, Zhang Yin swiftly declined. It wasn't foolish enough to exchange a fourth-tier crystal core for system currency. Even trading a few lower-tier cores had already pained it greatly. Without receiving an answer from the system, Zhang Yin continued to glare at the pale green crystal core, vexed. After all the effort it had put into obtaining this trophy, it found itself unable to consume it. What to do? Perhaps it could attempt to absorb the energy within the core through its body. But would doing so reduce the evolution points gained? All right, enough jokes. Leave it to me. After the system's voice, its precious treasure vanished, and simultaneously a notification sound indicating successful absorption of the core echoed. Ding! Absorbed a fourth-tier crystal core. Gained 800 evolution points. Evolution points. 840-2500. Wow. So it could work this way. Zhang Yin had always thought it needed to swallow it whole. Wait a minute. When I consumed that apple-sized core last time, why didn't you tell me this? It nearly choked me to death. Well, I thought it was amusing to watch you eat, and you didn't ask. Zhang Yin felt a surge of anger. System, you truly are a scammer. You had no idea that core was as hard as iron, and you just watched as I tried to bite into it. If my teeth weren't strong enough, I might have lost a front tooth. Did you think you were eating candy? Just a little nibble to taste? Besides, I thought you seemed to enjoy it. Zhang Yin, feeling exasperated, chose to ignore the system. Assessing the injuries on its body, it noted numerous wounds inflicted by the wind blades of a tornado, now oozing black blood. Just as old wounds were healing, new ones had appeared. Fortunately, its recovery ability was robust, and it had been lucky. Otherwise, it might have truly fallen to the Silver-Feathered Eagle King. The Silver-Feathered Eagle King had the advantage of height, while Zhang Yin could only fully exert its strength on the ground. The Eagle King was not foolish enough to forfeit its aerial advantage to battle Zhang Yin on the ground. And in the air, Zhang Yin stood no chance against it. It could only maneuver on the ground, constantly evading the Silver-Feathered Eagle King's dominance. As the saying goes, to strike from above is to take advantage of the foolish. Zhang Yin would surely be exhausted by the Silver-Feathered Eagle King. Even if it managed to escape, it would likely be in dire straits. Leaning against the cave wall to recuperate and regain strength, Zhang Yin pondered. Its journey home had barely begun when it encountered a Silver-Feathered Eagle King. It seemed that this trip would be fraught with difficulties. Suddenly, Zhang Yin felt the ground within the cave tremble. Reminiscent of a slight earthquake at that moment, its senses were particularly acute. Sensing impending danger, it realized its weakness had not yet subsided. However, after consuming the crystal core, its injuries had been partially mended, and with its passive skills continuously restoring it, Zhang Yin's condition had improved significantly. Even if another fourth-tier Beast King were to appear, as long as it could hold out until its weakness faded, it would still be able to fight. The cave continued to shake, prompting Zhang Yin to open the map to assess the surrounding situation. Oh no! Upon glancing at the map, Zhang Yin quickly dodged. Just as it moved, a tremendous sound erupted from the spot where it had just been standing. A gargantuan pangolin, as large as a truck, burst forth from the earth, equipped with iron claws capable of shredding stone like powder, its body covered in armored scales, with eyes shining like twin stars and a mouth sharp as a steel drill. It had been lured by the crystal core Zhang Yin had carried. Seeing its attack fail, the pangolin hastily burrowed back into the earth, regretting its greed upon realizing it had emerged into the presence of a fourth-tier zombie lord. If it had known, it would have acted differently. The pangolin, like the giant snake, lacked the talent to reach the fourth tier and would have to wait for natural evolution. It had been drawn by the aura of the fourth-tier crystal core. But upon surfacing, it sensed no trace of it, only the presence of the fourth-tier zombie. The moment the pangolin appeared, Zhang Yin had already scanned it. Startled, Zhang Yin realized it was merely a third-tier Earth-type mutant pangolin attempting to ambush it. However, as it was still recovering from weakness, Zhang Yin could only watch as it fled. A third-tier pangolin was hardly a concern. As long as it wasn't discovered by the mutated Beast King, it would be fine. It was a shame, though. Otherwise, it could have absorbed another third-tier crystal core. Chapter 52. Cooperation, working together as for whether to change hiding spots after being discovered by the third-tier pangolin. It was unnecessary. Zhang Yin's weakness was almost over, and it would soon be back to full strength. By then, even if the third-tier pangolin summoned its entire family, Zhang Nian could ensure they would never return. As Zhang Nian had surmised, after the third-tier pangolin scurried off, it sought out reinforcements. Though it had failed to ambush Zhang Nian in the cave, it had sensed something amiss. The aura of the zombie within the cave felt unstable, as if it had sustained injuries, and not just minor wounds. Otherwise, how could a mere third-tier mutated beast escape from a fourth-tier zombie lord? Thus, it hatched a bold plan. It intended to eliminate the injured zombie and consume its crystal core. This way, it could rapidly evolve into a fourth-tier beast king. The more it thought about it, the more excited it became, even though it had no idea why a wounded lord-class zombie would appear here. Never mind where it came from, this opportunity must not be squandered. However, it was clear that attempting to take down a lord-level zombie alone was impossible. Even though Zhang Nian was injured, the strength of a fourth-tier lord was not to be trifled with. Defeating a late-stage third-tier mutated beast would likely pose little difficulty. However, after arduous efforts, it has finally obtained a method to rapidly evolve into a fourth-tier beast king, and it is unwilling to relinquish this opportunity so easily. It knows that it cannot achieve this alone, so why not seek out another third-tier mutated beast for assistance? The third-tier pangolin found a secure location to conceal itself, recognizing that it could not possibly defeat the fourth-tier zombie alone, and thus sought the aid of other third-tier mutated beasts. Who to choose? It pondered deeply over suitable candidates, needing to find a partner genuinely willing to collaborate, as it could not afford to place its trust in just any mutated beast. Eureka! It thought of a particularly fitting ally, one that, like itself, was trapped in the third tier, the stone-armored bear. The reason for selecting the stone-armored bear was that although it was a third-tier creature, its intellect was rather simplistic, boasting immense strength with well-developed limbs. Moreover, like itself, it was ensnared at the third tier, having yet to discover an opportunity for evolution. While its intelligence might not be high, its power was formidable. With low cunning and considerable strength, it was the perfect candidate for a brawler. This was indeed an ideal match. It dared not approach those cunning old beasts, as they would be hard to deceive. Upon hearing of its target being a fourth-tier zombie lord, they might not agree to join. Furthermore, most of those creatures lived in packs, and if they were to eliminate the injured lord-level zombie, they could very well renege on their agreement, driving it away and claiming the spoils for themselves. How absurd would that be? Or worse, it might end up as collateral damage. After much contemplation, the only option was to seek out the solitary stone-armored bear, which was indeed the most suitable choice. The stone-armored bear, it was decided. I must set off quickly, lest that zombie lord depart and my efforts be in vain. With a partner in mind, the pangolin hurried towards the lair of the stone-armored bear. It feared that any delay might allow the lord-level zombie to escape its notice. This was a fleeting opportunity for it to evolve into a fourth-tier creature. The stone-armored bear that the pangolin had in mind was a large and corpulent creature, robust and round, with a coat of brown fur and a pair of wide, blue-black eyes, along with a set of furry ears perked up in alertness. At that moment, it was comfortably nestled in its cave, indulging in a deep slumber. Suddenly, it opened its blue-black eyes, sensing the presence of other mutated beasts approaching its lair. With a fearsome growl, the stone-armored bear rose to its feet, its brown fur bristling as it extended its powerful paw, ready to dispatch anyone daring to disturb its rest. Finally, the third-tier pangolin arrived at the entrance of the stone-armored bear's cave. But before it could call out, it was met with a fierce roar from the bear. Hearing the bear's intimidating growl, the pangolin hurriedly clarified its intentions, fearing the bear's massive paw would soon strike. Stone-armored bear, wait, I am not here to fight. I come seeking your collaboration, the pangolin exclaimed urgently, fearing that a delayed explanation would lead to a painful encounter with the bear's paw. The stone-armored bear, upon hearing the pangolin's words, did not launch an immediate attack, but its vigilance remained intact. Collaboration? What reason do I have to join you? Seeing a glimmer of hope, the pangolin pressed on. Stone-armored bear, you two have been stuck at the third tier for quite some time, have you not? Do you wish to evolve into a fourth-tier beast king? There is a splendid opportunity before us. I have discovered an injured fourth-tier zombie lord hiding in a nearby cave, and fearing I cannot defeat it alone, I invite you to assist me in vanquishing this wounded FOED in return. I will take the zombie's core, while you can claim its body, securing our evolution into fourth-tier beasts. What do you say? Time is of the essence, the pangolin concluded, and the stone-armored bear appeared visibly intrigued. Indeed, it had languished at the third tier for far too long, primarily due to its penchant for sleep, relying solely on natural evolution to reach the third tier. Its lack of talent and constant slumber had hindered its progress. If what the pangolin claimed held true, that there was indeed a severely injured fourth-tier zombie lord, then consuming its body would surely facilitate an effortless evolution into a fourth-tier bear king. Is what you say true? Are you not deceiving me? The stone-armored bear sought further confirmation. Absolutely true. Without a doubt. Let us hurry, lest the zombie escapes, the pangolin urged, filled with urgency. Fine, but should I discover you have deceived me, I will personally crush you, the stone-armored bear declared after a brief deliberation. The allure of evolving into a fourth-tier beast king was simply too great to resist. Rest assured, it is completely genuine. Follow me closely, and I shall lead you there, the pangolin replied, elated. Let us go. At that moment, within the cave, Zhang Nian had nearly recovered from his injuries, feeling revitalized. This passive ability was rather formidable, and he was back to full strength. A smile spread across his face as he rose and performed a set of standardized exercises. It was time to venture outside. Stretching lazily, he approached the blocked cave entrance, ready to break through with a single punch. Suddenly, he noticed, was that the pangolin? Just as he had seen on the map, the pangolin that had ambushed him earlier had returned, however. This time it was accompanied by another third-tier mutated beast, making its way towards him. How intriguing! Chapter 53. The price of life. As the stone-armored bear dashed towards Zhang Nian's cave, it inquired, "Are you certain the zombie is within the cave ahead?" Its voice boomed like thunder towards the pangolin. "Hey, must you be so loud? Are you trying to alert it to our presence?" The pangolin chastised, worried that the noise might attract the zombie's attention. "Heh, I did not mean to." The stone-armored bear chuckled sheepishly at the pangolin's complaint. While it could not be blamed for its volume, mutated beasts like itself tended to be quite boisterous, intended primarily to intimidate foes and instill fear. Finally, they cautiously approached the entrance of Zhang Nian's cave. Peering inside, the pangolin, brimming with excitement, declared, "All right, let us keep quiet. We are in luck. I am certain that the injured Lord-level zombie is still inside. The stones blocking the entrance are exactly as they were when I fled. We shall quietly position ourselves on either side of the entrance and wait for it to emerge. If it does not, we can revert to my previous strategy and dig our way in. Should this ambush succeed, we would truly transform our fortunes, undoubtedly evolving into fourth-tier mutated beast kings." With a plan in mind, they prepared to move quickly and decisively. They believed themselves to be stealthy, hiding just outside the cave entrance, waiting for Zhang Nian to emerge so they could launch a surprise attack. However, Zhang Nian, having already perceived their movements through the map, was well aware of the duo lurking outside. Observing the familiar third-tier pangolin that had spared its life earlier, he mused, "How dare it return? And with a companion, no less. Has it underestimated me? Bringing merely this creature to ambush me. It seems they are merely delivering themselves to me on a platter. With my strength, even without a fourth-tier beast, should it not have brought more third-tier allies? To come with just one third-tier beast and dare to ambush me. What audacity! Yet, courage, too, demands a price, and often a costly one." With that thought, Zhang Nian clenched his fist and blasted through the rubble blocking the cave entrance. "It's out." The two ambushers outside were electrified by the sound, expecting him to remain hidden. Go. They readied themselves for an attack. But suddenly, both halted their movements. Not by choice. Why body? Why can't I move? They felt an unexpected heaviness weighing down their limbs, rendering them immobile. What is happening? The pangolin was engulfed in panic, questioning how their covert actions had been uncovered. "Pangolin, you have betrayed me." The stone-armored bear, too, was gripped by fear, wishing to flee but finding itself rooted to the spot. In that moment, it regretted following the pangolin into this treacherous situation. Would it not have been more pleasant to sleep peacefully in the cave? "I have truly let temptation cloud my judgment." Well, are you two so eager to meet your demise?" At that moment, Zhang Nian stepped out of the cave, casting a mocking gaze upon the two third-tier mutated beasts who had sought to ambush him. "Such a potent fourth-tier aura. You call this a serious injury?" The stone-armored bear sensed the overwhelming presence of the fourth-tier zombie lord emanating from Zhang Nian, realizing that it was far from the state of injury described by the pangolin. As Zhang Nian exited the cave, he observed the two mutated beasts, immobilized by the force of gravity, struggling to stand. Approaching the third-tier pangolin that had previously attempted to ambush him, he prepared to settle the score. Observing the comical sight of it trembling on the ground, Zhang Nian jested, "I just spared you, yet you still insist on seeking your demise. If I do not end your existence, you shall suffer. Won't you?" The deeming pangolin sensed the aura of this fourth-tier zombie lord and was filled with bewilderment. What was happening? When it had sneak attacked moments ago, the aura had been neither so potent nor so chaotic. How could it recover to its peak state so swiftly? Had it known of this zombie's abnormal recovery, it would never have dared to approach. No, not from my life. Zhang Nian ignored the pangolin's pleas for mercy. To attempt a sneak attack on him necessitated a price, die. His hand morphed into a sharp claw and swiftly extracted the creature's core. With the core missing, the deeming pangolin staggered twice before collapsing lifelessly. Dead. At this moment, the stone-armored bear regretted its decision immensely, mentally cursing the deeming pangolin's ancestors for leading it into this treacherous situation. Struggling to lift its head, it gazed at the deceased pangolin, its heart engulfed by terror. Run. In a bid for survival, it resisted the immense gravitational pressure and stood upright. You wish to cling to life, do you? The pressure dissipated. Zhang Nian watched the brown bear rise, dispersing the pressure within its organs. Roar. After standing, the stone-armored bear quickly collapsed again, writhing in agony on the ground. Why did you insist on following it? Were you simply bored? Be cautious in your next life. Observing the bear's suffering, Zhang Nian approached and, with another claw, extracted its core, thus ending its torment. Grasping two cores, each the size of an apple, he consumed them through the system, making sure to avoid the discomfort of choking this time. The system mocked, "Oh? Is the host not swallowing whole this time?" Upon hearing the system mention this, Zhang Nian felt a wave of annoyance. Scram, ding, consumed two third-tier cores, evolution value 100, current evolution value 1040-2500. Hearing the system's notification, he noted with dismay that the reward for consuming third-tier cores was rather meager. Nevertheless, considering they were two foolish creatures delivered to him, it was better than nothing. How audacious of two mere third-tier mutated beasts to come and block his path. Was it the courage bestowed upon them by Liang Jingru? Regardless, free cores were still quite welcome. He needed to continue onward. After confirming his direction, he set off again, unwilling to linger in this place any longer. Chapter 54. Treasure? Continuing his long journey home through the Huazhong mountain range, he kept his eyes on the map, taking care to avoid any mutated beasts he encountered. He dared not fly in the sky again, lest he attract a few airborne mutated beast kings, which would spell disaster. Thus, the previous decision to fly recklessly was abandoned. Just as he had begun, he stumbled upon a silver feather eagle king. And no one could guarantee what else he might encounter thereafter. Fortunately, the silver feather eagle king was alone. Encountering a whole flock would have been the epitome of misfortune, with no other choice. He had to tread carefully on land, moving cautiously through the woods at an agonizingly slow pace. Along the way, he had to suppress his aura, fearing that it might betray his presence to the mutated beast kings. Thus, he traversed the verdant hills for several days, the towering mountains rising and falling in majestic splendor. Although he moved like a monkey over peaks and valleys, each summit revealed a unique vista. Gazing at the distant landscapes, he felt as if he were walking upon the dragon's veins. However, he had to be wary of the occasional mutated beast that might leap out or avoid the habitats of mutated beasts. Taking care to navigate around them, he remained vigilant, even steering clear of smaller mutated beasts, as a fourth-tier zombie lord. This was truly a frustrating predicament. He could not afford to be ostentatious, especially in the Huazhong mountain range, teeming with countless mutated beasts. Should a zombie appear in the lair of mutated beasts, he would undoubtedly be surrounded and attacked. His previous victory over the Silver Feather Eagle King had been purely fortuitous. A single misstep could have led to his demise or allowed the eagle to escape. If it had fled and summoned a horde of fourth-tier mutated beast kings, his fate would be sealed. Furthermore, if he encountered a particularly vigilant mutated beast king that sensed his aura, it could rally others to launch a coordinated assault against him, complicating matters further. Thus, Zhang Nian could only proceed slowly. As if he were on a leisurely excursion, as night fell, the large, round moon lazily ascended, the night sky a deep blue, dotted with captivating stars, bright, large stars hung in the night sky, as if celestial beings were carrying lanterns to survey the vast expanse of space. The starry sky reflected upon the surging river below, dancing in rhythm with the waves, appearing and disappearing in a mesmerizing display. The silvery moonlight streamed through the trees, illuminating the rugged mountains of the Huazhong Range. Casting a blanket of white, as if sunlight had dusted the moonlight with frost. By nightfall, Zhang Nian was reluctant to continue his journey, captivated by the stunning scenery of the twinkling stars. The vast night sky formed a grand stage, unique and enchanting, with stars flickering like performers. Wisps of clouds floated gracefully, ever-changing. A translucent mist filled the air, appearing and disappearing. Suddenly, a shooting star streaked across the sky, a bright flash that momentarily illuminated the darkness. The starry sky in this world is quite beautiful, Zhang Nian mused before deciding to divert his gaze. Not because he wished to stop, but because while he was lost in admiration of the starry sky, he failed to notice the path and tripped over the roots of a large tree, landing headfirst into the ground, as if the world had suddenly gone silent. Damn it! Just as I was getting into the groove, contemplating composing an impromptu poem to impress my reading companions with my talents. Now, inspiration has vanished. Zhang Nian rose, rubbing his head and muttering. Although he was now a fourth-tier Lord-level zombie, this tumble caused him no harm. Yet he instinctively rubbed his bumped head. It seemed he needed to pay more attention while walking next time. After standing up, he had not walked far when he heard the thunderous sound of rushing water from a waterfall. Following the direction of the sound, he made his way toward the waterfall, hoping to perhaps stumble upon some treasure. Having read novels in the past, he knew the protagonists often found treasures near waterfalls or cliffs. Especially in the book As a Zombie King, isn't it reasonable for the zombie tide to be a bit more? A true classic, a hymn. I digress. This time, having crossed over once, he couldn't resist trying his luck. Thus, he arrived at the waterfall, where the cascading water churned with white foam, splashing droplets that glimmered like jade and silver, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors. The sound was akin to continuous spring thunder. Majestic and powerful, downstream of the waterfall flowed a large river, and Zhang Nian contemplated whether he might discover something valuable here. He opened the map and indeed found something. Just beneath the waterfall, Zhang Nian's spirits soared. I knew it. Waterfalls, cliffs, such places are sure to harbor treasures. Was this not pure serendipity? What could it possibly be? He felt a twinge of anticipation. His requests were modest. Just a few divine artifacts would suffice. The more he thought, the more excitement coursed through him, his hands trembling with anticipation. With a splash, Zhang Nian dove headfirst into the waterfall's embrace, following the current down to the river beneath. Guided by the system's map, he searched for his treasure. After swimming for a while, he finally located the spot indicated on the map. It had been quite a challenge to find. Without the map, he would never have discovered this place. Yet, the more elusive the treasure, the more exhilarated Zhang Nian felt. Such a well-concealed prize must be of exceptional quality. After a convoluted journey, he finally arrived at the designated spot. Upon reaching the location shown on the map, he realized it appeared to be a lair of mutated beasts. At that moment, Zhang Nian understood what the map had indicated. No wonder it was so well hidden. He had inadvertently entered the den of mutated beasts. Unbeknownst to him, a mutated beast had left its egg behind, and it was this egg that had been mistakenly identified as treasure. Zhang Nian stared at the large egg in his hands, perplexed. What kind of egg was this? After all the effort to arrive here, while it may not be a divine artifact, it would be remiss not to take something home. Adhering to the principle of not leaving empty-handed, he carefully extracted the egg from the lair of the mutated beasts. Surfacing, Zhang Nian grew increasingly frustrated. He had anticipated a grand treasure, only to be left with a mere egg. The disparity in expectations was overwhelming. Feeling exasperated, he began to gather some dry twigs nearby, preparing to build a fire to roast the egg for a meal. With the kindling ready, however, a serious problem arose. He was not a fire-type mutant. He could not start a fire. What to do? Drilling wood to create fire. It seems that this is the only method left. Allow me to give it a try. After all, I have watched a few episodes of Bear Grylls. Surely I can manage to ignite a fire, right? Zhang Nian recalled the scenes of wood drilling depicted on television before his transmigration, and he attempted to emulate them. Frustratingly, the fire simply would not catch. Damn it, I refuse to believe that I cannot light this pile of wood today. After a considerable amount of time, relying on his unwavering determination, Zhang Nian finally managed to coax the fire into existence after tremendous effort. At last, the flames flickered to life. Had it not been for my robust physical condition, my hands would have been worn raw. As the flames rose, Zhang Nian despaired, exclaiming, "Crisp, crisp," as the fire blazed. The heat should be sufficient now. It is time to prepare the main dish. When Zhang Nian felt the fire had reached an adequate temperature, he carefully brought over the large egg and placed it over the flames to begin roasting. Once the egg was cooked, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, enveloping him in its delightful scent. How fragrant! After tasting it, he couldn't help but acknowledge that his culinary skills were quite commendable. The egg was indeed delicious. His appetite was thoroughly awakened. After it was done, he eagerly took a bite, savoring the tender, smooth, and springy texture. An exquisite culinary experience. The only drawback was its lack of flavor. If only there were some barbecue seasoning to sprinkle on top, perhaps with a touch of cumin, it would be simply perfect. Cumin? Eureka! At that moment, Zhang Nian suddenly recalled the omnipotent system shop, quickly accessing it to see if anything might be available. To his astonishment, there it was. He found an entire selection of barbecue seasoning packs. Wait a moment, he also spotted beer. Barbecue and beer. This little life of mine is about to take off. Both items were reasonably priced. Quite affordable indeed. The system coins he had previously exchanged were of no use, so he could easily purchase them. The system shop always seemed to offer a plethora of peculiar items. Oh, what is this? A lighter! Damn it! So the shop sells lighters. Why did I go through all that trouble earlier? Zhang Nian's frustration surged. However, with the main dish already cooked, the lighter was of no use now. First, let us season this egg. System, I wish to purchase this, and this. Zhang Nian promptly exchanged for the barbecue seasoning and beer from the system shop. He evenly sprinkled the seasoning over the egg and brushed on some sauce. Now, it was truly a feast for the senses, visually stunning and utterly delicious. After taking another taste, he sighed in satisfaction. Perfection. His mood lifted significantly. The seasoning atop the roasted egg was indeed flawless. Nothing was lacking. By the waterfall. Enjoying his barbecued egg, he cracked open a can of beer while gazing at the cascading water. Who would have thought that after transmigrating, he could indulge in a little barbecue? Savoring roasted eggs and sipping beer? What a heavenly existence! Zhang Nian was singing praises for the delectable egg, which was truly exceptional. It surpassed any roasted egg he had tasted before his transmigration. Does this imply that the meat of mutated animals has become more exquisite? My goodness, what had I missed out on before? It seems I can no longer solely focus on extracting crystal cores. I must also roast some meat to enjoy this flavor. Taking a deep breath, it is simply divine. Chapter 55. The Shattered Cloud Water Turtle King burp after feasting and quenching his thirst. Zhang Nian smacked his lips in satisfaction, letting out a contented beer burp. The ground around him was strewn with fragments of eggshells, remnants of the seasoning and sauce he had used, and the lingering aroma of the roasted egg wafted through the air. Observing the still-burning flames, he approached the riverbank to fetch water and douse the fire. Zhang Nian recalled a widely circulated saying from before his transmigration. Setting fire to the mountains leads to imprisonment. Indeed, he was a law-abiding zombie, despite the countless humans who had perished at his hands. Gazing at the extinguished fire, he continued to reminisce about the delightful flavor of the egg. It was truly aromatic. But alas, there was only one. If only he could procure a few more. Suddenly, a chilling realization struck him. He had roasted and consumed someone's offspring. He needed to leave immediately instead of waiting here to meet his demise. What if it belonged to some mutated beast king, returning to discover that its child had been cooked and eaten? Just the thought sent shivers down his spine. Quickly, Zhang Nian hurriedly cleared any traces of his presence. However, he dared not cleanse the remnants of his scent from the lair of the mutated beast. Firstly, clearing the scent was somewhat cumbersome. Secondly, he feared encountering the mutated Beast King upon its return, which would surely spell his doom. He could not take the risk of the Egg's mother being a Beast King. Rather than gamble, it was wiser to flee. There was no telling where he might leave behind an unclean trace that could be detected, prompting a pursuit, especially since he had not yet ventured far. Thus, Zhang Nian hurriedly finished erasing his scent around the barbecue site and took off running. While the mutated beast had yet to return, he sprinted as far as he could, distancing himself from that location. It seemed that the night would not afford him a moment's respite. Given his slow pace, should he be pursued by the enraged beast whose offspring had been roasted, it would surely be a fight to the death. He had no desire to tangle with a furious mutated beast, especially if it were a Beast King. Zhang Nian ran tirelessly throughout the night until dawn broke. Uncertain of how far he had traveled from the river beneath the waterfall, he finally felt he had escaped. The morning sun appeared, revealing a rosy half-face, as grand as a cartwheel, as brilliantly red as molten iron, radiating a brilliant glow as it perched upon the ridge, parting the delicate mist. The sun beamed with joy, casting its first rays of light. That golden beam warmed the mountains, causing flowers to bloom, their petite petals unfurling. The dewdrops on the blades of grass sparkled like jewels, resembling stars and glimmering grains of sand. Such a breathtaking scene, in stark contrast to this beautiful panorama, a severely injured fourth-tier mutated beast. The shattered Cloudwater Turtle King returned. Bearing a shell several meters high and incredibly sturdy, it extended 4 sharp claws from within and revealed a massive maw filled with razor-sharp fangs. However, its once impenetrable shell bore faint cracks, and its limbs were marked with scratches, several of its formidable teeth broken. It appeared to have sustained significant injuries, as it dragged its wounded body and spotted the scattered eggshells on the shore. A feeling of foreboding washed over it, for it distinctly sensed the presence of its child among the remnants of the eggshells. Roar! The shattered Cloudwater Turtle was instantly thrown into a state of panic, hastily plunging into the water and swiftly swimming to its lair. Once inside, it frantically searched and attempted to connect with its offspring's essence, but found nothing. The absence of its childish egg within the lair confirmed its worst fears. Overcome with rage, the injured, shattered Cloudwater Turtle lost its rationality. Roar! It fell into a berserk state, scanning the vicinity for any signs of the intruder who dared to assault its lair at such a time. Its senses revealed no other mutated beasts had ventured here. Suddenly, the shattered Cloudwater Turtle King detected the scent of an external creature. Humans? No, it was those mutated humans, commonly referred to as zombies, now, in the vicinity of its lair. The air was rife with the lingering scent of zombies. How fortuitously unfortunate that they had come deep into the Huazhong mountain range and had the audacity to consume its child. Roar! The water erupted with the furious roar of the shattered Cloudwater Turtle, sending waves crashing against the riverbanks, the sound echoing like thunder. The wind howled, whipping the splashing foam into the air, dispersing it like vapor. The river surged like 1,000 galloping horses. It roared forward like a pack of hungry wolves. The tidal waves rose several meters high, carrying silt from the riverbed like a wall. Rushing tumultuously, the enraged, shattered Cloudwater Turtle leapt from the surface of the water, determined to track down the zombie that had devoured its offspring. After searching the area for quite some time without success, it decided to broaden its search. But at this point, Zhang Nian had long since made his escape. The shattered Cloudwater Turtle only locked onto that particular scent. Upon their next encounter, it would undoubtedly sense it immediately. Unable to locate the perpetrator, the shattered Cloudwater Turtle grew increasingly furious, disregarding its injuries, and resolved to venture out of the mountains, searching one place after another, convinced it would eventually find the zombie, seeking vengeance for its child. Even if it could not locate the zombie that had slain its offspring, it would ensure the annihilation of the entire zombie race, for the hatred of losing its child could not go unavenged. Chapter 56. Do you think of yourself as a soft persimmon? It proved that Zhang Nian's decision was indeed wise. He ran from nightfall until the sun rose, not pausing for a moment. Moreover, while running, he continuously suppressed his own aura, ensuring that the shattered Cloudwater Turtle King could not catch up. He continued running until midday the following day, gazing up at the sun high in the sky. Zhang Nian found a seemingly suitable place to rest and relax momentarily, sensing that there were no creatures nearby, so he refrained from checking the map. Having run for such a distance, surely they cannot catch up now? Zhang Nian muttered to himself, his demeanor calm and composed. As a zombie, he certainly did not feel fatigued. Having sprinted for so long without even breaking a sweat, he could undoubtedly secure first place in a marathon. Look at you, so guilty and flustered, haha. The system mocked Zhang Nian as he stumbled in his escape. What do you know? Do you have any idea how delightful that egg is? Just thinking about it brings back such fond memories. Zhang Nian said, savoring the taste with a satisfied expression. Humph, not impressed. Oh, see? You're just envious of me, unable to partake, right? Zhang Nian felt triumphant, finally turning the tables. Just as he was engaged in his usual banter with the system, he remained unaware that he had already been spotted by a lurking mutated beast hidden among the trees. The creature peered out from its burrow, saw Zhang Nian, and quickly vanished from sight. Just you wait. Next time I buy seasoning, I will definitely mix in some high-tech and ruthless ingredients. Hey, you can't best me in a verbal duel, so you resort to threatening my spice pack? Are you even human? Zhang Nian panicked momentarily, especially since the seasonings sold by the system were genuinely delectable. I'm not human to begin with. Huh? System, did you hear any movements around us? Zhang Nian suddenly sensed a slight tremor beneath his feet. Check the map yourself. Ignoring the system, the tremors intensified, prompting Zhang Nian to hastily open the map to discern the situation. A single glance left him astounded. Wow! Run! He realized, to his horror, that he had been surrounded by a horde of mutated beasts. The creatures beneath him were a swarm of mutated ants. No wonder he hadn't sensed their approach earlier. They were hiding deep underground. The ground continued to shake violently, and sensing danger, Zhang Nian leaped into the AI or die in this situation. The sky seemed the safest place to be. Just as he soared above the ground, the earth convulsed violently, and large holes began to appear. Countless grotesque mutated fire pincers ants emerged from the depths. These fire pincers ants were a pale red or dark red, equipped with 2 antennae on their heads. Despite their small antennae, they could relay information among many ants. Zhang Nian had been detected by a fire pincers ant stationed in the woods, tasked with keeping watch. Moreover, the fire pincers ants had 6 legs, allowing them to climb with great agility and speed. Their mandibles were incredibly sharp, functioning as their pincers. When they attacked, they did so in swarms, capable of tearing apart creatures many times their size. Each fire pincers ant measured about 30 centimeters in length, and while many were ordinary and lacked a rank, the more advanced ones were rare. The leading fire pincers ant king, aware of Zhang Nian's 4th-tier status, remained cautious, yet still did not reveal itself, fearing that capturing the leader first would be more prudent. Although these fire pincers ants could not compare to the larger, more formidable mutated beasts, one must consider their sheer numbers. They nearly filled the area where Zhang Nian had just been standing. Furthermore, more fire pincers ants continued to pour out from the burrow. When faced with these creatures, even the larger mutated beasts would find it challenging. Who would prevail was uncertain. Fortunately, their low rank prevented them from flying, which was a significant disadvantage. It was likely that their ant king was also below the 4th tier. Otherwise, it would have attacked him by now rather than hiding. The swarm of fire pincers ants opened their pincers, hissing at Zhang Nian, who hovered above. The hissing echoed incessantly. Phew, luckily, I can fly. Otherwise, this would be troublesome. Zhang Nian sighed in relief, gazing at the mass of fire pincers ants below. He felt a twinge of claustrophobia. He had no intention of provoking trouble. He had merely stumbled into their territory and was being driven away. He thought it best to find another location. However, seeing that the fire pincers ants could not reach him in the sky, they quickly adjusted their strategy, forming a pyramid of ants to climb toward him. Oh, so you are not letting me leave? Do you think you can overpower me? You really think I'm an easy target? Just as Zhang Nian prepared to depart, he felt a surge of anger at the audacity of the fire pincers ants beneath him. In an instant, he gathered his powers, directing them toward the army of ants swarming below. With such a vast number and low ranks, were they not inviting their own demise? Gravity, he unleashed his power upon the ants still forming their pyramid. The pressure of gravity descending upon them, in an instant, the ants began to explode, boom, boom, boom. waves of ordinary fire pincers ants could not withstand the internal pressure and began to detonate, creating a spectacle reminiscent of fireworks. The first-tier fire pincers ants could only endure for a few seconds before bursting. Unlike the ordinary ones, the first-tier ants exploded with crystal cores. Wow! The drop rate is astonishingly high. Crystal cores? They even dropped cores? In that case, my apologies. Zhang Nian, seeing the ants had explosive loot, became even more exhilarated and unleashed a massacre. Amplifying the pressure to its maximum extent, waves of fire pincers ants began to perish in droves. The key was that they died without providing any value, not even managing to touch Zhang Nian's feet before exploding. Offer me your crystal cores. Zhang Nian continued to revel in the slaughter of the fire pincers ants. Initially fierce and menacing, the fire pincers ants realized they had encountered a formidable opponent. The once dominant fire pincers ant king, who had roamed this area without fear of fourth-tier creatures, now felt genuine fear. Regretting its arrogance in this region, there were no fourth-tier beast kings, only a few third-tier mutated beasts. Those third-tier beasts had no means to deal with the fire pincers ant swarm and typically chose to circumvent them. Those who did not either fell victim to the horde or emerged severely injured, escaping the area. Thus, the fire pincers ant king had foolishly believed itself invincible, thinking its army made it untouchable, a classic case of when the tiger's away, the monkeys will play. With the surrounding third-tier beasts avoiding them, the fire pincers ant king's arrogance swelled, believing that its army was enough to confront even a fourth-tier creature. Not long ago, in its overconfidence, it learned of a fourth-tier intruder in its territory, briefly considering its options. After all, this was its domain. Who dared roam upon its land? Did they not know of the fire pincers ant's reputation? This fourth-tier zombie dared to stand upon its nesting grounds, an outright provocation. Although it was a fourth tier, the fire pincers ant army was not to be disregarded. How dare it stand in its territory? It would definitely have to pay a toll. The ant king resolved to confront Zhang Nian. Intending to show the fourth-tier creature its strength, it never considered that the fourth-tier being might possess peculiar abilities and only aimed to gnaw off a piece of its flesh. The meat of a fourth-tier creature would be quite advantageous for a newly ascended third-tier fire pincers ant king. Thus, it commanded its horde to assault the grounded Zhang Nian. Seeing Zhang Nian take to the skies, the ant king assumed this was a sign of submission from the fourth-tier creature, and its confidence soared. Is that all? A fourth-tier being is nothing to fear. Even it is afraid of my army. Believing that the fourth-tier creature was intimidated by its fire pincers ants, it commanded the swarm to form a pyramid to reach Zhang Nian. Intending to tear off some of his flesh, however, it never anticipated that this fourth-tier being had no intention of annihilating them initially. It merely sought to leave the area. Realizing that the leader-level zombie was rapidly slaughtering its army, the ant king felt a profound sense of grief, as if its heart were bleeding. Is this the true power of a fourth-tier being? It hastily ordered its ground forces to retreat, wishing to preserve whatever remained of its troops. If they were all annihilated, even if this fourth-tier creature spared it, the nearby mutated beasts it had bullied would surely seek vengeance. Thus, it and the remaining fire pincers ants took refuge underground, hoping that this fourth-tier being would perhaps be unable to deal with them. Zhang Nian observed as the once arrogant fire pincers ant army fled back into their burrow, scattering in a panic. The ground was littered with the remains of the ants that had exploded, their dark, viscous fluids creating a gruesome scene, the air thick with a noxious odor. This cleanup is far too convenient, Zhang Nian mused, having ceased his use of powers, reflecting on the efficacy of his gravitational abilities. Subsequently, in order to facilitate the retrieval of the crystal cores nestled amidst the corpses of the fire pincers ants scattered on the ground, the gravitational pull of these cores was altered slightly, enabling them to float in the air without rising too high. This adjustment made the collection of the crystal cores considerably easier. After consuming all the floating cores, the evolution value surged to 1110 out of 2,500. Although the evolution value provided by the first and second tiers was now minimal, their sheer quantity compensated for it. Next, it was time to deal with the fire pincers ants that had retreated underground. A wicked smile curled at the corners of Zhang Nian's mouth, brimming with mockery. Ha! Did they truly believe that hiding underground would ensure their safety? Such ignorance. With a powerful leap, he soared into the sky. unleashing his gravity manipulation powers that sent waves of terror through countless fire pincers ants. Let the earth collapse. The gravitational force enveloped the ground above the fire pincers ants' nest, and it did not take long before the terrain began to give way. A resounding roar echoed as the earth crumbled, and the displaced soil was altered once more, causing it to float away with the wind after its descent. The fire pincers ant king was left utterly bewildered. Its once menacing visage now contorted with anxiety, even fear. What kind of ability is this? Are fourth-tier beings truly this terrifying? This is disastrous. What kind of creature have I provoked? It has even uprooted my sturdy lair. And it floats away after being uprooted. This world is utterly insane. I must flee at once. If that fourth-tier creature catches me, I will surely perish. The fire pincers ant king's sole thought was survival. Desperately seeking a way to escape from the clutches of this lord-level zombie, the terror induced by Zhang Yan had rendered it paralyzed with fear. Chapter 57. Bountiful harvest. With the roof of the fire pincers ant nest swept away, the entire habitat of the fire pincers ants lay exposed. Zhang Yan gazed down at the multitude of fire pincers ants below, his excitement mounting, a broad smile illuminating his face. This time, he had truly struck gold. Annihilating this fire pincers ant colony would yield a substantial amount of evolution value, wouldn't it? Although these fire pincers ants were of low rank, their sheer numbers made up for it. Every little bit adds up. Below, thousands of grotesque fire pincers ants began their familiar tactic of stacking up to attack him. Alas, the same old routine. Do they lack any new strategies? Zhang Yan shook his head at the advancing swarm and commenced his slaughter. As he unleashed his assault, the sounds of exploding fire pincers ants echoed incessantly, more boisterous than the celebrations of the new year. Roar. Honestly, I have no idea how ants communicate. The fire pincers ant king commanded the throngs of ordinary fire pincers ants to attack Zhang Yan. Attempting to buy itself time to escape that it had encountered the terrifying reality of a fourth-tier being. The explosive tactics it had proudly relied upon were now a mere joke in the face of such overwhelming power. Henceforth, it vowed never to engage with fourth-tier beings again. It would avoid them at all costs. If only it could escape this time, it could soon rebuild its army of fire pincers ants. Once that fourth-tier creature departed, it would return to reclaim its status as the ruler of this territory. The fire pincers ant king's aspirations were grand, yet reality was brutally harsh. It orchestrated the assault of the fire pincers ant army against Zhang Yan. Its fate was already sealed. Determined, it buried its massive pincers and scurried away rapidly, wishing it had more legs. The surrounding ordinary fire pincers ants, still devoid of intelligence, charged recklessly toward Zhang Yan, buying precious time for their king. Despite their own terror of him, escape this place. As long as I can flee, I shall remain the sovereign of this domain. Wait, what? Why am I floating? The fleeing fire pincers ant king was bewildered. Observing its own body levitate, it felt as though it were the roof of its former lair, now floating, and sensed impending doom. Oh no! Discovered. Even so, it clung to a glimmer of hope, desperately struggling against its fate. Roar! The fire pincers ant king continued to summon its army to form a ladder beneath it, fantasizing about a rescue, attempting to evade Zhang Yan. The will to survive in this fire pincers ant king was remarkably tenacious. Yet today, it had chosen the wrong foe, stepping on a steel plate. As for how Zhang Yan discovered it, with its size and coloration, it stood out starkly from the surrounding ordinary fire pincers ants. It was obvious it was the leader. The other fire pincers ants, regardless of rank, were charging toward him, while this slightly larger ant was retreating in the opposite direction. If one could not discern it as the leader of this band of ruffians, it would be a grave insult to their own intelligence. Suddenly, roar. The third-tier fire pincers ant king felt a violent pain surge within its body. It realized its demise was imminent. The fire pincers ant king floated for only a brief moment before bursting apart, its crystal core plummeting down amidst the ordinary fire pincers ants still forming a ladder below. Roar. The king it has perished. Roar. Run. Flee. In the wake of its death, the once cohesive fire pincers ant army descended into chaos. Completely losing their order, collapsing at the slightest provocation, they scattered in all directions, the survivors fleeing at top speed, even neglecting the crystal core that had fallen from their king. which would have previously incited a frenzy of competition among them. The psychological shadow cast by Zhang Yin was simply too immense. Had it not been for the Fire Pincer's Ant King's relentless orders directing the army to assault Zhang Yin above, they would have fled long ago. Though the remnants of the Fire Pincer's ant army were still numerous, their disarray caused Zhang Yin considerable frustration. He aimed to eliminate as many as possible. After all, everyone was a source of evolution value. Unable to eradicate the entire Fire Pincer's ant army, he could only attempt to slaughter as many higher-tier ants as possible. Following a frenzied assault on the higher-tier Fire Pincer's ants, the nest was littered with the remnants of their exploded bodies. This scene would surely induce nausea in anyone with a weak constitution. Once again, he resorted to the familiar method of collecting the crystal cores from the surrounding corpses, devouring them for evolution value. The crystal core of the third-tier Fire Pincer's Ant King was the largest. After consuming all the cores, a system notification chimed in. Ding, evolution value updated, evolution value 1202,500, quite satisfactory. This Fire Pincer's Ant King had yielded an unexpected bounty. Initially, he had no intention of taking down this Fire Pincer's Ant King, yet it had brought about its own demise, thus, it was of no fault of his. Zhang Yin observed his rapidly increasing evolution value, feeling elated. Alas, these Fire Pincer's ants were exceedingly unappetizing. They looked inedible, and the taste of their bodily fluids was utterly repugnant. Ever since that recent encounter with the egg, he found himself yearning to roast any mutated beast he encountered. As for this Fire Pincer's ant, perhaps it was best to pass on it. After all, he wasn't an anteater. Chapter 58. Unwelcome visitors' ants were hardly a delicacy. And his palate was certainly not so peculiar. With the Fire Pincer's ant surge dealt with and their crystal cores absorbed, it was time to depart and continue his journey back. Perhaps he would encounter some exotic beasts along the way, which would surely be more palatable. After leaving the Fire Pincer's ant lair, he diligently scanned the map, ensuring to observe even the subterranean regions to avoid any unforeseen threats lurking beneath. Thus began his journey anew, traversing rugged peaks and craggy cliffs. The highland meadows along the way revealed breathtaking vistas, resembling vast carpets draped over the mountains, beneath the blue sky and white clouds. Zhang Yin traversed through the woods, contemplating his culinary desires, blissfully unaware that danger was looming. Alas, that silver-feathered Eagle King was truly a loss. The flesh of a fourth-tier mutated beast would surely surpass even that egg in flavor. Wouldn't he it? Should he pause to capture a mutated beast for a taste test? After such a long trek, treating himself would hardly be excessive, right? No more distractions. He was determined to roast a mutated beast as a reward the more he pondered. The hungrier he felt, he glanced at the nearby ingredients on his map, recipe, and spotted a second-tier turtle in a small stream. Turtle soup should be delectable, but he wasn't in the mood for soup right now. Time for a change. Ghostfoot Crocodile. You are the turtle. Your whole family are turtles. Ah, over there in the woods, a group of first-tier hornbills, but they seem a bit small, not enough to satisfy. No, he needed to find something larger. He soon found another river, where a star water fish appeared to be quite appealing. He just wasn't sure if it had bones. Never mind. Let us keep looking. Wow, a pack of swift wolves, all first and second tier. The meat should be quite good. Perhaps he would feast on them today? Over there was a third tier. The meat of a third-tier pig would undoubtedly be exquisite, and being of the lightning type, would the meat have a tingling sensation? He wouldn't even need to add any Sichuan pepper. Well, it is decided. I shall indulge in it today. Upon confirming the ingredients for today, I stealthily set forth towards the formidable Ryu boar. The main course of the day, Zhang Yin cautiously approached the Ryu boar, which was blissfully sharpening its tusks upon a rock, utterly oblivious to the impending peril. The Ryu boar's coat was a deep brown, adorned with bristles that crackled with electric energy. Suddenly, it sensed a powerful creature approaching, one that surpassed its own strength, and an overwhelming sense of danger surged within it. As a mere third-tier being, why was it being targeted? Roar! With no time to ponder, it bolted away at lightning speed, but not far into its flight, it felt a sudden weight and crashed headlong into a nearby tree. There was a resounding thud. The tree, stout and sturdy like a steadfast pillar, capable of supporting a verdant canopy, was abruptly toppled by the impact of the Ryu boar. Zhang Yin arrived shortly thereafter. advancing towards the Ryu boar as if it were a delectable feast. After all, it was the main course of the day, and it could not be allowed to escape. The heavy-bodied Ryu boar glared at the fourth-tier creature before it, its anger flaring. Realizing it was up against a fourth-tier being, it understood that escape was futile. Since fleeing was not an option, it resolved to fight back, roar. Defying the crushing weight of gravity, the Ryu boar rose, emanating potent electric currents that crackled ominously around it. The lightning enveloped its form, while it concentrated the remaining energy at the tips of its tusks, which now pulsed with a terrifying current capable of reducing a foe to ashes. Roar! With a ferocious cry, it charged at Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan regarded the desperate assault of the Ryu boar with a hint of disdain. "Oh? You still have some fight left. Do you believe you possess the strength for this?" With a swift motion, he concentrated the gravitational force upon the Ryu boar's limbs, shattering its bones under the immense pressure. A pained howl escaped the Ryu boar as it collapsed to the ground, its shattered bones eliciting a chorus of agonized cries. Approaching the wretched creature, Zhang Yan transformed his hand into a sharp claw and plunged it into the boar's flesh, amplifying its cries of despair. The struggle was futile, as it could only watch helplessly as its core was extracted. Die! Zhang Yan seized the core from within the Ryu boar, ending its life. Holding the freshly harvested third-tier core in his hand, he devoured it, gaining 25 evolution points. Although the evolution points were rather paltry, Zhang Yan's primary objective was not the core. It was merely an additional benefit. Observing the sizable carcass of the Ryu boar lying on the ground, he thought to himself that such a large creature would surely provide ample sustenance. The meat of a third-tier mutated beast would undoubtedly be delectable. The main course was secured. Dragging the Ryu boar's lifeless body, he made his way to a nearby stream to prepare for cleaning. Though he could easily roast it over an open flame, he believed that dining should possess a sense of ritual, and thus he sought to elevate this experience. Upon arriving at the stream, he washed the meat and gathered some firewood to set up a roasting rack. He promptly accessed the shop to purchase seasoning, beer, and, most importantly, a lighter. Haha, you still know to buy a lighter? No more fire by friction? Who needs to rub sticks together when one has a lighter? Wait, what? You didn't inform me that lighters were available in the shop when you knew I was going to rub sticks together. Zhang Yan, realizing something was amiss, glared at the system in frustration. Enough of that. You might want to hold off on roasting it. You probably won't be able to eat today. What do you mean? Are you envious of my meal and planning to sabotage me? Or have you truly infused the seasoning with some high-tech trickery? Zhang Yan scratched his head in confusion. I have no intention of sabotaging you. Do you think I'm a city inspector? And the system's products are always top-notch. I would never tamper with your items. Then what did you mean by that? Why will I be unable to eat? I'll eat regardless. Ha ha! Zhang Yan, somewhat puzzled, playfully stuck out his tongue. Eat. Open the map and see what's around you. Let me see what could possibly obstruct my barbecue plans today. I am determined to enjoy this barbecue. Not even Jesus can stop me, I assure you. Zhang Yan's confusion deepened. However, he couldn't fathom what could hinder his barbecue unless a horde of fourth-tier mutated beast kings surrounded him. Otherwise, he was resolute in enjoying this roast. Due to the lighter incident, he felt compelled to confront the system directly. He swiftly opened the map. Let me see what could possibly prevent me from enjoying my barbecue. Oh no! Zhang Yan was instantly overcome with panic. It was as if he had encountered a great terror. Blood-red light flickered in his eyes, his hands morphed into sharp claws, and his body trembled slightly. Even his skill to go berserk was clenched tightly. His mind raced, preparing for battle, while his gaze remained fixed on the map, anxiously contemplating escape routes. This might be the most perilous moment since his arrival. Surrounding him were 12 fourth-tier mutated beast kings, converging on him with clear intent. What a surprise, however, these mutated beast kings appeared somewhat injured. There was no time to ponder their injuries, as they had effectively sealed off all possible escape routes. They began to encircle him. What the hell? I merely wanted to enjoy a small barbecue. Did it necessitate such a grand display? 12 mutated beast kings were encircling him. This was truly excessive. Had this Ryu boar such a significant background? He glanced at the rapidly scorching Ryu boar on the grill and muttered to himself, if only you had warned me earlier that you could summon 12 mutated beast kings for revenge. You wouldn't be lying on the grill right now. Look at the mess you've created. With such a background, why didn't you mention it sooner? But it was too late for regrets. Zhang Nian sensed the presence of the 12 mutated beast kings surrounding him and spoke tremulously. These creatures do not come in peace. You are the intruder. Chapter 59. The Invasion of the Mutated Beast Kings? Subsequently, the 12 injured mutated beast kings came into view, revealing their diverse types. Some raced across the ground, others crawled, flew overhead, and burrowed beneath. Good heavens, they all arrived. The combined presence of these 12 mutated beast kings created an overwhelming pressure that bore down on Zhang Nian. 12 against 1. It was a truly spectacular scene. Although it was curious why these mutated beast kings bore wounds, that was not the matter at hand. What he needed to contemplate was how to face them in their own domain. You emerged through a spatial rift into the Huazhong mountain range, sent by the zombie clan's 4th-tier leader, am I mistaken? Why would the zombie clan deploy you through a concealed spatial rift to infiltrate the Huazhong mountain range and hunt our 4th-tier mutated beasts? Intruder, this is the territory of our mutated beast clan, and you are not welcome here. State your purpose for infiltrating. Otherwise, you shall experience a fate worse than death. A voice filled with anger and an air of age reached Zhang Nian's ears, leaving him bewildered. Who dares to put on such airs? The source of the voice emerged, revealing a rather peculiar spotted deer. It was a deer adorned with green spots, boasting an impressive pair of antlers resembling tree branches, exuding a formidable aura that weighed heavily upon Zhang Nian. The voice he had just heard emanated from this very deer, which instilled in him a greater sense of pressure than the other mutated beast kings surrounding him. System, scan. Zhang Nian immediately directed a scan at this unusual spotted deer, eager to uncover its origins. Upon scanning, information about the 4th tier Wood Yan Deer King materialized. It served as the guardian of the Huazhong mountain range, possessing the ability to communicate with all living things within its confines. Essentially, every blade of grass and every tree within the range acted as its eyes. It became clear how he had exposed himself. Furthermore, as a guardian, it could significantly amplify its power within the Huazhong mountain range and could nearly command all the energies within. However, once it stepped outside the mountain range, its strength would diminish drastically. This meant that its power surged within the confines of the mountain, and Zhang Nian had no idea if he could face it alone. Moreover, he was not only contending with it, but also the 11 other mutated beast kings that were eyeing him hungrily. Although those mutated beast kings bore injuries, it was still impossible for them to defeat 1 against 12. Given its extraordinary abilities, why had it only now come to besiege me? Enough of such thoughts. I must first address the pressing issue at hand. System, are you there? I admit my voice may have been a tad loud just now. Do you possess any function akin to AI assistance? Zhang Nian placed his hopes on the system. System. Ding. Main quest triggered. Escape from the Huazhong mountain range incomplete. The better your physical state upon successful escape, the more abundant the rewards. I have exerted my utmost effort. The rest lies in your hands. Host, do your best. Zhang Nian was left in a haze of confusion, as the response was entirely off-point. The Wood Yan Deer King had sensed Zhang Nian's arrival shortly after he was cast into this realm by the spatial rift. As a guardian capable of communicating with all entities within the Huazhong mountain range, the Wood Yan Deer King, who was in a state of meditation, quickly learned of the stealthy infiltration by a 4th-tier zombie lord. Upon receiving this information, it emerged from its seclusion, intending to personally eliminate the intruder Zhang Nian, only to be delayed by a mutated beast king that had appeared from an unknown origin. Initially, the mutated beast king was not taken seriously. After all, the primary task was to deal with the invading Lord-level zombie. It dispatched several 4th-tier scorpion kings, along with a 4th-tier butterfly king and a 4th-tier thunder leopard king, to drive it away. The Wood Yan Deer King believed this arrangement was already quite accommodating for the intruding mutated beast king. 3 4th-tier mutated beast kings should easily manage a single intruder, especially with the advantage of terrain. However, contrary to expectations, the 3 dispatched mutated beast kings were swiftly defeated, all meeting a gruesome end. After dispatching the 3 local mutated beast kings, the invading mutated beast king advanced into the depths of the Huazhong mountain range, as if it were in a realm devoid of opposition. The Wood Yan Deer King immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. It appeared that the troubles caused by this invading mutated beast king surpassed those posed by the zombie lord. It had no choice but to allow the zombie to roam freely within while summoning all mutated Beast Kings, including itself, totaling 18, to repel the invading mutated Beast King. The 18 summoned mutated Beast Kings exhibited varying degrees of strength, but this was inconsequential in terms of numbers. They overwhelmingly outmatched the opposition. Just when the Wood Yun Deer King believed victory was assured with 18 against 1, it was taken aback by the sheer abnormality of the invading mutated Beast King's abilities. Its collective force, including the Guardian, could not contend with a single foe. Each of the 18 mutated Beast Kings bore wounds. The injuries on the shattered Cloud Water Turtle King were inflicted by the invading mutated Beast King. After a prolonged battle, the forces of the Huazhong Mountain Range finally managed, with great effort, to seal away the invading mutated Beast King. Indeed, it was a sealing rather than a kill. 18 mutated Beast Kings were unable to vanquish this single intruder. Upon witnessing the successful sealing, the assembled mutated Beast Kings collectively breathed a sigh of relief. The presence of this intruder had been utterly absurd. It was practically invulnerable and possessed particularly bizarre abilities. This ordeal had instilled a deep psychological trauma in the local mutated Beast Kings. Despite being 4th tier, they felt as though they were mere imposters. It was only after the battle concluded that the Wood Yun Deer King realized one of its mutated Beast Kings was unaccounted for, inciting considerable anger. Others had fought valiantly at their doorstep, and yet, this one had remained absent, providing no assistance. After scanning the surroundings, it discovered that the Silver Feather Eagle King was the one missing. Leading the Wood Yun Deer King to angrily inquire, "What has happened to the Silver Feather Eagle King? Does anyone know?" The numerous injured mutated Beast Kings shook their heads, completely unaware of the Silver Feather Eagle King's situation. The Silver Feather Eagle King was proud and reclusive, disinclined to engage with other mutated Beast Kings. Thus, given the time that had passed since the incident, none had noticed anything amiss. In light of this, "You 3 shall remain here to guard the seal. The rest will accompany me to the Silver Feather Eagle King's territory to investigate." The Wood Yun Deer King left 3 of the less severely injured mutated Beast Kings to oversee the seal, preventing any further mishaps. "Guardian, we are severely injured and must take our leave." The 3 severely injured ones, including the shattered Cloud Water Turtle King, opted to return to their lair to recuperate. "Very well. Return and take your rest." The Wood Yun Deer King acknowledged their grievous injuries without further comment. Subsequently, in a fit of rage, it led the remaining 12 battle-weary mutated Beast Kings toward the lair of the Silver Feather Eagle King. Intending to confront it regarding this matter, to its surprise, upon reaching the lair, there was no trace of the Silver Feather Eagle King's presence, only a faint mingling of zombie energy. Nearby, there was a 3rd-tier red snake preparing for its 4th-tier evolution, and the Wood Yun Deer King could sense remnants of the Silver Feather Eagle King's essence on this 3rd-tier red snake, albeit incomplete. Chapter 60. Survival of the Fittest. To ascertain the situation, the Wood Yun Deer King directly extracted the 3rd-tier red snake from its burrow. The 3rd-tier red snake, bewildered by being surrounded by mutated Beast Kings, questioned, "What is happening? Why are even the Guardians here? Along with so many mutated Beast Kings? I find myself amidst such an overwhelming scene." In a state of confusion, the 3rd-tier red snake trembled in fear, its tongue flicking nervously. The Wood Yun Deer King, observing the quaking snake, inquired, "I wish to know what transpired here. Where is the Silver Feather Eagle King? Why do you carry its scent?" As for why it did not employ its communication abilities to glean information from the surrounding flora, such plants lacked intelligence and could only relay simple messages. Anything more complex was beyond their capacity, and the speed of such communication was notably sluggish. It was far more efficient to question the red snake, which bore the scent of the Silver Feather Eagle King. "Guardian, the Silver Feather Eagle King. It has perished. Not long ago, a 4th-tier zombie lord invaded its territory, and they engaged in battle. The combat was so intense that I could not discern the details. All I know is that the Silver Feather Eagle King was defeated and slain by that zombie. After the Silver Feather Eagle King was vanquished by the 4th-tier zombie lord, its crystal core was extracted, leaving behind a battered corpse. Once the zombie departed, I consumed and digested the Silver Feather Eagle King's remains, preparing to evolve to the 4th tier when you arrived, Guardian." The 3rd-tier red snake, overwhelmed by the presence of multiple 4th-tier mutated Beast Kings, hastily divulged all it knew, though it genuinely had no further information. The intimidating aura of the mutated beast kings had a profound effect on lower-tier beasts, causing the entire snake to writhe anxiously, its tongue flicking incessantly. Upon hearing the third-tier red snake's account, the Wood Yun Deer King acquired the information it sought. "I see. You may return to your affairs," it commanded, promptly casting the trembling third-tier red snake back to its original location. How terrifying! Even the Guardian has been stirred to action, leading a host of formidable beast kings. Yet, I remain unscathed. This will surely grant me bragging rights in the future. The third-tier red snake, upon being returned to its lair, still felt a lingering unease. Before long, a legend would arise here, recounting how a third-tier red snake engaged in a fierce battle with the fourth-tier silver feather eagle king for 300 rounds, emerging without a scratch, only to then be confronted by multiple fourth-tier mutated beast kings, yet successfully retreating unscathed. As for why the third-tier red snake suffered no consequences after consuming the silver feather eagle king's corpse. It was because the Wood Yun Deer King, as the Guardian, consistently advocated for unity and prohibited any lethal confrontations among fourth-tier and above beast kings within the Huazhong mountain range. This meant that while disagreements could be settled through sparring, life-and-death conflicts were strictly forbidden, as every fourth-tier and higher mutated beast king was an indispensable pillar of the Huazhong mountain range. However, if a fourth-tier beast were to be bested by a lower-tier beast, the Wood Yun Deer King would not intervene. If a fourth-tier beast could be defeated by a third-tier one, what value would it have? Moreover, the demise of a beast king would inevitably lead to the emergence of a new one. Potentially stronger. It is not cruel. Rather, it is the unchanging rule of survival of the fittest, where the weak are eliminated. Continue the pursuit. The Wood Yun Deer King set off, following the residual scent left by Zhang Nian. The latter had expertly concealed his scent. Any ordinary mutated beast king would have struggled to detect it, yet, the Wood Yun Deer King, being the Guardian, found it quite easy to trace the scent. Following the trail, it ultimately arrived near the lair of the shattered Cloud Water Turtle King. All things possess a spirit. Please, tell me what has transpired here. The Wood Spirit Deer King surveyed the surroundings, finding no informed mutated beasts nearby, and thus resorted to invoking the essence of all things. Soon, the nearby flora began to recount the recent events. The Wood Spirit Deer King quickly learned of the turmoil that had unfolded not long ago. Upon discovering that the shattered Cloud Water Tortoise King had returned only to find its offspring slaughtered, it erupted in fury and charged out of the Huazhong mountain range, seeking vengeance. The Wood Spirit Deer King was rendered speechless by the actions of the shattered Cloud Water Tortoise King. How could it not seek the perpetrator responsible for roasting its child when it was absent from the vicinity? The killer of your child could not possibly escape the Huazhong mountain range in such a short time. What kind of ally is this? The intellect of the enraged, shattered Cloud Water Tortoise King appears to be in the negatives. Chapter 61. Misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding yet. At least the shattered Cloud Water Tortoise King did not meet the same fate as the Silver Feather Eagle King. That, at least, can be considered a piece of good news. As the rampaging, shattered Cloud Water Tortoise King stormed beyond the mountains, one could only wonder what chaos would ensue in the territories beyond Huazhong. Alas! Let us depart from this place. That fellow is not here, and we must hasten our pace. With a sigh, the Wood Spirit Deer King continued to follow the trail of the invading zombie, sensing its proximity growing ever closer. After leaving the lair of the shattered Cloud Water Tortoise King, it pursued relentlessly, soon arriving at the tragic scene of the Fire Claw Ant Nest. What on earth has transpired here? The entire area of the Fire Claw Ant colony resembled a field plowed by a tractor, with countless carcasses of deceased Fire Claw ants emitting a nauseating stench. The accompanying mutated beast kings were filled with rage upon witnessing such devastation. Despicable! How dare they slaughter our kin within the mountains, showing such blatant disregard for us. These are the seeds of our mountain, and to see them exterminated is unforgivable. The Guardian shall never allow this invader to go unpunished. Such hatred, regardless of the faction to which this invader belongs. They must pay the price. Do they truly believe we are easy prey? Among them, the fourth-tier Xianzhua Ant King was particularly incensed, declaring, "Guardian, let us continue the pursuit. I shall rend this intruder to shreds." This Fire Claw Ant Nest is a branch of the Xianzhua Ant clan. How could it not be enraged at the annihilation of its distant kin? It yearned to personally tear the invader apart. Yes, we are drawing closer to the intruder. Xianzhua Ant King, you shall have your chance to obliterate him. Help prevent more mutated beasts within our Huazhong mountain range from meeting a tragic fate. We must locate the invader with haste. With the wood spirit deer king's aged yet solemn voice, their pace quickened, for they needed to swiftly uncover the identity of this intruder. Otherwise, the Huazhong mountain range would witness further tragedies. Yet, despite their urgency, they were still a step too late. Upon arriving near the location of the intruder, they beheld the gruesome sight of a third-tier Leiyu pig meeting a cruel end. Each third-tier mutated beast held the potential to ascend to the fourth tier, but now it lay slain. The wood spirit deer king struggled to contain its seething anger, yet managed to maintain composure. To avoid alarming the intruder and allowing it to escape, the assembly of mutated beast kings dispersed around the intruder, encircling Zhang Nian. Their encirclement was executed flawlessly. By the time Zhang Nian became aware of it, it was already too late, however. As for the Leiyu Pigit appeared to be on the verge of being charred, a third-tier mutated beast meeting its demise in such a manner. Listening to the system's irrelevant responses while observing the mutated beast kings closing in on him, Zhang Nian thought to himself, this is the end. Unwilling to give up, he cautiously ventured to negotiate. Hi, hello there? I assure you, I'm merely here for a vacation. Do you believe me? Misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. Surely, we can discuss this amicably. There's no need for hostility. Peace should be our priority. Why not sit down together, enjoy some skewers I've prepared, and have a cold beer while we talk things over? What does everyone think of my suggestion? Fighting and killing is so unproductive. Upon hearing this, the surrounding mutated beast kings exchanged glances at the Leiyu pig that was about to be burnt to a crisp on the grill. Their murderous intent towards Zhang Nian intensifying. Zhang Nian sensed the escalating hostility as soon as his words fell, particularly from the large ant that bore resemblance to the Fire Claw Ant King, which radiated the most animosity. System, did I say something wrong? Zhang Nian asked in disbelief. The system replied, somewhat exasperated, Host, what do you think? Misunderstanding, indeed. Having ravaged numerous lives within our Huazhong mountain range, your crimes are unforgivable. And now, as you stand on the brink of death, you dare to provoke us. It appears you are truly seeking your own demise. There is no need for further dialogue. Prepare to face the consequences of your actions. The wood spirit deer king, ablaze with fury, was ready to strike, unable to contain itself any longer. Roar. 12 mutated beast kings unleashed a chorus of enraged roars, charging towards Zhang Nian to commence their assault. Hey, what is your comprehension level? That's not what I meant, Zhang Nian exclaimed, realizing that the mutated beast kings had commenced their attack and ceased to engage in negotiations. It seemed there was no choice but to fight. Skin hardening, defensive enhancements activated. I must endure. No, I cannot remain passive here. Otherwise, I will surely perish once the hardening wears off. I need to find a way out. Zhang Nian activated his defenses and searched for an escape. He realized that being besieged was an unbearable experience. Wait, the sky. Surrounded on all sides, the only option was to attempt an aerial escape. I'm outta here. Without hesitation, Zhang Nian attempted to flee, striving to soar into the sky and seize the opportunity to break free from the encirclement. However, unexpectedly, he was yanked back down by the explosive Flame Ape King, who hurled him violently to the ground. Still thinking of escaping? Die. The explosive Flame Ape King exhaled flames, and after throwing Zhang Nian to the ground, its fiery fists cracked ominously. Bang. Zhang Nian crashed into the ground, creating a crater. Roar. Eliminate him. At the command of the wood spirit deer king, the surrounding mutated beast kings lunged forward, initiating a relentless barrage against Zhang Nian. 11 mutated beasts began to unleash their formidable skills upon him. The wood spirit deer king cautiously withdrew from the fray, observing the situation to prevent Zhang Nian from escaping. Despite their numerical advantage, it had been intimidated by the prowess of this foreign mutated beast. Their superior numbers were nothing but a jest in the face of such power. Once bitten by a snake, one is wary of rope for 10 years. The wood spirit deer king was determined to avoid any unforeseen tricks from Zhang Nian. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Nian thought, damn it, I can't break free. What to do? If the hardening wears off, I'm in grave danger. Faced with a relentless assault, He could do nothing but defend himself, pondering how to escape. The wood spirit deer king observed Zhang Nian, who was being beaten mercilessly. Although he had fortified his defenses, he would surely succumb to the relentless onslaught of the mutated beast kings in due time. Simultaneously, it scrutinized the defenseless Zhang Nian, attempting to comprehend the source of his audacity in daring to venture alone into the depths of the mountains. The wood spirit deer king quickly gleaned some information about Zhang Nian through observation, a zombie lord possessing both skills and abilities, a formidable member of the zombie clan. However, now that he had fallen into its grasp, he could not be allowed to leave alive. The wood spirit deer king thought malevolently die in this world divided into 3 factions: humans, mutated beasts, and zombies. If it could eliminate a budding powerhouse of the zombie clan now, it would alleviate many future troubles in their conflicts. Weakening the strength of the zombie faction was paramount. The wood spirit deer king calculated, believing that a grand battle among the 3 factions was inevitable. Why do I suddenly feel an ominous premonition? Where is this feeling coming from? How strange. Why have I suddenly developed such a sensation? Suddenly, the wood spirit deer king was struck by a sense of foreboding, though its origin remained elusive. Chapter 62. In the face of despair, hope remains. Quickly resolve this matter, urged the wood spirit deer king to the mutated beast kings besieging Zhang Nian, its unsettling feeling growing more pronounced. Simultaneously, it worried about what hidden cards Zhang Nian might still possess. Meanwhile, Zhang Nian, amidst the relentless beating, turned to the system. Help me analyze the odds of breaking through the encirclement using my frenzy skill. He placed his last hope in the yet-to-be-utilized frenzy skill. Do you take me for Jarvis? The system replied. Please, I beg you, hurry. I can't hold out much longer. Zhang Nian exclaimed in frustration at the system's lack of assistance at such a critical moment. Very well, please wait a moment. Data analysis in progress. Ding, data analysis successful. The host only needs to remain in place for 5 minutes. The chance of escape is 99.99. Activating Berserk mode to forcefully break out yields an escape probability of 8.33, but the mortality rate after Berserk mode ends is 99.99. What is this nonsense, system? Are you mistaken? A 99 escape rate by staying put? This is hardly the time for jokes. Zhang Nian felt an overwhelming urgency as the severity of his injuries escalated. The mutated beast kings surrounding him were striking with increasing ferocity. Were it not for his hardened skin, he would have long since met with Yama for tea. Ding, data verification confirms no errors. Please trust the system's judgment. Upon hearing the system's affirmative response, Zhang Nian felt a deep conflict within himself. Should he believe the system? Since his arrival in this world, it was the system that had prevented him from losing consciousness like others, allowing him to evolve into a lord-level zombie with formidable strength. Without the binding of the system, could he possibly contend with Luo Mingli, this reincarnator? He would likely have perished by the time Luo Mingli arrived in Jiangxing. Even if he activated Berserk mode to break out now, he would still meet death once the Berserk state concluded. In light of this, Zhang Nian chose to trust the system and remain steadfast for 5 minutes. After all, the outcome would be similar regardless. What if a miracle truly occurred in 5 minutes? Should he fail to escape after the 5 minutes, he would activate Berserk mode and fight these creatures to the bitter end. Taking a few with him, this creature's skin is remarkably tough. It has managed to withstand our assault for so long. The Xianzhua Ant King exclaimed in astonishment. It had never encountered such resilience before. I refuse to believe that this creature's defensive skill lacks a time limit. Quite impressive, isn't it? I originally did not wish to waste my venom, but it appears I have no choice. The 1,000 Venom Wolf Spider King coldly stated, its spider legs charging with power as it struck fiercely at Zhang Nian's back. Although it merely punctured a small hole, the toxin was injected instantaneously. Success! The 1,000 Venom Wolf Spider King sensed that its venom had successfully infiltrated. This intruder would surely not last much longer. Its toxin is no trifling matter. While Zhang Nian struggled to defend himself, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back. What the hell? After the toxin entered, his body began to experience pain and paralysis. Activate Berserk mode. Zhang Nian had no choice but to activate his Berserk state. After the 1,000 Venom Wolf Spider King's venom was injected, Zhang Nian felt a dull ache in his back. His legs began to numb, and he started to see illusions. His defensive capabilities also diminished. If he did not activate Berserk mode soon, he would truly perish here. Upon activation, his defenses surged once more, and the effects of the toxin weakened significantly. Oh, so this is your trump card? From a distance, the Mu Yun Deer King sensed that Zhang Nian's overall strength had doubled, believing he had revealed his hidden power. Why does the sense of impending doom only intensify after he uses his trump card? What on earth is happening? The Mu Yun Deer King felt its sense of danger escalating rather than subsiding. Roar! Suddenly, a roar erupted not far behind the Mu Yun Deer King, accompanied by a powerful aura. This is bad. We must ignore that zombie for now. That creature has broken its seal. The Mu Yun Deer King recognized this aura all too well and urgently commanded the mutated beast kings who were still besieging Zhang Nian. Why can't I sense it breaking the seal? What kind of monster is this? The Mu Yun Deer King exclaimed in disbelief. If this monstrous entity has arrived here after breaking its seal, it implies that the 3 mutated beast kings guarding the seal have perished. The 11 mutated beast kings also felt this. Isn't this the aura of that foreign mutated beast king? Damn, what luck. Compared to this intruder, that creature in the distance is the real threat. Let us not waste any more time on this insect. They abandoned their siege on the severely injured Zhang Nian and turned their serious expressions toward the breakthrough of the foreign mutated beast king. Compared to Zhang Nian, this beast king that had broken the seal was the true menace. They sensed the approaching aura with growing trepidation. What an opportunity! A miracle has truly occurred, if not now. When? Zhang Nian watched as the 11 mutated beast kings ceased their assault against him, overwhelmed with joy. Surviving such peril must surely bring good fortune. I must make my escape. Preparing to take flight. Zhang Nian sensed the aura that had drawn the 12 mutated beast kings away. Wait, something feels familiar. Why do I recognize this aura? To unravel why the mutated beast kings abandoned their pursuit of him and appeared so apprehensive. Zhang Nian ventured toward the familiar aura, feeling an unexpected sense of safety as he approached, unlike the tense demeanor of the mutated kings. Who could it be? This sensation is profoundly familiar. Sneaking to the location, he beheld a massive orange mutated beast king, resembling a small hill, confronting the 12 mutated beast kings. Zhang Nian finally comprehended why this aura felt so familiar. Gazing incredulously at the sky, he exclaimed, This colossal creature is Orange Cat. Chapter 63. A desperate struggle in that moment. The enormous orange cat within the mountains sensed Zhang Nian's aura and turned its head toward his location. It let out a roar, one devoid of the pressure it had exerted on the Mu Yun Deer King, instead imbued with warmth. Meow, it truly is Orange Cat. Hearing that familiar meow, Zhang Nian became utterly convinced that this massive mutated beast king was indeed Orange Cat. How astonishing! The Mu Yun Deer King also noticed the situation unfolding before Zhang Nian, seeing the foreign mutated beast king greet the intruder with a friendly call. It quickly deduced the connection between the two. Realizing this, the Mu Yun Deer King's expression soured instantly, its mood darker than ever. This spells disaster. That orange giant's strength is unfathomable. Even the seal had no effect on it. Coupled with the fact that the invading zombie is not weak either, having withstood the assault of 11 mutated beast kings for so long without perishing, it was infuriating. The Mu Yun Deer King felt as though it had swallowed excrement. Anguished at the thought that the Huazhong mountain range might meet its end today, at this moment, Zhang Nian excitedly flew to stand before the gigantic orange cat. Gazing in awe at the colossal creature, he marveled at its power. This is simply too majestic. The orange cat possesses such formidable abilities. Zhang Nian appeared diminutive in comparison to the giant orange cat. Meow, observing this, Orange Cat began to revert to its normal size, leaping into Zhang Nian's embrace and gently placing its fluffy paws upon his battered body. Miraculously, an astonishing phenomenon occurred. As Orange Cat's fluffy paws touched him, Zhang Nian's injuries began to heal rapidly. The regeneration speed of his passive skill paled in comparison, utterly eclipsed by this miraculous recovery. In contrast, his own ability felt utterly trivial. Wow, Cat. You are simply incredible. Zhang Nian felt his body returning to peak condition. Lifting Orange Cat in preparation for a kiss, suddenly, a wave of destructive energy surged toward him and Orange Cat. Cat, look, a meteor. But how can there be a meteor during broad daylight? Moreover, Why is it black and red? It seems to be heading in our direction. Zhang Yan squinted at the sight. What the hell? It truly is coming our way, witnessing the meteor imbued with destructive power. Its vast coverage made escape impossible within the short time frame. Although his body had returned to peak condition, there was no way he could withstand this wave of annihilation. This wave of destruction was none other than the Mu Yun Deer King once again harnessing the power of the Guardian, consolidating the strength of the entire Huazhong mountain range into a single attack. Unlike the previous sealing technique, this was a bona fide killing move. Using this technique would entail significant repercussions. The natural evolution speed of the mutated beasts throughout the Huazhong mountain range would drastically slow down, leaving them far behind the other 4 mutated beast ranges and reducing them to the lowest tier of combat power. Furthermore, the area enveloped by the wave of annihilation would be utterly devoid of life, with the range gradually expanding outward. However, the arrow had already been loosed. It could not be recalled. If the opportunity to eliminate these two was missed, the high-level combat power of the Huazhong mountain range would undoubtedly suffer catastrophic losses. They might even face annihilation. Even if they miraculously escape destruction, the Huazhong mountain range would be left with only a few remaining cats, not faring much better. Resolute, the Mu Yun Deer King decided to gamble everything. If these two could be dealt with, the Huazhong mountain range would be safe. The Mu Yun Deer King had drawn upon the Guardian's strongest power twice in quick succession, and after sustaining injuries from Orange Cat, its body could hardly withstand the strain. Guardian, are you all right? The surrounding mutated beast kings hurried to support the Mu Yun Deer King. After unleashing the devastating wave of destruction, the Wood Spirit Deer King appeared utterly drained, as if its very essence had been siphoned away. Looking exceedingly feeble, it had resolved its course of action the moment it encountered Zhang Yin and the Orange Cat. The adversary this time was overwhelmingly formidable. Should it remain unchecked, the central mountain range would face annihilation. They had just hastily retreated to a secure location, and upon making its decision, the Wood Spirit Deer King commenced its cataclysmic assault. A deep, crimson-black wave of destruction enveloped the area where Zhang Yin and the Orange Cat were situated. It must succeed. The Wood Spirit Deer King and the remaining mutated beast kings held their breath in anticipation. The destructive power contained within this wave was sufficient to obliterate all of their mutated beast kings in an instant. Although those two individuals were somewhat powerful, they paled in comparison to the impending wave of destruction. What an overwhelming aura of annihilation! Is this the might of a guardian? Such terrifying destructive energy. If it were to strike me, I doubt I could endure even a second. Those two are surely doomed. No fourth-tier creature could withstand this wave of destruction. No matter how strong they were, they ultimately remained mere fourth-tier beings. The numerous mutated beast kings, sensing the concentrated wave of destruction from the Wood Spirit Deer King, brimmed with confidence, convinced that it would reduce the Lord-level zombie and the orange behemoth to ashes. The fate of the central mountain range rested entirely on this wave of destruction. No one could withstand this strike. Chapter 64. The terrifying Orange Cat. Just as the deep crimson wave of destruction was about to strike Zhang Yin with utmost ferocity, an unexpected silence prevailed, devoid of the anticipated thunderous roar. However, the wave did indeed descend. Astonishingly, Zhang Yin emerged unscathed. He stood there, dumbfounded, mouth agape, eyes wide as saucers, unable to fathom the spectacle before him. Unhurt. Just moments ago, Zhang Yin had felt his demise was imminent. Bracing himself for impact and activating his skin hardening to withstand the blow. Meow the Orange Cat nestled within his embrace let out a disdainful meow, completely unfazed by the wave of destruction. What transpired next was enough to blind Zhang Yin's eyes to the brilliance of 24K titanium. The Orange Cat faced the oncoming wave of destruction, instantaneously opened its gaping maw, and swallowed the very force that could have annihilated Zhang Yin to oblivion. Yes, it was consumed in one fell swoop. It was that straightforward and brutal. There was no need for any technical finesse. It simply opened its mouth and devoured it as if it were mere jelly. Meow. Subsequently, the Orange Cat zeroed in on the distant position of the Wood Spirit Deer King and its entourage of mutated beast kings, promptly regurgitating the wave of destruction it had just swallowed. Intact, the wave of destruction was expelled from the Orange Cat's mouth, retaining the familiar essence of annihilation. Unlike before, this time, the wave hurtled directly towards the Wood Spirit Deer King's position. On the side of the wood spirit Deer King, they were still waiting for the sound of impact, yet it remained conspicuously absent. Huh. How strange that I distinctly saw the wave of destruction descend. Why is there no noise? Could it be that the wave has this peculiar effect? It contradicts the records. The wood spirit Deer King pondered in confusion. Could it be a dud? Weak and unsteady, the wood spirit Deer King stood and contemplated. Guardian. Does that wave of light rushing towards us resemble the wave of destruction you just unleashed? A sharp-eyed mutated beast king seemed to have noticed something. Upon hearing this, the wood spirit Deer King turned to look behind. It does seem a bit oh my. This is not a resemblance. It unmistakably is. What on earth? The wood spirit Deer King's astonished gaze was interrupted by a resounding boom. A black mushroom cloud erupted in the sky, swirling with destructive power, scattering devastation in all directions. In that moment, they were beyond the point of evasion. The words of the mutated beast king had barely left his lips when the wood spirit Deer King, in terror, failed to react in time. Everything was consumed in the explosive cacophony, reduced to dust. The battle prowess of the Central Mountain Range's upper echelon was now entirely obliterated, with even the Guardian meeting a tragic end, compounded by the cost of the wood spirit Deer King's concentrated wave of destruction. The Central Mountain Range was irrevocably finished, its foundation was shattered, and any hope of restoring its former glory was utterly impossible. Moreover, surrounding factions would not grant the Central Mountain Range an opportunity to recuperate. Upon discovering its plight, they would descend like ravenous wolves, ready to carve up the remnants. Wow, oh my. Zhang Nian gazed at the black mushroom cloud, at a loss for words, only able to repeatedly exclaim in disbelief. The mutated beast king that had just sought to kill him was gone. This was simply surreal. After a lengthy pause, Zhang Nian snapped out of his stupor, utterly astonished by the orange cat. He looked at the orange cat, which had somehow evolved to the 4th tier, nestled in his arms, showering it with affection. Meow meow meow, the orange cat continued to chirp, seemingly trying to convey something. How peculiar. Why can't you speak even though you're at the 4th tier, dear cat? System, could you please translate? Zhang Nian inquired, both curious and puzzled. The system remained silent for a few seconds before responding coldly. Certainly. Ding. Translation in progress. Meow meow meow. Anian. After I took a nap, how did I lose track of you? How did you teleport here? The orange cat's words likely referred to the battle with Luo Mengli. Listening to the system's translation, Zhang Nian remarked, "You're quite impressive, system. Your side hustle seems remarkably strong, with an array of functions. This is astonishing. What do you mean by my side hustle being strong?" "Clearly, it is you who is both clumsy and playful," Zhang Nian replied, feeling helpless. It wasn't his fault, after all. He was just a lazy fish coaxed by that voice in the dream. Meow Anian. Shall we head back? All right, just a moment, and we will return. Zhang Nian gently stroked the fluffy head of the orange cat in his arms. With a radiant smile, he made his way toward the gaping crater left by the wave of destruction. As he drew nearer, the surroundings grew increasingly shrouded in a dismal, eerie silence, evoking a sense of horror akin to that found in a horror film. Yet, he was now a 4th-tier zombie lord. Even if there were ghosts within, they would have to kneel and sing his praises. The air was still thick with residual elements of destruction, but the external destructive energy was not overwhelming, posing little threat to Zhang Nian's 4th-tier physique. However, he was not concerned. With the orange cat by his side, who could possibly harm him? He truly embodied the saying of a cat-backed human. Swiftly arriving at the site of the crater, he found it filled with even more volatile elements of destruction, the ground having been blasted into a deep indentation. Remaining here for an extended period would likely lead to rapid erosion by these chaotic destructive elements, resulting in his dissolution into ash. Embracing the orange cat, he leaped into the center of the crater, where the destructive elements were at their most intense. Such a potent aura of annihilation. The moment Zhang Nian landed, he felt the ferocious elements of destruction corroding his body, akin to sinking into a quagmire. How careless of me! Just as he prepared to activate his skin hardening to bolster his defense. Meow, do not worry. Watch me? The orange cat conjured a shield around itself, effectively protecting them both. This shield insulated them from the surrounding volatile elements of destruction, rendering them harmless to Zhang Nian. You incredible cat! Zhang Nian marveled at the shield the orange cat had provided, unable to contain his astonishment. Meow translation. Indeed. With the shield from the orange cat, he had nothing to fear from the chaotic elements of destruction. Allowing him to leisurely search for what he desired as he rummaged through the bottom of the crater, he finally discovered what he had sought, precisely as he had anticipated. Observing the shimmering objects within the pit, he found 12 fourth-tier mutated Beast King crystal cores, none missing. Woohoo, I found them! Ha ha ha! The crater echoed with Zhang Nian's exuberant laughter. These crystal cores were indeed remarkably sturdy. If only he could forge a suit of armor from them. Wouldn't he feel invincible? Zhang Nian felt his idea might truly be feasible, but the system quickly doused his enthusiasm with cold water. What are you thinking? Once the crystal cores are damaged, the energy inside will dissipate rapidly. Even if fashioned into armor, it would be as fragile as glass. Alas, he had hoped for a powerful life-saving artifact. Though he could not create armor, Zhang Nian remained overjoyed, dancing with glee, his smile stretching from ear to ear as he gazed at the size of the fourth-tier crystal cores, comparable to soccer balls. He gathered all the scattered cores around him. Muttering excitedly, I've struck it rich. This time, I've truly hit the jackpot. Chapter 65. The shattered crystal cores. Zhang Nian clutched the crystal cores as one would a watermelon, overwhelmed with joy. This bounty was nothing short of a windfall. After traversing this long, he had never acquired such an abundance of crystal cores. Oh my, it's all mine. Zhang Nian wore a beaming smile as he gathered all the fourth-tier crystal nuclei together, planning to devour them directly. During the transportation process, he encountered some issues, his gaze lingering thoughtfully on the nuclei in his hands. These nuclei seem to be somewhat shattered. It appears that there are cracks on these fourth-tier nuclei. They are likely damaged by the destructive light waves, and due to their slight fragmentation, the energy contained within is rapidly dissipating. It won't be long before they are destroyed into waste nuclei by the surrounding elements of annihilation. Once the energy within is completely lost, they will be reduced to useless, colorless stones, regardless of whether they are first-tier or 10th tier. Valueless indeed. It seems that while the nuclei are hard, they do have their limits. However, the fact that they can withstand such powerful destructive light waves and merely exhibit cracks, though this is due to the inadequacy of the Mu Yunlu King in unleashing the full force of the destructive light waves, still indicates the hardness of the fourth-tier nuclei. The energy within the nuclei is continuously flowing away. It would be prudent to consume them now before more energy is lost. Why does it feel akin to storing fruit? If left too long, it will spoil. To prevent the energy within the nuclei from dissipating, Zhang Nian resolved to swallow them all at once. System, begin the consumption. Wait. Just as Zhang Nian was about to devour the nuclei, he suddenly called a halt. The reason for this pause was the thought of his subordinates still in Linjiang City. As the leader now, he had a group of subordinates counting on him. He couldn't indulge himself alone. One person feasting while the entire family starves. Although his level was somewhat elevated, his underlings were too low in rank. It wouldn't do to win a battle only to turn around and find that his base of zombies had dwindled to a mere few. How could the empire of zombies he aimed to establish be anything but a hollow title? With no capable fighters aside from himself, he would have to do everything personally. The low levels of his subordinates made many tasks impossible for them. With this in mind, perhaps he could leave one for Anan and the others. Zhang Nian's CPU was operating at high speed, contemplating the distribution of the crystal nuclei. In this case, he could still consume 8, which is quite acceptable. Once Anan and the others advanced to the 4th tier, he would likely be able to ascend to the 5th tier as well. The 5th tier zombie lord accompanied by 4 4th tier zombie lord subordinates. How impressive. In the future, which faction would dare challenge him? He could lead a horde of undead to steamroll over them, letting his subordinates handle it. He wouldn't even need to lift a finger, merely stabilizing the situation from the rear. As Zhang Nian pondered, he emitted a peculiar cackling laugh. Furthermore, with subordinates, he wouldn't need to do everything himself. He could recline comfortably in his lair and continue to be a slacker. What's slacker? This is called commanding from the rear. Yes, exactly. Then, he would have his subordinates lead the charge to claim territory for him. He would only need to resolve issues that Anan and the others couldn't handle. After much contemplation, Zhang Nian finalized the distribution of the crystal nuclei. The system, listening to Zhang Nian's inner monologue, responded somewhat exasperatedly. I'm the zombie evolution system. Host, why are you not focused on conquering and evolving, but rather on being a slacker? Well, I can't be blamed. The blow from the orange cat was simply too great. Zhang Nian felt quite helpless. He had truly been impacted. That devastating wave of destructive light was effortlessly consumed by the orange cat, which could even spit it back out. When would he ever achieve such prowess? His requests were not high. He didn't need to return it effortlessly, just not be turned to ash would suffice. And he would be very satisfied. Shouldn't you be stimulated by this situation to strive harder to evolve and grow stronger? Why are you thinking of slacking off? Enough of that. System, let's get to work and consume those 8 fourth-tier crystal nuclei. Zhang Nian interrupted the system, eager to devour the cracked nuclei to prevent excessive loss of energy contained within. Ding! Due to the incomplete energy contained within the crystal nuclei, the evolution points gained will differ from those of complete fourth-tier crystal nuclei. No matter, whatever I receive is fine, let us begin quickly. Zhang Nian thought that even if the energy was incomplete, consuming 8 would surely be sufficient for his advancement. He urged the system, as every passing minute saw energy flowing away from the nuclei. A feeling far worse than losing the nuclei to theft. However, there were currently no reckless individuals daring to seize his nuclei. Chapter 66. Choices are truly difficult. Ding. Consumed 8 damaged fourth-tier crystal nuclei, gaining 500 evolution points per piece. Evolution points are now full, beginning advancement. Subsequently, a wave of 5th-tier zombie lord aura emanated from Zhang Nian, though unfortunately, there were no living beings nearby. Roar. Zhang Nian let out an excited undead roar. The swelling power within him was simply exhilarating. He felt fantastic. After sensing his newfound strength post-evolution to a 5th-tier zombie lord, he realized that his body and all aspects had become even more formidable than before. His appearance now bore a striking resemblance to that of a human, albeit exuding a potent undead aura. However, some differences were known only to him, as humans and zombies were indeed 2 distinct races. Roar! The evolution process was remarkably straightforward and brutal. After successfully evolving, Zhang Nian clenched his fist and remarked, straightforward and brutal. Shall I give you something different? Just wait a moment. System, what are you planning to do? Oh no! Before Zhang Nian could finish his sentence, he was suddenly struck by a bolt of lightning from the sky, thick as a dragon. Caught completely off guard, Zhang Nian was turned to charcoal, his hair standing on end, resembling someone who had just returned from a coal mine, with only his teeth remaining white. How about that? Is this upgrade effect cool enough? The system's voice came with a hint of anticipation. You've got to be kidding. I said the evolution process was straightforward and brutal, not for you to zap me with lightning. You can't backstab me like this. Zhang Nian grumbled indignantly at being struck. Then, he remembered something and questioned the system. You can summon lightning? Then why didn't you use it to zap those mutated beast kings when I was surrounded before? This lightning can only strike the host. It cannot target other beings. Moreover, it is a new function I only just obtained after your advancement, and I need your consent before striking. I'm truly at a loss for words with you. Zhang Nian felt quite exasperated, resorting to his passive skills to quickly heal his injuries. I'm not at a loss for words. I was the only one with consciousness when I came into being. I never saw any other systems. The system did not comprehend what Zhang Nian meant by at a loss for words. In truth, he had sustained no actual injuries. The lightning had not harmed him at all. The brief moment of being struck was merely painful and left a tingling sensation. His passive skills swiftly eradicated the soot from his body, restoring his hair. Although the lightning caused no harm, it was still painful. Zhang Nian couldn't fathom why the system possessed such an odd function. System, you have quite a few useless features. What are you talking about? The system was about to retort when it sensed an update to Zhang Nian's information and could only report it first. Sigh, every day you blame me. When danger arises, you come groveling to me. How did I end up with a host like you? Just wait. Next time you encounter danger, let's see if I help you or not. Duh. Not only that, but you also owe me a bunch. You don't even know how to save up some coins for a big order. Just as Zhang Nian was about to inquire further, he was interrupted by a voice, and joy spread across his face. Ding! Congratulations to the host for advancing to 5th tier zombie lord. Host status updated. Host. Zhang Nian level. 5th tier zombie lord system tools. Map. Scan abilities. Gravity system passive skills. Infection. Remote. Muscle regeneration. Domination active skills. Claw. Skin hardening. Frenzy evolution points. 1000 5000 ding. Congratulations to the host for advancing to 5th tier Zombie Lord, gaining a new ability, Water ability. Upon hearing the voice announcing his status update, Zhang Nian instantly forgot about the system's earlier lightning strike and its murmuring. He had awakened yet another new ability. Zhang Nian was overjoyed. Now he possessed dual abilities. He had previously heard the system mention that his gravity ability was a supportive one, and that combining two abilities would make him even stronger. Now, like Luo Mingli, he too was a dual ability user. And he even possessed skills. Ding, main quest updated, completely transform the Huazhong Mountain Range into your Territory 01. The system also issued a new main quest at this moment. System, the previous main quest you issued can be considered completed now. Right? I no longer need to flee. The entire Huazhong Mountain Range will soon be my domain. Zhang Nian listened intently to the new main storyline quest and reminisced about his previous one. Detected a change in the main storyline quest, host will complete it by changing direction. Detected that the host's aura is at its peak state. Rewards maximized. Hearing that the system would bestow upon him the most perfect reward, Zhang Nian felt as though he was basking in the glow of his beloved orange cat. "Oh, orange cat, how I adore you!" he exclaimed joyfully, gazing at the orange cat nestled in his arms. He then inquired, "System, what is my reward?" Beep. Rewards are divided into 3 categories. Please select one. 3 choices? What are the options? Let me see. Zhang Nian's hands fidgeted with excitement, akin to a fly buzzing around. His eyes sparkled with anticipation. First reward option, 5 defensive super cannons with a base range of 18 kilometers, freely placeable within your territory. Range can increase with the expansion of territory. The super cannon design is inspired by the ones in Red Alert. Second reward option, acquire a new skill, Ultimate Camouflage. Camouflage ability significantly enhanced. As long as you do not attack, no one, mutated beasts, will detect you as a zombie and will regard you as one of their own. However, after use, your level can only be adjusted to normal, and you cannot transform into a higher tier being. Third reward option, a modern elite zombie army, 5,000 fully armed ordinary zombies, equipped with modern firearms with unlimited ammunition, and 10 zombie rhino tanks with infinite shells. The rhino tank design is inspired by the ones in Red Alert. Zhang Nian gazed at the 3 reward options presented by the system, each one tantalizingly desirable. Yet, he could only select one, leaving him in a state of deep conflict over which to choose. They all seemed splendid, but which one should he select? His eyes scrutinized the system's rewards, pondering earnestly. After much deliberation, he reluctantly eliminated the second option, which, while seemingly appealing, paled in comparison to the other 2. The limitation of only achieving a normal level and the inability to attack rendered it rather impractical. What if he infiltrated a human survivor base and was recognized as merely an ordinary individual? If trouble arose, a single attack would expose him instantly. How could he proceed under such constraints? As for enduring humiliation, as a 5th-tier zombie lord, how could he tolerate being bullied by humans? Such a notion was utterly inconceivable. He would not rest until he had vanquished every last one of them, and regarding the mutated beasts, they would not hesitate to strike with lethal intent. Even the likes of the wood spirit Deer King, who forbade slaughter, would not intervene in the fate of mutated beasts below the 4th tier. With the second option dismissed, Zhang Nian turned his thoughts to the remaining 2 choices. The first option was clearly a defensive reward. He recalled the system's mention of the super cannon prototype, which he recognized from his previous experience playing Red Alert. The super cannon was indeed formidable in the game, but Zhang Nian wondered about its real-world effectiveness. His gaze shifted to the third reward, a legion of 5,000 armed zombies wielding modern firearms, though lacking in tier, yet boasting unlimited ammunition. Furthermore, there were 10 rhino tanks, well balanced in performance according to his knowledge from the game. The destructive power of the tanks, however, could not compare to that of the super cannon. Which to choose? The indecision weighed heavily on him. Zhang Nian struggled to make a choice, grappling with his decision-making affliction. Unsure which option to select, seconds ticked by, and finally, he reached a resolution. With newfound determination, he declared, "System, I choose the third reward." Beep, reminder for the host. You may only select one of these 3 options. Please confirm if you wish to proceed with the third reward. The system's voice echoed again, emphasizing the finality of his choice. Absolutely, I confirm, Zhang Nian asserted, his certainty stemming from the realization that the third option was precisely what he needed at this moment. The system had just issued him a new main quest, requiring him to claim the Central Mountain Range as his own territory. Relying solely on himself, although he had leveled up, would not expedite the process significantly. Despite the complete eradication of high-tier combatants in the Central Mountain Range by his Orange Cat, the vastness of the area was intimidating, accounting for the numerous fourth-tier mutated beast kings. At the onset of the apocalypse, humanity was still floundering, essentially paralyzed and unable to mount effective countermeasures in the short term. They would focus on reclaiming cities occupied by zombies, driving them away or eliminating them. Initially, ordinary zombies lacked self-awareness, only driven by their insatiable thirst for flesh. Meanwhile, ordinary mutated beasts had gained a modicum of intelligence after the apocalypse, though still not comparable to their higher-tier counterparts. The majority of ordinary mutated beasts, lacking any intelligence, would follow the command of the highest-tier beings in their groups, much like ordinary zombies. Thus, while both zombies and mutated beasts possessed the advantage of natural evolution, the zombies had suffered tremendously, nearly facing total annihilation, while the mutated beasts fared much better for this very reason. Ordinary mindless zombies wandering into mutated beast territory would merely become prey. Consequently, there were virtually no tiered zombies or even ordinary zombies meandering around the Central Mountain Range. Zhang Nian found it challenging to amass a substantial horde to dominate the area, especially given the significant disadvantage zombies faced within the mountains. TOC's control of this territory single-handedly would require an immense investment of time and effort. Moreover, it appeared that the Orange Cat had overexerted itself and was showing signs of fatigue, seemingly on the brink of slumber. Zhang Nian, unable to discern the true nature of the Orange Cat, reasoned that it was best to allow it to rest. Given the current circumstances, opting for the third reward was undoubtedly the most prudent choice. One should not underestimate the value of 5,000 zombies amidst a horde. For this modernized elite battalion was equivalent to a formidable reinforcement. Prior to his transmigration, such a number would have constituted an entire enhanced regiment. Additionally, the third reward included not only the 5,000 modernized elite zombies, but also 10 Rhino tanks. This formidable assembly surpassed even the elite forces of Chu Yunfei's army. This battalion would serve as his trump card, an elite force ready to catch humanity off guard. He envisioned the spectacle of a zombie army equipped with modern firearms and tanks, leaving humans utterly bewildered. The anticipation filled him with exhilaration. Lo Mingli, did you ever imagine that I would turn misfortune into fortune? He thought, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he chuckled sinisterly. After a moment, Zhang Nian found himself puzzled. System, where is my army? He queried, noticing that his chosen elite modern zombie army had yet to materialize. Beep. Once again reminding the host, you may only select one of these three options. Please confirm if you wish to proceed with the third reward. What is happening, system? Why is there a delay? Zhang Nian expressed his confusion upon hearing the system's repeated inquiry. Mind your words. I am the most advanced and intelligent system. How could I possibly be experiencing a delay? So you're saying you're intentionally toying with me? Ha ha ha, look at that furious expression. All right, I'm done teasing you. Find a spacious area. I will summon your reward. Why can't you summon it right here? Zhang Nian questioned, perplexed. Summon it here? Do you want your army to perish the moment it appears? This place is saturated with chaotic destruction elements. Even though it's called an elite army, they are still ordinary zombies. How could they withstand this destructive aura? If I summon them here, it would be like throwing dumplings into boiling water. One appears and one dies. Could you think before posing such questions? Zhang Nian, confronted with the system's logic, realized the precariousness of his current location. Protected by the shield granted by the Orange Cat, he was indifferent to the surrounding destructive elements, but overlooked that other beings could not endure such a hostile atmosphere. Thus, he had no retort against the system's rebuttal. Then I shall take my leave. Eager to witness his army, Zhang Nian hastened to vacate the area afflicted by the destructive light waves. With one eye surveying the surroundings and the other fixed upon the map in search of a suitable location, Zhang Nian soared through the sky with unparalleled exhilaration, relieved that there were no mutated beast kings seeking to trouble him this time. Where should he choose? As he scanned for a place appropriate for summoning his army, he finally identified a fitting spot. This would do nicely. He began his descent towards the chosen location, where only a few low-tier mutated beasts lingered. Before he could even land, The low-tier mutants sensed the presence of Zhang Yan, a fifth-tier zombie lord. With a cacophony of frightened cries, they scattered in all directions. Upon landing, Zhang Yan paid no heed to the fleeing low-tier beasts. Instead, he inquired, "System, there should be no issues now, right?" "Absolutely no issues. Please confirm if you wish to summon here." "Confirm, confirm, most certainly confirm." Zhang Yan was apprehensive that the system might still be toying with him. "Descend now, my legion." He struck a pose he believed to be quite cool, reminiscent of a dramatic character. Ding! Modernized firearm zombie legion summoned, successfully, commencing descent. P.S. I will include images of the giant cannon and rhino tank in the comments, but they were swallowed. Chapter 67. Summon. Elite Zombie Legion. Just as the system's voice faded, the ground around him began to tremble violently. A thunderous roar echoed, akin to an earthquake. Suddenly, a particularly large portal erupted from the ground, emerging to the surface, buzzing. From within the portal, the sound of tanks reverberated, their engines roaring to life. 10 tanks emerged from the portal, their barrels protruding first. Behind them followed a battalion of 5,000 elite zombies, fully armed with modern firearms. This legion appeared extraordinarily imposing. While the tanks showed no remarkable alterations, each of the 5,000 elite zombies wielded an assault rifle akin to an AK-47. Clad in black helmets and dark uniforms, they exuded an aura of formidable power. Ordinary people would never suspect that these elite troops were, in fact, zombies. Ding! Summoning successful. Wow, this is incredibly impressive. Zhang Yan marveled at his modernized elite forces, excitement coursing through him. He quickly approached one of the elite zombies that had emerged from the portal. "Let me see that." He snatched the gun from the zombie's grasp and inspected it closely, then fired a burst into the trees behind him. Rat-a-tat-tat. The gunfire rang out incessantly, and it showed no sign of running out of ammunition. This is too amazing, however. The zombie appeared somewhat dazed, standing motionless even after Zhang Yan had taken its weapon. "System, why isn't it moving?" Zhang Yan observed the zombie, stroking his chin in contemplation. The system explained, "It hasn't all been summoned yet. It must wait until all are present to fully obey the host's commands." "I see." Zhang Yan understood, then reached out to tap the black helmet. "Wow, this is quite sturdy. The quality is truly impressive." As he spoke, he turned his attention to the dark uniform the zombie wore and felt it. "Is there iron plating inside?" The host is quite astute. However, it is not iron plating but wrought iron. "Then, is the helmet also wrought iron?" Zhang Yan asked incredulously. Indeed, the helmet is also wrought iron. Moreover, the entire uniform of the zombie is filled with wrought iron. This is to ensure its survival rate. But if they're wearing all this gear, won't their movement be as slow as a snail? Zhang Yan expressed concern about the zombies' mobility. "Their speed is perfectly normal. Do remember, they are not human, but zombies. If their uniforms are filled with wrought iron, how can they crouch or crawl? What will they do?" Zhang Yan recognized a significant issue. Ding, crouching, crawling, and all other actions can be performed by the entire modernized zombie legion without issue. The final interpretation of this matter rests solely with me. "Well, if there are no problems, then I can rest easy," Zhang Yan replied, understanding that the system's offerings defied normal logic. After all, how could one explain a firearm with infinite ammunition? "Woohoo! Oh yeah, that reassures me." Zhang Yan exclaimed with uncontainable joy. Ding! The elite zombie legion has now been fully summoned. The host has gained complete command over the modernized elite zombie legion. With a roar, the entire modernized elite zombie legion responded to the system's announcement. Collectively kneeling in loyalty, their movements were impeccably synchronized, a sight that brought Zhang Yan immense satisfaction. "System, can they not speak?" Zhang Yan noted that these ordinary zombies seemed unable to articulate words. Only evolved tier zombies unlock the ability to speak. "Then how can I enable their evolution?" "You may purchase an exclusive collective advancement card for the modernized elite zombie legion from the system shop." Upon hearing the system's reply, Zhang Yan opened the shop to check the price, only to gasp in shock. This price is nearly equivalent to a complete 4th-tier crystal core. Ridiculous. While I do have some on hand, they are meant for Anan and the others. Moreover, these 4th-tier energies are incomplete, cracked even. I would need 2 to make a purchase. Upon reflection, Perhaps it's better to wait until I can eliminate another 4th-tier creature for an exchange. If I could extract the remaining high-tier mutated beast crystal cores from the Huazhong mountain range, that should suffice, right? An insidious thought crossed Zhang Yin's mind. Come now, everyone, rise. As his command fell, the entire zombie legion sprang to their feet without hesitation, their movements fluid and decisive, steadily gripping their cold weapons. They looked to Zhang Yin, awaiting orders. Zhang Yin was thoroughly pleased. Our mission objective is to occupy the entire Huazhong mountain range, driving out or eliminating all mutated beasts of 1st tier and above. Organize into groups of 100 and commence deployment. As for the tanks, navigating this mountainous terrain seems disadvantageous. They shall remain here on standby. Zhang Yin ordered sharply. Chapter 68. The mysterious Huazhong mountain range. Upon receiving their orders, the entire zombie legion swiftly donned their gear and set off, their movements sharp and efficient, marching forth with synchronized steps to maximize their operational effectiveness. The decision to refrain from clearing out ordinary mutated beasts was deliberate. They bore no crystal cores, rendering their elimination pointless. It was far more beneficial to deal with high-tier mutated beasts, leaving only ordinary ones behind, transforming the area into a crystal core breeding ground for continuous yield. Why slaughter the sheep outright when one could cultivate a cyclical harvest? Zhang Yin calculated meticulously in his mind. He then decided to leave the crystal cores intended for Anan and his team guarded by the 10 tanks. As their mobility within the mountains was limited, guard these 4 cores diligently. There must be no mistakes. Zhang Yin commanded the tank-driving zombies. With a roar, the tank hatches opened, revealing 10 heads adorned with black helmets. As they could not speak, they responded with a single roar, indicating their understanding. Acknowledging their response, Zhang Yin embraced his orange cat and took to the sky, hoping to find some unengaged mutated beast kings within the Huazhong mountain range. If he could locate a few elusive targets, he might secure additional complete 4th-tier crystal cores. The Huazhong mountain range, truly vast. As he continued to observe the ground from above, the sound of gunfire occasionally reached his ears. His modernized zombie legion had commenced their hunt against the mutated beasts. They unleashed a torrent of fire, suppressing their foes relentlessly, preventing any from approaching. Why are there so many zombies armed with human weaponry here? Where are the mutated beast kings and the guardians? Why have they not appeared to eliminate these strange zombies? I can barely withstand this. A 3rd-tier Qingma lizard quivered in fear, its injuries worsening. It had sensed that the situation had taken a troubling turn. These zombies have been around for quite some time now. Logically, the esteemed guardian should have noticed their presence, even if the guardian is in seclusion. Thus receiving information at a sluggish pace, there should undoubtedly be other mutated beast kings to address this predicament. What is particularly perplexing is the absence of any 4th-tier mutated beast kings making an appearance. If we were to suggest that some of these mutated beast kings are too cowardly, there are certainly others known for their fiery tempers. How could they possibly tolerate zombies rampaging through their territory? Moreover, there is an unsettling absence of any 4th-tier mutated beast king's aura, as if they have collectively vanished. These zombies are exceedingly strange. How can their firearms continue to fire incessantly? I can barely hold on. We must flee. I sense that these zombies are merely ordinary ones, yet their weaponry is undeniably formidable. Let us begin our retreat. These zombies will undoubtedly be unable to catch us. Another 3rd-tier Qingma lizard, with eyes as glassy as emeralds, remarked, having sensed the oddity as well. These zombies may be ordinary, but they are managing to suppress the 2 of them with sheer firepower. If this continues, they will eventually be worn down. Additionally, it is curious why such bizarre zombies have appeared out of nowhere deep within the Huazhong mountain range. It has also felt its own strength being siphoned away twice. It faintly heard the sound of an explosion. Sensing that something ominous was afoot, the 3rd-tier Qingma lizard, having been drained of strength twice, is not in its prime state, and it could be said that none of the mutated beasts within the Huazhong mountain range are in peak condition. Fortunately, the previous Mu Yun Deer King was of a low level and could not extract more power from the mutated beasts of the Huazhong mountain range. Otherwise, all the mutated beasts in this region would have turned into soft-shelled shrimp. Left at the mercy of Zhang Yin's forces, we must retreat. A significant upheaval must have occurred within the Huazhong mountain range. Let us flee to the outskirts. The 3rd-tier Qingma lizard made a swift decision, instantly maximizing its speed to escape. Wait for me. The other followed closely behind. each running faster than the last. With the modernized zombie forces led by Zhang Nian being merely ordinary zombies, they could not possibly keep pace. They could only watch helplessly as the two made their escape, as this was their current disadvantage. The mutated beasts fleeing from the Huazhong mountain range are certainly not limited to just these two. The more astute ones have already sensed something amiss and begun their own retreat. Only those with a particularly strong sense of territory remain steadfast in defending their domain. Among them, the mutated beasts living in groups resist the most vehemently. Roar! Defend our territory! Tear these intruders apart! The king commanding the beast tide issued a terrifying roar, intent on driving the zombies from its domain. The squad of 50 zombies continued to fire their weapons without pause, forming a formidable web of firepower that prevented the numerically superior mutated beasts from approaching, forcing them to remain at a distance and endure gunfire. The king of this group observed the situation with mounting anxiety, yet felt utterly powerless. Its beast tide could not even get close to the armed zombies. Any attempt to do so resulted in them being riddled with bullets before they even approached. Even it dared not draw near, merely lurking behind the tide, displaying a menacing visage while issuing commands. The zombie's ammunition is limitless, but its beast tide is not. As time drags on, their numbers will only dwindle. After the two third-tier Qingma lizards fled, the armed zombies were left to seek their next target. Zhang Nian soared through the sky, having searched for quite some time without encountering a single fourth-tier mutated beast king. Now, aside from the fleeing Suiyun Water Turtle King, all high-level combatants in the Huazhong mountain range have perished. Could it truly be that they are all dead? I was hoping to harvest a few fourth-tier crystal cores. He muttered to himself. Chapter 69. The Ascending Crimson Serpent. Just as Zhang Nian was feeling somewhat disheartened at not having found a single mutated beast king and was contemplating a return, he suddenly detected some activity. Seems there is a situation. Zhang Nian observed on the map a third-tier crimson serpent in the process of evolution, and this location was one he knew well. He had been here before. A smile crept across Zhang Nian's face as he realized he had unexpectedly stumbled upon a target. This truly is a treasure trove. Zhang Nian's current position was precisely within the territory of the Silver Feather Eagle King, where he had previously encountered an ambush. Let me see where it is hiding. Zhang Nian scrutinized the map, steadily making his way toward the location of the third-tier Crimson Serpent. Currently, it was in the midst of evolution and could not possibly move. Finding it was merely a matter of time. After some diligent searching, Zhang Nian quickly located the lair of the third-tier Crimson Serpent, surrounded by a few first- and second-tier small snakes, and even a third-tier mutated snake. Upon noticing Zhang Nian's sudden appearance, they hissed in agitation. These low-tier mutated beasts, in a display of utter disregard for their own safety, surrounded Zhang Nian, incessantly hissing at him. They are not afraid of me? How intriguing! Zhang Nian regarded the creatures hissing at him with no trace of panic, instead taking interest in his surroundings. Teske, how dark it is here. Coincidentally, the very creature in the process of evolution was the Crimson Serpent that had previously devoured the Silver Feather Eagle King, providing Zhang Nian with a considerable advantage. At present, the Crimson Serpent was still of notable size, radiating an aura that ebbed and flowed, clearly indicating its evolution. Intruder. Eliminate the intruder. One of the third-tier mutated snakes emitted a low hiss. Being one of the Crimson Serpent's most capable subordinates, it had heard tales of its older brother, the Crimson Serpent, having battled the Silver Feather Eagle King for 300 rounds at the third tier. Moreover, its older brother not only emerged unscathed, but had also consumed the aerial powerhouse, the Silver Feather Eagle King. Upon hearing this news, the subordinate was utterly captivated, immediately beginning to idolize the Crimson Serpent as the strongest mutated beast. In this information vacuum, the unfortunate third-tier mutated snake was blissfully unaware of the truth, approaching the Crimson Serpent with admiration and considering it its leader. It believed that with such a formidable older brother watching over it, it could roam freely in this territory. Seeing that its deception was effective, the third-tier Crimson Serpent began to recruit followers, planning to form its own beast tide once it evolved to the Beast King level. This third-tier mutated snake, due to its unwavering loyalty to the Crimson Serpent, was entrusted with the crucial task of guarding its evolution, with a promise that it would not be overlooked once it ascended. Thus, during the Crimson Serpent's evolution into a Beast King, this third-tier mutated snake took charge of protecting it, Ensuring it was not disturbed, it awaited the success of its leader's evolution, hoping to share in the spoils. However, it did not anticipate that a zombie would find its way here, and curiously, it could not discern the zombie's level. Yet, seeing the mass of its own kind surrounding it, it was filled with confidence. The advantage was on its side. Eliminate it! It commanded the tightly packed horde of snakes to charge at the lone zombie before them. Zhang Nian looked disdainfully at the low-tier mutated snakes charging at him. They were simply not on the same level gravity. Zhang Nian wasted no time, directly activating his ability to employ a wide-ranging gravitational compression, aiming to eliminate these low-tier mutated beasts. The gravitational force instantly enveloped the low-tier mutated beasts. The small snakes charging toward him all exploded, unable to withstand the immense pressure. Only the now dumbfounded third-tier mutated snake and the evolving crimson serpent remained. This I must flee. The third-tier mutated snake, witnessing the corpses of its kin strewn about, abandoned its older brother in a panic, desperately attempting to escape. This is disastrous. I did not expect this sudden intruding zombie to be so powerful. Before it had even fled far, it felt an unusual pain within its body, and its entire serpentine form twitched before it heard a loud bang. It too exploded, much like the low-tier mutated beasts that had charged at Zhang Nian, but it managed to eject a crystal core from within its body. Not bad. After retrieving the crystal core, Zhang Nian turned his gaze toward the third-tier crimson serpent still in the throes of evolution. System, if I eliminate it now, what tier crystal core will I receive? Zhang Nian inquired. Due to its ongoing evolution, eliminating it now will yield only a third-tier crystal core. Is that so? How much longer until its evolution is complete? Zhang Nian was eager to obtain the crystal core. Detection in progress. Ding! Detection successful. It will take approximately one more day. One more day? That's not too long. I can wait until it evolves into a fourth tier before eliminating it. Zhang Nian pondered. Knowing that acquiring a fourth-tier crystal core would be far more advantageous than merely obtaining a third-tier one. Chapter 70. A pleasant surprise observing the crimson serpent diligently evolving before him. It remained blissfully unaware that all its surrounding mutated beasts had met a grim fate. It was indeed quite focused. Suddenly, Zhang Nian smiled at the corner of his mouth, conceiving a brilliant idea. He began to command the 10 rhino tanks that were on standby to advance to his current location, all tanks, preparing to give the newly evolved red serpent a surprise, while simultaneously testing the tank's formidable power. To ensure absolute certainty, he also summoned 2 squads of modernized zombie troops that were currently exterminating the class-mutated beasts. He was eager to see if his army, in a combined operation of infantry and tanks, could eliminate a fourth-tier mutated beast king. Buzzing. After a while, the distant roar of tank engines reverberated through the air. Zhang Nian ordered the tanks to encircle the evolving red serpent, with the tank cannons positioned ominously close to the creature's head. The tank unit surrounded the beast, aiming their cannons at its skull but refraining from making direct contact to avoid alerting it if it were to awaken. He then commanded the modern infantry units, directing them to coordinate with the tanks, declaring that once the third-tier red serpent completed its evolution, they should open fire and turn it into a sieve. Observing the encirclement around the red serpent, Zhang Nian felt a twinge of curiosity. With 10 tanks and 100 rifles, he wondered if a fourth-tier mutated beast could withstand such an assault. To uncover the answer, he would have to wait until the creature successfully evolved. Now, all that was left was to patiently await the awakening of the third-tier red serpent after its evolution, ready to deliver a surprise. Time passed swiftly. The red serpent finally reached the critical juncture of evolving into a fourth-tier mutated beast king. The power within it began to surge, its scales growing harder, and the aura of a fourth-tier beast king faintly emanated from its form. Zhang Nian, who had been waiting idly, felt a rush of exhilaration. After such a long wait, it was finally evolving into a beast king. A slight smile graced his lips. Diligence was indeed rewarded, and he was on the verge of obtaining a complete fourth-tier crystal core. Then, a series of triumphant hisses echoed, accompanied by the stable aura of a fourth-tier creature. Hissed, I too have become a mutated beast king. What a powerful force, ha ha ha. The newly evolved red serpent king, still reveling in its success, suddenly sensed something amiss. What is this? Zhang Nian, witnessing the creature's evolution, promptly issued commands to the surrounding zombie troops. Pleasant surprise. Open fire. Tank units, bombard it. Infantry, keep the bullets flying. Give it a thorough thrashing. The newly evolved Red Serpent King, taken aback by the presence of other beings in its lair, was caught off guard. Before it could react, it was met with the tanks practically shoving their cannons in its face, encircled by a ring of artillery. What are you creatures? How dare you intrude on my territory? Get out! Boom, boom, boom. The Red Serpent King, filled with fury, glared at the unexpected intruders in its lair. Just as it prepared to launch an attack, a deafening explosion rang out, a barrage of shells struck its head, and the tank shells and rifle bullets continued their relentless assault. The Red Serpent King became disoriented, forced to use its massive body to shield itself from the incoming fire. Sustaining injuries all the while. Damn it, where did these invaders come from? Where are my minions? This is not a sustainable situation. The Red Serpent King realized that it could not withstand this onslaught indefinitely. Although it had just evolved to the 4th tier, prolonged exposure would lead to its demise. Roaring, it swiftly made a decision, its eyes gleaming with a murderous intent, preparing to turn defense into offense. It aimed to withstand the barrage and charge forward to eliminate these attackers. However, it failed to consider Zhang Nian, who was observing from behind. Hiss, die! The Red Serpent King let out a terrifying roar, opening its gigantic maw in an attempt to devour its assailants. Its scales grew even harder, its speed suddenly accelerating, a terrifying aura of a beast king enveloping the area. Heh! Naviet the Red Serpent King surged forward to endure the damage and eliminate its attackers. Zhang Nian knew he could not afford to give it that opportunity. Chapter 71. Not cowardly, just true to heart. As the Red Serpent King charged ahead, it suddenly felt a weight pressing down on its body. And then it was completely immobilized. It crashed heavily to the ground, its massive form creating a shallow crater. The Red Serpent King lay sprawled on the ground, unable to move. My body, why can't I move? It struggled to muster its strength, attempting to shift its body, but to no avail. The thunderous roar of tank fire and the incessant crack of rifle shots echoed relentlessly, leaving the Red Serpent King helplessly pinned to the ground. Absorbing blows, yet it began to realize something. Hiss! How painful! The weapons attacking me seemed to be human-made. Its injuries worsened, with scars covering its once impenetrable scales, its body now marred with blood. That Orad, it's a 5th-tier zombie lord. Why is he in my territory? What are my subordinates doing? Not even a warning. They left their leader here to fend for himself. At that moment, the Red Serpent King sensed Zhang Nian's 5th-tier zombie lord aura. Unaware that all its minions had perished. It understood that this 5th-tier zombie lord was using it for training. Unable to fight back or escape, it realized that the 5th-tier zombie would never allow it to flee. It had just evolved into a 4th-tier beast king and did not wish to meet its end so soon at the hands of the Mu Yunlu King and the others. It needed to devise a means of survival. Eureka! I have a plan. Suddenly, it conceived an idea that might save its life. Whether it would be effective remained uncertain, but it was too late to ponder that now. The relentless fire from the human weapons showed no signs of abating. If it delayed any longer, it might end up as snake soup. Unknown zombie lord, I beseech you to command your subordinates to cease fire. I have something to say. The Red Serpent King's hoarse voice pierced through the din of gunfire, reaching Zhang Nian's ears. Intrigued, Zhang Nian observed the prostrate Red Serpent King. Oh, let us halt for a moment. I am curious about what trick you wish to play. After all, it was severely injured and under his control. Even if it sprouted wings, it could never escape. Upon receiving Zhang Nian's command, the surrounding zombie troops quickly ceased their assault, but the tank cannons and rifle barrels remained steadfastly aimed at the Red Serpent King's forehead, ready to prevent any sudden movements. Looking down at the heavily wounded Red Serpent King, Zhang Nian remarked, "Speak. What final words do you have? Make it quick. I'm eager to extract your crystal core." The immobilized Red Serpent King, hearing these words, hurriedly responded, "No, no, no," fearing that if it hesitated, Zhang Nian would resume his attack. Leading to its certain demise, it implored, "Great 5th-tier zombie lord, spare my life. I am willing to submit to you." The heavily injured Red Serpent King suddenly shifted its tone, respectfully addressing Zhang Nian. "Submit to me?" Zhang Nian was taken aback by this unexpected turn from the Red Serpent King. He had anticipated a few threats followed by a challenge, but instead, It seemed this creature was devoid of fortitude. A true softy. Hearing the Red Serpent King's vow of loyalty, Zhang Nian did not immediately respond. Instead, he pondered the potential benefits of having the Red Serpent King as an ally. Geographically, the Huazhong mountain range appeared to be a more suitable base of operations. The entire range was interconnected, allowing for swift assaults on human survivor bases. Defensively, it posed minimal issues. For a short while, the humans and other mutated beasts from outside would remain oblivious to the significant changes occurring within the mountains. However, the problem lay in Zhang Nian's insufficient forces within the Huazhong mountain range. Though 5,000 zombies might seem substantial, they would struggle to form an effective fighting force if spread across the vast expanse. Should a reckless mutated beast or a scouting human expedition venture into the area, his current troops would be incapable of mounting a robust defense. In essence, he could capture the territory but could not hold it, which was quite vexing. Recognizing his own military shortcomings, Zhang Nian decided to accept the Red Serpent King's submission and tasked it with forming a loyal mutated beast army. With Anan and the others absent, he found himself in need of a capable subordinate. Acquiring the loyalty of a fourth-tier Red Serpent King would be a fortuitous development. Zhang Nian's calculations were precise, and he grinned. The Red Serpent King, observing Zhang Nian's silence, grew increasingly anxious, fearing that Zhang Nian might reject its offer of loyalty. Determined to take the initiative and foster closer relations, the Lord of the Undead addressed the Red Serpent King. "I have encountered you before." Zhang Nian, having just formulated a thought, was intrigued by the Red Serpent King's words. "You have seen me? When did we meet?" Upon hearing this, the Red Serpent King sensed a glimmer of hope and quickly sought to establish rapport. Recognizing this as its only chance for survival, "My lord, I beheld your magnificent battle against the Silver Feather Eagle King from a distance. In that moment, I was filled with admiration for you. Please accept my submission." While Zhang Nian pondered, the Red Serpent King had already identified him, musing, "Why does this Lord of the Undead appear increasingly familiar? Is this not the very undead that battled the Silver Feather Eagle King? My evolution to the fourth tier was due to this very creature. Back then, you concealed yourself quite well. Had it not been so, I would have surely eliminated you." The Red Serpent King felt a shiver of trepidation at these words. Grateful for its past caution in refraining from attack, lest it have been devoured by other mutated beasts. Observing the Red Serpent King's fearful demeanor, Zhang Nian decided against further jest. "Enough trembling. I accept your submission." Prompt. "Congratulations, host has acquired a mutated Beast King subordinate, achieving 100 loyalty from the Red Serpent King." The Red Serpent King. It appears to be a fire-type Serpent King. Zhang Nian, analyzing the system's notification, deduced its attributes from the name alone. At that moment, the Red Serpent King bowed its head respectfully, addressing him as master. Clearly, the system's 100 loyalty effect had taken hold, allowing Zhang Nian to implement the plan he had just conceived. In a voice imbued with authority, he commanded the Red Serpent King, "Now, I am your master. Your first task is to organize a loyal army of mutated beasts within the Huazhong mountain range. Do you have any objections?" The Red Serpent King, eager to demonstrate its loyalty, promptly assured, "Master, I vow to fulfill this task. I will not disappoint you." Zhang Nian, reassured by the Red Serpent King's earnest demeanor and the system's loyalty endorsement, felt a sense of relief. "Rest assured, following me will be rewarding." Without further delay, he urged, "Let us depart swiftly. Should we linger, we may be slaughtered." Zhang Nian made a wise decision, bidding farewell to the other undead squads. "Elite forces, heed my command. Inform them that the Red Serpent King is now one of us. Do not harm it. We cannot afford to have our own fighting amongst themselves." "Understood." The injured Red Serpent King respectfully replied before preparing to leave. Chapter 72. The audacity to steal from my home. Meow. At this moment, the orange cat nestled in Zhang Nian's arms suddenly made a sound. As if sensing something amiss, it leapt from his embrace onto the wounded form of the Red Serpent King. Russell, the Red Serpent King, perplexed by this development, was at a loss for how to proceed. With a bewildered expression, it flicked its tongue, faintly glowing with embers. It did not perceive any difference in this cat that had been cradled by Zhang Nian, appearing as an ordinary animal, akin to those basking in the sun's radiance. Yet, the Red Serpent King's instincts hinted that this cat, favored by its master, was far from simple. How could a fifth-tier lord of the undead be cradling an ordinary seemingly non-evolved kitten, yet it sensed that the cat might still possess the aura of a beast king. Such a mystery. The Red Serpent King pondered the anomaly of the orange cat, but did not dwell on it for long. The verdant light enveloped the Red Serpent King, healing its grievous wounds. It felt no fear, having already submitted to its master. Observing that Zhang Yin did not intervene, it understood that this was no threat. How wondrous! This green light is mending my injuries. This mutated Beast King is strange. Why can I not sense its Beast King aura? Setting aside such thoughts, the Red Serpent King focused on healing its body. As the green light enveloped it entirely, the Red Serpent King felt a sense of tranquility wash over it. The orange cat returned to Zhang Yin's embrace. Thank you, little one. Zhang Yin affectionately stroked the soft head of the orange cat. Savoring the moment, meow. Before long, the green light dissipated. The Red Serpent King emerged, restored to its prime state, its scales gleaming once again, and its two fiery fangs radiating a formidable presence. Its aura had stabilized. Roar! Expressing gratitude to its great master, the Red Serpent King raised its massive head and unleashed a fearsome roar before prostrating itself at Zhang Yin's feet, displaying utter submission. Zhang Yin regarded the Red Serpent King's display with a degree of satisfaction. Though he kept his expression neutral, addressing the prostrate serpent with cold indifference, once you are healed, proceed to complete your task. Should you fail even this, do not return to face me, the Red Serpent King responded eagerly. Yes, I vow to complete the task. Rustle, rustle. With that, it began to gather a legion of mutated beasts, willing to pledge their loyalty to Zhang Yin. The Red Serpent King departed, leaving Zhang Yin alone with his subordinates. Sighing, he lamented the loss of the crystal core, yet deemed the acquisition of a capable subordinate to outweigh the loss of a mere cold crystal. To elevate his modern undead army, he would need to assess whether the mutated beasts within the Huazhong mountain range recognized the gravity of the situation. Cece, the one who possesses Wei Junjia. After the Red Serpent King's departure, Zhang Yin contemplated the advantages and disadvantages of having subdued it, concluding that securing a fourth-tier ally was indeed a net gain. Well, you certainly have a way with words. One must scrutinize your ancestry. Zhang Yin, startled by the system's sudden interjection, retorted, What brings you here, system? Humph, as if I yearn to converse with you. Unless something urgent arises, I would rather remain silent. What has happened now? Zhang Yin inquired, perplexed. It seemed that trouble was a constant companion. He longed for a moment of respite. The system, unperturbed, continued, Ding! Your territory is currently under attack. What nonsense? Are you jesting? Zhang Yin's initial shock quickly turned to urgency. System, clarify this situation at once. Upon learning of the assault on his domain, he grew increasingly anxious. Why shout? Who's joking with you? Can't you wait for me to finish speaking? Zhang Yin strained to temper his rising frustration, insisting, Just tell me. It has been detected that your territory in Linjiang City is facing an assault by humans. And the situation is dire. Should you lose your territory, the effects of your buffs will dissipate. Quick, bring me the current battle status in Linjiang City. After a brief absence, chaos has erupted in my backyard. Zhang Yin recalled that Linjiang City was the territory he had chosen, where he could observe every location with precision. Ding! The view has shifted to Linjiang City. Please check the status. As the system's voice faded, a map depicting Linjiang City's current situation unfolded before him. Zhang Yin scrutinized it intently, eager to discern the identities of those invading his territory. In Linjiang City, human survivors armed with firearms were launching an assault, mercilessly slaughtering the ordinary undead charging forward. Though the ordinary undead were numerous and charged fearlessly, the onslaught from the humans wielding advanced weaponry resulted in a one-sided massacre. Each gunshot seemingly heralded the demise of an ordinary undead, with some reduced to mere pulp, a sight too gruesome to behold. Moreover, human survivors clashed with tiered undead, with Anan leading the charge on the undead side, while the opposing side was spearheaded by Luo Mingli, the very individual who had transported Zhang Yin to this realm. In the absence of Zhang Yin, the undead territory, usually stable, found itself in disarray during this conflict, with Anan and his comrades unable to exert effective control, leading to instances of tiered undead fleeing in panic. Fuming, Zhang Yin cursed, Damn it! I can only watch helplessly as chaos unfolds. The ordinary undead, devoid of intelligence, followed the orders of their higher-tier brethren, bravely facing the hail of bullets as they endeavored to withstand the human military's onslaught. Chapter 73. High-tech devices. Luo Mingli herself is a fourth-tier human ability user, possessing dual abilities, and is accompanied by a multitude of awakened humans. Anan side, bolstered by his guardians and Axi, also boasts a strength at the third tier. Seemingly on the brink of advancing to the fourth tier as a zombie lord, they could be considered the pinnacle of the third tier. However, being on the verge of advancement does not equate to already being at the fourth tier. Even when the four zombies join forces, they are no match for Luo Mingli, who is effortlessly dominating them, forcing them to huddle together in defense, yet even this strategy cannot hold for long. Four peak third-tier zombies stand little chance against a fourth-tier dual-ability human, unless they possess a significant numerical advantage. Otherwise, their odds of victory are slim. Currently, Luo Mingli faces four opponents with no considerable pressure, continuously suppressing her subordinates. Zhang Nian, in a state of frantic urgency, exclaimed, "System, what should I do? My subordinates are on the brink of collapse. What am I supposed to do now?" Observing the scene in Linjiang City, Zhang Nian's aura radiated furious rage, the terrifying presence of a fifth-tier zombie lord unintentionally erupting. Meow, ding, translation initiated. Anan, do you wish to return now? I can escort you back, but I cannot intervene. At that moment, the orange cat seemed to overhear Zhang Nian's conversation with the system. Cat, can you hear my thoughts? Zhang Nian gazed at the orange cat in her arms, her eyes reflecting incredulity. Meow. The cat knows nothing. Zhang Nian, hearing the orange cat's evasive response, chose not to press further. Everyone harbors unknown secrets. After all, the orange cat had always carried an air of mystery since its appearance. Cat, you mentioned you could take me back. Is that true? Zhang Nian recalled the orange cat's previous words, her excitement palpable. Returning to Linjiang City is the most pressing matter, as her subordinates are valiantly holding the line. Meow, indeed, if you wish to return, now is the time. Wonderful. I truly adore you, cat, Zhang Nian exclaimed, planting a kiss on the orange cat's face. Since returning is possible, arrangements for the matters at Huazhong Mountain must be finalized swiftly. Qi Shi Wang, I need to step out for a moment. After assembling the mutated beast army, coordinate with my modernized zombie forces to protect this place and prevent humans or other factions from discovering our location. Zhang Nian began to solemnly relay her instructions to Qi Shi Wang. Master, you can leave with peace of mind. I guarantee there will be no issues. Qi Shi Wang, busy gathering the mutated beast army in the mountains, assured her with confidence. Good. Stay vigilant. Zhang Nian urged anxiously before severing communication. Time is of the essence. Lingering here could lead to her subordinates being overwhelmed. They simply cannot withstand Luo Mengli's might. Cat, take me back. As Zhang Nian looked at the orange cat in her arms, she began to speak but was interrupted by the system's voice. Ding, a discount cabinet has refreshed. Instant teleportation portal ignoring distance 1. What the heck? After waiting through so many chapters, the discount cabinet appears now of all times. What a coincidence. Zhang Nian was taken aback by the system's sudden announcement. You can't blame me. I have no control over the refresh time of the discount cabinet. Although the system mall is my domain, this discount cabinet is a special exception beyond my control. Zhang Nian gazed at the teleportation portal that had appeared in the discount cabinet, bewildered by the system's claim of insufficient authority to manage it. Regardless of the situation, this is indeed a fortuitous event, as the portal is precisely what she needs. After all, she cannot continuously rely on the orange cat for back-and-forth travel. Can she? Zhang Nian awkwardly rubbed her nose and said, System, I'm a bit tight on resources right now. Can you lend me some to purchase this? Given her current lack of fourth-tier crystal cores, she felt compelled to shamelessly ask the system for a loan, having borrowed before and gained experience in such matters. Rest assured, system. Once I teleport back, you can freely choose from the crystal cores of those humans shown on the screen. I intend to eliminate them all, Zhang Nian declared confidently, wanting to convey to the system that she would undoubtedly repay the debt and could never be a deadbeat. The system sighed in exasperation. All right, I can't do anything about you. I never said I wouldn't lend you anything. Ding, purchase successful. The discount cabinet is now closing. Thank you for your patronage. The system's service was quite efficient. Directly purchasing the item for Zhang Nian, although payment in crystal cores was still pending, in her hands materialized two palm-sized square devices, cool to the touch and somewhat heavy. System, isn't this a teleportation portal? What are these things? How do I use them? Zhang Nian asked, utterly perplexed, as the objects bore no resemblance to a teleportation portal. Could there be a hidden mystery? The system replied, eat them. Zhang Nian, taken aback by the system's response, exclaimed, huh, but quickly realized the system was joking. Now is not the time for jokes, system. How could these possibly be edible? Ahem. This is indeed a teleportation portal. You must place these two devices at the locations you wish to teleport between. Then silently confirm in your mind, and it will work. Oh, is it really that advanced? Zhang Nian exclaimed, enlightened by the system's explanation. Absolutely. We sell high-tech products that provide hosts with unique experiences. It truly exudes a sense of futuristic technology. Zhang Nian marveled at the system's self-promotion. Chapter 74. Linjiang City. Your lord has returned. I must act swiftly. Holding the device, Zhang Nian dashed outside and placed it on the ground. She needed to return immediately. Time waits for no one. If she delayed any longer, Linjiang City would likely fall. Should that occur, her old territory would be swallowed by Luo Mingli, making her adversary even more formidable. You all must guard this device until my return. No creature is to approach. Zhang Nian commanded the tank troops and infantry squads behind her, ensuring the teleportation portal remained intact. Roar. The modernized zombie squad, receiving the order, began to implement perimeter security, vigilantly protecting the device. Oh dear, host, you need not worry. This device is not so easily damaged. Am I not aware of the quality of what I sell? Just in case. As you wish. Cat, can you send me back now? Zhang Nian gently patted the fluffy head of the orange cat in her arms. Meow. Anytime you're ready, Anan. Prepare yourself. After the orange cat's meow, it traced a circle in the air with its paw. The circle gradually expanded until it became just large enough for Zhang Nian to pass through. The orange cat's method of teleportation astonished Zhang Nian, who had anticipated something different. Goodness, you're opening a portal with your bare hands? Cat, that's utterly incredible. Then the entire portal scene began to shift, eventually stabilizing in a slightly safer area behind Linjiang City, which was currently embroiled in battle. The portal became fully stable and ready for use. Go, disregard everything. Without further hesitation, Zhang Nian dove headfirst into the portal, embracing the orange cat. Upon entering the teleportation portal opened by the orange cat, she felt a sudden brightness, and in mere seconds, she had traveled from the distant Huazhong Mountain to Linjiang City. I have returned. Observing the familiar surroundings and sensing the essence of her territory, the battered Linjiang City welcomed the return of its zombie lord, conveying a sense of joy as if to celebrate Zhang Nian's homecoming. Linjiang City, my domain. Feeling the familiar aura, Zhang Nian was now certain she had indeed returned from Huazhong Mountain to Linjiang City, and the entire journey had taken only seconds. I am finally back. Ha ha ha. Zhang Nian, overwhelmed with joy, reveled in her return. Meow, Anan, you should go attend to your matters. I'm feeling a bit tired and need to find a place to rest. After returning, the orange cat leapt down from Zhang Nian and began searching for a spot to sleep. Cat, won't it be dangerous if you sleep now? Before Zhang Nian could finish her sentence, she noticed the orange cat had vanished. She was certain of this because she could still sense the orange cat's presence, but could not see it. Meow, Anan, there's no need for concern. They won't find me. You can go without worry. All right, perhaps I was overthinking it. Upon hearing the words of the orange cat, Zhang Nian found it prudent to refrain from further comments. He promptly placed the other teleportation device at his feet and began to operate it as per the instructions, silently reciting, confirmed. Ding. The two teleportation portals have successfully activated. The devices at both locations simultaneously transformed, instantly opening the portals. Excellent. Now that success has been achieved, Tank Battalion, advance through the portal before you. Infantry squads, continue with your assigned tasks. Recalling the tank battalion still stationed by the teleportation device, Zhang Nian thought, given the current situation, what better time to unleash a few rounds? Soon, the thunderous roar of tanks began to emanate from the portal point. 10 tanks emerged in succession. Target the human forces outside and show them your might. Cursed Luo Mengli, daring to launch a sneak attack in my absence. Zhang Nian commanded the tank battalion to engage the ordinary human military, aiming to counterbalance the overwhelming slaughter on the zombie side. I must hasten to Anan's side. Zhang Nian was determined to assist Anan and the others, having held out for so long. He was anxious to learn of their situation. Chapter 75. Luo Mengli unifies Mingshui City. On the front line in Linjiang City, ordinary zombies clashed with ordinary humans. The humans, armed with firearms, maintained a significant advantage over the vastly outnumbered zombies. The ranks were impeccably organized. Ordinary humans wielded their guns. Firing frantically, bullets incessantly rained down upon the zombies, the barrels heating up from continuous use. Ha ha ha, Captain. This zombie slaying is simply exhilarating. What a thrill! One of the armed humans exclaimed excitedly as he shot at the zombies. Indeed, our survivor base in Mingshui City is the mightiest in the vicinity. Our supplies and ammunition far surpass those of other survivor bases. Even the awakened beings treat us with respect, unlike in other survivor bases. Moreover, our deputy leader is a formidable individual on the verge of ascending to the 5th tier. The captain's face beamed with pride as he spoke of their survivor base, and his eyes gleamed with fervent admiration when mentioning the deputy leader. In stark contrast to the numb and cold expressions of humans from other regions, the deputy leader referred to by the captain was none other than Luo Mengli, who had been transported away by her own spatial abilities. Perhaps influenced by her fortunate aura, she found herself not far from the Mingshui survivor base, quite literally at her own doorstep. In contrast, Zhang Yin had been cast into the wilderness. Had it not been for the orange cat, he might have been reduced to mere waste by now. Not long after her emergence from the spatial rift, her father quickly discovered Luo Mengli and hurriedly sent someone to bring her back. Seeing his precious daughter in such a frail state and learning that the protection squad had perished, Luo Yu was momentarily bewildered by the events. However, the most fortunate aspect was that his daughter was still alive. As long as she survived, the loss of a few guards was inconsequential. Tio nursed his beloved daughter back to health. Luo Yu prepared a nourishing soup from invaluable mutated beast meat, feeding it to her. In this manner, under her father's tender care, Luo Mengli soon recovered and recounted her harrowing experiences in Linjiang City to him. This crisis made her acutely aware of a formidable adversary. There were indeed reincarnators among the zombies, and one had already reached the 4th tier. Although she had been transported away, who knew if he would return for revenge? It was imperative to eliminate this unstable factor. She realized that only by acquiring greater power could she eradicate that zombie. Thus, following her recovery, she began to prepare to expand her influence and strength. Having already reclaimed Mingshui City, she swiftly set her sights on retaking Minghua City and Mingyuan City. Essentially, the entirety of Mingshui City had been reclaimed by Luo Mengli, with only the beleaguered Mingyan City still holding on. The reason for Mingyan City's survival lay in the presence of a newly ascended 4th-tier zombie lord. Her forces faced setbacks while attacking due to the relentless assaults from this formidable opponent. Upon learning of this situation, she resolved to confront the newly ascended zombie lord personally. Although the newly ascended zombie lord in Mingyan City put up a fierce resistance, it was ultimately no match for Luo Mengli's dual abilities, and it was swiftly defeated. Soon, the 4th-tier zombie lord could no longer withstand Luo Mengli's onslaught and was dispatched, with Mingyan City subsequently being reclaimed. Thus, Luo Mengli unified the entirety of Mingshui City. After achieving control over the city, she promptly began to consolidate her territories, making prudent arrangements to ensure everything was organized and efficient. Those who dared to defy her or stir trouble were either displayed on the city walls as a warning or fed to the zombies. Resources were allocated judiciously. While ordinary survivors still faced some hunger, they were not left to starve. Surrounding smaller factions, witnessing Luo Mengli's reclamation of Mingshui City, displayed glimmers of greed. They conspired to join forces in hopes of claiming a share of the spoils, clearly indicating their intent. You feast on the meat. Surely you can spare us some broth? However, this broth was not easily attained. These smaller factions soon realized that only by banding together could they hope to gain a voice before Luo Mengli. After all, standing alone was akin to being a mere garnish to a feast rather than a participant in the banquet. Thus, the leaders of the surrounding smaller factions convened to discuss the division of territories. Wary not to overreach, as Mingshui City had been reclaimed through significant effort on Luo Mengli's part, with the zombies and mutated beasts eliminated by her forces. They feared that demanding too much territory might provoke her ire, leading to mutual destruction. Uniting their strength, they soon approached Luo Mengli to negotiate for a share of the land, arguing, "You have conquered such a vast territory. What harm is there in granting us a small portion? We have many subordinates to support, and if you refuse, we may be compelled to resort to theft, which would lead to unpleasant outcomes for all." Luo Mingli, upon hearing this, scoffed at the audacity of their demands. Bemused by their attempts to claim a stake in the territory she had fought so hard to secure. The audacity of these small factions, who had contributed nothing during the conquest yet now sought a share, was laughable. Sensing their veiled threats, Luo Mingli could not help but burst into laughter, her expression one of disdain as she regarded the leaders of these minor factions. With your meager armed forces, you think to challenge me? I haven't dealt with you yet, and you dare approach me? Consider it a fortunate opportunity for you. I shall deal with you now, sparing myself a visit. Observing Luo Mingli's demeanor, the leaders of the smaller factions grew increasingly irate. How dare she look down upon them? Unable to contain their anger, they rallied their forces to make Luo Mingli aware of their prowess. They were not to be trifled with. In this charged atmosphere of negotiations, it was not long before discussions fell apart, leading to an immediate clash between the two sides. As for the outcome, either they were driven from their strongholds, retreating with their remaining subordinates, or they capitulated entirely, with some of their corpses now adorning the city walls as a grim reminder. Thus, Luo Mingli expanded her territories further. Echoing the age-old adage, "Thank you, Baoqing. What possessed you to provoke that rogue Li Yunlong?" Chapter 76. Why is it raining? Luo Mingli had thoroughly stabilized her surroundings in Mingshui City, her strength now formidable. Without pause, she quickly organized her troops to launch an offensive against Linjiang City, with Zhang Nian's Linjiang City being the primary target. The might of Mingshui City was poised to confront a Linjiang City lacking a zombie lord, and Luo Mingli had anticipated an easy victory. However, she was taken aback by the fierce resistance put up by Anan and his comrades, leaving her no choice but to take matters into her own hands while also seeking to confront the second strongest human from her past life. Wang Jie. On the ordinary battlefield, Zhang Nian's tank battalion had arrived, the thunderous roar of tank engines reverberating throughout the area. Look! Tanks have appeared behind the zombies. Our base possesses tanks. Could it be a hidden force of our leader? Ha ha ha, we have tank support. Victory is surely ours. Charge, tanks. Crush these loathsome zombies. The sight of tanks materializing behind the zombies sparked jubilation among the humans, instilling them with newfound confidence. They had not considered that the tanks might be piloted by zombies, as they had completely encircled Linjiang City and were the ones mounting an offensive. The appearance of a tank amidst the zombies could only be interpreted as friendly reinforcements. Boom, boom, boom. As the tanks opened fire, the cannon barrels unleashed a barrage of shells upon the human ranks. The explosive projectiles rained down, catching the humans completely off guard. My leg. My leg is broken. Help me! In the aftermath of the artillery barrage, cries of agony and despair erupted from the human lines. No. Don't come any closer. The tank tracks mercilessly crushed the anguished human writhing beneath, putting an end to his suffering. What on earth is happening? Why are the tanks attacking us? Why are they targeting us instead of the zombies? Could it be a case of mistaken identity? Nonsense. Unless they are blind, how could they possibly misidentify their target? Another possibility arises. This tank division may not belong to us at all. At this moment, the bewildered humans exchanged confused glances, none understanding the unfolding situation. Could it be that another human faction has come to aid the zombies? That seems implausible. As the relentless bombardment from the tanks continued, panic began to spread among the humans. Messenger, quickly report the appearance of this tank division aiding the zombies to the deputy leader. Request the leader to send the Awakened to assist us. The highest-ranking commander on this battlefield sought assistance from Luo Mingli, for the tanks were beyond their current capability to confront. Moreover, the intelligence received had not indicated the presence of tanks at all. Thus, no strategies had been devised to counter such an eventuality. No-one had anticipated that what was initially a secure situation would be altered by the sudden arrival of these iron behemoths. The messenger, upon receiving the order, hastened away, for the current state of affairs was dire. After the messenger's departure, the commander sought to stabilize the troops who had been thrown into disarray by the unexpected tanks. Everyone, remain calm and follow my orders. We must retreat. Be wary of tank attacks. I have sent someone to consult the leader, and I trust that reinforcements will arrive shortly. Stay composed. The Awakened will soon come to our aid. On the battlefield where Luo Mingli and Anan were situated, she declared, surrender your resistance. Your king is unlikely to return. With an air of arrogance, Luo Mingli gazed at the still resisting corpses of Anan's group. Severely injured, Ayu sought an opportunity to ambush Luo Mingli. Roar of fire. A massive ball of blazing flame surged toward Luo Mingli. Yet another Clich D tactic. Is the intellect of a third-tier zombie still so lacking? Luo Mingli shook her head, gathering her spatial power with a wave of her hand, extinguishing Ayu's flames with a mere flick, a futile struggle. Observing Ayu's thrashing, Luo Mingli conjured 3 ice spikes and launched them toward Azu and the others. The ice spikes pierced through the bodies of Azu, Ayu, and Axie, rendering them immobile, save for Anan. Anan, run. Seek out the king. Let him avenge us. Azu lamented in agony as the ice spikes inflicted excruciating pain. Now, only Anan remained. Luo Mingli ceased her assault and addressed Anan. You are Anan, are you not? Do you remember your original name? Wang Jie. Anan could not comprehend her words, nor did he have the inclination to listen. Sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Luo Mingli, it appeared escape was impossible. Thus, he resolved to confront her head-on. With no hope of fleeing, Anan unleashed his most powerful move, preparing for a desperate struggle. Anger of thunder. The sky darkened ominously, accompanied by the ominous rumble of thunder, creating an atmosphere of dread. Luo Mingli, observing Anan's desperate stance, shook her head in resignation. Do not struggle. You cannot kill me, Wang Jie. Come with me, I will surely find a way to restore your memories of being human. You do not belong as a zombie. Humanity is your rightful home. Together, we shall strive to rebuild human civilization. As she spoke, Luo Mingli unleashed a spatial binding, thwarting Anan's powerful move. The sky gradually returned to its former state. Release me, Anan continued to struggle, but it was ultimately in vain. Before departing, however, she resolved to eliminate the writhing remnants of Azu and the others. Just as Luo Mingli intended to forcibly take Anan away and eliminate the immobilized Azu and the others, an unusual rain began to fall from the sky. Drip, drop. Initially, it was but a few light droplets. But soon the rain intensified, transforming into a torrential downpour. Is it raining? Luo Mingli sensed something peculiar about this rain and its strange arrival, quickly lowering her guard. Something feels off. As the bizarre rain continued to pour heavily, it fell upon Azu and the others, miraculously healing their wounds. After receiving some healing, Ayu and the others swiftly broke free from the ice spikes. Confused, they wondered who could be aiding them at such a critical moment. This question was soon answered. Azu was the first to sense the familiar aura mingling within the rain. It is the king's aura. The king has returned. Azu and the others were overjoyed. This familiar presence could only belong to their king. However, Luo Mingli's mood was far less jubilant, for the raindrops falling upon her caused her considerable pain, compounding with each drop. How infuriating! Why does this rain cause me such agony? Who dares to ambush me from the shadows? As she defended herself, Luo Mingli cautiously scanned her surroundings in search of the assailant. At that moment, a chilling laughter echoed from afar. He. Did you think I would not return? Where do you think you are taking my subordinates? The rain began to coalesce into a singular form, gradually taking on the shape of Zhang Nian. This ability to manifest his body from water was a new discovery for Zhang Nian, and he was eager to test it out, finding it quite enjoyable. Luo Mingli finally recognized Zhang Nian and expressed her surprise. So it was you orchestrating this. I had not expected you to return alive. Chapter 77. The fateful battle. Once again, Zhang Nian observed that although his subordinates were gravely injured, he had arrived in time to prevent any losses, allowing the tension in his heart to ease. Hearing Luo Mingli's words ignited a fiery rage within him. She had cursed him to death. Is that so surprising? If you are still alive, how could I possibly perish first? Luo Mingli sensed that Zhang Nian appeared even stronger than before, prompting her to exercise greater caution. A zombie with abilities and skills, now possessing 2 distinct powers. This water ability was something she could wager Zhang Nian previously lacked, indicating his newfound terror. If this zombie were not swiftly dealt with, one could only imagine what other formidable abilities or skills he might acquire in the future. He would undoubtedly become a significant threat to humanity. Time could not be afforded for his growth. Otherwise, humanity would face peril. Zhang Nian's chilling laughter reverberated through the AI art. Do not focus your attention on me. Turn around and look behind you. Ha ha ha. What? Luo Mingli, puzzled, turned to see what trick Zhang Nian was up to. Yet before she could fully turn, she heard the agonized screams of the human awakened. "Ah, leader, save me. No. Don't. Ah, it hurts. It feels as though I am being crushed by a meteor." The rain poured into the bodies of the awakened behind her, causing utter chaos as they crumbled under the sudden increase in gravity. Yet soon, some began to notice the rain's peculiar nature. Be cautious of the rain. There is something strange about it. These droplets, falling upon the third-tier zombies in opposition, inflicted no harm whatsoever. Instead, they gradually healed the zombies. Luo Mingli soon realized that Zhang Yin was targeting the human forces behind her. How infuriating! Just as she was about to use her abilities to support her comrades. Lest Zhang Yin's attacks caused significant casualties, she shouted, "Spatial water wave." Zhang Yin immediately unleashed his power, slicing through the air with a water blade, interrupting Luo Mingli's spell. Although she narrowly evaded the attack, he had achieved his goal. He looked at her mockingly. "Where do you think you are going? Your opponent is me. Today, it is either your death or mine." Zhang Yin launched an assault, summoning Roar of Water. A massive water dragon emerged, augmented in strength by his gravitational abilities, charging toward Luo Mingli with its gaping maw wide open. Ice Fortress. Luo Mingli realized that this water dragon was unlike any she had faced before and opted for a more prudent defense rather than engaging in a direct confrontation. Utilizing ice magic, she solidified an impenetrable fortress around herself. The water dragon roared as it charged toward Luo Mingli's ice fortress. With a thunderous crash, the water dragon collided with the fortress, and under Zhang Yin's gravitational enhancement. The impact was far more destructive than mere addition of forces. The ice fortress trembled violently, yet Luo Mingli gritted her teeth and held firm. The water dragon continued its relentless assault, and cracks began to form in the ice fortress, signaling that it could not withstand the onslaught for much longer. The ice fortress creaked ominously, already beginning to show signs of cracking. Spatial dimensional slash. Luo Mingli relinquished her defenses, having thoroughly discerned the water dragon's attack patterns. Seizing the moment, she unleashed a devastating spatial dimensional slash towards the water dragon. A powerful slash erupted from within the ice fortress, cleaving the water dragon in two to ice freeze, shatter. Subsequently, she employed her ice-based abilities to freeze and then shatter the severed water dragon. Oh, quite impressive. Spatial bind. Luo Mingli aimed to ensnare Zhang Yin with her previous technique. Water transformation. Zhang Yin transformed into a puddle of water, mockingly taunting Luo Mingli, stating that her technique was ineffective against him. Observing Zhang Yin's liquid form, Luo Mingli's mind raced, and she instantly conceived a countermeasure. How about this? Freezing technique. An intense chill surged forth towards Zhang Yin's aqueous form, attempting to freeze it. At that moment, Zhang Yin recalled that Luo Mingli possessed an ice-based ability capable of freezing his liquid state. Blast. I was careless. Chapter 78. Water Prison Formation Concentrate. Just as Zhang Yin felt he was about to be frozen, he hastily began to revert to his original form. Managing to regain his shape, he avoided being frozen, though his body remained cold and a layer of frost formed on his surface. How dare you deceive me? Zhang Yin brushed the frost from his body and unleashed his ultimate technique against Luo Mingli, Thousand Water Impact Technique. A torrent of water surged forth, rushing towards Luo Mingli. Swiftly, she reacted, channeling the spatial power within her. Spatial Control. A colossal spatial cube aimed to envelop and compress the raging river. You think you can trap me? Not a chance. Water binding. Zhang Yin sought to impede Luo Mingli's spellcasting as water seeped from the ground, coiling around her. With Zhang Yin's interference, the tumultuous river broke through the spatial cube. With a resounding crash, the spatial cube shattered, and the liberated river surged towards Luo Mingli, overwhelming her. The water, augmented by Zhang Yin's gravitational abilities, was akin to the mythical weak water. The powerful current suppressed Luo Mingli. The water released by his abilities was unlike ordinary water, and if she did not escape swiftly, she would lose consciousness within it. She could not afford to be trapped. Spatial teleportation. Luo Mingli struggled desperately, releasing her spatial powers to escape the flood. In a flash, she teleported behind Zhang Yin, condensing a spatial blade in her hand, intent on launching a surprise attack. Like a mouse, you truly managed to evade. Now you've come behind me. Zhang Yin also noticed Luo Mingli's position, and as she aimed to ambush him, he activated his claws. Going berserk, You wish to engage in close combat? I welcome it. Water prison. Zhang Nian, in a frenzied state, raised his sharp claws and charged towards Luo Mengli. Close combat was his forte, to prevent Luo Mengli from realizing she could not overpower him and attempting to create distance again. Zhang Nian employed his abilities to form a specialized arena, enveloping them both in a water prison, creating a coliseum. Zhang Nian turned to counter Luo Mengli's ambush. Oh no! Luo Mengli recognized her failed ambush. And with the water prison nearing completion, being trapped within would strip her of her spatial abilities. Ah! A cry of pain escaped her lips. Just as Luo Mengli was distracted, Zhang Nian seized the opportunity, landing a claw strike upon her, leaving a deep gash that tore her clothing, exposing her fair skin. Zhang Nian had no time to admire this sight. He pressed on, launching a relentless assault, as Luo Mengli's injury rendered her significantly weaker than before. Spatial chain slash. Covering her wound with one hand, Luo Mengli wielded the spatial blade with the other, launching a series of slashes against Zhang Nian. He effortlessly deflected all of her strikes with his claws. Ice arrow rain. Countless ice arrows, exuding a chilling aura, began to form within the water prison, accumulating in number until they charged towards Zhang Nian. Skin hardening, water shield, gravitational compression. Zhang Nian employed various means to bolster his defenses, erecting a shield and enhancing the pressure of the arrows, causing them to shatter before they could reach him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of ice arrows slicing through the air echoed. Yet, many arrows surged towards him, but none managed to breach Zhang Nian's shield. At this moment, the water prison had fully formed, granting Zhang Nian complete control over his enemy inside. Realizing her entrapment, Luo Mengli understood she could not escape. The water prison isolated them from the outside world. She had to find a way to break free. She contemplated freezing the water prison. Chill. A bone-chilling cold permeated the water prison, aiming to freeze it. Such a delightful thought. Zhang Nian discerned Luo Mengli's intent and denied her the opportunity. Water flow. He accelerated the flow of water, confident that its rapid pace would thwart her freezing attempt. Chapter 79. Luo Yu intervenes as the water prison's flow intensified. The surrounding icy cold failed to freeze the water. Gravitational pressure. Zhang Nian increased the pressure within Luo Mengli's body, seeking to further deplete her stamina. Splutter. A mouthful of crimson blood erupted from Luo Mengli's lips. Her once lovely visage now pale. Water's resonance. Water wave impact slash. Zhang Nian relentlessly unleashed a seamless series of attacks, preventing her from finding a moment to respond. The turbulent water entwined around her, relentlessly converging towards the gash Zhang Nian had inflicted, widening it with each assault. The pressure within her grew heavier. Luo Mengli recognized that to escape this predicament, she had only two options: either severely injure Zhang Nian or find a way to break free from the water prison. Boom, 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 ugh. The concentrated wave struck Luo Mengli, slamming her against the walls of the water prison. Oh yes, another hit. Zhang Nian's mouth curled into a triumphant smile. His water prison was indeed effective. Luo Mengli's spatial mobility had been neutralized, rendering her incapable of evading his skills. After being struck by Zhang Nian's attacks, Luo Mengli clutched her wound, rising to her feet with blood streaming from her injury, her gaze fierce as she glared at the smug Zhang Nian. Weakly, she spoke, "Do not revel in your triumph." Zhang Nian's sharp claws lunged towards Luo Mengli once more, fiercely declaring, "Let us see how long you can endure." Luo Mengli quickly summoned her spatial blade to counter. Her words defiant, "I have the means to end you." On the surface, their battle appeared intensely fierce, but over time, it became evident that Luo Mengli could not compete with Zhang Nian. Her defeat was merely a matter of time. Zhang Nian continued to attack while verbally destabilizing Luo Mengli, seeking to expose her weaknesses. "Do not struggle. How about I grant you the opportunity to submit to me? When I rule the entire planet, you will be the first human to serve me, and I shall not treat you poorly." Luo Mengli paid no heed to Zhang Nian's words, instead focusing on finding an opening to escape the water prison. Dream on. Zhang Nian remained unfazed, aware that Luo Mengli would never surrender, and continued to taunt her. "The ultimate victor will undoubtedly be me. If you submit now, when I dominate this world, I will ensure humanity retains some habitats." Upon hearing this, Luo Mengli calmly replied, "I would rather fight for a slim chance of survival than be herded like livestock by you." Spatial instant slash. Suddenly, countless spatial rifts manifested within Zhang Yan's water prison, and Luo Mingli began to traverse through them. She severed Zhang Yan's claws and leaped into one of the rifts, launching rapid assaults against him. Zhang Yan felt the sting of Luo Mingli's spatial blades cutting into him from various angles, soon adorned with numerous wounds. Observing Luo Mingli darting through the rifts like a gopher, he seethed. How infuriating. You can still manage to evade. An idea struck Zhang Yan. You enjoy burrowing, do you? Flood, drown these spatial rifts. He directed water into the rifts, akin to drowning a rat, certain it would force Luo Mingli out. The water surged into the spatial rifts, transforming into Zhang Yan's eyes, swiftly discerning Luo Mingli's impending exit point. A smile crept across his lips. He had found her as Luo Mingli prepared to emerge. Zhang Yan anticipated her move and, with a charged claw, struck her with precision. Luo Mingli gasped in pain, releasing a delicate cry. Water Dragon Strike! Zhang Yan unleashed another water dragon, crashing into Luo Mingli's form. Ugh! She was slammed to the ground by the impact of the water dragon. Zhang Yan gazed upon Luo Mingli as she fell victim to his strike once more, instantly realizing that her current state was far from favorable. Indeed, it was dire. Let us see how you escape now, water binding. Observing the fallen Luo Mingli, Zhang Yan felt a surge of confidence, believing he had the situation well in hand and would soon eliminate this reincarnated adversary. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from outside the water prison. A middle-aged man's anxious and irritable voice rang out. Is my precious daughter trapped within there? A respectful human awakener promptly replied, Leader, the vice leader is currently ensnared inside. The newcomer was none other than Luo Mingli's father, the 4th tier ability user, Luo Yu. Initially focused on evolving to the 4th tier from a distance, he had just completed his transformation when he received alarming reports. Out of nowhere, a high-tier zombie had appeared on the battlefield of Linjiang City, engaging in combat with his daughter, who had inexplicably found herself cornered. Fearing for the vice leader's precarious position, he hastened to offer support. Upon hearing that his beloved daughter was in peril, Luo Yu rushed to her side. Fixating on the water prison crafted by Zhang Yan, he declared, Very well. Since Li'er is trapped within, I shall shatter this turtle shell. Channeling his power, the aura of a 4th tier powerhouse emanated from Luo Yu's being. Hurricane Roar, a skill akin to that of the Silver Feather Eagle King, unleashed a fierce gale, enveloping razor-sharp wind blades as they surged towards Zhang Yan's water prison. Chapter 80. Overestimating Oneself. You are quite weak. The howling hurricane began its assault on Zhang Yan's water prison, the tempestuous winds and blades wreaking havoc upon its structure. Under the relentless onslaught from Luo Yu, the water prison trembled, teetering on the brink of collapse. Oh dear! The inside of the water prison shook violently as if an earthquake had struck, resembling melting ice cream, growing increasingly unstable, as if it would cave in at any moment. Zhang Yan, confined within, sensed the external destruction but was powerless to retaliate against his assailant. He could only attempt to repair the water prison. Water flow restoration. Oh no! While attempting to mend it, he was struck again. His efforts insufficient to match Luo Yu's dismantling. Reinforcing the prison felt utterly futile against the damage inflicted from without. Just as he believed he had severely injured Luo Mingli and was on the verge of eliminating her, the presence of that troublesome individual outside gnawed at Zhang Yan's nerves. Damn it, who dares to thwart my plans? As the external assault intensified, Zhang Yan had no choice but to manually dissolve the water prison. Water flow dispersal. Upon the destruction of the water prison, Zhang Yan seethed. Who dares to disrupt my endeavors? Just wait. I shall see if I can't annihilate you. With Zhang Yan's manual dissolution, the precarious water prison vanished at an astonishing speed, quickly fading from sight. Once the prison dissipated, Zhang Yan finally beheld the figure beyond. A 4th tier human ability user, one who had only recently broken through. Oh, it is you who has meddled in my affairs? Prepare to meet your demise, Water Blade. Upon witnessing the destruction of the water prison, Luo Yu's first sight was his daughter, grievously wounded and sprawled on the ground, igniting a blaze of fury within him. Ignoring Zhang Yan's inquiries entirely, he cried out, Li'er, how are you? Wake up, do not frighten me. I have arrived just in time. Utilizing the power of wind, he lifted Luo Mingli to assess her injuries, discovering them to be grievous, particularly 2 deep gashes upon her body. Fortunately, She was merely gravely injured and had not succumbed to death, alleviating some of Luo Yu's anxious heart. Lear, wait for me. I shall avenge you. Seeing the extent of his daughter's injuries only fueled his rage further. Bring the vice leader to safety for treatment at once. He swiftly entrusted his daughter to the subordinates who had accompanied him, preparing to confront the zombie that had inflicted such harm upon her. Yes, leader. Rest assured, I shall expedite the vice leader's transport for healing. The human awakener, bearing Luo Mingli, retreated to the rear, secretly wishing to assist. Yet, the stakes of this battle were beyond the capacity of a mere second-tier awakener. A stray attack could easily inflict severe injury upon him. Watching his subordinate retreat, Luo Yu turned his gaze back to the formidable Zhang Yin, filled with wrath. You vile creature! How dare you harm my Lear? You shall pay dearly for this. Gale Impact Slash. Enraged, Luo Yu unleashed his ultimate technique, clashing with Zhang Yin in a fierce confrontation, his countenance radiating intimidation. Zhang Yin, observing the fleeing figure of the subordinate carrying Luo Mingli, suddenly conceived a brilliant idea and initiated a mental connection with Anan. Anan, do you read me? Anan's voice promptly responded. At that moment, he was engaged in battle with the human ability user. It was less a fight and more a ruthless thrashing. Thunder Cleave! The lightning-infused blade swiftly sliced through the throat of the unsuspecting human awakener. Ah! The human's voice faltered into silence, lifelessness overtaking him. Having dispatched his foe effortlessly, Anan heard Zhang Yin's summons echo in his mind. Is it the king? Realizing Zhang Yin was calling, Anan hurriedly replied, I am here, my king. What are your commands? Listening to Anan's voice, Zhang Yin began to outline the plan he had just devised, uncertain of its success. Anan, I have a task for you. Follow this plan. Upon hearing Zhang Yin's strategy, Anan sprang into action, not forgetting to retrieve the crystal core from the recently vanquished human. Yes, my king, rest assured, I shall see this task through. After issuing his orders, Zhang Yin observed Luo Yu's furious demeanor and, with a hint of mockery in his gaze, remarked, Is it truly you? An overestimating fool who dares to contend with me, since you seek death. I shall oblige. Waterblade. Zhang Yin began to secretly enhance the skill he was about to unleash. This marked Luo Yu's first encounter with Zhang Yin in combat. He remained oblivious to Zhang Yin's abilities. The seemingly soft waves of water failed to provoke any concern from him. Gravitational enhancement. Bang! The water blade, formed from the coalescing liquid, collided with the wind blade emanating from Luo Yu, both sides refusing to yield. Yet, as time subtly progressed, coupled with Zhang Yin's covert augmentation, the water blade shattered the wind blade with a resounding crack. Without pausing, it surged forth, howling towards Luo Yu. What? How is this possible? How can this delicate water blade shatter my wind blade? Luo Yu's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to grasp the disparity between himself and Zhang Yin. Although he was the father of the fated child, Luo Mingli, he bore no fortuitous luck himself. How could a fourth-tier ability user hope to contend against the fifth-tier zombie lord? Faced with this unexpected outcome, there was no time for further astonishment as the whistling water blade approached rapidly, forcing him to hastily defend himself. Wind Guardian! A shield of wind enveloped Luo Yu in a flash. Whoosh! Bang! The sound of the water blade slicing through the air, shattering the windshield, along with Luo Yu's agonized scream, filled the air. Chapter 81. What? Have they retreated? The hastily summoned shield did little to withstand the assault. Upon shattering, Luo Yu was sent hurtling dozens of meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. Zhang Yin looked upon the flung Luo Yu with disdain. You thought you could challenge me? Do you believe yourself to be a fated child as well? Do you truly grasp your own limitations? Zhang Yin swiftly regained his confidence. Previously, he had doubted the authenticity of his newly attained fifth-tier power due to Luo Mingli's formidable prowess. It seemed exceedingly difficult to overcome a fourth-tier adversary. However, given that she was a fated child, it was only natural she could contend against a villain such as himself. After all, if she could not fight beyond her tier, how could she be deemed a fated child? Now, having sent her father tumbling away with a single skill, Zhang Yin's self-assurance soared. Now this is more like it. This is the expected standard for a fourth-tier opponent. I can easily incapacitate you with a mere skill. It dawned upon him that his previous difficulties were primarily due to Luo Mingli's exceptional abilities. And no matter how formidable a fated child might be, what of it? You may possess luck and skill. But I wield an advantage, and I shall see you perish by my hand. Zhang Nian felt a surge of power coursing through him. His hands morphed into claw-like appendages as he swiftly approached Luo Yu. With a swift motion, he plunged 2 claws into him. Dang! Luo Yu cried out in pain as he attempted to retaliate with a wind blade. The sharp wind blade pierced Zhang Nian's skin, yet he felt little more than a slight discomfort, akin to a mosquito bite. Observing Luo Yu still capable of counterattacking, Zhang Nian struck again, plunging a claw deep into Luo Yu's arm, rendering it temporarily incapacitated. The sound of Zhang Nian's claws penetrating Luo Yu's flesh was followed by a piercing scream, more anguish than the last, accompanied by a torrent of curses. Ah, damned bastard! I'll curse your ancestors. Zhang Nian hoisted the gravely injured Luo Yu with a mocking laugh. Dio, you truly believe your daughter is safe now? Do not fret, she will soon come to keep you company, at which point I shall benevolently send you both on your way. You and your daughter may find solace in each other's company along the road to the underworld. Luo Yu was still frantically struggling, unable to comprehend what Zhang Nian meant by the road to the underworld. What? Yet, from the implications of this zombie's words, it seemed that Lier was not safe at this moment. Luo Yu pondered silently. How could this be? Shouldn't Lier be safely recuperating at the rear by now? Was this fellow attempting to deceive him? Zhang Nian interrupted Luo Yu's musings. Enough, you do not need to know so much. All you are required to do is wait here for your demise. Water binding with that, he ensnared Luo Yu in a vortex of water, rendering him immobile. After my death, Lier will undoubtedly avenge me. When that time comes, your demise shall be 100-fold more tragic than mine. Moreover, she will annihilate your wretched kind. Luo Yu retorted with scorn. He remained confident, aware of his daughter's prowess, which surpassed his own as a father. He took great comfort in having such a daughter. In this apocalyptic era, only the strong could survive. Even without him, Lier would thrive. As long as she could grow strong, she would certainly avenge him. Heh, what do you understand? We possess a corporeal form that your kind can never hope to rival. Do you not see this as a form of evolution? And this is merely the beginning. We shall grow ever stronger, slaughtering all opposition and ruling over this planet, restructuring ordered, ushering in a new era. Ugly monsters? No, no, from another perspective, we are the new humanity, and you are but a collection of evolutionary failures. Our natural evolution, which surpasses yours, attests to this fact. As Zhang Nian expounded his grandiloquent rhetoric, Luo Yu muttered under his breath. Madman, you are a madman. Zhang Nian caught the murmurs. Once I become the ruler of this planet, I shall eradicate all of you lowly, failed beings. There is no place for your kind here. Should you choose to submit to me now, I shall graciously allow you a modicum of survival space. Luo Yu, incensed, retorted, ugly monster, continue your delusions. We humans are the rightful masters here, and we always have been. We shall rid this place of your loathsome kind. This is ultimately our homeland. Zhang Nian remained unfazed. It is futile to reason with a creature of your ilk. You find yourself in my grasp, so allow me to put you to rest for a while. With that, he delivered a swift elbow strike, rendering Luo Yu unconscious. The reason Zhang Nian did not eliminate Luo Yu was that he had just received intelligence that Ainan's operation had failed. Shortly thereafter, the injured Ainan appeared before Zhang Nian. Ainan knelt submissively, his voice trembling. Why, Lord, I have failed. I could not complete the task. Zhang Nian inquired coldly, what happened? He was aware that the probability of failure for the task he assigned to Ainan was exceedingly high. Considering the identity of Luo Mingli as the child of destiny, had it not been for his interference, Luo Mingli would likely have led humanity to victory. However, now is not the time for such thoughts. He was curious about the circumstances of Ainan's failure. Ainan began recounting the events. After I received your orders, I promptly set out to locate the target you described. I soon identified the target. But just as I was about to approach, a formidable human reinforcement unit arrived unexpectedly. I had intended to forcibly abduct the target, but the firepower of the human reinforcements was overwhelming. I could not breach their defensive perimeter and was repelled. Hearing the entire account, Zhang Nian felt a tinge of regret for not capturing Luo Mingli. Otherwise, he could have eliminated her alongside her father. Observing the injured Ainan, he had no inclination to punish him. As he was a subordinate who had shown unwavering loyalty, he spoke reassuringly, Rise. Since the task has failed, We must think of ways to atone. Yes, Anan replied cautiously as he rose. Zhang Nian employed his water abilities to heal Anan's wounds. And soon, the healing waters began to flow. Examining the map, he noticed that the humans seemed to be retreating. Goodness, Luo Mingli, you are quite ruthless. You would abandon even your own father. Zhang Nian had anticipated that Luo Mingli would fight to the bitter end. Yet she was attempting to retreat. However, this presented an opportune moment to strike a fallen foe. He began issuing commands through mental communication. All zombies, heed my call. The time for counterattack has arrived. Eliminate these humans as thoroughly as possible. He then turned to the nearly healed Anan. Anan, you too shall take action. Yes, Anan set off to intercept the humans, feeling guilty for not completing his lord's orders earlier. This time, he needed to acquire more of the humans' crystal cores. Anan was well aware that Zhang Nian had a fondness for crystal cores. Chapter 82. Striking a fallen foe, the awakened humans began a frantic and disorganized retreat, and the class zombies swiftly launched a counteroffensive. Zhang Nian joined the fray against the human awakeners. For every human eliminated meant an additional crystal core for him. Who would turn down the opportunity for crystal cores? He still owed debts to the system, and he needed to gather more cores to settle those debts. Furthermore, these despicable humans dared to invade his territory while he was absent, leaving his already dilapidated lair in ruins. It was utterly unforgivable. Observing the ravaged urban landscape around him, he felt a sense of indignation. This was his domain, and he was its zombie lord. It was akin to someone barging into his home, kicking down the door, and wreaking havoc. After driving the humans away, he would need to rebuild, for he had no desire to dwell in such a state of disrepair. How long would it take to reconstruct? Zhang Nian envisioned the pained expressions of Azu and the others during the rebuilding process. He would have to charge a fee and ensure that these humans left behind their crystal cores. With that thought, Zhang Nian's body began to morph into a liquid form, allowing him to swiftly position himself behind the retreating human army. He began to erect a water wall to block their escape route. Water wall, coalesce. A towering and sturdy wall of water rapidly took shape. The human army soon spotted Zhang Nian obstructing their path. Change direction. This zombie is beyond our capability to confront. Run. Do not let him catch up to you. Scatter and retreat quickly. The commander of the human forces, upon seeing Zhang Nian erecting a wall, began issuing commands. Soon, they dispersed in all directions, fleeing. Zhang Nian observed the scattering humans with a sense of helplessness. He and the pursuing zombies could only block 2 avenues of escape. Moreover, he did not dare to divide his forces to pursue, as his zombie troops were not in prime condition. Although he had performed extensive healing, it was only a temporary fix for their grievous injuries. They were merely guaranteed not to die for the moment. Confronting the humans who were now desperately fleeing was manageable, but splitting his forces could lead to a counterattack. Zhang Nian was not in the best shape either. The frenzy had ended, and his physical state had plummeted by half. A wave of weakness washed over him. Nevertheless, even in his diminished state, he was still a 5th-tier zombie lord. His condition was not as dire as before, and he could still contend with these humans. He began to employ area damage skills against the retreating human forces. Water curtain arrows. Countless arrows of water materialized in the sky, whistling as they shot toward the fleeing human army. This technique was one he had learned from Luo Mingli. He had wondered if he could condense water arrows just as she condensed ice arrows. After trying it out, he found it quite effective for large-scale attacks. His gravity-based abilities were also viable. But some humans were too swift, having distanced themselves beyond the range of his powers. Do not leave me behind. Save me. Let go of me. Do not drag me down with you. Soon, some fleeing humans were struck. Damn it, speed up. I do not wish to perish here. Extreme speed. Individual human awakeners, witnessing the water arrows behind them, wished fervently for additional legs, desperately activating their speed-enhancing skills to escape. It hurts. Someone, please save me. I believe I can still be rescued. Some humans, having been struck and collapsed to the ground, continued to call for help, yet no one stopped to assist them. Zhang Nian gazed at the panicked throngs of humanity. Fervently engaged in slaughter, he cast his skills with remarkable glee. With his left hand wielding gravitational powers, he effortlessly toppled a vast array of humans before him, while his right hand continuously unleashed a barrage of water arrows. resembling an entire magical artillery platform. Ha ha ha, this is utterly delightful. These are all crystal cores. The awakened humans preferred to charge through the ranks of lesser zombies rather than face Zhang Yin, primarily due to the grotesque nature of his abilities, rendering any advance towards him futile. There was a glimmer of hope in breaching the horde of lower-tier zombies, but approaching Zhang Yin was another matter entirely. Not to mention the formidable wall of water he conjured, which seemed to indicate an inexhaustible well of energy within him, as his skills had not ceased since the onset. It was better to reconsider. The standoff between the zombies and the ordinary human military persisted. Boom, boom. The flashes from the tank cannons never ceased, as 10 Rhino tanks formed an unyielding front line. The humans could only retaliate with grenades and rocket artillery, yet the sheer ferocity of those 10 tanks was overwhelming. Since their engagement in battle, they had unleashed an unfathomable number of shells, showing no signs of depleting their munitions. Awakened individuals on the human side attempted to enter the fray, but were all intercepted by the lesser zombies. Rocket artillery, cover us, quickly. We have received new orders. Everyone retreat. Do not hesitate to part with those few rockets. The tanks are advancing. The commanding officer was hoarsely directing the withdrawal. Commander, weren't we promised assistance from awakened individuals to fend off the tanks? Why have they not arrived yet? The aide inquired, perplexed. Alas, do not mention it. The awakened individuals have been intercepted. We have no reinforcements. Furthermore, we just received the latest orders from the deputy leader. All units must retreat. The commander sighed. Commander, bad news. Tanks are charging towards us. We must retreat immediately. A soldier rushed to the commander's side in a state of panic. Damn it. The commander's mood soured further upon receiving this news. Where on earth did these bizarre tanks emerge from? The cannon fire has been relentless. It just won't stop. Damn it. Our forces cannot even approach. We are utterly powerless against those tanks. Their armor is impenetrable. The rocket artillery cannot even damage their tracks. Yet at that moment, no one could provide an answer to his queries regarding the sudden appearance of tanks on the battlefield, leaving everyone in a state of bewilderment. Boom! It seemed they could hear the tanks advancing. The commander, resigned, declared, "Let us also retreat." Chapter 83. Reluctance, a gamble necessitated. The human forces in Mingshui City began to retreat from the battlefield of Linjiang City in succession, moving towards Mingshui City. Aside from a few unfortunate awakened individuals intercepted by Zhang Yin, nearly all other awakened humans had withdrawn. The ordinary military, too, retreated under the onslaught of tank fire, albeit with significant losses. At this moment, on the front line of Mingshui City, human soldiers stood vigilant, their expressions grave, in a location resembling a medical station. Guards were stationed with utmost vigilance, all of whom were awakened humans. This was where Luo Mingli was receiving treatment, and a conversation could be heard from within. Miss, why must we retreat? The leader is still trapped in Linjiang City and has not escaped. Should we not continue our fierce assault to rescue the leader? After all, he is your father. Miss, you are injured and should not act. Allow me to take on this rescue mission. I shall ensure the leader's safe return. The highest commander of the awakened human forces stood before Luo Mingli, perplexedly seeking her guidance, intent on leading a team to rescue Luo Yuhu. This commander, named Luo Fei, had been the captain of a special unit tasked with safeguarding the Luo family's safety before the apocalypse. Though he bore the surname Lin, he was bestowed the Luo name by the family head, Luo Yuhu, for his unwavering loyalty. Having been one of their own prior to the apocalypse, he could address Luo Mingli as Mississippi. Luo Fei, possessing considerable strength and nearing the 4th tier of awakening, had been appointed as the supreme commander of the awakened forces. He was utterly bewildered by his miss's strategic decisions, particularly her reluctance to rescue the leader. As his words faded, Luo Mingli's cold yet authoritative voice pierced through. Are you questioning my judgment? I am well aware that he is my father, and I also know that he did not retreat to save me. She was concerned about Luo Fei's reckless endeavor. You must understand that the zombie leader possesses the strength of a 5th-tier zombie lord. You are no match for him. Hearing this, Luo Fei's confusion deepened. He remained more loyal to Luo Yuhu than to Luo Mingli. He was like a devoted subject to an ancient emperor. I dare not. Miss, since you understand everything, why must we retreat? We should launch a full-scale assault to rescue the leader. Luo Fei was now filled with questions, his mind racing with speculation. Did the miss harbor dissatisfaction towards the deputy leader? Did she intend to wield a knife against him? Was he caught in a power struggle? Did the Mist seek absolute authority within the base city? However, he had never heard of any discord between the family head and the Mist. Yet why did she not act to save him? Their relationship had always been harmonious. While Luo Fei was lost in his vivid imagination, Luo Mingli, tending to her wounds, began to explain her reasoning. Sighing, she articulated, "The zombie leader's target is me. He is no ordinary zombie. As long as I live, he will not harm my father. He will only use my father's life as leverage against me. Once we have regrouped, we will undoubtedly rescue my father." She continued, "At present, our forces have suffered setbacks, and the surrounding factions are likely to become unstable." Upon hearing her explanation, Luo Fei accepted it as truth. "I am in the wrong. I should not have questioned the Mist." Reflecting on Luo Mingli's earlier words regarding the surrounding factions, he added dismissively, "Rest assured, Miss. If those unruly factions dare to create disturbances, I shall eradicate them all." Just then, a soldier's voice interrupted from outside. "Report to the deputy leader and commander. All troops have returned successfully." Luo Fei, upon hearing this, glanced at the Miss who was still recuperating and spoke. "I shall now assess the losses sustained by our forces. Miss, please recover well. I take my leave." After receiving a nod from Luo Mingli, Luo Fei exited. Luo Mingli watched him depart, aware of his loyalty. She recognized that her words were not entirely convincing even to herself. She was gambling, betting that Zhang Nian would not harm her father and would instead use him to threaten her. If not for the current dire circumstances, even if they launched a full-scale assault to rescue him, she was uncertain if they would succeed. What if they lost the entire force in the process? "Father, please forgive your daughter's decision." Tears welled in her eyes, for he was the one who had always cherished her. Memories flooded back, recalling her father's unwavering care throughout her life. He was her only family. Even the once mighty and enigmatic Frozen One could shed tears. Luo Mingli was reluctant to wager her father's life and deeply concerned for his safety. She understood that Zhang Nian was far from an ordinary zombie. After being transported into his space, he had not only survived but had grown even stronger and could return at a critical moment. Realizing the danger Zhang Nian posed, she wiped her tears and murmured to herself, "No, I must recover swiftly. Our military situation is precarious, and I believe a decisive battle with that zombie is imminent." Shortly after, Luo Fei returned to report on the battle losses, respectfully addressing Luo Mingli. "Miss, the highest commander of the ordinary military stated that everything was going smoothly until, unexpectedly, 10 bizarre tanks emerged from behind the zombies and joined the fray. Assisting them, which turned the tide of battle." He paused before continuing. "These tanks are peculiar. Their artillery fire does not cease, relentlessly bombarding our forces, causing them to retreat in disarray. The awakened individuals we dispatched were also intercepted by the zombies. Consequently, our ordinary military has suffered significant losses, nearly half of our forces. In contrast, our awakened forces fared somewhat better, with losses amounting to nearly 30%. Luo Mingli swiftly grasped the crux of the matter. Inquiring, "Are you suggesting that 10 peculiar tanks suddenly appeared on the battlefield, subsequently assisting the zombies?" Luo Fei, somewhat skeptical, responded, "Yes, indeed. The commander of the regular army conveyed this to me, and I also inquired with several other soldiers. Their accounts were remarkably consistent." As Luo Mingli perceived the veracity of the information, she pressed further, "Have you ascertained the origin of these tanks? Could it be that another human faction is aiding the zombies?" Luo Fei could only relay the information he had recently acquired and shared his conjectures. "These tanks possess formidable firepower, and the zombies do not attack them, according to the descriptions provided by the soldiers. It seems the arrival of these tanks coincides closely with the emergence of that zombie lord. Miss, could it be that these tanks are reinforcements brought by the zombie lord?" Listening to Luo Fei's speculation, Luo Mingli, with her large, watery eyes, fell into deep contemplation. Is it truly possible that there exists a human faction allied with the zombies? Such a notion seems implausible, does it not? Chapter 84. New Territory. Huazhong Mountains. Just as Luo Mingli was lost in thought, the battle on Zhang Nian's front was nearing its conclusion. "We're doomed, utterly doomed. The vice leader has abandoned us. No, I refuse to perish. I cannot die. I have only just ascended to the second tier of awakeners. My life cannot end here." The remaining humans, encircled by Zhang Nian and the zombie forces, cried out in despair. surrounded by a relentless tide of zombies. Their escape had been thwarted, and many bore injuries, otherwise they would not have been trapped. Since death is inevitable, why not fight back? Even in death, let us take some zombies with us. Indeed, let us unite our strength and confront these grotesque monstrosities. The desperate humans, stirred by these words, ignited with a fervor born from despair, determined to engage Zhang Nian in a final stand. We shall charge together. Onward. Let us vanquish these loathsome creatures. Observing the desperate onslaught from the grievously wounded humans, Zhang Nian shook his head. How magnificent! Allow me to escort you on your journey. Thousand Waters impact. With a resounding crash, he unleashed a massive area attack, a colossal wave crashing down upon the humans who had resolved to fight to the bitter end, extinguishing their flickering hopes. After enduring for so long, shall you? Father cannot avenge you. I shall join you now. Who would have thought that even as an awakener, one must still face death? Ha ha ha. So utterly powerless to approach, as this the might of the strong. Such formidable power. No, I do not wish to die. Is there anyone who can save me, Vice Leader? You must not abandon me. Mother, I in the face of death. The humans uttered their final words. Following the overwhelming tide, the ground lay strewn with the corpses of human awakeners. Zhang Nian contemplated the scene before him, then spoke. After extracting the cores, ensure they all become infected. We cannot afford to waste them. They shall replenish our lost forces. Such meticulous calculations? This conflict between two races culminated in Zhang Nian's resounding victory. My king, you have finally returned, boss. How I have missed you during your absence. At this moment, Azua and the others knelt before Zhang Nian, their faces alight with excitement and reverence. Drip, drop. Rain began to fall from the sky once more, bathing the zombies below in healing waters. Mending their wounds, roar, the ordinary zombies erupted in jubilant cries, their voices echoing throughout the battlefield of Linjiang City. Zhang Nian then turned to his subordinates, offering words of reassurance. Rise, my comrades, you have performed admirably. Holding the line at Linjiang City and buying me precious time to return, Azua and the others beamed with joy. King. It is our duty. Indeed, boss. After tending to Azua and the others' injuries, Zhang Nian declared, now we must clear the battlefield. Let us extract all the cores from these humans. We must also gather any firearms. Azua, Au, a Nan, and a Shi pair up and lead separate teams. Additionally, assess our losses during this conflict. Let us commence the collection of our spoils. Zhang Nian, like a hands-off manager, began issuing commands. Yes, my king. Anan and the others responded before springing into action. Once the tasks were assigned, he turned to the tank division, ordering, Tank Division, initiate perimeter security to guard against any sudden human ambushes. Zhang Nian returned to his lair within the city. Suddenly, he felt something underfoot and picked it up. It was the remnants of the flag he had raised earlier, now burned down to a mere pole, inscribed with the words Zombie Empire. Well, out with the old, and with the new. Given my current circumstances, I can surely acquire something far superior. He tossed the pole aside and approached the location of the teleportation portal. Gazing at the fantastical and somewhat dazzling portal, Zhang Nian scratched his head. System, can the position of this portal be altered? He realized, in his haste upon arrival, that the portal's placement was less than ideal and wished to relocate it. Of course, just as before, merely concentrate on it mentally. All right, the portal closed, he mentally focused and tried again. With a whoosh, the portal reverted to a handheld device as if turning off a television. Wow, this is quite high-tech. He stepped forward to retrieve the portal device. Taking it in hand, then, soaring into the sky, he began searching for a suitable location. Upon inspection, he concluded that placing it in the center of his old lair would be the most prudent choice. After landing, he set the portal device back on the ground and mentally focused once more. With another whoosh, akin to switching on a television, the portal opened again. That moment, ding, main quest successfully completed. The Huazhong Mountains have been designated as the host's new territory. Excellent, splendid. Hearing the system's prompt, it seemed that the Red Serpent King remaining in the Huazhong Mountains, along with his modernized elite zombie forces, had completed their task. Ding, main quest rewards are now being distributed. The entire map of Huagua is now accessible. Zhang Nian, upon hearing this notification, opened the map. Indeed, the entire region of Huagua had been unlocked. Revealing all cities, he glanced at the distance between Linjiang City and the Huazhong Mountains. To his surprise, the two territories were quite far apart. Thankfully, with a teleportation portal, otherwise, traversing between these two territories would be an arduous journey. He could not rely on Orange Cat indefinitely. This reward was quite commendable. Territory buff enhancement effect. The evolutionary speed of all biological entities within the host's territory increases by 10, and all basic attributes receive a 10 boost. Furthermore, the host can clearly see all locations within the territory on the map. Note: the enhancement effects within the territory only trigger while the host remains within. They will expire upon exiting the territory. Wow, this is rather impressive. Following the system's announcement, Zhang Yin felt the 10 increase in natural evolutionary speed within the territory. Indeed, it felt more pronounced than before. Yet, the difference was not substantial. Perhaps this 10 boost was not particularly significant for a 5th-tier zombie lord like himself. This effect should be quite beneficial for Anan and the others. And it would certainly aid the ordinary zombies as well. Ding! Unlocking the host's exclusive territory feature, Zombie Reinforcement. Zombie Reinforcement. Each day, a limited number of ordinary zombies will automatically generate within the host's territory, replenishing the host's basic zombie horde. Zombies are summoned from the teleportation portal. Note: all effects within the territory can become stronger with the expansion of the host's domain. Hearing this, Zhang Yin could not contain his excitement. Wow! System, does this zombie reinforcement effect apply to both of my territories? Yes, but the quantity will not be substantial. Zhang Yin was now in a euphoric state. This zombie reinforcement was precisely what he needed. Given the losses sustained by his ordinary zombies during the battle with Luo Mingli, it was certain that they had suffered more than the humans. This was Zhang Yin's hypothesis. Had it not been for the 10 rhino tanks he had brought back, which turned the tide of the battle, the losses would have been even greater. Now, with the new buff in his territory, as it expanded, the effects would only grow stronger. As his territory enlarged, he could fully adopt a strategy of overwhelming numbers, leading a massive tide of zombies to psychologically shatter the enemy's defenses. Moreover, it automatically generates every day, completely unlike ordinary zombies, which diminish in number with each defeat. It is important to note that zombies do not reproduce. Their numbers can only increase through the infection of humans. However, as humans continually establish survivor bases, combined with the relentless hunting of ordinary zombies, their population will only dwindle. Thankfully, with the new functionality of the system, Zhang Yin has found a solution to this predicament. He is now brimming with excitement, his spirits soaring, and soon he reveals a grin that appears quite sinister. It seems that the time has come to expand my territory. Chapter 85. Return to the Huazhong Mountains as a special treat for the reader who loves tea. An extra chapter. Beep. All rewards have been distributed. Triggering side quest. Transform the remaining areas of Linjiang City, Jixi District, Yishui District, and Pingshui District into my territory, unifying all of Linjiang City. Transform the entirety of Linjiang City into a paradise for zombies, eliminating or expelling all beings that oppose the host. Quest objective: unify all of Linjiang City 01. The system's notification of the latest task suddenly echoed in Zhang Yin's mind. The system.is incredible. This task comes at the perfect time. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yin's joy knows no bounds. It's as if his slumber has been interrupted by a pillow. This side quest is perfectly timed, as he was already contemplating the expansion of his territory. It's a splendid opportunity to accomplish a side task while pursuing his own ambitions. However, he must wait for Anan and the others to return before he can present them with the gifts he has prepared. By enhancing their strength, he can secure his position while his subordinates forge ahead to expand his domain. With all the crystal cores ready, he conveys his thoughts to them telepathically. Anan, gather in the council hall after completing your task. I have something to attend to, but I will return shortly. Concerned that Anan and the others might not realize he has placed a teleportation portal behind him, he felt it necessary to inform them. A leader as considerate as him is indeed a rarity. He has even placed a teleportation portal at the heart of their stronghold, leading to the new territory he has claimed during his absence. Upon hearing Zhang Yin's words, Anan and the others, who are diligently mining for crystal cores, are instantly filled with admiration, their eyes sparkling like stars. Yes, our king. Well then, I shall take my leave for now. I will return shortly. With that, Zhang Yin concluded the telepathic communication and stepped through the portal to the Huazhong Mountains. After Zhang Yin finished communicating, Anan couldn't help but exclaim in awe. The king is truly remarkable, having reclaimed a territory during his absence. Indeed, my admiration for the leader flows as endlessly as the waters of the Yellow River. Axie also began to flatter Zhang Nian. Of course, our king is the mightiest zombie king. He will surely lead us to dominate all regions here in the future. I feel the same. Azu and Ayu chimed in, their faces brimming with adoration. Let us hurry to complete our task. I can hardly wait to see the new territory our leader has conquered. Zhang Nian stepped through the portal, instantly reappearing in the Huazhong Mountains. I have returned. This teleportation portal is incredibly efficient. It's astonishing how fast it works. Gazing at the familiar scenery of the Huazhong Mountains, he marvels at how he was just in Linjiang City one moment and has now transitioned to the mountains as if changing a television channel. The modern zombie army, having completed their tasks, began to gather in welcome of Zhang Nian. As he emerged, the entire battalion swiftly adjusted their formations, presenting an impressive and orderly sight. Since they are unable to speak, they can only emit excited roars. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhang Nian couldn't help but exclaim, "Excellent! You all exhibit such spirit. Do not fret. I will soon elevate all of you in no time. You shall grow stronger and be able to speak." He then issued the latest orders to the modern zombie legion. Commence patrols, organizing into squads of 100 to monitor the Huazhong Mountains and prevent any outside infiltration. Upon hearing Zhang Nian's command, the entire army swiftly complied, their movements fluid and efficient. Truly, they are my elite troops. Magnificent indeed. Once the troops set out, Zhang Nian initiated contact with his newly recruited subordinate, the Red Serpent King. Red Serpent King? Where are you now? How is the task I entrusted to you progressing? The Red Serpent King, currently gathering the mutated beast army for Zhang Nian, suddenly heard his voice in his mind and respectfully replied, "My king, rest assured, I am executing the task. However, it will require a bit more time. Please have faith, the mutated beast army will soon be assembled." Hearing this, Zhang Nian was not overly anxious to rush him. It is essential to allow his subordinates sufficient time without applying excessive pressure. Very well, continue your efforts. After concluding the telepathic communication, he soared into the sky, taking in the beautiful scenery of the Huazhong Mountains. Zhang Nian couldn't help but exclaim, "I never anticipated that this place would so swiftly become my territory. It is a dream come true. Here, simply enjoying the view as if it were a garden is rather delightful, with mountains and water in abundance." Chapter 86. The Desolation Zone as an additional treat for the reader who loves tea. Here's the second chapter. Soaring through the skies above the Huazhong Mountains. Zhang Nian savored the benefits of his territorial buff. He never imagined that his earlier declaration to transform this place into his garden would materialize so quickly. The beauty of this primitive forest is truly enchanting. In this moment, I feel inspired to compose a poem. As he flew and admired the scenery, just as he was about to begin his poetic endeavor, the system's voice interrupted him. "Host, if I recall correctly, the reason this place has become your territory is not entirely due to your efforts." Although the system spoke the truth, his ability to conquer the Huazhong Mountains was primarily thanks to the Orange Cat. Zhang Nian couldn't help but defend himself. "Oh, come now, system. What do you know? You must be mistaken. I certainly contributed a great deal. Moreover, could you refrain from interrupting me every time I wish to compose a poem? Now look, the ambience is ruined, and I can't create anything. System, if you have nothing to say, please be quiet. Must you always undermine my artistic aspirations? Cut it out. Host, your audacity is truly remarkable. What are you trying to portray? A cultured individual? And as for your claims of effort, it is evident that you were soundly defeated by the mutated Beast King." "Hey, what do you mean by defeated? I merely delayed for the sake of the Orange Cat." Zhang Nian protested. Though he knew it was the truth, he refused to concede. "Host, have you ever considered crafting armor from your thick skin? It would certainly be robust, and that a roundabout way of insulting me." "System? Smart host. But what brings you here today? Are you just wandering about?" The system's voice, tinged with curiosity, thankfully diverted the conversation from Zhang Nian's thick-skinned nature. "Of course not. There remains a significant issue within the Huazhong Mountains that has yet to be resolved, and I must address it. Let me check the map. How far is it to the destination?" As he explained to the system, he quickly arrived at his intended location, greeted by an overwhelming aura of destruction. This area is the desolate zone created by the devastating wave emitted by the Orange Cat, where the Mu Yunlu king and his kin met their demise. At this point, it is likely that even their ashes have vanished. The entire region appears shrouded in a gray haze, devoid of any signs of life, particularly in the center, where a massive pit is filled with volatile destructive elements. Zhang Nian referred to this place as the Desolation Zone. From the map, this area resembles a dark spot nestled within the Huazhong Mountains. As he descended to the edge of the Desolation Zone, the destructive elements began to coil around him. Water shield. He activated his protective barrier, isolating the destructive elements. The sound of flowing water resonated as a blue shield formed rapidly around him, composed of crystalline streams. Observing the gray wasteland that seemed to reduce everything to dust, Zhang Nian inquired within his mind system, how can this place be restored to its original state? The Huazhong Mountains are now the host's territory. The territorial buff will aid in the restoration of this area. There is no need for concern, though the process may be somewhat slow. Is there a way to expedite the restoration? This dreary expanse appears quite incongruous with the surrounding environment. Moreover, it significantly affects the natural evolution speed of the mutated beasts within the Huazhong mountain range, which greatly hampers one's ability to harvest resources. If there are none, so be it. Sigh. What can be done? Zhang Nian had already braced himself for disappointment, not expecting that the system would actually have a solution. He hurriedly inquired, System, is there any way to expedite the restoration here? The solution is to select a new guardian for the Huazhong mountain range, who can then utilize their power to mend this place, dissipating all the destructive elements. Guardian? Is that the same position held by the Mu Yun Deer King before? Zhang Nian pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Indeed, only the power of a guardian can accelerate the restoration here. He then eagerly pressed on, so how is this guardian chosen? Can I be the guardian here? The host has transformed the Huazhong mountain range into their own territory and can freely choose a guardian, but the host cannot serve as the guardian, as they are already the lord of this place. I see. How then do I select the guardian? Well, please wait a moment, I'll be right back. The system's voice suddenly vanished. Hey, system, are you still there? System. Hello? No matter how Zhang Nian called out, there was no response from the system. Suddenly, while Zhang Nian was still pondering the system's situation, it seemed as though the will of the Huazhong mountain range had emitted a wave of anguish. As if pleading for help, the ordinary mutated beasts within the entire range were enveloped in a sense of panic, becoming restless and anxious. The one feeling this most acutely was the Red Serpent King, who was currently calming the mutated beast troops for Zhang Nian. A voice began to echo in his mind, burning with urgency. Child, save me, help. The Red Serpent King listened to the desperate plea in his mind. Bewildered. What is this? Save you. Who are you? The voice begging for help grew more insistent. Child, save me. Listen to me, I am in danger. Only you can rescue me that I am your. Before this plea could be completed, another domineering voice abruptly interrupted. Oh, still daring to seek reinforcements? I didn't intend to kill you, merely wanted to put you to sleep. Since you are so ungrateful, you shall perish. No, don't. No. The Red Serpent King listened as the sounds of conflict echoed in his mind, flicking his tongue in confusion. What is going on? Is it that I am under too much stress? No, after completing this task, I must ask my master for a break. Yes, it must be the pressure causing me to hallucinate. The reason the will of the Huazhong mountain range sought out the Red Serpent King was likely that it was the last remaining high-tier combatant in the entire range. Moreover, being one of Zhang Nian's subordinates, it had no idea who the pleading voice belonged to. If only the Mu Yun Deer King were still alive, he would have immediately recognized that the will of the Huazhong mountain range was in crisis. Desperately seeking help. As a 5th-tier zombie lord, Zhang Nian also sensed this wave of emotion, though the will of the Huazhong mountain range could still distinguish between zombies and mutated beasts. Thus, it did not seek Zhang Nian's assistance. Otherwise, it would have made things much more interesting. What is happening? This situation did not last long and soon dissipated. The voice of the system then rang out in his mind. Ding, host, I am back. Zhang Nian hastily inquired about his confusion. System, where did you go? What was happening with the Huazhong mountain range just now? Why did I sense such pain from its will? Nothing much. I just had a friendly conversation with the will of the Huazhong mountain range and successfully took over the right to choose a guardian. And the will of the Huazhong Mountain Range was rather ungrateful. Its probably expired by now. Host, you don't think I am weak, do you? Chapter 87. The appointment of the guardian of the Huazhong Mountain Range, Zhang Yin, was left speechless, incredulous at the revelation. What? The anguish that the will of the Huazhong Mountain Range expressed just now was actually your doing. Humph, of course it was. Look at you, so lacking in ambition. Did you not expect this system to be so powerful? Now you've witnessed my prowess, right? From now on, you should speak to me with a bit more respect, or else, Zhang Yin was now particularly curious about how the system accomplished this. Hey, system, be serious. How exactly did you manage that? It's simple. I directly approached the will of the Huazhong Mountain Range and stated my demands. That fellow was ungrateful and, upon realizing it was no match for me, dared to run off seeking reinforcements. At that point, I could no longer tolerate it. I initially wanted to negotiate amicably, requesting that it relinquish the right to choose a guardian, allowing me to put it to sleep and resolve everything perfectly. But unexpectedly, that fellow dared to seek reinforcements and was promptly captured by me. You know the rest. I simply erased the will of the Huazhong Mountain Range. The reason I could easily obliterate the will of the Huazhong Mountain Range was primarily because all the high-tier combatants within it were dead, including the current guardian. Thus, it became much easier. Otherwise, I would not have been able to accomplish this. Zhang Yin, hearing this response, was momentarily taken aback. You erased the will of the Huazhong Mountain Range? So, system, you're really that powerful? I have always been quite formidable. It's just that you, host, are too inept. It's genuinely challenging to carry you. Hearing the system speak of him in such a manner, Zhang Yin bashfully rubbed his nose. Let's not dwell on that topic. Let us continue discussing the guardian matter. Since you have already erased the will of the Huazhong Mountain Range, who will choose the guardian now? That would be me, of course. After erasing the will of the Huazhong Mountain Range, I have become the new will of the Huazhong Mountain Range. Hence, I can select whoever I wish as the guardian. Impressive, system. Naturally, next, host, simply choose the guardian and let me know. I can directly finalize the selection. All right. Now that the right to appoint the guardian rested in his hands, it was only fitting that someone from his side should take on the role. Zhang Yin's first thought was of his top mutated beast subordinate, the Red Serpent King. He began to mentally communicate with the Red Serpent King. Red Serpent King, do you copy? Please pause what you're doing. The busy Red Serpent King quickly responded upon hearing his master's voice, thinking Zhang Yin was urging him to assemble the mutated beast army again. Master, what is it? Is there something you need? The mutated beast army is currently being calmed down. Please rest assured. Zhang Yin directly stated his intentions. No, I'm not here about that. Would you like to take on the position of guardian for the Huazhong Mountain Range? The Red Serpent King paused for a moment, its massive serpent head quickly contemplating the offer. Holding the identity of a guardian would grant immense power within the Huazhong Mountain Range. Although this effect would dissipate once leaving the range, remaining there would render one nearly invincible. Furthermore, it would allow the ability to command almost all the powers within the Huazhong Mountain Range. Previously, it had been drained of strength by the Mu Yun Deer King twice. Moreover, now that it had acknowledged Zhang Yin as its master, it was indeed wise to lean on a strong ally. Even if it encountered foes it could not defeat, it could always seek assistance from its master. The position of guardian had always been held by the Mu Yun Deer King, and the newly ascended fourth-tier Red Serpent King could hardly believe such an opportunity had fallen into its lap. Its voice trembled with excitement, and a flicker of flame erupted from its rapidly flicking tongue. Master, are you saying you want me to be the guardian of the Huazhong Mountain Range? Subsequently, Zhang Yin's lazy voice echoed back. Yes, do you want to do it? If you desire, I can appoint you as the guardian of the Huazhong Mountain Range as soon as you complete your task. The Red Serpent King, upon receiving Zhang Yin's confirmation, grew even more exhilarated, not bothering to question how Zhang Yin had accomplished this. Such inquiries were not for a subordinate to make. It firmly believed that as long as its master had spoken, it would certainly come to pass. With this thought, its admiration for Zhang Yin deepened, and its loyalty surged. It sincerely declared, Master, I wish to be the guardian of the Huazhong Mountain Range. Understood. Now hurry and complete your task. Once you finish, come to me, and I will elevate you to the guardian of the Huazhong Mountain Range. Yes, Master. Energized as if on steroids, the Red Serpent King worked even harder, eager to complete the task so that it could be named guardian. After informing the Red Serpent King, Zhang Nian departed from the area of destruction. Now that the position of guardian had been determined, there was little reason for him to linger there any longer. He began to fly towards the location of the teleportation portal, contemplating as he went. Matters within the Huazhong mountain range seemed to be nearing resolution, and Ainin and the others should have completed their tasks by now. Soon, he arrived at the teleportation portal, noticing that the spot did not appear very favorable. In my haste earlier, I overlooked the placement of the teleportation device. After some contemplation, it seems I must select a more suitable location for the portal here as well. Reciting this thought in my mind, I reverted the portal back into its device form. I then approached and picked it up, embarking on a leisurely stroll through the central mountain range. I could still see my modernized zombie army patrolling within the mountains. It appeared that they sensed my presence, and below, my modernized zombie patrol team looked quite agitated. Zhang Nian couldn't help but shout downwards while flying, "Greetings, comrades! Your efforts are much appreciated." The vastness of the central mountain range made it quite challenging to find an appropriate spot solely by wandering. Perhaps consulting the map would be wise. Upon landing, I opened the map, and the panoramic view of the central mountain range unfolded rapidly before me. Carefully, I began to select a suitable location. After surveying the area, I quickly identified an ideal spot. Stretching my limbs, I concluded that consulting the map was indeed convenient. I then swiftly set off towards the location I had just observed. After a winding journey, I finally reached the spot marked on the map. I retrieved the teleportation device and placed it back on the ground. Whoosh! The portal activated once more. This position seems quite favorable. To ensure that the Red Serpent King could locate me, I initiated a mental communication. Red Serpent King, I have placed a teleportation portal within the central mountain range. If you wish to complete your mission, enter the portal to find me. The area beyond the portal is also our territory. Zhang Nian reiterated, after assembling your army, make sure to safeguard the central mountain range. We cannot afford to lose this ground. Yes, Master. Chapter 88. The commencement of the Zombie Empire's council meeting. After thoroughly briefing the Red Serpent King, I passed through the portal and arrived in Lingjiang City. Stepping out from the portal, I found that Ainin and the others had yet to return. However, they should be back shortly. I might as well prepare these damaged 4th-grade crystal cores for Ainin and his team. Searching around, I found nothing suitable to hold them, so I decided to request a few exquisite gift boxes from the system. System, do you have any elegant gift boxes, or the like? With this handsome face of mine, could you spare me a few? No. The system seemed somewhat disinclined to entertain Zhang Nian's audacious request. Well, if there aren't any, then so be it. There's no need to rush. I suppose Ainin and the others won't mind too much. Feeling rather bored in the council chamber, I noted that Azu and the others had done a splendid job with the renovations. The space was considerably larger than before, no longer cramped as it once was. I wondered when Ainin and the others would return. As I was growing somewhat impatient, I then opened the map to check on their progress and discovered that they were nearing the completion of their crystal core excavation. In that case, I would wait here for them. Meanwhile, on Ainin's side, quickly, pack up all these crystal cores. This is truly a bountiful harvest. Azu was instructing some of the rank-and-file zombies to begin boxing the cores. The zombies diligently replied, yes, General Azu. As Azu continued to direct the operation, a voice called out from a distance. Azu, how are things progressing on your end? Ainin and I are nearly finished here. Upon hearing the voice, Azu turned to acknowledge Axi. We are also almost done. We can assemble to report to the king soon. All right, I will inform Ainin. Before long, the two teams converged, and behind them, the zombies carried boxes brimming with radiant energy emanating from the crystal cores, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Although the shimmering cores were tempting, they dared not hoard them or consume them directly. These treasures belonged to the Lord, and they would not entertain any treacherous thoughts. Merely casting longing glances at the cores, Ainin began to rally the team for their return. All right, the king is waiting for us in the council chamber. Let us hasten and not keep him waiting. Shortly thereafter, Ainin and the others arrived at the council chamber, where Zhang Nian awaited them. My lord, we have successfully extracted all crystal cores from the battle against humanity. Please review our findings. He then motioned to those behind him. Bring forth the spoils. Thud, thud, thud. The rank-and-file zombies swiftly brought in the crystal cores, laying them on the chamber floor and opening the boxes. The cores radiated a rich energy, their presence saturating the entire chamber. Zhang Nian, seated at the head of the table, spoke up, well done. Each of you played a part in the defense of Linjiang City. Azu, please distribute 40% of the acquired crystal cores among everyone. Upon being called, Azu stepped forward. Yes, my lord. He then began to allocate 40% of the crystal cores in the hall to the other rank-and-file zombies, AS for the ordinary zombies, with Zhang Nian's territory buff enhancing their advancement speed. They had no role in this distribution. The remaining rank-and-file zombies, upon receiving their crystal cores, displayed great excitement. They had initially thought they would have no share in the rewards, but it turned out that the Lord truly rewarded them. Indeed, Zhang Nian could have chosen not to distribute the cores, given his formidable strength as a 5th-grade zombie lord. With such a powerful leader shielding them, they would have certainly struggled against humanity's onslaught. Survival itself would have been uncertain. Once the distribution was complete, the rank-and-file zombies knelt partially before Zhang Nian, expressing their gratitude. Thank you, great king. We shall remain eternally loyal to you, never to betray. Listening to the chorus of loyalty from the rank-and-file zombies, Zhang Nian replied, All right, rise. Quickly enhance your strength with the crystal cores. We shall soon seek retribution against humanity. They must know of our might. Linjiang City no longer requires the influence of other forces. We will soon conquer it entirely, transforming this place into our paradise of the undead. The rank-and-file zombies erupted in fervent roars. Roar, Zhang Nian, maintaining a serious demeanor, commanded, Go now and diligently cultivate with the crystal cores. Elevate your strength swiftly, as we shall require your support on the upcoming journey. The guards remained alongside Anan and Axi, while the others were instructed to return and train. You may withdraw now. Upon hearing Zhang Nian's orders, the rank-and-file zombies respectfully responded, Yes, my lord. They then exited the council chamber, leaving only Zhang Nian, Anan, and the others behind. Azu was the first to speak, My lord, you have kept us here. Is there something further you wish to discuss? Zhang Nian smiled mysteriously and produced 4 shattered 4th-grade crystal cores. Axi, noticing the cores in Zhang Nian's hand, exclaimed, Boss, are you treating us to a special favor? Wow, 4th-grade crystal cores. Boss, you are truly admirable like the North Star, revered as a towering mountain, inspiring awe among your subordinates. Hearing Axi's effusive praises, Zhang Nian quickly interjected, Stop, hold on. Axi, where did you learn such flattery? Zhang Nian regarded Axi skeptically, suspecting that Axi retained some memories from his human past. Axi, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under Zhang Nian's gaze, stammered, Boss, I don't know. The moment I think of you, those words just come to mind. Perhaps it is your greatness that compels my admiration. Seeing Axi about to continue, Zhang Nian cut him off again. Stop, I understand your sentiment. Just pause for a moment. He then distributed the 4 crystal cores to Axi and the others. Here are 4 4th-grade crystal cores. While they may be damaged and have lost some energy, the remaining energy should suffice for your advancement. Absorb these cores and strive for swift promotion, then join me in conquest. Upon hearing Zhang Nian's words, Anan and the others felt a surge of excitement. Rest assured, my lord, we will work diligently to keep pace with you. We shall be your powerful allies, clearing the path for you. Zhang Nian felt gratified by their response. Go now and absorb these crystal cores. Merely expressing your intentions will not suffice if you wish to match my strength. Yes, boss. Anan and the others exited the council chamber. Chapter 89. The primary body enhancement elixir. Anan and the others began searching for a place to enter seclusion for their advancement, confident that before long, they would gain 4 new 4th-grade zombie lord allies. Shortly after Azu departed, Zhang Nian suddenly smacked his forehead. Oh no, I forgot to mention something. In the city of Linjiang, I neglected to instruct Azu to lead a renovation, leaving the place in a state of disrepair that is quite disheartening to behold. With a sigh, I muttered to myself, oh well, I suppose I shall have to wait until Azu advances in rank before I inform him. Surely, a 4th-tier zombie lord should expedite the construction process. Shouldn't he? Hey, host, have you forgotten something? Zhang Nian was momentarily taken aback by the sudden query from the system. Huh, did I? After pondering for a while, he still couldn't recall what the system was referring to. I've conveyed everything that needed to be said, haven't I? There shouldn't be anything left. Don't feign ignorance with me. Have you forgotten about your debt? Now that you have crystal cores, shouldn't you repay me? Upon hearing this, Zhang Nian suddenly realized, oh, did I see now, I completely forgot about that. System. He then approached the box filled with crystal cores and, with a flourish, declared, "System, I currently lack 4th-tier cores, so please feel free to take from the other levels in this box." The system, showing no restraint, replied, "Ding," beginning automated collection of appropriate-priced crystal cores. As the system's prompt echoed, the gleaming crystal cores in the box swiftly diminished. This feels rather reminiscent of a sudden regression, doesn't it? Watching the rapid decrease of the cores, Zhang Yin felt an indescribable pang in his heart. Observing the system's relentless collection, he grew anxious yet felt powerless. He thought to himself, in the end, one must repay their debts. If only I could somehow exploit the system, perhaps I could negotiate a reduction in the prices at the shop. But that seemed rather unrealistic, given the system's notoriously stingy nature. A price drop seemed unlikely. He continued to grumble, "Alas, is this truly how I am to meet my end?" After several seconds, the system finally ceased its operation, accompanied by a prompt, "Ding, the host's debt has been repaid. We welcome your next visit. Host, you should be grateful. I've been quite lenient by not charging you extra for your debt. Don't take your fortune for granted. Otherwise, the next time you come to borrow, I might just demand more from you." The system's voice dripped with indignation. About half of the crystal cores had been collected, leaving Zhang Yin with a reasonable amount. "Well, perhaps it's best to let this slide. I shall pretend I never mentioned anything." He returned to his chair, sighing. It had been quite some time since he last browsed the system shop, and with half of his crystal cores remaining, he wondered if there were any worthwhile items to purchase. "System, open the shop." "Understood." The shop opened, revealing a dazzling array of items that momentarily overwhelmed Zhang Yin's senses. Moreover, since advancing to a 5th-tier zombie lord, the system shop had been updated, optimizing the purchasing interface. Now, one could buy items directly with crystal cores without needing to convert them into system currency, which had been quite a hassle previously. As Zhang Yin browsed the shop, he mumbled to himself. However, he noticed that some items appeared promising but proved to be utterly misleading in terms of their utility. For instance, the invisibility cloak, which claimed to render the wearer invisible, only succeeded in deceiving the naked eye, merely a trick for ordinary individuals. Any sentient being with heightened awareness would easily detect one's presence. Furthermore, the cloak was not inexpensive. Purchasing it would be akin to throwing money away. Then there were the pressure fruit, which, when consumed, would emit an aura so menacing that it obscured one's true strength from adversaries. This effect lasted a mere 10 minutes and cost approximately 1/3-tier crystal core. The most infuriating part was the item description, which indicated that prices would gradually increase alongside the host's strength. This is absurd. It seems I would unwittingly become a victim of this price gouging. It's effective, yet the duration is far too brief. Thus, it became clear that one must meticulously examine the effects of items in the system shop before making any purchases. Otherwise, one might end up spending exorbitantly on items that are, at best, lackluster. With that in mind, he began to sift through the items, hoping to uncover something genuinely practical. As he perused, Zhang Yin suddenly recalled the need for items that could augment his physical prowess. He felt inadequately weak. Even as a 5th-tier zombie lord, he struggled against a 4th-tier Luo Mingli. Although the opponent's status as the child of destiny played a role, he was determined not to experience such humiliation again. He proceeded to search the system shop for items designed to enhance physical attributes. To his surprise, he found several options, with prices ranging from high to low. Initially, Zhang Yin felt confident, believing he had enough crystal cores to afford a decent one. However, upon reviewing the prices, he realized that his current finances would only allow him to purchase the most basic tier. Hardly satisfactory, as it lacked the efficacy of the more expensive alternatives. Reluctantly, he attempted to view the pricier options, only to be met with a prompt, "Ding, insufficient funds detected. Unable to view." What is this? Not even allowing me to look. Why must it be so miserly? Zhang Yin felt exasperated. With no choice but to examine the introductory information for the Basic Body Enhancement Potion, he read, "Basic Body Enhancement Potion, Zombie Exclusive. Composed of special materials, this potion slightly enhances physical capabilities, exclusively for zombies. Ineffective on other life forms." The system had even thoughtfully included a cautionary note. Note: each level of body enhancement potion may only be used once by zombies. Repeated use will yield no effect. The system shop does not offer refunds for excess purchases. Reading this cautionary note, the first part seemed perfectly reasonable, But the latter part raised his eyebrows. The system afraid I might try to return my excess purchases. Clicking on the detailed description of the basic body enhancement potion, he discovered, it even included an advertisement video? This system, is it truly selling such extraordinary items? Would the host like to view the video? Zhang Nian, filled with anticipation, thought it amusing that he could watch an advertisement after his long journey. Yes, let me see. Soon, the promotional video began, showcasing the potion as it spun enticingly, accompanied by a standard advertisement voiceover. Are you troubled by your lack of strength? Do you find it frustrating to be outmatched by an opponent of the same level? Fear not. Purchase this potion and resolve all your woes. After use, you will feel invigorated, and your mother will no longer worry about you being bullied by foes of equal standing. The promotional video concluded. Zhang Nian was left with his mouth agape, utterly baffled. This it? He had expected to see demonstrations of the potion's effects, but instead, he was greeted with nothing more than an advertisement. Chapter 90. The painful enhancement. The system's voice was filled with anticipation. So, host, what did you think? Wasn't the promotional video impressive? Did it not ignite a strong desire to purchase? Zhang Nian felt a twinge of skepticism. It seems rather dubious, doesn't it? After finishing the video, he wore a puzzled expression and said, "Oh, come on, don't focus on those minor flaws. The effect is guaranteed to be reliable. Why not get one?" Still hesitating, he replied, "I don't need to think it over. What is there to consider? When it comes to the system's products, they are always top-notch. At worst, I will throw in a lovely banner for free. Just buy it already." The system sounded desperate, as if trying to sell off unsold merchandise. Deal. Confirming the purchase of the basic body enhancement potion, zombie exclusive. Zhang Nian no longer hesitated and readily agreed to the purchase. Initially, he had wondered whether the system's eagerness to promote the product meant it was expired. But upon hearing the system's offer of a free banner, he thought, why not? It isn't every day the system is so generous. Ding, congratulations on your successful purchase. Please check your inventory. The system's notification chimed as Zhang Nian's crystal cores dwindled rapidly. Before long, the few remaining boxes of crystal cores were reduced to mere tokens the size of fingernails. Suddenly, a beautifully crafted box appeared on the ground, alongside an exceptionally attractive banner emblazoned with the words Zombie Empire in a commanding font. However, Zhang Nian's attention was entirely captured by the exquisite box, completely disregarding the system's complimentary banner. The box was rather appealing. He thought, let me see my potion. He picked up the box, admiring its exterior, and prepared to open it. Inside lay a test tube containing a purple potion. Cautiously, he removed the potion from the box to examine it, feeling no discernible energy within. Can this potion truly enhance my physique? There's no point in overthinking it. I shall discover its effects firsthand. The potion was opened directly and poured into the mouth in one swift motion. I savored it within my mouth. The peculiar color presented no discernible taste. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through me. How could it be so excruciating? After consuming the potion, my body was engulfed by intense agony, as if countless ants were crawling and biting me all over. The sudden onslaught of pain caught Zhang Nian off guard, causing him to collapse onto the ground. System, why didn't you clarify this to me? The sound of the empty potion vial shattering on the floor echoed. Zhang Nian, grappling with the intense pain, struggled to rise by leaning against the wall. Fortunately, the zombies in the council hall had all departed. Otherwise, how could he maintain his authority in front of his subordinates after such a display? System, how long will this last? Do not worry, host. The potion is currently enhancing your body. The severe pain will only persist for 2 hours. Once the time is up, the enhancement process will conclude, and you will feel a profound transformation. Host, stay strong and persevere. Damn it, system, you make it sound so easy. Why don't you try it yourself? However, the potion is indeed improving Zhang Nian's physique, gradually enhancing his body. It seems I must rely on myself. After all, what are 2 mere hours? I refuse to believe I can't endure this. Zhang Nian emanated a ferocious aura akin to that of a zombie, with a glimmer of red flashing in his eyes. Over the next 2 hours, the potion coursed through his body, continually strengthening him and instigating a metamorphosis. The pain remained unyielding, yet it would not be long before the enhanced Zhang Nian emerged even more formidable. Chapter 91. The banner of the Zombie Empire. 2 hours passed swiftly, though for Zhang Nian, the time felt interminable. Each second was filled with excruciating pain, akin to an eternity. Finally, the 2 hours came to an end. With a crackling sound, Zhang Nian clenched his fists, feeling the newfound strength within his body from the potion's enhancement. He sensed that he had grown taller and more powerful, his bones now denser and more resilient. I seem to have become stronger. If a basic potion can yield such remarkable effects, how potent would a higher grade one be? An aura of terror radiated from him, making him even more formidable than before consuming the potion. Alas, I lack sufficient crystal cores. Next time, I must try a more advanced potion. He glanced at the banner gifted by the system, holding it in his hands and admiring it. The bold letters proclaiming the zombie empire only heightened his satisfaction. This free banner from the system is quite impressive, far superior to my previous one. With the new banner in hand, it is time to raise it high. Subsequently, Zhang Nian, feeling revitalized, exited the council hall, holding his new banner aloft. Come forth, soon. A station zombie hurried to Zhang Nian's side, sensing the terrifying aura emanating from him, which was more potent than before. The pressure of the enhanced 5th-tier zombie lord involuntarily radiated towards the lower-tier zombie, causing it to tremble with fear. Convinced it had erred in some way, it knelt before Zhang Nian, quakingly uttering, "Great Zombie King, I am utterly loyal to you, with no second thoughts. Please, retract your powers, or I shall be overwhelmed. I know not what I have done wrong. I beg for your mercy." The lower-tier zombie, though uncertain of the situation, believed that admitting fault was the safest course. Zhang Nian found it somewhat awkward to witness the lower-tier zombie kneeling before him in supplication. It was a rather unexpected turn of events. Having just consumed the enhancement potion, he had inadvertently forgotten to retract his pressure. Realizing this, he quickly eased his aura and, with a hint of embarrassment, addressed the still kneeling lower-tier zombie. "I merely meditated briefly inside. I forgot to retract my pressure. I almost harmed a loyal subordinate. Rise, rise." He helped the kneeling zombie to its feet and handed it a 2nd-tier crystal core. "Take this as a token of compensation. Now please, stand up." The lower-tier zombie hurried to its feet, exhaling in relief upon receiving the crystal core, realizing it had not committed any offense. Yet, with trepidation, it stammered, "Boss, I cannot accept this." It was astonished by Zhang Nian's rapid enhancement. "This is indeed the proper way to meditate. My boss has gained such strength in a mere short time. I truly have a terrifyingly powerful leader." Once the lower-tier zombie stood, Zhang Nian instructed, "Keep that." Without waiting for a response, he handed over the banner. "Now, raise this banner high. It must be prominently displayed." The lower-tier zombie replied, "Yes, Great Zombie King." It accepted the crystal core, then set off to find a suitable location for the banner within Linjiang City. Chapter 92. The Delayed Beginner's Package. Before long, the banner of the zombie empire was hoisted atop the highest point in Linjiang City, fluttering in the sky as a proclamation of territorial sovereignty. Zhang Nian reclined back into his comfortable chair, crossing his legs in satisfaction. Beside him lay fresh fruits exchanged from the system's marketplace, which he nibbled on while admiring the high-flying banner. It was indeed a fine placement for the banner. Now, all that remained was for Anan and the others to successfully advance, after which they could commence their conquest of the surrounding territories. His impatience grew. "Luo Mengli, just you wait. How dare you attempt to rob my home in my absence?" Thankfully, Chow Miao Miao was here. Otherwise, she may have succeeded. After munching on a few grapes, he suddenly felt something was amiss. "Wait, where is Chow Miao Miao? It's been so long. Why haven't I seen her?" Opening the map, he scanned Linjiang City but found no trace of Chow Miao Miao. Her invisibility is remarkably potent. The system's map cannot even detect her. What a curious little creature. No, Chow Miao Miao is not little. Recalling the moment she rescued him in the Huazhong Mountains, her size was akin to a small hill. Had it not been for the familiar sensation, he would never have guessed that massive creature was Chow Miao Miao. The size difference between then and when he held her in his arms was staggering. Chow Miao Miao certainly harbors unfathomable secrets. However, she is on my side. The more powerful she becomes, the more beneficial it is for me. If only I could wield such destructive power to obliterate an entire region of the Huazhong Mountains. Absorbing it for my OWN, no more dwelling on this. Comparing myself to Chow Miao Miao is too disheartening. the ability to open a long-distance portal with a single paw after I ascend to Zombie King. I wonder if I could attain such powers. He picked up a glass of juice and took a sip. System, how much longer until Anan and the others can successfully advance? Why the rush? Do you think everyone can evolve instantly just because they have enough energy? I'm just eager for my 4 Lord-level subordinates. Otherwise, how exhausting would it be to conquer territories alone? Zhang Yin closed his eyes to rest. Though sleep eluded him, instead, he contemplated various matters. Suddenly, he had an epiphany regarding a particularly significant question. His eyes flew open, and he exclaimed excitedly, "System, I've just thought of something incredibly important." "Oh, what is it? Please share." "Having traversed this world for so long, bound to you since the moment I became a zombie, right?" "Yes, go on." "Yet, after all this time, have you perhaps forgotten to provide my beginner's package?" "This is my first time crossing over. How could I not have a beginner's package? Wouldn't you agree, System?" That caught me off guard. Upon hearing the system's hesitation, Zhang Yin became more convinced of his thoughts. The system really forgot to give him the beginner's package. "System, shouldn't you compensate me with a beginner's package now?" "Host, you've been in this world for quite a while and have already grown into a 5th-tier zombie lord. I believe you no longer require a beginner's package. How about we both retreat a step?" "What do you mean by retreating a step?" "I want to give you one, and you can just pretend you know nothing." "Host, what do you think?" Hearing the system's shamelessness, what is this supposed to be? A mutual concession? Clearly, it is unwilling to give. Zhang Yin said through gritted teeth. "System, can you guess how I feel?" "I guess the host is so generous that you surely aren't concerned about it, am I right?" The system's voice was somewhat teasing. "Return my new user gift pack." "Host, the new user gift pack is really of little use to you at this moment." "Then you see, it was the system that forgot to give it to me at the beginning, right? Now, can I select something useful for myself? Consider it compensation for the long overdue debt." "System, what do you think of my suggestion?" "Well, fine. But host, you cannot be too excessive in your selection, or else I truly cannot provide it." Upon hearing the system agree, Zhang Yin was overjoyed. Items that are currently useful to oneself are far superior to those that were useful at the beginning. Of course, one must not be too greedy, as the system is quite astute and will certainly withhold what is unreasonable. "Just a moment, let me ponder." Zhang Yin then closed her eyes once more, contemplating what she currently needed, something that the system would also provide. While lying on the lounge chair, lost in thought, she suddenly saw a flicker before her eyes and hurriedly opened them. She opened the map to see what had transpired. On the map, she noticed a sudden appearance of a teleportation portal not far away. The moment the portal emerged, Zhang Yin initially thought there was a formidable enemy invading, fixating her gaze on the portal to discern what it might be. Then, she saw some ordinary zombies emerge from within, beginning to wander aimlessly around, emitting low, rumbling growls. What a false alarm. It turns out it was merely her territory buff delivering ordinary zombies to her. She had thought there was a strong enemy incursion. By the way, is it the same over at the Huazhong Mountain Range? Thinking of the Huazhong Mountain Range, she switched the map view and observed that the situation was not much different from in Linjiang City. Seeing that all was well, Zhang Yin continued contemplating what to request from the system. She then heard the distant rumble of tanks. It was the 10 rhino tanks she had arranged patrolling. Zhang Yin frowned and then excitedly exclaimed, "System, I know what I want." "Host, what do you desire?" "If you want a tank brigade, I cannot provide that." The system feared Zhang Yin would make unreasonable demands. "Oh, how could that be? Even if I truly wanted it, you wouldn't give it to me anyway." "That is indeed the case. What I want is a promotion card for a modernized elite zombie unit." "Surely that is something you can manage to give me?" "Well, fine. I'd rather you not keep calling me stingy, so I'll be generous this time and give it to you." "Oh yay." Soon, the system's voice chimed in. "Ding, the long-awaited new user gift pack is ready for the host to collect." Zhang Yin eagerly looked at the system's notification. She had anticipated a lengthy negotiation with the system. Yet it turned out to be unusually generous this time. Confirming the collection, she opened the new user gift pack. Ding, successfully opened and obtained. Modernized Elite Zombie Unit Promotion Card 1. P.S. Special thanks to readers Sunflower Kernel, Ningji, and Qin Beixian for their reminders. Without them, I might have forgotten the protagonist's new user gift pack, and I express my gratitude to these 3 readers. Zhang Yin. Love it, thank you so much. Chapter 93. The Fourth Order Mutant Beast King of Ishue City. Then, a seemingly ordinary card appeared in her hand, akin to those used in children's card games, utterly unremarkable. Observing the promotion card in her hand, she mused, there's nothing particularly special about it. Suddenly, Zhang Nian had a mischievous thought. If this small card could promote an entire unit, could I not use it for myself? After all, promoting oneself should be far simpler than promoting an entire unit, right? If it truly works, wouldn't Ti directly advance to the 6th tier? The more she thought about it, the more exhilarated she became. Why not ask the system? If it indeed works, it would be a huge gain. Zhang Nian eagerly inquired of the system, "Can I use this card?" "Host, please refrain from such unrealistic notions. How can you even think of seizing the opportunity meant for your subordinates?" The system's tone was somewhat disdainful. Cough, cough. Just kidding. Zhang Nian was not surprised by the system's response. It was as she had anticipated. However, she had been holding on to the hope that it might somehow succeed. Returning to the main topic, "System, can I use this card directly now, or is there too much distance for it to work?" "Yes, host. You just need to notify your unit to prepare for the promotion. There is no distance limitation." Upon hearing the system's words, Zhang Nian had no further doubts. She then mentally communicated with the modernized elite zombie unit stationed in the Huazhong mountain range and the tank unit patrolling the outskirts of Linjiang City. "All soldiers, prepare to embrace your promotion. I bestow upon you this opportunity." Roar. All the modernized elite zombie units responded to Zhang Nian's voice with excited roars. The exhilarated growls of the zombies echoed through the Huazhong mountain range, rising and falling in intensity. They all ceased their movements, ready to welcome the promotion Zhang Nian had mentioned. The tank unit also halted, but there could be no shortage of patrolling zombies nearby. Otherwise, if humans were to sneak in, it would be troublesome. They began to adjust the ranks of the zombies to patrol and guard the surrounding areas. "Yes, great Zombie King, with us here, we can ensure your safety." The commanding zombies replied with loyalty. "Yes, ensure the protection of the lair. Do not let humans launch a surprise attack. If you encounter an insurmountable foe, retreat and notify me. I will deal with it personally." Understood. After arranging the defenses surrounding the territory, Zhang Nian prepared to promote the modernized elite zombie unit. System, use the promotion card. Advance, my soldiers. Ding. Promotion card used successfully. The card in her hand vanished, and the 5,000 modernized elite zombies began their promotion simultaneously, their auras rising as they transitioned to tiered zombies. Before long, they would all be elevated to tiered zombies. Time passed gradually. Roar. Another round of zombie roars erupted from the Huazhong mountain range, which the mutant beasts had grown accustomed to, while a few less intelligent mutant beasts trembled in fear. As the 5,000 zombies successfully advanced, their collective aura radiated powerfully, although they were only elevating by one tier. The sheer number created an overwhelming presence that, of course, this pressure was significant only to the mutant beasts within the Huazhong mountain range. It posed little threat to the Lord-level zombies or the Fourth Order Beast Kings. "Thank you, my master, for granting us evolution. Master, we shall remain forever loyal to you." The now promoted modernized zombie unit could finally speak, immediately pledging their loyalty to Zhang Nian. Zhang Nian felt a sense of satisfaction as she replied, "Continue with your tasks, loyal soldiers. Your strength will not end here. Soon, you will grow even stronger. The arrival of our zombie empire is imminent. That day is not far away." The modernized elite zombies echoed in unison. "Yes, master. We shall be your strongest ace unit." After an impassioned exchange of thoughts, Zhang Nian lazily reclined back in her chair to rest. The tank unit also achieved promotion. Even the tanks had upgraded. Though externally they appeared largely unchanged, only time would reveal their newfound power. These 10 Rhino tanks would become a nightmare for ordinary human armies on the battlefield. "Hey, host, your transformation is rather swift. One moment you were discussing establishing a zombie empire, and the next you're lounging about. Establishing a zombie empire must await my little brother's successful promotion. If I were to lead all the zombies out and leave my rear unguarded, what if that fellow Luo Mingli sneaked in? Wouldn't he that put Anan and the others in danger? Without me, the leader, to protect them, wouldn't he that be perilous? Don't you agree, system?" Zhang Nian lounged in her chair, sipping fruit juice with a bite of fruit, relishing the moment. "You lazy bum." She took another sip of juice, quite delightful. "I must say, system, The food and drinks in your shop are genuinely commendable. Also, I am not lazy. I am merely not industrious. Meanwhile, in the Ishui City area of Linjiang City. Within the entire Ishui City, there are neither wandering zombies nor human-established survivor bases, for Ishui City has been overtaken by mutated beasts, transforming it into a veritable paradise for such creatures. The air within the city is saturated with the aura of a recently ascended fourth-tier beast king, marking Ishui City as its territory. The sounds of numerous mutated beasts in motion echo throughout the city, as creatures of varying strengths begin to gather in one direction, seemingly preparing for a beast tide creek. Not far from the epicenter of this gathering, the voice of a second-tier giant rat can be heard. This second-tier giant rat respectfully addresses a larger rat ahead. Boss, all the mutated beasts in the city have begun to assemble, and some wandering beasts from outside are also making their way here. However, it will take some time to gather as many as you requested. But not to worry, we will soon have an army of hundreds of thousands to avenge you. The aura of the fourth-tier beast king emanates from within Ishui City. And this fourth-tier rat king is none other than the third-tier Fangtooth rat that had earlier escaped from Linjiang City, having been driven underground by Azuo and Ayu. After successfully digging its way out, it dared not return to the nearby mountains, where the mutated beasts continued to pursue it. Alone and wounded, it could only seek refuge to recuperate. Once it had healed sufficiently, it inadvertently found its way back to Ishui City, where it stumbled upon a tremendous opportunity. Cautiously entering Ishui City, it fortuitously encountered two third-tier mutated beasts engaged in fierce combat, in their bloodlust. Neither side would cease fighting until one of them fell. The newly arrived third-tier Fangtooth rat perceived this as an opportunity. If it could devour both equally ranked mutated beasts, it too could ascend to fourth tier, much like the zombie in Linjiang City. With this thought in mind, it lay in wait, biding its time for the perfect moment to strike. Time passed and finally, the third-tier Fangtooth rat found an opportune moment. As the two third-tier beasts gradually calmed down, their tempers cooling, they began to contemplate retreat. Hidden in the shadows, the Fangtooth rat realized that action was imperative. Should it delay any longer, the two would surely escape. Seizing the moment, it launched a decisive ambush, successfully slaying both injured third-tier beasts before they could react to its stealthy approach. Caught completely off guard, the two beasts, previously embroiled in their own conflict, had no inkling of the lurking danger. Initially, they attempted to resist, loathing the opportunistic rat, but their struggles proved futile against the premeditated assault of the Fangtooth, RATIT, swiftly extracted their cores with its sharp claws and made a hasty retreat from the scene. Though it had desired to consume the corpses as well, its injuries from the previous struggle compelled it to leave before other third-tier beasts could arrive and detect it. The warmth of the fallen beasts' bodies lingered. But it had to settle for the two third-tier cores. Having already profited significantly in Linjiang City, it lamented that its greed had led to the annihilation of its rat tide by Azuo and Ayu. Now, with the addition of the two third-tier cores, it was poised to ascend to fourth-tier Beast King. Thus, it found a secluded spot to hide, eventually achieving its ascension to fourth-tier Beast King. Following this transformation, it began to unify Ishui City as its domain, driving out or slaughtering the humans and zombies within. Those mutated beasts, unwilling to submit, were also devoured. After completing these tasks, the fourth-tier Fangtooth Rat King recalled the humiliations endured in Linjiang City, its anger mounting. Now a fourth-tier Beast King with a formidable army of mutated beasts, it felt it was time to exact vengeance. It yearned to consume the core and body of the fourth-tier Zombie Lord, which would further augment its power. Driven by a desire for revenge and greed, it began to gather a massive beast tide within Ishui City, planning to confront Zhang Nian if it could eliminate the fourth-tier Zombie Lord. Its strength would grow exponentially, potentially paving the way for its ascension to fifth-tier Beast King. Chapter 94. The Complex Linen Mountain Range for the readers, an extra chapter dedicated to the beloved Dark Overlord. Now that it had ascended to fourth tier, the Fangtooth Rat King could freely alter its enormous size. Currently, it loomed as large as a two-story building. Either shrinking or enlarging excessively would cause discomfort, so it refrained from altering its size unless absolutely necessary. This current form was just right. Very well, then. I shall continue to amass my forces, and this time, I will personally avenge the previous affront, the fourth-tier Fangtooth Rat King declared, recalling the humiliating events in Linjiang City, where not only had its kin been annihilated, but it had also been severely burned by their flames in its third-tier days. Rallying a rat tide had not been as effortless as it was now in its fourth-tier state. The disdain from those who had once scorned its pleas for mercy stoked its fury further. "Fear not, my lord. We shall show those zombies our might and eradicate them all. Lord Beast King. Please calm your anger and I shall take my leave for now." The second-tier giant rat reported the situation and hurriedly departed, fearing that the wrath of the Fangtooth Rat King might be directed at it. The newly ascended fourth-tier Fangtooth Rat King was still not entirely accustomed to wielding its newfound power, and though its aura was not overwhelmingly strong, it was more than sufficient to intimidate a mere second-tier beast. The little second-tier mutated rat, unable to withstand the pressure, chose to retreat. The Fangtooth Rat King paid little heed to the departure of the second-tier beast and continued to gather mutated beasts, striving to expand the size of its beast tide to its current capacity. Although its mastery over its powers was still developing, it drew upon its previous experience in amassing rat tides. Making the task of gathering mutated beasts second nature to it, as it incessantly summoned its forces, it muttered to itself, "Come, all of you. Assemble, my beast tide army. I will surely avenge the past, without fail." The aura of the Fangtooth Rat King expanded, drawing low-tier mutated beasts to it involuntarily. The scene was quite the spectacle as numerous ordinary mutated beasts rushed towards it, causing quite a commotion. Not far from Ishui City, nestled within a small range known as the Linen Mountains, a newly ascended fourth-tier Crystal Rabbit King was diligently training its clan. Suddenly, a panicked first-tier rabbit burst into the area where the Crystal Rabbit King was meditating. "My Lord Rabbit King, trouble is afoot. Those ordinary mutated beasts and even some low-tier ones under our command are being forcibly summoned away by another Beast King." Awakened by the urgent voice, the Crystal Rabbit King initially felt irritated at the interruption but quickly sensed the truth of the matter. Upon checking, it discovered that some of its ordinary beasts, positioned too close to Ishui City, were indeed being gathered by another Beast King. The newly ascended fourth-tier Fangtooth Rat King, driven by rage and greed, was indiscriminately summoning any and all beasts, even those outside its territory. The sight of beasts converging towards Ishui City was indeed magnificent. But the Crystal Rabbit King, though also a fourth-tier Beast King, possessed a naturally weaker constitution and had very few subservient beasts. If more of its beasts were taken, its power would diminish even further. Its influence within the Linen Mountains was already tenuous, overshadowed by the might of the other two Beast Kings. The small Linen Mountain range was divided much like the three kingdoms of Wei, Shu, and Wu. With three Beast Kings ruling over the area, I can tolerate being bullied, but this time they dare to brazenly summon my subservient beasts while I am training. Who do they think they are to underestimate me? I shall uncover the identity of this audacious Beast King who dares to openly seize my affiliated beasts. Bullying has reached my very doorstep. If I do not take action now, who knows if even the third-tier mutated beasts will dare to leap upon me in the future. The Crystal Rabbit King is genuinely enraged. If word gets out that I cannot even protect my subordinate mutated beast horde, how shall I survive in the Linen Mountain range? Perhaps no ordinary mutated beasts will seek refuge with me again. Thinking me a mere soft target, addressing the first-tier rabbit that reported the situation, I commanded, "Gather all our beast tides and follow me. I shall see precisely who dares to challenge me with that." I stepped outside my secluded meditation space, harnessing the power of the Beast King to vie for control over those mutated beasts. Chapter 95. Under currents, the aura of the Crystal Rabbit King began to emanate, and the ordinary mutated beasts, previously uncontrollable and advancing towards Ishui City, instantly regained their senses. Bewildered, these restored ordinary mutated beasts looked around, confused as to why they found themselves there. The Crystal Rabbit King continued to strive for dominion over these mutated beasts. Meanwhile, the Magic Tooth Rat King, who was gathering the beast tide within Ishui City, soon sensed the disconnection of some mutated beasts, leaving it perplexed. What is going on? Why can I suddenly not sense the information from that direction? Could it be that their numbers have reached a limit? This shouldn't be the case. After some contemplation, it decided to gather mutated beasts once more towards the direction of the Crystal Rabbit King's territory. Just as the Crystal Rabbit King had seized control, it felt the presence of other mutated Beast Kings vying for the same dominion. prompting it to release its aura in confrontation. The ordinary mutated beasts, caught in the back-and-forth struggle, stood frozen, sensing the auras of both beast kings and utterly unsure of whom to obey. Let them battle it out. Whichever wins, I shall follow, thought the bewildered beasts that moment. A messenger crystal rabbit hopped towards the Crystal Rabbit King, exclaiming, "Report, Your Majesty, our forces have assembled." The Crystal Rabbit King, now filled with fury, realized that the audacious rival was not one of the other mutated beast kings from the Linen Mountain Range, but rather from the direction of the human city. It seemed that a newly ascended mutated beast king had emerged from there, having cleared out all humans and zombies within the city. Could it be that this upstart beast king had the audacity to bully me right after its ascension to the 4th tier? This was utterly intolerable, however. Now that the target was confirmed, I knew the enemy's location. After some contemplation, the Crystal Rabbit King addressed the messenger rabbit, "All troops, follow me. I must ascertain whether it is indeed this newly ascended mutated beast king from the city that has provoked me. If so, it must be taught a lesson." Thus, the Crystal Rabbit King led its horde towards Ishue City, a grand procession in motion. Meanwhile, the Magic Tooth Rat King sensed the presence of other mutated beast kings confronting it. "Oh, how dare they challenge me for control of the mutated beasts? Yet, I can't shake this feeling of foreboding. It must be a mere illusion." The Crystal Rabbit King led its horde. News swiftly reached the other two mutated beast kings in the Linen Mountain Range. Within the territory of the 4th-tier mutated beast king, the Sky-Devouring Tiger, it had just learned of the Crystal Rabbit King's movements and inquired of the reporting beast. "You mean to say that the Crystal Rabbit King has led its entire horde out?" The reporting beast, crouched on the ground, replied, "Indeed, Tiger King. I witnessed it with my own eyes. The Crystal Rabbit King has nearly emptied its lair, seemingly preparing for battle." Curious about the Crystal Rabbit King's motivations, the Sky-Devouring Tiger pressed further. "Do you know why the Crystal Rabbit King would take such drastic action? What is its motive?" The beast on the ground continued. "It appears that something unfavorable has occurred with the subordinate mutated beasts of the Crystal Rabbit King. I observed that it was quite enraged as it set out, and it seems to be heading towards the human city. Furthermore, my subordinates have recently reported that there is a newly ascended mutated beast king in that area." The Sky-Devouring Tiger pondered this. Could it be that the Crystal Rabbit King has had a clash with this newly ascended beast king? After a moment of thought, it instructed, "I understand now. You may withdraw. Continue to observe the Crystal Rabbit King's current position and its true motives. We must uncover what schemes the Crystal Rabbit King is concocting." Receiving the command, the reporting beast stood and addressed the Sky-Devouring Tiger. "Yes, my lord." It then set off with its reconnaissance team. After the scout departed, the Sky-Devouring Tiger began to contemplate the implications of its subordinate's conjecture. The Crystal Rabbit King has clashed with that newly ascended beast king? Who has provoked that rabbit so fiercely? This is quite the spectacle. If that is the case, I should lend a hand. If I can seize the opportunity to devour both the Crystal Rabbit King and that new beast king from the city, I might just ascend to the 5th tier. Even if I gain nothing, a mere stroll through that area would incur no significant loss. However, if fortune favors me, the rewards could be immense. At that point, I would dominate the Linen Mountain Range, leaving that old wolf with no choice but to either submit to me or be eliminated. The old wolf I refer to is none other than the other 4th-tier mutated beast king, the Magic Flame Wolf King. The Sky-Devouring Tiger and the Magic Flame Wolf King are evenly matched, having fought several skirmishes with neither able to decisively overcome the other. Thus, they reached an unspoken agreement to target the weaker Crystal Rabbit King. The Crystal Rabbit King finds itself caught between these two powerful adversaries, both of whom are cautious not to push too far. Should they corner the Crystal Rabbit King, it might retaliate fiercely. After all, a desperate rabbit can bite, and a 4th-tier Crystal Rabbit King is no ordinary foe. If a fight ensues, despite its relatively weaker power, neither would relish the idea of facing a frenzied rabbit. Hence, a delicate balance is maintained among the three mutated beasts. Roaring with excitement, the Sky-Devouring Tiger called out, "Gather the troops. Our target is Ishue City. Let us join the fray." The remaining beasts should create diversions to keep that old wolf unaware of our departure. Thus, the Sky-Devouring Tiger stealthily assembled its forces while fabricating illusions to mislead the Magic Flame Wolf King. Unbeknownst to the Sky-Devouring Tiger, The Magic Flame Wolf King had also caught wind of the events and shared similar intentions. Eager to see if it could seize an advantage and ascend to the 5th tier, thereby dominating the Linen Mountain range. Quietly, the Magic Flame Wolf King led its own contingent of mutated beasts towards Ishui City. A significant mobilization of mutated beasts was occurring throughout the region, as the 2 other mutated beast kings, alongside the Crystal Rabbit King, stealthily advanced towards Ishui City. Undercurrent Swirl. Chapter 96. The Fury of the Crystal Rabbit King. Meanwhile, within Ishui City, the Magic Tooth Rat King was diligently gathering its forces. Who was this troublemaker, constantly disrupting my mutated beast horde from that direction? Suddenly, it sensed that a significant tide of mutated beasts was approaching its position, accompanied by the presence of other mutated beast kings. Have I truly grown this powerful? I can summon even fellow beast kings of my level. Under this mistaken confidence, the Magic Tooth Rat King chuckled. Ah, indeed, fortune smiles upon me. I never anticipated such strength. My plans for revenge are now secured. As the Crystal Rabbit King charged towards Ishui City, its fury was palpable, thundering through the overgrown streets with an impressive force. At the forefront of this tumultuous horde, the Crystal Rabbit King, sensing the nearby presence of the Magic Tooth Rat King, commanded its beast army, prepare for battle. We are nearing our destination. That mutated beast king must be made aware of our might. Otherwise, every Tom, Dick, and Harry will dare to challenge us. The thundering tide of mutated beasts echoed the Crystal Rabbit King's command with ferocity. Yes, my king. Yet, the Magic Tooth Rat King, feeling the intensifying aura of the approaching Crystal Rabbit King, suddenly sensed something amiss. Something feels amiss. It is exceedingly, overwhelmingly amiss. The student council, assemble. Ah, I misrecited the lines. The king of the fanged mice stumbled over his words. Why do I sense such overwhelming malice emanating from this mutated beast king? Why does it feel as though it seeks to engage in a deadly confrontation with me? Could it be that it is drawn by my own aura? Just as the king of the fanged mice began to realize that something was off, the king of the crystal rabbits had already led the horde of mutated beasts to the vicinity of the gates of Ishui City. Roar. The king of the crystal rabbits let out a ferocious roar, and the aura it radiated caused the lower-tier mutated beasts within Ishui City to freeze in terror. Standing at the gates, it bellowed into the city, I know you are hiding in there. Mutated Beast King, come out. The king of the crystal rabbits dared not rashly enter Ishui City, fearing ambush, so it resorted to taunting the king of the fanged mice while gauging the situation inside with its aura. Boss, there's a situation. A mutated beast king has suddenly appeared on our territory, demanding you. A third-tier mutated mouse hurriedly approached the king of the fanged mice to report the situation. Hearing the hesitation in its subordinate's voice, the king of the fanged mice urged, Speak. What does it want from me? It wants you to get out. The third-tier mutated mouse replied timidly. The king of the fanged mice, now understanding the situation, thought to itself, So, it has come looking for trouble. I initially thought it was summoned by my own aura. To its surprise, this mutated beast king dared to provoke it on its own turf. If it did not show its face, how could it maintain its standing in this area? Roar. The king of the fanged mice responded with a roar of its own, commanding its third-tier mutated mouse subordinates. Gather the horde and surround that mutated beast king. It dares to challenge me. Although I have just advanced to a fourth-tier beast king, I must demonstrate my power. The king of the fanged mice exuded the pressure of a fourth-tier mutated beast king as it set off towards the position of the king of the crystal rabbits. The king of the sky-biting tiger also stealthily led its horde towards the scene, instructing its troops, remain concealed. Do not reveal your presence. They lay in ambush on the left side of Ishui City, quietly observing the impending clash. Meanwhile, the king of the fiery wolves took position on the right side of Ishui City, ensuring it did not accidentally confront the king of the sky-biting tiger. Otherwise, before the king of the crystal rabbits could engage, they would have clashed, as neither would yield to the other. Thus, both sides of Ishui City were occupied by ambushing mutated beast kings, maintaining an excellent distance. Unbeknownst to the king of the crystal rabbits, before long, the horde of mutated beasts emerged from within Ishui City, confronting the horde led by the king of the crystal rabbits. The king of the fanged mice also crawled out from the horde, gazing at the imposing rabbit before him, and brazenly declared, Is it you who seeks trouble? Have you grown weary of life? The king of the crystal rabbits, incensed by the king of the fanged mice's audacity, felt even more furious. Initially, it had not intended to engage in a full-scale battle. It merely sought some compensation in the form of crystal cores or ordinary mutated beasts from the fanged mice's territory to bolster its own strength. Perhaps they could even reach an understanding and ally against the other two mutated beast kings in the Linen Mountains. However, the king of the fanged mice's brashness disrupted its plan. Given this turn of events, there was no longer anything to discuss. It must be taught a lesson. Is it you who has taken my subordinate mutated beasts? The king of the fanged mice, noticing that its horde appeared to slightly outnumber that of the king of the crystal rabbits, felt a sense of superiority. You have merely advanced to a fourth-tier beast king before me. Now that I too am a beast king, who fears you? What belongs to you? The beasts I have gathered are mine. What do you intend to do about it? The king of the crystal rabbits, faced with such insolence, commanded its horde, kill, and was the first to launch an attack on the king of the fanged mice. The king of the fanged mice, unwilling to back down from the sudden assault, ordered its own horde, eliminate them. Charge, roar, roar. Upon receiving their respective king's commands, both hordes surged forward with fervor, engaging in a fierce melee. Their fury igniting a chaotic battle. The king of the fanged mice and the king of the crystal rabbits clashed violently, each embroiled in a fierce confrontation. The entire Ishue city became a battleground, the roars of mutated beasts reverberating throughout the area. Meanwhile, the ambushing kings of the sky-biting tiger and the fiery wolves, observing the brutal conflict within Ishue city, contemplated, let them fight. Once they tire, it will be my moment to strike, devouring both mutated beast kings and greatly enhancing my own strength. Even if I can consume just one, it will benefit my power. They all schemed to reap the rewards of the conflict. Chapter 97. What a wretched fellow. The two mutated beast kings in Ishue city continued their fierce battle, and their respective hordes remained locked in combat, likely to persist for some time. The ambushing kings of the sky-biting tiger and the fiery wolves remained vigilant, ready to strike at any moment. The outcome of the battle remained uncertain. As time flowed like water, a sudden surge of fourth-tier zombie lord aura stabilized within Linjiang City, accompanied by the crackling of rampant lightning above. It seemed that Anan was on the verge of advancing to a fourth-tier zombie lord. Zhang Nian, lounging in a chair, instantly became unsettled. Initially, he felt joy at his subordinate's success in advancing, but upon witnessing the rampant lightning wreaking havoc above Linjiang City, he realized that the city, which had yet to be repaired, now resembled a desolate ruin. Some unfortunate zombies had been turned to ash, but thankfully, there was no immediate danger to life, merely some injuries and a slight darkening of their complexion. Zhang Nian anxiously gazed at the continuing lightning strikes, the thunder rumbling throughout Linjiang City, as if a fellow cultivator were undergoing tribulation. The thunder roared ominously, accompanied by the ominous crack of thunder. My home! Anan, what is happening? How can advancing to a fourth tier result in such destruction? Is it ever going to stop? Crash! The sound of a building collapsing echoed. That building was the tallest structure in all of Linjiang City. How am I to lounge in the sun now? Alas, I shall have to wait until Azu's successful advancement to endure this hardship. Azu. But will Azu and the others, once they successfully ascend to the fourth tier, not cause similar destruction? Regardless, with Azu around, rebuilding any structure is merely a trivial task for him. Azu. Am I to become a construction crew, then? Just as he spoke, a sudden bolt of lightning struck Zhang Nian, who had just risen from his chair, reducing both him and his beloved chair to ashes. Oh no. What the hell, am I feeling a bit numb? Zhang Nian, now charred black, with only his teeth remaining white, found that the strike, while not particularly harmful to him as a fifth-tier zombie lord, had left him resembling the unfortunate zombies. After being struck, Zhang Nian initially stood dazed, before turning to see the remains of his precious chair reduced to a pile of ash. Then, a furious roar escaped him. My beloved chair. Do you know how long this chair has been my companion? Anan. The two patrolling zombies outside, upon hearing Zhang Nian's furious shout, exchanged knowing glances and murmured, Hey, did you hear that? The boss seems quite angry. Of course, I'm not deaf. How could I not hear such a loud roar? So, what happened to the boss? Are you foolish? Did you not see the flashes inside? It must be that the boss was struck by the lightning summoned during Anan's advancement. But if the boss was struck, why is he yelling about a chair? I don't believe it. Believe what you will. I can't help my curiosity. I think I'll sneak a peek inside, and the boss won't notice. Point one of the zombies, unable to contain its curiosity, stealthily peered inside, only to meet the furious gaze of Zhang Yan, who was enveloped in darkness, leaving it utterly bewildered. Its heart sank, and it muttered, "We're finished." Then, Zhang Yan's furious voice echoed, "What are you staring at? Get over here." Meanwhile, the other patrolling zombie, though equally anxious, silently thanked its decision to refrain from peeking inside. Thinking, "Thank heavens I held back my curiosity. Just from the voice, I can tell the boss is in a foul mood." Then, standing upright like a sentinel, he hastily began to distance himself from the situation. "The king calls for you. Why dawdle? I swear I saw nothing. This has nothing to do with me. I wish you good luck." Thereafter, he fell silent, standing at the doorway as rigid as a tree stump. Why am I so unfortunate? What a coincidence that I should find myself in this predicament. The class zombie, whose name was called, instantly lost all composure. Soon, Zhang Yan's furious voice echoed from within. "What are you standing there for? Wasn't that head peeking out just then calling for you?" Cautiously, he approached Zhang Yan, as dark as charcoal, and spoke. "Boss, I merely wanted to see if you were injured." Zhang Yan, however, was in no mood for such considerations. He was incensed that this zombie had dared to witness his embarrassment. Not only had he been reduced to charcoal, but even his beloved recliner was gone. He was brimming with rage, and this unfortunate class zombie had unwittingly wandered into the line of fire. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Yan glared at the class zombie, each word dripping with ire. "What are you staring at? Boss, I truly just wanted to check if you were hurt. You must believe me. So concerned about me?" "Excellent." After uttering this, Zhang Yan patted the shoulder of the class zombie, leaving it momentarily bewildered by the unexpected gesture. Boss, do you really believe me?" "Believe? Of course I believe you, Dai. In fact, I intend to reward you." The class zombie, still in a daze, was taken aback by the mention of a reward. "Boss, what will you reward me with?" "Fear not, you will absolutely adore it. Your reward will be to become just like me." The class zombie's spirits soared at the thought, believing he was about to receive an extraordinary boon. "To be as strong as you." "Boss, are you going to reward me with a crystal core to enhance my abilities?" "I am so deeply touched." Just as he contemplated showering Zhang Yan with flattery, he was interrupted by Zhang Yan's next words. No. I reward you by making your appearance resemble mine." "Huh? Boss, what do you mean by that?" The class zombie scratched his head, perplexed by Zhang Yan's statement. A peculiar smile crept across Zhang Yan's face. "What does it mean? You will find out soon enough. Let me give you some electric therapy to help you relax." Without waiting for the class zombie to react, he called out, "Come here. Bind him to the banner of our zombie empire. When the weather clears, he may come down." Another class zombie, standing rigidly outside, rushed to Zhang Yan's side upon hearing his command. Observing the dark figure of Zhang Yan, he thought to himself that his earlier guess had proven correct. The king truly had been struck by lightning. Judging by the tone in which Zhang Yan called out, it seemed his colleague was destined for misfortune. "Yes, my king," he responded, dragging the still-dazed class zombie towards the banner. "Boss, I was wrong. Please spare me. If that is the case, then you shall not escape unscathed." "Boss, I must report." Actually, he was also. "Bring him to me." The class zombie summoned by Zhang Yan began to pull forcefully, interrupting the one who had been peeking. He promptly sealed the latter's mouth, leaving him to emit only muffled sounds of protest. "Imamim, let me go, please." As he struggled, the one executing Zhang Yan's orders exerted every effort to restrain him, ensuring that he could not reveal his previous statement. "I cannot allow you to perish alongside me. A dead ally does not serve a living companion, so I am afraid I must apologize." Zhang Yan, lost in thought about his beloved chair, did not catch what was being said. What did he say? He said he wants to be hung at the highest point. Yes, that's it. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yan was intrigued, having never encountered such a request before. "Very well, bind him to the banner and raise it higher." Such a strange request must be fulfilled. "Yes, my king. I shall see to it at once, ensuring he is hung at the highest point. My king, I shall take my leave. Behave yourself." "Imamim." "Boss, it's not like that." "No." As they began to drag him outside, the muffled sounds of the class zombie grew fainter as he was pulled farther away, closer to the banner. Alas, why precious chair? It was perfectly fine just moments ago. How could it be gone so suddenly? What sort of underlings do I have, that they all possess such peculiar demands? Zhang Yin continued to mourn his cherished recliner while simultaneously washing the charred remains of his body. Struck by lightning, a pitiful cry escaped from the bound zombie. The storm continued to rage over Linjiang City, and unlike before, this time it was accompanied by the anguished cries of a zombie. At that moment, a zombie was bound to the banner, which hung high like a lightning rod, constantly attracting bolts of electricity. The unfortunate creature, tethered to the lofty banner, was subjected to relentless electric therapy, its body darkening to an even deeper shade than Zhang Yin's. If Zhang Yin had resembled chocolate black before, this class zombie now appeared as black as coal. The bound zombie, the one who had dared to peek at Zhang Yin, was now wailing incessantly, the sound echoing throughout Linjiang City. Almost all the zombies within the city could faintly hear the cries. The lightning would not claim his life. It merely brought him pain. Seated on a bench, Zhang Yin had also heard the cries and, with his recliner gone, could only rest momentarily on the bench. His body had returned to its normal hue, the traces of the lightning having been cleansed by water. The quality of the banner provided by the system was quite impressive. It remained intact despite being struck by lightning. Chapter 98. In the cell with Luo Yu system, why was there such commotion when Anan leveled up? The thunder and lightning are so cool. I wish I could have some too. Zhang Yin gazed enviously at the crackling storm above Linjiang City. Anan possesses lightning-type abilities. When leveling up, he must absorb the energy from the lightning to refine himself. The host need not concern himself with such flamboyant displays, as this system is at your service. The system responded with a hint of pride regarding its capabilities. Yes, that's so. Then Azu and the others won't have such a display, right? Anan is far too explosive. If Azu and the others also cause such a ruckus, I may have to relocate to the central mountain range. The destructive power of the lightning was immense, nearly demolishing a third of Linjiang City. If it continued like this, the city would be reduced to rubble. Azu and the others will make noise, but it will be nothing compared to Anan's. So please, host, do not worry. Put your mind at ease. Upon hearing the system's response, Zhang Yin finally relaxed. That's good. Otherwise, I would indeed have to stay in the central mountain range for a while. Time passed, and eventually, the furious thunder above Linjiang City subsided, the sky returning to its serene blue with fluffy white clouds. Sunlight streamed back into the city, illuminating it once more. Phew, he exhaled a plume of black smoke. At last it's over. Curiosity truly does kill the cat. The unfortunate class zombie on the banner was finally lowered, its charred form resembling a barbecue, exuding a smell that suggested it was medium rare. After this ordeal of being bound to the banner, it was likely that the zombie would never dare to peek again, for the pain inflicted by the lightning was truly unbearable. Subsequently, a steady aura emanated from Linjiang City, signaling that Anan had successfully leveled up to a 4th-tier zombie lord. In Linjiang City, where Anan had been in seclusion, the lightning had flashed momentarily before vanishing. 4th-tiered it this moment. Anan had fully stabilized his aura, feeling the power coursing through him. This was the strength of a 4th-tier zombie. It was indeed formidable. He then rose, intending to seek out Zhang Yin to report his successful advancement. Unaware that Zhang Yin was currently plotting revenge for the lightning strike. Upon seeing Anan emerge from his seclusion, the patrolling zombies respectfully greeted him. General Anan, congratulations. When they noticed that Anan seemed to be heading toward Zhang Yin, they quickly cautioned him, General Anan, you might want to reconsider going to find the king right now. Confused, Anan asked, why should I not go? The patrolling zombie hastily explained to avoid any misunderstandings, when you leveled up to the 4th tier. The furious thunder you summoned wreaked havoc throughout Linjiang City. Many individuals have sustained injuries, even the king has been struck. Moreover, a class zombie, who witnessed the king's unfortunate state, was bound and subjected to electric therapy atop a flag. The anguished cries resonated throughout the entirety of Linjiang City. Nearly all the brethren could hear them. It wasn't until your recent successful ascension that he was released. That poor soul was on the brink of being thoroughly charred. Thus, I fear the king's mood may not be particularly pleasant at this moment, prompting me to offer this earnest reminder to you, General Anan. Upon hearing this from the patrolling zombie, Anan was taken aback. During his own ascension, the lightning was beyond his control, and it had even struck the king. He addressed the zombie who relayed this information, saying, "Thank you. I appreciate your concern. I am aware of the situation now. Please, continue with your duties. By the way, take this as a token of appreciation." He then retrieved a second-tier crystal core from his possession and handed it to the zombie. The patrolling zombie was pleasantly surprised. Not expecting a reward, after graciously accepting the crystal core from Anan, he respectfully said, "Thank you, General Anan, for your generosity. I shall resume my patrol now." After this exchange, the patrolling zombie continued his rounds, while Anan, upon receiving the news, felt a wave of anxiety wash over him as he stood in place, contemplating. The lightning was beyond my control. I was unaware at that time. Surely the king will understand my predicament. One tee-hee. Just then, the presence of 3 more ascending zombie lords permeated Linjiang City. Anan sensed these 3 auras belonged to Azuo and his companions, who were on the verge of successfully ascending. They were currently stabilizing their energies and would soon reach the 4th-tier zombie lord status. I believe it would be wiser to wait until Azuo and the others achieve their ascension before seeking the king. Ensuring a safer approach, Zhang Nian too, since the ascension of Azuo and his group at last, my 4 subordinates are about to become 4th-tier lords. I can finally commence the unification of Linjiang City. That I shall transform the entire Linjiang City into my domain. And then I can lead the horde to assault Luomingli's Mingshui City, capturing it in one fell swoop. This will significantly expand my influence and eliminate the reincarnated Luomingli. Speaking of Luomingli, it suddenly dawned on Zhang Nian that he had overlooked an important figure. After all this time, he had yet to visit him. Luoyun remains in my possession. Ever since capturing him, I had been so busy that I almost forgot about this card in my hand. How could I neglect Luoyun? While Azuo and the others are still ascending, I should first check on Luoyun's current state. Zhang Nian made his way towards the cell where Luoyun was held. Quickly arriving at the location, "Greetings, my king. Long live the king." The class zombies guarding the cell knelt upon seeing Zhang Nian, speaking as if they were soldiers bowing before an emperor in a drama. Zhang Nian was somewhat surprised by how respectful the guards had become. They previously only acknowledged him as king, but now they were proclaiming his longevity. Indeed, it seems their intelligence has increased after consuming the crystal cores. "Very well, Rise. How is the human confined within?" he inquired. "Remember to provide him with sustenance. Do not allow him to starve." The guards reported on Luoyun's condition. "My king, since we imprisoned this human, my brethren have ensured he receives ample food and drink daily. He will certainly not perish from hunger. He consumes quite a bit, and after each meal, he begins to struggle. Yet the chains you personally bound him with render his efforts futile. Initially, we feared he might escape. But upon witnessing the futility of his struggles, we ceased our vigilance, though we have remained diligent, ensuring regular observation." After hearing this, Zhang Nian felt reassured and offered a few words of comfort before proceeding towards Luoyun's position. The cell, constructed by Azuo, was still as dark and damp as before. He soon spotted Luoyun, bound by chains of Zhang Nian's water-based abilities, reduced to eating food with his mouth. Zhang Nian taunted, "Ah, you seem to be enjoying your meal. I trust you are not being mistreated. Perhaps you should persuade your daughter to abandon her resistance and surrender to me? I assure you, there will be no unfair treatment." He continued, "Follow me and witness the birth of my zombie empire. Step by step towards dominance over the entire planet. What say you? Are you interested?" At this moment, Luoyun, noticing Zhang Nian's arrival, set down the food in his mouth and retorted mockingly, "Ha. Surrender to you? You think you deserve such a thing? Humanity will eventually eradicate your kind. Do not revel in your delusions. For every one of me that dies, there are countless others. What audacity to claim an empire over such a trifling land. Do you not find that laughable? You are utterly arrogant, ha. The cell echoed with Luoyun's unabashed laughter. Zhang Nian, rather than feeling angered, wore a somewhat sinister smile. The sparrow knows not the ambition of the swan. Regardless, you are in my grasp. Surely Luomingli cannot afford to disregard you. Tell me, if I were to infect you, compelling you to eliminate Luomingli, would she dare strike against you upon seeing you transformed into my kind? Your daughter loathes our kind above all else. How riveting would it be for a daughter to slay her father? I find myself increasingly eager to see the outcome. Furthermore, You must understand this. No matter how many of you there are, I will slay each one until none remain." Upon hearing Zhang Yin's plan, Luo Yun's laughter abruptly ceased, replaced by a look of panic. "You, despicable!" Zhang Yin, observing Luo Yun's flustered and enraged expression, smiled and said, "Thank you. Being called despicable is the highest form of praise for me." Chapter 99. Luo Yun's surrender? Initially, Zhang Yin had not intended to infect Luo Yun, merely contemplating using him as a shield during his battle with Luo Mingli. Surely she would not dare attack her own father? Utilizing Luo Yun as a shield would prevent Luo Mingli from unleashing her full strength. The plan seemed sound. However, Zhang Yin soon devised a more intriguing scheme. To infect Luo Yun, assimilating him, and subsequently unleashing the infected Luo Yun against Luo Mingli. Wouldn't that be more entertaining than merely using Luo Yun as a shield? Moreover, Luo Mingli, being adept in spatial abilities, posed a risk. Should she unwittingly rescue Luo Yun, that would render the whole endeavor pointless. Thus, the idea of infecting Luo Yun emerged in Zhang Yin's mind, far more secure than employing him as a shield. Yet, he pondered whether Luo Mingli would indeed strike down her father upon witnessing his transformation into a zombie, if Luo Mingli refrained from attacking her father. It would be all the more fascinating to witness their confrontation, with Luo Mingli hesitating to harm Luo Yun. The anticipation grew within him, and he could hardly wait to discover the outcome. The quiet cell echoed with the sound of Zhang Yin's footsteps, a noise that was more terrifying to Luo Yun than any other, knowing Zhang Yin had just revealed his plan. Zhang Yin's hands morphed into claw-like appendages as he slowly approached Luo Yun. "Get away from me! Stay back! Get out!" Luo Yun screamed in desperation, cornered against the wall of the cell. He poured every ounce of strength into the chains binding him, attempting to break free. Yet, it was all in vain. Had he possessed the strength to escape, he would have fled long ago, avoiding this dark and damp cell. He was not foolish. Desist your struggles. Given your current state, escape is impossible. Accept your fate. I am genuinely eager to witness your first encounter with Luo Mingli as a zombie. What kind of scene will it create? Zhang Yin said with keen interest, now standing before Luo Yun, claws poised to extract Luo Yun's crystal core. Luo Yun, trapped in the corner with no escape, exerted every effort yet could not loosen the chains. These chains had been forged by Zhang Yin, a fifth-tier zombie lord, and were designed specifically to prevent Luo Yun from fleeing. How could an injured fourth-tier human awakener hope to break free? Do you have any final words? I could convey them to Luo Mingli. Alternatively, if you choose to surrender now, it is not too late. I offer you one last chance. Consider it for 3 minutes. This is your final opportunity. You must seize it. Submit to me, and together we shall forge a formidable zombie empire, ruling over the entire planet. At that time, I shall be the lord of this world. Your contributions will be significant, ranking just below me, far superior to your current state. Should you wish to leave behind a remnant of humanity that can be arranged as well, I assure you, I will not discard you after your usefulness has waned. Take these 3 minutes to contemplate your decision. After delivering his ultimatum, Zhang Yin retracted his claws, awaiting Luo Yun's response in silence. Ridiculous to suggest leaving behind remnants of humanity. Once Luo Yun surrenders, his heart will inevitably yield to Zhang Yin, and he would likely reject any offer to preserve humanity. It is indeed true that one cannot betray a loyal subordinate. Who would dare to harm a devoted ally? The effects of the system's subjugation are no jest. As long as one harbors genuine intentions of submission, loyalty will be unwaveringly bestowed. It is not merely a matter of verbal affirmation. True submission must come from the heart. Such loyalty will only deepen. With no mercy shown towards humanity, even if one has not turned Luo Yu into a zombie. The act of transforming Luo Yu into a zombie and subduing him bears no distinction, save for the differing auras they emit. Should one manage to subjugate Luo Yu in his human form, the despair inflicted upon Luo Mingli would be far greater than if he were a zombie. After all, if your father has surrendered to me, why do you persist? What if I could also sway Luo Mingli to my side? With a formidable human dual ability wielder at my command, who could possibly stand in my way? The very child of fate, destined to save humanity, has capitulated to the undead. Will her fortune not dissipate? This piqued Zhang Yin's curiosity. He was unperturbed by the possibility of Luo Yu's feigned loyalty. Possessing the system, he would discern the truth through its notifications. If Luo Yu were to announce his allegiance and the system confirmed his successful subjugation, it would indeed signify success. If not, it would indicate a ruse. In that case, he would have no choice but to personally end Luo Yu's life. Luo Yu, observing Zhang Nian, who had retracted his claws and awaited a response, found his emotions in turmoil. He did not wish to surrender to the undead nor allow Zhang Nian's plan to succeed, as it would jeopardize his daughter's safety. Could he truly bring himself to harm his own daughter in his zombie form? If he could not, he would be vulnerable to an attack from the very being he had become. Conversely, if he could, Luo Mingli would surely be devastated. Having to slay her father in his monstrous state would haunt her for life, even if Zhang Nian did not kill her. Thus, Zhang Nian's scheme was genuinely insidious. Luo Yu quietly pondered in the corner, seeking a way to deceive Zhang Nian. He would rather perish than submit to such an abhorrent creature. As time slipped by, 3 minutes swiftly elapsed. Zhang Nian, having contemplated the situation, finally spoke. Have you come to a decision? Your response must be well considered, as it pertains to your fate. At this moment, Luo Yu had formulated a plan. If he did not deceive the zombie before him, he would meet a certain demise, and Zhang Nian would proceed with the plan he had just disclosed. The only way to escape this predicament was to feign submission, temporarily misleading Zhang Nian. Then, he could find an opportunity to build trust, eventually finding a way to slip away, thus denying the zombie any leverage over him. Luo Yu stepped from the corner and knelt before Zhang Nian, adopting the demeanor of a zombie, and proclaimed, I willingly pledge my allegiance to the great lord of Linjiang City, the 5th-level zombie sovereign, never to betray. Zhang Nian gazed at Luo Yu, who was swearing fealty. Yet, despite this declaration, the anticipated notification from the system remained conspicuously absent. He inwardly questioned, System, what is amiss? Are you malfunctioning, or is he deceiving me? Idiot. I am the highest level intelligence in the universe. How could I possibly experience a glitch? There is not even a hint of genuine submission from this human. Thus, no notification can be expected. Moreover, I detect an overwhelming hatred directed at the host, a desire to consume the host's flesh and wear his skin. Upon receiving the system's confirmation, Zhang Nian was engulfed in fury. If Luo Yu had no intention of submitting, then the visions he had conjured were mere fantasies. Tio attempted to deceive him while harboring such animosity. Unable to contain himself, his hand transformed into a sharp claw, plunging violently into Luo Yu's chest, extracting his core. God damn you. Do you dare to release me for a final battle? Luo Yu could only emit a cry of anguish, utterly unprepared for Zhang Nian's realization of his deceit. The intense pain ensnared him, leaving him powerless to do anything but curse. Zhang Nian's voice, laced with anger, pierced his ears. Who wishes to engage in a final battle with you? I am not insane, as for the reason, you need not concern yourself with such details. It seems you have not cherished this opportunity. Very well, I shall send you on your way. With Luo Yu's core extracted, survival was impossible. He could only utter his final words before death claimed him. Monster, may you not find peace in death. Mengli, do not show mercy. I will not blame you. Avenge me. With that, he exerted his last ounce of strength.